Cratylus. Introduction. The Cratylus has always been a source of perplexity to the student of Plato. While in fancy and humor, and perfection of style and metaphysical originality, this dialogue may be ranked with the best of the Platonic writings, there has been an uncertainty about the motive of the piece, which interpreters have hitherto not succeeded in dispelling. We need not suppose that Plato used words in order to conceal his thoughts, or that he would have been unintelligible to an educated contemporary. In the Phaedrus and Euthyphro we also find a difficulty in determining the precise aim of the author. Plato wrote satires in the form of dialogues, and his meaning, like that of other satirical writers, has often slept in the ear of posterity. Two causes may be assigned for this obscurity: first, the subtlety and elusiveness of this species of composition; second, the difficulty of reproducing a state of life and literature which has passed away. A satire is unmeaning unless we can place ourselves back among the persons and thoughts of the age in which it was written. Had the treatise of Antisthenes upon words, or the speculations of Cratylus, or some other Heracleidian of the 4th century BC, on the nature of language been preserved to us? Or if we had lived at the time, and been rich enough to attend the 50-drachma course of Prodicus, we should have understood Plato better, and many points which are now attributed to the extravagance of Socrates' humor would have been found, like the allusions of Aristophanes in the clouds, to have gone home to the sophists and grammarians of the day. For the age was very busy with philological speculation, and many questions were beginning to be asked about language which were parallel to other questions about justice, virtue, knowledge, and were illustrated in a similar manner by the analogy of the arts. Was there a correctness in words, and were they given by nature or convention? In the pre-Socratic philosophy mankind had been striving to attain an expression of their ideas, and now they were beginning to ask themselves whether the expression might not be distinguished from the idea. They were also seeking to distinguish the parts of speech and to inquire into the relation of subject and predicate. Grammar and logic were moving about somewhere in the depths of the human soul, but they were not yet awakened into consciousness and had not found names for themselves, or terms by which they might be expressed. Of these beginnings of the study of language we know little, and there necessarily arises an obscurity when the surroundings of such a work as the Cratylus are taken away. Moreover, in this, as in most of the dialogues of Plato, allowance has to be made for the character of Socrates. For the theory of language can only be propounded by him in a manner which is consistent with his own profession of ignorance. Hence his ridicule of the new school of etymology is interspersed with many declarations, that he knows nothing, that he has learned from Euthyphro, and the like. Even the truest things which he says are depreciated by himself. He professes to be guessing, but the guesses of Plato are better than all the other theories of the ancients respecting language put together. The dialogue hardly derives any light from Plato's other writings, and still less from scholiasts and Neoplatonist writers. Socrates must be interpreted from himself, and on first reading we certainly have a difficulty in understanding his drift, or his relation to the two other interlocutors in the dialogue. Does he agree with Cratylus or with Hermogenes, and is he serious in those fanciful etymologies, extending over more than half the dialogue, which he seems so greatly to relish? Or is he serious in part only? And can we separate his jest from his earnest? Sunt bona, sunt quidem mediocria, sunt mala plura. Most of them are ridiculously bad, and yet among them are found, as if by accident, principles of philology which are unsurpassed in any ancient writer, and even in advance of any philologer of the last century. May we suppose that Plato, like Lucian, has been amusing his fancy by writing a comedy in the form of a prose dialogue? And what is the final result of the inquiry? Is Plato an upholder of the conventional theory of language, which he acknowledges to be imperfect? Or does he mean to imply that a perfect language can only be based on his own theory of ideas? Or if this latter explanation is refuted by his silence, then in what relation does his account of language stand to the rest of his philosophy? Or may we be so bold as to deny the connection between them? For the allusion to the ideas at the end of the dialogue, 439c, is merely intended to show that we must not put words in the place of things or realities. which is a thesis strongly insisted on by Plato in many other passages. These are some of the first thoughts which arise in the mind of the reader of the Cratylus. And the consideration of them may form a convenient introduction to the general subject of the dialogue. We must not expect all the parts of a dialogue of Plato to tend equally to some clearly defined end. His idea of literary art is not the absolute proportion of the whole, such as we appear to find in a Greek temple or statue, nor should his works be tried by any such standard. They have often the beauty of poetry, but they have also the freedom of conversation. Words are more plastic than wax, Republic 588d, and may be molded into any form. He wanders on from one topic to another, careless of the unity of his work, not fearing any judge or spectator, who may recall him to the point, Theaetetus, 173c, whither the argument blows we follow, Republic 394d. To have determined beforehand, as in a modern didactic treatise, the nature and limits of the subject, would have been fatal to the spirit of inquiry or discovery, which is the soul of the dialogue. These remarks are applicable to nearly all the works of Plato, but to the Cratylus and Phaedrus more than any others. See Phaedrus, Introduction, sub-init. There is another aspect under which some of the dialogues of Plato may be more truly viewed. They are dramatic sketches of an argument. We have found that in the Lysis, Charmides, Laches, Protagoras, Meno, we arrived at no conclusion. The different sides of the argument were personified in the different speakers. But the victory was not distinctly attributed to any of them, nor the truth wholly the property of any. And in the Cratylus, we have no reason to assume that Socrates is either wholly right or wholly wrong, or that Plato, though he evidently inclines to him, had any other aim than that of personifying, in the characters of Hermogenes, Socrates, and Cratylus, the three theories of language which are respectively maintained by them. The two subordinate persons of the dialogue, Hermogenes and Cratylus, are at the opposite poles of the argument. But after a while the disciple of the sophist and the follower of Heraclitus are found to be not so far removed from one another as at first sight appeared. And both show an inclination to accept the third view which Socrates interposes between them. First, Hermogenes, the poor brother of the rich Callias, expounds the doctrine that names are conventional. Like the names of slaves, they may be given and altered at pleasure. This is one of those principles which, whether applied to society or language, explains everything and nothing. For in all things there is an element of convention. But the admission of this does not help us to understand the rational ground or basis in human nature on which the convention proceeds. Socrates first of all intimates to Hermogenes that his view of language is only a part of a sophistical whole, and ultimately tends to abolish the distinction between truth and falsehood. Hermogenes is very ready to throw aside the sophistical tenet, and listens with a sort of half-admiration, half-belief, to the speculations of Socrates. Cratylus is of opinion that a name is either a true name or not a name at all. He is unable to conceive of degrees of imitation. A word is either the perfect expression of a thing, or a mere inarticulate sound, a fallacy which is still prevalent among theorizers about the origin of language. He is at once a philosopher and a sophist, for while wanting to rest language on an immutable basis, he would deny the possibility of falsehood. He is inclined to derive all truth from language, and in language he sees reflected the philosophy of Heraclitus. His views are not like those of Hermogenes, hastily taken up, but are said to be the result of mature consideration, although he is described as still a young man. With a tenacity characteristic of the Heracleitian philosophers, he clings to the doctrine of the flux. Compare Theat. 180, of the real Cratylus we know nothing, except that he is recorded by Aristotle to have been the friend or teacher of Plato. Nor have we any proof that he resembled the likeness of him in Plato any more than the Critias of Plato is like the real Critias, or the Euthyphro in this dialogue like the other Euthyphro, the diviner, in the dialogue which is called after him. Between these two extremes, which have both of them a sophistical character, the view of Socrates is introduced, which is in a manner the union of the two. Language is conventional and also natural, and the true conventional natural is the rational. It is a work not of chance, but of art. The dialectician is the artificer of words, and the legislator gives authority to them. They are the expressions or imitations in sound of things. In a sense, Cratylus is right in saying that things have by nature names, 390, for nature is not opposed either to art or to law. But vocal imitation, like any other copy, may be imperfectly executed, and in this way an element of chance or convention enters in. There is much which is accidental or exceptional in language. Some words have had their original meaning so obscured, that they require to be helped out by convention. But still the true name is that which has a natural meaning. Thus nature, art, chance, all combine in the formation of language. And the three views respectively propounded by Hermogenes, Socrates, Cratylus, may be described as the conventional, the artificial or rational, and the natural. The view of Socrates is the meeting point of the other two, just as conceptualism is the meeting point of nominalism and realism. We can hardly say that Plato was aware of the truth, that languages are not made, but grow. But still, when he says that the legislator made language with the dialectician standing on his right hand, we need not infer from this that he conceived words, like coins, to be issued from the mint of the state. The creator of laws and of social life is naturally regarded as the creator of language, according to Hellenic notions, and the philosopher is his natural advisor. We are not to suppose that the legislator is performing any extraordinary function. He is merely the eponymous of the state, who prescribes rules for the dialectician and for all other artists. According to a truly Platonic mode of approaching the subject, language, like virtue in the Republic, is examined by the analogy of the arts. Words are works of art which may be equally made in different materials, and are well made when they have a meaning. Of the process which he thus describes, Plato had probably no very definite notion. But he means to express generally that language is the product of intelligence, and that languages belong to states and not to individuals. A better conception of language could not have been formed in Plato's age, than that which he attributes to Socrates. Yet many persons have thought that the mind of Plato is more truly seen in the vague realism of Cratylus. This misconception has probably arisen from two causes: first, the desire to bring Plato's theory of language into accordance with the received doctrine of the Platonic ideas. Secondly, the impression created by Socrates himself, that he is not in earnest, and is only indulging the fancy of the hour. 1. We shall have occasion to show more at length, in the introduction to future dialogues, that the so-called Platonic ideas are only a semi-mythical form, in which he attempts to realize abstractions. And that they are replaced in his later writings by a rational theory of psychology. See introductions to the Meno and the Sophist. And in the Cratylus, he gives a general account of the nature and origin of language, in which Adam Smith, Rousseau, and other writers of the last century, would have substantially agreed. At the end of the dialogue, he speaks as in the Symposium and Republic of absolute beauty and good, but he never supposed that they were capable of being embodied in words. Of the names of the ideas, he would have said, as he says of the names of the gods, that we know nothing. Even the realism of Cratylus is not based upon the ideas of Plato, but upon the flux of Heraclitus. Here, as in the Sophist and Politicus, Plato expressly draws attention to the want of agreement in words and things. Hence we are led to infer that the view of Socrates is not the less Plato's own, because not based upon the ideas. Second, that Plato's theory of language is not inconsistent with the rest of his philosophy. 2. We do not deny that Socrates is partly in jest and partly in earnest. He is discoursing in a high-flown vein, which may be compared to the dithyrambics of the Phaedrus. They are mysteries of which he is speaking, and he professes a kind of ludicrous fear of his imaginary wisdom. When he is arguing out of Homer, about the names of Hector's son, or when he describes himself as inspired or maddened by Euthyphro, with whom he has been sitting from the early dawn, compare Phaedrus and Lysias. Phaedrus, and expresses his intention of yielding to the illusion today, and tomorrow he will go to a priest and be purified, we easily see that his words are not to be taken seriously. In this part of the dialogue his dread of committing impiety, the pretended derivation of his wisdom from another, the extravagance of some of his etymologies, and, in general, the manner in which the fun, fast and furious, vires acquirit jundo, remind us strongly of the Phaedrus. The jest is a long one, extending over more than half the dialogue. But then, we remember that the Euthydemus is a still longer jest, in which the irony is preserved to the very end. There he is parodying the ingenious follies of early logic. In the Cratylus, he is ridiculing the fancies of a new school of sophists and grammarians. The fallacies of the Euthydemus are still retained at the end of our logic books. And the etymologies of the Cratylus have also found their way into later writers. Some of these are not much worse than the conjectures of Hemsteres, and other critics of the last century, but this does not prove that they are serious. For Plato is in advance of his age in his conception of language, as much as he is in his conception of mythology. Compare Phaedrus sub initio. When the fervor of his etymological enthusiasm has abated, Socrates ends, as he has begun, with a rational explanation of language. Still he preserves his know-nothing disguise, and himself declares his first notions about names to be reckless and ridiculous. Having explained compound words by resolving them into their original elements, he now proceeds to analyze simple words into the letters of which they are composed. The Socrates who knows nothing, here passes into the teacher, the dialectician, the arranger of species. There is nothing in this part of the dialogue which is either weak or extravagant. Plato is a supporter of the onomatopoetic theory of language, that is to say, he supposes words to be formed by the imitation of ideas in sounds. He also recognizes the effect of time, the influence of foreign languages, the desire of euphony, to be formative principles, and he admits a certain element of chance. But he gives no imitation in all this that he is preparing the way for the construction of an ideal language, or that he has any Eleatic speculation to oppose to the Heracleitianism of Cratylus. The theory of language which is propounded in the Cratylus is in accordance with the later phase of the philosophy of Plato, and would have been regarded by him as in the main true. The dialogue is also a satire on the philological fancies of the day. Socrates, in pursuit of his vocation as a detector of false knowledge, lights by accident on the truth. He is guessing, he is dreaming. He has heard, as he says in the Phaedrus, from another, no one is more surprised than himself at his own discoveries. And yet some of his best remarks, as for example his view of the derivation of Greek words from other languages, or of the permutations of letters, or again, his observation that in speaking of the gods we are only speaking of our names of them, occur among these flights of humor. We can imagine a character having a profound insight into the nature of men and things, and yet hardly dwelling upon them seriously, blending inextricably sense and nonsense. Sometimes enveloping in a blaze of jests the most serious matters, and then again allowing the truth to peer through, enjoying the flow of his own humor, and puzzling mankind by an ironical exaggeration of their absurdities. Such were Aristophanes and Rabelais, such, in a different style, were Sterne, Jean-Paul, Hammond, writers who sometimes become unintelligible through the extravagance of their fancies. Such is the character which Plato intends to depict in some of his dialogues as the Silenus Socrates, and through this medium we have to receive our theory of language. There remains a difficulty which seems to demand a more exact answer: in what relation does the satirical or etymological portion of the dialogue stand to the serious? Granting all that can be said about the provoking irony of Socrates, about the parody of Euthyphro, or Prodicus, or Antisthenes, how does the long catalogue of etymologies furnish any answer to the question of Hermogenes? Which is evidently the main thesis of the dialogue: what is the truth, or correctness, or principle of names? After illustrating the nature of correctness by the analogy of the arts, and then, as in the Republic, ironically appealing to the authority of the Homeric poems, Socrates shows that the truth or correctness of names can only be ascertained by an appeal to etymology. The truth of names is to be found in the analysis of their elements. But why does he admit etymologies which are absurd, based on Heracleitian fancies, fourfold interpretations of words, impossible unions and separations of syllables and letters? 1. The answer to this difficulty has been already anticipated in part. Socrates is not a dogmatic teacher, and therefore he puts on this wild and fanciful disguise, in order that the truth may be permitted to appear. 2. As Benfey remarks, an erroneous example may illustrate a principle of language as well as a true one. 3. Many of these etymologies, as, for example, that of delta kappa alpha iota omicron nu, are indicated, by the manner in which Socrates speaks of them, to have been current in his own age. 4. The philosophy of language had not made such progress as would have justified Plato in propounding real derivations. Like his master Socrates, he saw through the hollowness of the incipient sciences of the day, and tries to move in a circle apart from them, laying down the conditions under which they are to be pursued, but, as in the Timaeus, cautious and tentative, when he is speaking of actual phenomena. To have made etymologies seriously, would have seemed to him like the interpretation of the myths in the Phaedrus, the task of a not very fortunate individual, who had a great deal of time on his hands. C. 229. The irony of Socrates places him above and beyond the errors of his contemporaries. The Cratylus is full of humor and satirical touches, the inspiration which comes from Euthyphro, and his prancing steeds, the light admixture of quotations from Homer, and the spurious dialectic which is applied to them. The jest about the 50 drachma course of Prodicus, which is declared on the best authority, viz. his own, to be a complete education in grammar and rhetoric. The double explanation of the name Hermogenes either as not being in luck or being no speaker. The dearly bought wisdom of Callias, the Lacedaemonian whose name was Rush, and, above all, the pleasure which Socrates expresses in his own dangerous discoveries, which tomorrow he will purge away, are truly humorous. While delivering a lecture on the philosophy of language, Socrates is also satirizing the endless fertility of the human mind in spinning arguments out of nothing, and employing the most trifling and fanciful analogies in support of a theory. Etymology in ancient as in modern times was a favorite recreation, and Socrates makes merry at the expense of the etymologists. The simplicity of Hermogenes, who is ready to believe anything that he is told, heightens the effect. See especially 392e, 395a, 397d. Socrates in his genial and ironical mood hits right and left at his adversaries. Omicron rho alpha nu is so called pi tau omicron nu rho a with circumflex nu tau nu omega, which, as some philosophers say, is the way to have a pure mind. The sophists are by a fanciful explanation converted into heroes. The givers of names were like some philosophers who fancy that the earth goes round because their heads are always going round. There is a great deal of mischief lurking in the following. I found myself in greater perplexity about justice than I was before I began to learn. The in kappa tau omicron pi tau rho omicron nu must be the addition of someone who cares nothing about truth, but thinks only of putting the mouth into shape. Tales and falsehoods have generally to do with the tragic and goatish life, and tragedy is the place of them. Several philosophers and sophists are mentioned by name. First, Protagoras and Euthydemus are assailed, then the interpreters of Homer, omicron pi alpha lambda alpha iota omicron mu eta rho iota kappa omicron, compare Aristotle Metaphysics 13:6, 7, and the Orphic poets are alluded to by the way. Then he discovers a hive of wisdom in the philosophy of Heraclitus. The doctrine of the flux is contained in the word omicron sigma alpha, equals sigma alpha. The pushing principle, an anticipation of Anaxagoras, is found in psi upsilon chi and sigma epsilon lambda nu eta. Again, he ridicules the arbitrary methods of pulling out and putting in letters which were in vogue among the philologers of his time, or slightly scoffs at contemporary religious beliefs. Lastly, he is impatient of hearing from the half-converted Cratylus the doctrine that falsehood can neither be spoken, nor uttered, nor addressed, a piece of sophistry attributed to Gorgias, which reappears in the Sophist, 261c. And he proceeds to demolish, with no less delight than he had set up, the Heracleitian theory of language. In the latter part of the dialogue Socrates becomes more serious, though he does not lay aside but rather aggravates his banter of the Heracleitians, whom here, as in the Theaetetus, he delights to ridicule. What was the origin of this enmity we can hardly determine, was it due to the natural dislike which may be supposed to exist between the patrons of the flux and the friends of the ideas, Sophist, 248a? Or is it to be attributed to the indignation which Plato felt at having wasted his time upon Cratylus and the doctrines of Heraclitus, in the days of his youth? Socrates, touching on some of the characteristic difficulties of early Greek philosophy, endeavors to show Cratylus that imitation may be partial or imperfect, that a knowledge of things is higher than a knowledge of names, and that there can be no knowledge if all things are in a state of transition. But Cratylus, who does not easily apprehend the argument from common sense, remains unconvinced, and on the whole inclines to his former opinion. Some profound philosophical remarks are scattered up and down, admitting of an application not only to language but to knowledge generally. Such as the assertion that consistency is no test of truth, 436d, following, or again, if we are over-precise about words, truth will say, too late, to us as to the belated traveler in Aegina, 433e. The place of the dialogue in the series cannot be determined with certainty. The style and subject, and the treatment of the character of Socrates, have a close resemblance to the earlier dialogues, especially to the Phaedrus and Euthyphro. The manner in which the ideas are spoken of at the end of the dialogue, also indicates a comparatively early date. The imaginative element is still in full vigor. The Socrates of the Cratylus is the Socrates of the Apology and Symposium, not yet Platonized. And he describes, as in the Theaetetus, the philosophy of Heraclitus by unsavory similes. He cannot believe that the world is like a leaky vessel, or a man who has a running at the nose. He attributes the flux of the world to the swimming in some folks' heads. On the other hand, the relation of thought to language is omitted here, but is treated of in the Sophist. These grounds are not sufficient to enable us to arrive at a precise conclusion. But we shall not be far wrong in placing the Cratylus about the middle, or at any rate in the first half, of the series. Cratylus, the Heracleitian philosopher, and Hermogenes, the brother of Callias, have been arguing about names, the former maintaining that they are natural, the latter that they are conventional. Cratylus affirms that his own is a true name, but will not allow that the name of Hermogenes is equally true. Hermogenes asks Socrates to explain to him what Cratylus means. Or, far rather, he would like to know, what Socrates himself thinks about the truth or correctness of names. Socrates replies, that hard is knowledge, and the nature of names is a considerable part of knowledge. He has never been to hear the 50 drachma course of Prodicus. And having only attended the single drachma course, he is not competent to give an opinion on such matters. When Cratylus denies that Hermogenes is a true name, he supposes him to mean that he is not a true son of Hermes, because he is never in luck. But he would like to have an open council and to hear both sides. Hermogenes is of opinion that there is no principle in names, they may be changed, as we change the names of slaves, whenever we please, and the altered name is as good as the original one. You mean to say, for instance, rejoins Socrates, that if I agree to call a man a horse, then a man will be rightly called a horse by me, and a man by the rest of the world. But, surely, there is in words a true and a false, as there are true and false propositions. If a whole proposition be true or false, then the parts of a proposition may be true or false, and the least parts as well as the greatest. And the least parts are names, and therefore names may be true or false. Would Hermogenes maintain that anybody may give a name to anything, and as many names as he pleases, and would all these names be always true at the time of giving them? Hermogenes replies that this is the only way in which he can conceive that names are correct, and he appeals to the practice of different nations, and of the different Hellenic tribes, in confirmation of his view. Socrates asks, whether the things differ as the words which represent them differ. Are we to maintain with Protagoras, that what appears is? Hermogenes has always been puzzled about this, but acknowledges, when he is pressed by Socrates, that there are a few very good men in the world, and a great many very bad, and the very good are the wise, and the very bad are the foolish. And this is not mere appearance but reality. Nor is he disposed to say with Euthydemus, that all things equally and always belong to all men, in that case, again, there would be no distinction between bad and good men. But then, the only remaining possibility is, that all things have their several distinct natures, and are independent of our notions about them. And not only things, but actions, have distinct natures, and are done by different processes. There is a natural way of cutting or burning, and a natural instrument with which men cut or burn, and any other way will fail. This is true of all actions. And speaking is a kind of action, and naming is a kind of speaking, and we must name according to a natural process, and with a proper instrument. We cut with a knife, we pierce with an awl, we weave with a shuttle, we name with a name. And as a shuttle separates the warp from the woof, so a name distinguishes the natures of things. The weaver will use the shuttle well, that is, like a weaver, and the teacher will use the name well, that is, like a teacher. The shuttle will be made by the carpenter, the awl by the smith or skilled person. But who makes a name? Does not the law give names, and does not the teacher receive them from the legislator? He is the skilled person who makes them, and of all skilled workmen he is the rarest. But how does the carpenter make or repair the shuttle, and to what will he look? Will he not look at the ideal which he has in his mind? And as the different kinds of work differ, so ought the instruments which make them to differ. The several kinds of shuttles ought to answer in material and form to the several kinds of webs. And the legislator ought to know the different materials and forms of which names are made in Hellas and other countries. But who is to be the judge of the proper form? The judge of shuttles is the weaver who uses them. The judge of lyres is the player of the lyre, the judge of ships is the pilot. And will not the judge who is able to direct the legislator in his work of naming, be he who knows how to use the names, he who can ask and answer questions, in short, the dialectician? The pilot directs the carpenter how to make the rudder, and the dialectician directs the legislator how he is to impose names, for to express the ideal forms of things in syllables and letters is not the easy task, Hermogenes, which you imagine. I should be more readily persuaded, if you would show me this natural correctness of names. Indeed I cannot, but I see that you have advanced, for you now admit that there is a correctness of names, and that not everyone can give a name. But what is the nature of this correctness or truth, you must learn from the sophists, of whom your brother Callias has bought his reputation for wisdom rather dearly. And since they require to be paid, you, having no money, had better learn from him at second hand. Well, but I have just given up Protagoras, and I should be inconsistent in going to learn of him. Then if you reject him you may learn of the poets, and in particular of Homer, who distinguishes the names given by gods and men to the same things, as in the verse about the river god who fought with Hephaestus, whom the gods call Xanthus, and men call Scamander. Or in the lines in which he mentions the bird which the gods call Chalcis, and men Cymindis, or the hill which men call Batia, and the gods Marina's tomb. Here is an important lesson. For the gods must of course be right in their use of names. And this is not the only truth about philology which may be learnt from Homer. Does he not say that Hector's son had two names? Hector called him Scamandrius, but the others Astyanax. Now, if the men called him Astyanax, is it not probable that the other name was conferred by the women? And which are more likely to be right, the wiser or the less wise, the men or the women? Homer evidently agreed with the men, and of the name given by them he offers an explanation. The boy was called Astyanax, king of the city, because his father saved the city. The names Astyanax and Hector, moreover, are really the same, the one means a king, and the other is a holder or possessor. For as the lion's whelp may be called a lion, or the horse's foal a foal, so the son of a king may be called a king. But if the horse had produced a calf, then that would be called a calf. Whether the syllables of a name are the same or not makes no difference, provided the meaning is retained. For example, the names of letters, whether vowels or consonants, do not correspond to their sounds, with the exception of epsilon, upsilon, omicron, omega. The name beta has 3 letters added to the sound, and yet this does not alter the sense of the word, or prevent the whole name having the value which the legislator intended. And the same may be said of a king and the son of a king, who like other animals resemble each other in the course of nature. The words by which they are signified may be disguised, and yet amid differences of sound the etymologist may recognize the same notion, just as the physician recognizes the power of the same drugs under different disguises of color and smell. Hector and Astyanax have only one letter alike, but they have the same meaning, and Agus, leader, is altogether different in sound from Polemarch, chief in war, or Eupolemus, good warrior. But the two words present the same idea of leader or general, like the words iatricals and assassembrotus, which equally denote a physician. The son succeeds the father as the foal succeeds the horse, but when, out of the course of nature, a prodigy occurs, and the offspring no longer resembles the parent, then the names no longer agree. This may be illustrated by the case of Agamemnon and his son Orestes, of whom the former has a name significant of his patience at the siege of Troy, while the name of the latter indicates his savage, man of the mountain nature. Atreus again, for his murder of Chrysippus, and his cruelty to Thyestes, is rightly named Atreus, which, to the eye of the etymologist, is tauetero, destructive, tau epsilon iotero, stubborn, tau rho epsilon sigma tau omicron, fearless. And Pelops is tau pi lambda alpha rho nu, he who sees what is near only, because in his eagerness to win Hippodamia, he was unconscious of the remoter consequences which the murder of Myrtilus would entail upon his race. The name Tantalus, if slightly changed, offers two etymologies. Either pi tau eta tau omicron nu lambda theta omicron upsilon tau alpha lambda alpha nu tau epsilon alpha, or pi tau omicron nu tau alpha lambda nu tau alpha tau omicron nu epsilon nu alpha iota, signifying at once the hanging of the stone over his head in the world below, and the misery which he brought upon his country. And the name of his father, Zeus, delta iota, zeta eta nu, has an excellent meaning, though hard to be understood, because really a sentence which is divided into two parts, zeta epsilon, delta iota. For he, being the Lord and King of all, is the author of our being, and in him all live. This is implied in the double form, delta iota, zeta eta nu, which being put together and interpreted is delta iota nu zeta eta pi nu tau alpha. There may, at first sight, appear to be some irreverence in calling him the son of Cronos, who is a proverb for stupidity, but the meaning is that Zeus himself is the son of a mighty intellect. Rho nu omicron, quasi kappa rho omicron, not in the sense of a youth, but quasi tau kappa alpha theta alpha rho nu kappa rho alpha tau omicron nu omicron nu, which in turn is begotten of Uranus, who is so called pi tau omicron nu rho with circumflex nu tau nu omega, from looking upwards. Which, as philosophers say, is the way to have a pure mind. The earlier portion of Hesiod's genealogy has escaped my memory, or I would try more conclusions of the same sort. You talk like an oracle. I caught the infection from Euthyphro, who gave me a long lecture which began at dawn, and has not only entered into my ears, but filled my soul, and my intention is to yield to the inspiration today. And tomorrow I will be exorcised by some priest or sophist. Go on, I am anxious to hear the rest. Now that we have a general notion, how shall we proceed? What names will afford the most crucial test of natural fitness? Those of heroes and ordinary men are often deceptive, because they are patronymics or expressions of a wish. Let us try gods and demigods. Gods are so called, pi tau omicron nu theta epsilon nu, from the verb to run. Because the sun, moon, and stars run about the heaven, and they being the original gods of the Hellenes, as they still are of the barbarians, their name is given to all gods. The demons are the golden race of Hesiod, and by golden he means not literally golden, but good. And they are called demons, quasi delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon, which in old Attic was used for delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon. Good men are well said to become delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon when they die, because they are knowing. Rho omega is the same word as rho omega. The sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, or perhaps they were a species of sophists or rhetoricians, and so called pi tau omicron nu rho omega tau with circumflex nu, or epsilon rho epsilon iota nu, from their habit of spinning questions. For epsilon rho epsilon iota nu is equivalent to lambda gamma epsilon iota nu. I get all this from Euthyphro, and now a new and ingenious idea comes into my mind, and, if I am not careful, I shall be wiser than I ought to be by tomorrow's dawn. My idea is, that we may put in and pull out letters at pleasure and alter the accents, as, for example, delta iota phi lambda omicron may be turned into delta iota lambda omicron, and we may make words into sentences and sentences into words. The name nu theta rho omega pi omicron is a case in point, for a letter has been omitted and the accent changed, the original meaning being nu alpha theta rho nu pi omega pi epsilon nu, he who looks up at what he sees. Psi upsilon chi may be thought to be the reviving, or refreshing, or animating principle, nu alpha psi chi omicron upsilon sigma alpha tau sigma mu alpha. But I am afraid that Euthyphro and his disciples will scorn this derivation, and I must find another. Shall we identify the soul with the ordering mind of Anaxagoras, and say that psi upsilon chi, quasi upsilon sigma chi eta equals sigma iota nu chi epsilon iota or chi epsilon? This might easily be refined into psi upsilon chi. That is a more artistic etymology. After psi upsilon chi follows sigma mu alpha. This, by a slight permutation, may be either equals, 1, the grave of the soul, or, 2, may mean that by which the soul signifies, sigma eta mu alpha nu epsilon iota, her wishes. But more probably, the word is Orphic, and simply denotes that the body is the place of ward in which the soul suffers the penalty of sin, nu omega sigma zeta epsilon tau alpha iota. I should like to hear some more explanations of the names of the gods, like that excellent one of Zeus. The truest names of the gods are those which they give themselves, but these are unknown to us. Less true are those by which we propitiate them, as men say in prayers, may he graciously receive any name by which I call him. And to avoid offense, I should like to let them know beforehand that we are not presuming to inquire about them, but only about the names which they usually bear. Let us begin with Hestia. What did he mean who gave the name Hestia? That is a very difficult question. Oh, my dear Hermogenes, I believe that there was a power of philosophy and talk among the first inventors of names, both in our own and in other languages, for even in foreign words a principle is discernible. Hestia is the same with sigma alpha, which is an old form of omicron sigma alpha, and means the first principle of things. This agrees with the fact that to Hestia the first sacrifices are offered. There is also another reading, sigma alpha, which implies that pushing, theta omicron nu nu, is the first principle of all things. And here I seem to discover a delicate allusion to the flux of Heraclitus, that antediluvian philosopher who cannot walk twice in the same stream, and this flux of his may accomplish yet greater marvels. For the names Kronos and Rhea cannot have been accidental, the giver of them must have known something about the doctrine of Heraclitus. Moreover, there is a remarkable coincidence in the words of Hesiod, when he speaks of Oceanus, the origin of gods, and in the verse of Orpheus, in which he describes Oceanus espousing his sister Tethys. Tethys is nothing more than the name of a spring, tau delta iota alpha tau tau mu epsilon nu omicron nu kappa alpha theta omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Poseidon is pi omicron sigma delta epsilon sigma mu omicron, the chain of the feet, because you cannot walk on the sea, the epsilon is inserted by way of ornament. Or perhaps the name may have been originally pi omicron lambda lambda epsilon delta omega nu, meaning, that the god knew many things, pi omicron lambda lambda epsilon delta he may also be the shaker, pi tau omicron nu sigma epsilon epsilon iota nu. In this case, pi and delta have been added. Pluto is connected with pi lambda omicron nu tau omicron, because wealth comes out of the earth, or the word may be a euphemism for Hades, which is usually derived pi tau omicron nu epsilon iota delta omicron nu, because the god is concerned with the invisible. But the name Hades was really given him from his knowing, epsilon delta nu alpha iota, all good things. Men in general are foolishly afraid of him, and talk with horror of the world below from which no one may return. The reason why his subjects never wish to come back, even if they could, is that the god enchains them by the strongest of spells, namely by the desire of virtue, which they hope to obtain by constant association with him. He is the perfect and accomplished sophist and the great benefactor of the other world, for he has much more than he wants there, and hence he is called Pluto or the rich. He will have nothing to do with the souls of men while in the body, because he cannot work his will with them so long as they are confused and entangled by fleshly lusts. Demeter is the mother and giver of food, delta iota delta omicron nu sigma alpha mu tau eta rho tau eta delta omega delta eta. Here is rho alpha tau tau iota, or perhaps the legislator may have been thinking of the weather, and has merely transposed the letters of the word rho. Farifata, that word of awe, is epsilon rho epsilon pi alpha, which is only an euphonious contraction of tau omicron nu epsilon rho omicron mu nu omicron upsilon alpha pi tau omicron mu nu eta. All things are in motion, and she in her wisdom moves with them. And the wise god Hades consorts with her. There is nothing very terrible in this, any more than in her other appellation Persephone, which is also significant of her wisdom, sigma omicron. Apollo is another name, which is supposed to have some dreadful meaning, but is susceptible of at least 4 perfectly innocent explanations. First, he is the purifier or purger or absolver, pi omicron lambda omicron omega nu. Secondly, he is the true diviner, pi lambda, as he is called in the Thessalian dialect, pi lambda equals pi lambda omicron nu, sincere. Thirdly, he is the archer, epsilon beta lambda lambda omega nu, always shooting. Or again, supposing alpha to mean mu alpha or mu omicron upsilon, Apollo becomes equivalent to mu alpha pi omicron lambda nu, which points to both his musical and his heavenly attributes, for there is a moving together, alike in music and in the harmony of the spheres. The second lambda is inserted in order to avoid the ill-omened sound of destruction. The muses are so called, pi tau omicron nu mu sigma theta alpha iota. The gentle Leto or Letho is named from her willingness, theta epsilon lambda mu omega nu, or because she is ready to forgive and forget, lambda theta eta. Artemis is so called from her healthy well-balanced nature, delta iota tau rho tau epsilon mu, or as rho epsilon tau eta sigma tau omega rho, or as a lover of virginity, rho omicron tau omicron nu mu iota sigma sigma alpha sigma alpha. One of these explanations is probably true, perhaps all of them. Dionysus is delta iota delta omicron tau nu omicron nu, and omicron nu omicron is quasi omicron nu omicron upsilon because wine makes those think, omicron epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, that they have a mind, nu omicron nu, who have none. The established derivation of rho omicron delta tau eta delta iota tau omicron nu rho omicron nu gamma nu epsilon sigma iota nu may be accepted on the authority of Hesiod. Again, there is the name of Pallas, or Athene, which we, who are Athenians, must not forget. Pallas is derived from armed dances, pi tau omicron nu pi lambda lambda epsilon iota nu tau pi lambda alpha. For Athene we must turn to the allegorical interpreters of Homer, who make the name equivalent to theta epsilon omicron nu eta, or possibly the word was originally theta omicron nu eta and signified moral intelligence, nu theta epsilon iota nu eta sigma iota. Hephaestus, again, is the lord of light, tau omicron nu epsilon omicron sigma tau omega rho. This is a good notion, and, to prevent any other getting into our heads, let us go on to Ares. He is the manly one, rho rho eta nu, or the unchangeable one, rho rho alpha tau omicron. Enough of the gods. For, by the gods, I am afraid of them, but if you suggest other words, you will see how the horses of Euthyphro prance. Only one more god, tell me about my godfather Hermes. He is rho mu eta nu epsilon, the messenger or cheater or thief or bargainer. Or epsilon rho epsilon iota nu mu epsilon nu omicron, that is, epsilon rho mu eta or rho mu eta, the speaker or contriver of speeches. Well said Cratylus, then, that I am no son of Hermes. Pan, as the son of Hermes, is speech or the brother of speech, and is called Pan because speech indicates everything, pi with circumflex nu mu eta nu omega nu. He has 2 forms, a true and a false, and is in the upper part smooth, and in the lower part shaggy. He is the goat of tragedy, in which there are plenty of falsehoods. Will you go on to the elements, sun, moon, stars, earth, ether, air, fire, water, seasons, years? Very good, and which shall I take first? Let us begin with lambda iota omicron, or the sun. The Doric form lambda iota omicron helps us to see that he is so called because at his rising he gathers, lambda zeta epsilon iota, men together, or because he rolls about, epsilon lambda epsilon, the earth, or because he variegates, alpha omicron lambda epsilon equals pi omicron iota kappa lambda lambda epsilon iota, the earth. Selene is an anticipation of Anaxagoras, being a contraction of sigma epsilon lambda alpha epsilon nu epsilon omicron iota alpha, the light, sigma lambda alpha, which is ever old and new, and which, as Anaxagoras says, is borrowed from the sun. The name was harmonized into sigma epsilon lambda alpha nu alpha alpha, a form which is still in use. That is a true dithyrambic name. Mu epsilon is so called pi tau omicron nu mu epsilon iota omicron nu sigma theta alpha iota, from suffering diminution, and sigma tau rho omicron nu is from sigma tau rho alpha pi, lightning, which is an improvement of nu alpha sigma tau rho omega pi, that which turns the eyes inside out. How do you explain pi nu rho and delta omega rho? I suspect that pi nu rho, which, like delta omega rho and kappa omega nu, is found in Phrygian, is a foreign word, for the Hellenes have borrowed much from the barbarians, and I always resort to this theory of a foreign origin when I am at a loss. Rho may be explained, tau iota alpha rho epsilon iota tau pi tau eta gamma eta, or tau iota epsilon epsilon, or tau iota pi nu epsilon nu mu alpha xi alpha tau omicron nu gamma nu epsilon tau alpha iota, compare the poetic word eta tau alpha iota. So alpha theta rho quasi epsilon iota theta epsilon rho tau iota epsilon theta epsilon pi epsilon rho tau nu rho alpha, gamma eta, gamma alpha alpha quasi gamma epsilon nu tau epsilon iota rho alpha, compare the Homeric form gamma epsilon gamma alpha sigma iota. Rho alpha, or, according to the old Attic form, rho alpha, is derived pi tau omicron nu rho zeta epsilon iota nu, because it divides the year. Nu iota alpha upsilon tau and tau omicron are the same thought, nu alpha upsilon tau omega tau zeta omega nu, cut into two parts, nu alpha upsilon tau omega and tau zeta omega nu, like delta delta nu zeta eta into delta iota and zeta eta nu. You make surprising progress. True, I am run away with, and am not even yet at my utmost speed. I should like very much to hear your account of the virtues. What principle of correctness is there in those charming words, wisdom, understanding, justice, and the rest? To explain all that will be a serious business, still, as I have put on the lion's skin, appearances must be maintained. My opinion is, that primitive men were like some modern philosophers, who, by always going round in their search after the nature of things, become dizzy. And this phenomenon, which was really in themselves, they imagined to take place in the external world. You have no doubt remarked, that the doctrine of the universal flux, or generation of things, is indicated in names. No, I never did. Phi rho nu eta sigma iota is only omicron rho with circumflex kappa alpha omicron nu eta sigma iota, or perhaps omicron rho with circumflex nu eta sigma iota, and in any case is connected with rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Gamma nu mu eta is gamma omicron nu eta sigma kappa psi iota kappa alpha nu mu eta sigma iota. Nu eta sigma iota is nu omicron upsilon or gamma iota gamma nu omicron mu nu omicron upsilon sigma iota. The word nu omicron implies that creation is always going on. The original form was nu epsilon epsilon sigma iota. Sigma omega rho omicron sigma nu eta is sigma omega tau eta rho alpha rho omicron nu sigma epsilon omega. Pi iota sigma tau mu eta is pi omicron mu nu eta tau omicron pi rho gamma mu alpha sigma iota nu, the faculty which keeps close, neither anticipating nor lagging behind. Sigma nu epsilon sigma iota is equivalent to sigma upsilon nu iota nu alpha iota, sigma upsilon mu pi omicron rho epsilon epsilon sigma theta alpha iota tau nu psi upsilon chi nu, and is a kind of conclusion, sigma upsilon lambda lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu tau iota, akin therefore in idea to pi iota sigma tau mu eta. Sigma omicron alpha is very difficult, and has a foreign look. The meaning is, touching the motion or stream of things, and may be illustrated by the poetical sigma theta eta and the Lacedaemonian proper name sigma omicron nu, or rush. Gamma alpha theta nu is tau gamma alpha sigma tau nu tau eta tau alpha chi tau eta tau iota, for all things are in motion, and some are swifter than others. Delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron sigma nu eta is clearly tau omicron nu delta iota kappa alpha omicron upsilon sigma nu epsilon sigma iota. The word delta kappa alpha iota omicron nu is more troublesome, and appears to mean the subtle penetrating power which, as the lovers of motion say, preserves all things, and is the cause of all things. Quasi delta iota alpha nu going through, the letter kappa being inserted for the sake of euphony. This is a great mystery which has been confided to me, but when I ask for an explanation I am thought obtrusive, and another derivation is proposed to me. Justice is said to be kappa alpha omega nu, or the sun. And when I joyfully repeat this beautiful notion, I am answered, what, is there no justice when the sun is down? And when I entreat my questioner to tell me his own opinion, he replies, that justice is fire in the abstract, or heat in the abstract, which is not very intelligible. Others laugh at such notions, and say with Anaxagoras, that justice is the ordering mind. I think that someone must have told you this. And not the rest. Let me proceed then, in the hope of proving to you my originality. Nu delta rho epsilon alpha is quasi nu rho epsilon alpha quasi nu omega omicron, the stream which flows upwards, and is opposed to injustice, which clearly hinders the principle of penetration. Rho eta nu and nu rho have a similar derivation. Gamma upsilon nu is the same as gamma omicron nu. Theta eta lambda upsilon is derived pi tau eta theta eta lambda eta, because the teat makes things flourish, tau epsilon theta eta lambda nu alpha iota, and the word theta lambda lambda epsilon iota nu itself implies increase of youth, which is swift and sudden ever, theta epsilon nu and lambda lambda epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. I am getting over the ground fast, but much has still to be explained. There is tau chi nu eta, for instance. This, by an aphoresis of tau and an epenthesis of omicron in two places, may be identified with chi omicron nu eta, and signifies that which has mind. A very poor etymology. Yes, but you must remember that all language is in process of change, letters are taken in and put out for the sake of euphony, and time is also a great alterer of words. For example, what business has the letter rho in the word kappa tau omicron pi tau rho omicron nu, or the letter sigma in the word sigma gamma xi? The additions are often such that it is impossible to make out the original word. And yet, if you may put in and pull out, as you like, any name is equally good for any object. The fact is, that great dictators of literature like yourself should observe the rules of moderation. I will do my best. But do not be too much of a precision, or you will paralyze me. If you will let me add mu eta chi alpha nu, pi tau omicron nu mu kappa omicron upsilon, which means pi omicron lambda, and nu epsilon iota nu, I shall be at the summit of my powers, from which elevation I will examine the two words kappa alpha and rho epsilon tau. The first is easily explained in accordance with what has preceded, for all things being in a flux, kappa alpha is tau kappa nu. This derivation is illustrated by the word delta epsilon iota lambda alpha, which ought to have come after nu delta rho epsilon alpha, and may be regarded as lambda alpha nu delta epsilon sigma mu tau eta psi upsilon chi eta, just as pi omicron rho alpha signifies an impediment to motion, from alpha not, and pi omicron rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota to go, and rho epsilon tau is epsilon pi omicron rho alpha. Which is the opposite of this, the ever-flowing, epsilon omicron upsilon sigma alpha or epsilon iota rho epsilon iota tau, or the eligible, quasi alpha rho epsilon tau. You will think that I am inventing, but I say that if kappa alpha is right, then rho epsilon tau is also right. But what is kappa alpha nu? That is a very obscure word, to which I can only apply my old notion and declare that kappa alpha nu is a foreign word. Next, let us proceed to kappa alpha lambda nu, alpha sigma chi rho nu. The latter is doubtless contracted from epsilon iota sigma chi omicron rho omicron nu, quasi epsilon sigma chi omicron nu. The inventor of words being a patron of the flux, was a great enemy to stagnation. Kappa alpha lambda nu is tau kappa alpha lambda omicron nu tau pi rho gamma mu alpha tau alpha, this is mind, nu omicron nu or delta iota nu omicron iota alpha, which is also the principle of beauty, and which doing the works of beauty, is therefore rightly called the beautiful. The meaning of sigma upsilon mu rho omicron nu is explained by previous examples. Like pi iota sigma tau mu eta, signifying that the soul moves in harmony with the world, sigma mu omicron rho alpha, sigma upsilon mu rho omicron nu tau alpha. Kappa rho delta omicron is tau pi a with circumflex sigma iota kappa epsilon rho alpha nu nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu, that which mingles with all things. Lambda upsilon sigma iota tau epsilon lambda omicron nu is equivalent to tau eta omicron rho a with circumflex lambda omicron nu tau tau lambda omicron, and is not to be taken in the vulgar sense of gainful, but rather in that of swift. Being the principle which makes motion immortal and unceasing. Lambda iota mu omicron nu is pi tau omicron nu lambda lambda epsilon iota nu, that which gives increase. This word, which is Homeric, is of foreign origin. Beta lambda alpha beta epsilon rho nu is tau beta lambda pi tau omicron nu or beta omicron upsilon lambda mu epsilon nu omicron nu pi tau epsilon iota nu tau omicron nu, that which injures or seeks to bind the stream. The proper word would be beta omicron upsilon lambda alpha pi tau epsilon rho omicron nu, but this is too much of a mouthful, like a prelude on the flute in honor of a theme. The word zeta eta mu iota delta epsilon is difficult. Great changes, as I was saying, have been made in words, and even a small change will alter their meaning very much. The word delta omicron nu is one of these disguised words. You know that according to the old pronunciation, which is especially affected by the women, who are great conservatives, iota and delta were used where we should now use eta and zeta. For example, what we now call mu rho alpha was formerly called mu rho alpha. And this shows the meaning of the word to have been, the desired one coming after night, and not, as is often supposed, that which makes things gentle, mu epsilon rho alpha. So again, zeta upsilon gamma nu is delta upsilon omicron gamma nu, quasi delta sigma iota delta upsilon epsilon nu epsilon gamma omega gamma nu, the binding of two together for the purpose of drawing. Delta omicron nu, as ordinarily written, has an evil sense, signifying the chain, delta epsilon sigma mu, or hindrance of motion. But in its ancient form delta iota nu is expressive of good, quasi delta iota nu, that which penetrates or goes through all. Zeta eta mu iota delta eta is really delta eta mu iota delta eta, and means that which binds motion. Delta omicron nu tau iota tau nu delta omicron nu is pi rho tau nu eta sigma iota nu tau epsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha pi rho a with circumflex psi iota. The delta is an insertion. Lambda pi eta is derived pi tau eta delta iota alpha lambda sigma epsilon omega tau omicron nu sigma mu alpha tau omicron. Nu alpha is from alpha and nu alpha iota. To go, lambda gamma eta delta nu is a foreign word, and is so called pi tau omicron nu lambda gamma epsilon iota nu omicron nu. Delta upsilon nu is pi tau eta nu delta sigma epsilon omega tau eta lambda pi eta. Chi theta eta delta nu is in its very sound a burden. Chi alpha rho expresses the flow of soul. Tau rho psi iota is pi tau omicron nu tau epsilon rho pi nu omicron nu, and tau epsilon rho pi nu is properly rho pi nu omicron nu. Because the sensation of pleasure is likened to a breath, pi nu omicron, which creeps, rho pi epsilon iota, through the soul, epsilon rho omicron sigma nu eta is named from rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. Because the soul moves in harmony with nature, pi iota theta upsilon nu alpha is pi tau nu theta upsilon mu nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha delta nu alpha mu iota. Theta upsilon mu is pi tau eta theta sigma epsilon omega tau eta psi upsilon chi eta, mu epsilon rho omicron, tau iota mu epsilon nu omicron epsilon psi upsilon chi, pi theta omicron. The desire which is in another place, lambda lambda omicron theta pi omicron upsilon, rho omega was anciently sigma rho omicron. And so called because it flows into, sigma rho epsilon, the soul from without. Delta xi alpha is delta omega xi iota tau omicron nu epsilon delta nu alpha iota, or expresses the shooting from a bow, tau xi omicron nu. The latter etymology is confirmed by the words beta omicron lambda epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, beta omicron upsilon lambda alpha, which all have to do with shooting. Beta omicron lambda and similarly omicron eta sigma iota is nothing but the movement, omicron sigma iota, of the soul towards essence. Epsilon kappa omicron sigma iota omicron nu is tau epsilon kappa omicron nu, the yielding, nu gamma kappa eta is nu gamma kappa eta omicron nu sigma alpha, the passage through ravines which impede motion. Lambda eta theta epsilon alpha is theta epsilon alpha lambda eta, divine motion. Psi epsilon nu delta omicron is the opposite of this, implying the principle of constraint and forced repose, which is expressed under the figure of sleep, tau epsilon nu delta omicron nu. The psi is an addition. Nu omicron mu alpha, a name, affirms the real existence of that which is sought after. Nu omicron nu mu sigma mu alpha sigma tau iota nu. Nu and omicron sigma alpha are only nu with an iota broken off, and omicron kappa nu is omicron kappa nu. And what are nu, omicron nu, delta omicron nu nu? One way of explaining them has been already suggested. They may be of foreign origin, and possibly this is the true answer. But mere antiquity may often prevent our recognizing words, after all the complications which they have undergone. And we must remember that however far we carry back our analysis, some ultimate elements or roots will remain which can be no further analyzed. For example, the word gamma alpha theta was supposed by us to be a compound of gamma alpha sigma tau and theta omicron, and probably theta omicron may be further resolvable. But if we take a word of which no further resolution seems attainable, we may fairly conclude that we have reached one of these original elements, and the truth of such a word must be tested by some new method. Will you help me in the search? All names, whether primary or secondary, are intended to show the nature of things, and the secondary, as I conceive, derive their significance from the primary. But then, how do the primary names indicate anything? And let me ask another question: if we had no faculty of speech, how should we communicate with one another? Should we not use signs, like the deaf and dumb? The elevation of our hands would mean lightness, heaviness would be expressed by letting them drop. The running of any animal would be described by a similar movement of our own frames. The body can only express anything by imitation. And the tongue or mouth can imitate as well as the rest of the body. But this imitation of the tongue or voice is not yet a name, because people may imitate sheep or goats without naming them. What, then, is a name? In the first place, a name is not a musical, or, secondly, a pictorial imitation, but an imitation of that kind which expresses the nature of a thing, and is the invention not of a musician, or of a painter, but of a namer. And now, I think that we may consider the names about which you were asking. The way to analyze them will be by going back to the letters, or primary elements of which they are composed. First, we separate the alphabet into classes of letters, distinguishing the consonants, mutes, vowels, and semivowels, and when we have learnt them singly, we shall learn to know them in their various combinations of two or more letters. Just as the painter knows how to use either a single color, or a combination of colors. And like the painter, we may apply letters to the expression of objects, and form them into syllables. And these again into words, until the picture or figure, that is, language, is completed. Not that I am literally speaking of ourselves, but I mean to say that this was the way in which the ancients framed language. And this leads me to consider whether the primary as well as the secondary elements are rightly given. I may remark, as I was saying about the gods, that we can only attain to conjecture of them. But still we insist that ours is the true and only method of discovery, otherwise we must have recourse, like the tragic poets, to a deus ex machina, and say that God gave the first names, and therefore they are right. Or that the barbarians are older than we are, and that we learned of them, or that antiquity has cast a veil over the truth. Yet all these are not reasons, they are only ingenious excuses for having no reasons. I will freely impart to you my own notions, though they are somewhat crude. The letter rho appears to me to be the general instrument which the legislator has employed to express all motion or kappa nu eta sigma iota. I ought to explain that kappa nu eta sigma iota is just epsilon sigma iota, going, for the letter eta was unknown to the ancients, and the root, kappa epsilon iota nu, is a foreign form of nu alpha iota, of kappa nu eta sigma iota or epsilon sigma iota. The opposite is sigma tau with circumflex sigma iota. This use of rho is evident in the words tremble, break, crush, crumble, and the like. The imposer of names perceived that the tongue is most agitated in the pronunciation of this letter, just as he used iota to express the subtle power which penetrates through all things. The letters phi, psi, sigma, zeta, which require a great deal of wind, are employed in the imitation of such notions as shivering, seething, shaking, and in general of what is windy. The letters delta and tau convey the idea of binding and rest in a place, the lambda denotes smoothness, as in the word slip, sleek, sleep, and the like. But when the slipping tongue is detained by the heavier sound of gamma, then arises the notion of a glutinous clammy nature, nu is sounded from within, and has a notion of inwardness, alpha is the expression of size, eta of length, omicron of roundness, and therefore there is plenty of omicron in the word gamma 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 upsilon lambda omicron nu. That is my view, Hermogenes, of the correctness of names, and I should like to hear what Cratylus would say. But, Socrates, as I was telling you, Cratylus mystifies me. I should like to ask him, in your presence, what he means by the fitness of names. To this appeal, Cratylus replies that he cannot explain so important a subject all in a moment. No, but you may add little to little, as Hesiod says. Socrates here interposes his own request, that Cratylus will give some account of his theory. Hermogenes and himself are mere sciolists, but Cratylus has reflected on these matters, and has had teachers. Cratylus replies in the words of Achilles, illustrious Ajax, you have spoken in all things much to my mind, whether Euthyphro, or some muse inhabiting your own breast, was the inspirer. Socrates replies, that he is afraid of being self-deceived, and therefore he must look fore and aft, as Homer remarks. Does not Cratylus agree with him that names teach us the nature of things? Yes. And naming is an art, and the artists are legislators, and like artists in general, some of them are better and some of them are worse than others, and give better or worse laws, and make better or worse names. Cratylus cannot admit that one name is better than another, they are either true names, or they are not names at all. And when he is asked about the name of Hermogenes, who is acknowledged to have no luck in him, he affirms this to be the name of somebody else. Socrates supposes him to mean that falsehood is impossible, to which his own answer would be, that there has never been a lack of liars. Cratylus presses him with the old sophistical argument, that falsehood is saying that which is not, and therefore saying nothing, you cannot utter the word which is not. Socrates complains that this argument is too subtle for an old man to understand. Suppose a person addressing Cratylus were to say, Hail, Athenian stranger, Hermogenes. Would these words be true or false? I should say that they would be mere unmeaning sounds, like the hammering of a brass pot. But you would acknowledge that names, as well as pictures, are imitations, and also that pictures may give a right or wrong representation of a man or woman. Why may not names then equally give a representation true and right or false and wrong? Cratylus admits that pictures may give a true or false representation, but denies that names can. Socrates argues, that he may go up to a man and say, this is your picture, and again, he may go and say to him, this is your name, in the one case appealing to his sense of sight, and in the other to his sense of hearing, may he not? Yes. Then you will admit that there is a right or a wrong assignment of names, and if of names, then of verbs and nouns, and if of verbs and nouns, then of the sentences which are made up of them. And comparing nouns to pictures, you may give them all the appropriate sounds, or only some of them. And as he who gives all the colors makes a good picture, and he who gives only some of them, a bad or imperfect one, but still a picture. So he who gives all the sounds makes a good name, and he who gives only some of them, a bad or imperfect one, but a name still. The artist of names, that is, the legislator, may be a good or he may be a bad artist. Yes, Socrates, but the cases are not parallel, for if you subtract or misplace a letter, the name ceases to be a name. Socrates admits that the number 10, if an unit is subtracted, would cease to be 10, but denies that names are of this purely quantitative nature. Suppose that there are two objects, Cratylus and the image of Cratylus. And let us imagine that some god makes them perfectly alike, both in their outward form and in their inner nature and qualities, then there will be two Cratylus, and not merely Cratylus and the image of Cratylus. But an image in fact always falls short in some degree of the original, and if images are not exact counterparts, why should names be? If they were, they would be the doubles of their originals, and indistinguishable from them. And how ridiculous would this be? Cratylus admits the truth of Socrates' remark. But then Socrates rejoins, he should have the courage to acknowledge that letters may be wrongly inserted in a noun, or a noun in a sentence. And yet the noun or the sentence may retain a meaning. Better to admit this, that we may not be punished like the traveler in Aegina who goes about at night, and that truth herself may not say to us, too late. And, errors accepted, we may still affirm that a name to be correct must have proper letters, which bear a resemblance to the thing signified. I must remind you of what Hermogenes and I were saying about the letter, which was held to be expressive of motion and hardness, as lambda is of smoothness, and this you will admit to be their natural meaning. But then, why do the Erythraeans call that sigma kappa lambda eta rho tau eta rho which we call sigma kappa lambda eta rho tau eta? We can understand one another, although the letter is not equivalent to the letter final sigma. Why is this? You reply, because the two letters are sufficiently alike for the purpose of expressing motion. Well, then, there is the letter lambda. What business has this in a word meaning hardness? Why, Socrates, I retort upon you, that we put in and pull out letters at pleasure. And the explanation of this is custom or agreement. We have made a convention that the rho shall mean final sigma, and a convention may indicate by the unlike as well as by the like. How could there be names for all the numbers unless you allow that convention is used? Imitation is a poor thing, and has to be supplemented by convention, which is another poor thing. Although I agree with you in thinking that the most perfect form of language is found only where there is a perfect correspondence of sound and meaning. But let me ask you, what is the use and force of names? The use of names, Socrates, is to inform, and he who knows names knows things. Do you mean that the discovery of names is the same as the discovery of things? Yes. But do you not see that there is a degree of deception about names? He who first gave names, gave them according to his conception, and that may have been erroneous. But then, why, Socrates, is language so consistent? All words have the same laws. Mere consistency is no test of truth. In geometrical problems, for example, there may be a flaw at the beginning, and yet the conclusion may follow consistently. And, therefore, a wise man will take especial care of first principles. But are words really consistent? Are there not as many terms of praise which signify rest as which signify motion? There is pi iota sigma tau mu eta, which is connected with sigma tau sigma iota, as mu nu mu eta is with mu nu omega. Beta beta alpha iota omicron nu, again, is the expression of station and position. Sigma tau omicron rho alpha is clearly descriptive of the stopping, sigma tau nu alpha iota, of the stream. Pi iota sigma tau nu indicates the cessation of motion, and there are many words having a bad sense, which are connected with ideas of motion, such as sigma upsilon mu omicron rho, mu alpha rho tau alpha, etc. Mu alpha theta alpha, again, might be explained, as mu alpha theta epsilon omega nu tau omicron pi omicron rho epsilon alpha, and kappa omicron lambda alpha sigma alpha as kappa omicron lambda omicron upsilon theta alpha tau omicron pi rho gamma mu alpha sigma iota nu. Thus the bad names are framed on the same principle as the good, and other examples might be given, which would favor a theory of rest rather than of motion. Yes, but the greater number of words express motion. Are we to count them, Cratylus? And is correctness of names to be determined by the voice of a majority? Here is another point. We were saying that the legislator gives names. And therefore we must suppose that he knows the things which he names, but how can he have learnt things from names before there were any names? I believe, Socrates, that some power more than human first gave things their names, and that these were necessarily true names. Then how came the giver of names to contradict himself, and to make some names expressive of rest, and others of motion? I do not suppose that he did make them both. Then which did he make, those which are expressive of rest, or those which are expressive of motion? But if some names are true and others false, we can only decide between them, not by counting words, but by appealing to things. And, if so, we must allow that things may be known without names, for names, as we have several times admitted, are the images of things, and the higher knowledge is of things, and is not to be derived from names. And though I do not doubt that the inventors of language gave names, under the idea that all things are in a state of motion and flux, I believe that they were mistaken. And that having fallen into a whirlpool themselves, they are trying to drag us after them. For is there not a true beauty and a true good, which is always beautiful and always good? Can the thing beauty be vanishing away from us while the words are yet in our mouths? And they could not be known by anyone if they are always passing away, for if they are always passing away, the observer has no opportunity of observing their state. Whether the doctrine of the flux or of the eternal nature be the truer, is hard to determine. But no man of sense will put himself, or the education of his mind, in the power of names. He will not condemn himself to be an unreal thing, nor will he believe that everything is in a flux like the water in a leaky vessel. Or that the world is a man who has a running at the nose. This doctrine may be true, Cratylus, but is also very likely to be untrue, and therefore I would have you reflect while you are young, and find out the truth, and when you know come and tell me. I have thought, Socrates, and after a good deal of thinking I incline to Heraclitus. Then another day, my friend, you shall give me a lesson. Very good, Socrates, and I hope that you will continue to study these things yourself. We may now consider, how far Plato in the Cratylus has discovered the true principles of language, and then, 2, proceed to compare modern speculations respecting the origin and nature of language with the anticipations of his genius. 1. Plato is aware that language is not the work of chance, nor does he deny that there is a natural fitness in names. He only insists that this natural fitness shall be intelligibly explained. But he has no idea that language is a natural organism. He would have heard with surprise that languages are the common work of whole nations in a primitive or semi-barbarous age. How, he would probably have argued, could men devoid of art have contrived a structure of such complexity? No answer could have been given to this question, either in ancient or in modern times, until the nature of primitive antiquity had been thoroughly studied, and the instincts of man had been shown to exist in greater force. When his state approaches more nearly to that of children or animals. The philosophers of the last century, after their manner, would have vainly endeavored to trace the process by which proper names were converted into common. And would have shown how the last effort of abstraction invented prepositions and auxiliaries. The theologian would have proved that language must have had a divine origin, because in childhood, while the organs are pliable, the intelligence is wanting, and when the intelligence is able to frame conceptions, the organs are no longer able to express them. Or, as others have said, man is man because he has the gift of speech, and he could not have invented that which he is. But this would have been an argument too subtle for Socrates, 429d, who rejects the theological account of the origin of language as an excuse for not giving a reason, which he compares to the introduction of the deus ex machina by the tragic poets when they have to solve a difficulty. Thus anticipating many modern controversies in which the primary agency of the divine being is confused with the secondary cause, and God is assumed to have worked a miracle in order to fill up a lacuna in human knowledge. Compare, Timaeus, 46. Neither is Plato wrong in supposing that an element of design and art enters into language. The creative power abating is supplemented by a mechanical process. Languages are not made but grow, but they are made as well as grow. Bursting into life like a plant or a flower, they are also capable of being trained and improved and engrafted upon one another. The change in them is effected in earlier ages by musical and euphonic improvements, at a later stage by the influence of grammar and logic, and by the poetical and literary use of words. They develop rapidly in childhood, and when they are full grown and set they may still put forth intellectual powers, like the mind in the body, or rather we may say that the nobler use of language only begins when the framework is complete. The savage or primitive man, in whom the natural instinct is strongest, is also the greatest improver of the forms of language. He is the poet or maker of words, as in civilized ages the dialectician is the definer or distinguisher of them. The latter calls the second world of abstract terms into existence, as the former has created the picture sounds which represent natural objects or processes. Poetry and philosophy, these two, are the two great formative principles of language, when they have passed their first stage, of which, as of the first invention of the arts in general, we only entertain conjecture. And mythology is a link between them, connecting the visible and invisible, until at length the sensuous exterior falls away, and the severance of the inner and outer world, of the idea and the object of sense, becomes complete. At a later period, logic and grammar, sister arts, preserve and enlarge the decaying instinct of language, by rule and method, which they gather from analysis and observation. 2. There is no trace in any of Plato's writings that he was acquainted with any language but Greek. Yet he has conceived very truly the relation of Greek to foreign languages, which he is led to consider, because he finds that many Greek words are incapable of explanation. Allowing a good deal for accident, and also for the fancies of the conditors lingui Graeci, there is an element of which he is unable to give an account. These unintelligible words he supposes to be of foreign origin, and to have been derived from a time when the Greeks were either barbarians, or in close relations to the barbarians. Socrates is aware that this principle is liable to great abuse. And, like the Deus ex machina, explains nothing. Hence he excuses himself for the employment of such a device, and remarks that in foreign words there is still a principle of correctness, which applies equally both to Greeks and barbarians. 3. But the greater number of primary words do not admit of derivation from foreign languages, they must be resolved into the letters out of which they are composed, and therefore the letters must have a meaning. The framers of language were aware of this. They observed that alpha was adapted to express size, eta length, omicron roundness, nu inwardness, rush or roar, lambda liquidity, gamma lambda the detention of the liquid or slippery element, delta and tau binding. Phi, psi, sigma, psi, wind and cold, and so on. Plato's analysis of the letters of the alphabet shows a wonderful insight into the nature of language. He does not expressively distinguish between mere imitation and the symbolical use of sound to express thought, but he recognizes in the examples which he gives both modes of imitation. Gesture is the mode which a deaf and dumb person would take of indicating his meaning. And language is the gesture of the tongue, in the use of the letter, to express a rushing or roaring, or of omicron to express roundness, there is a direct imitation. While in the use of the letter alpha to express size, or of eta to express length, the imitation is symbolical. The use of analogous or similar sounds, in order to express similar analogous ideas, seems to have escaped him. In passing from the gesture of the body to the movement of the tongue, Plato makes a great step in the physiology of language. He was probably the first who said that language is imitative sound, which is the greatest and deepest truth of philology, although he is not aware of the laws of euphony and association by which imitation must be regulated. He was probably also the first who made a distinction between simple and compound words, a truth second only in importance to that which has just been mentioned. His great insight in one direction curiously contrasts with his blindness in another. For he appears to be wholly unaware, compare his derivation of gamma alpha theta from gamma alpha sigma tau and theta omicron, of the difference between the root and termination. But we must recollect that he was necessarily more ignorant than any schoolboy of Greek grammar, and had no table of the inflections of verbs and nouns before his eyes, which might have suggested to him the distinction. For, Plato distinctly affirms that language is not truth, or philosophie en langue bien faite. At first, Socrates has delighted himself with discovering the flux of Heracleitus in language. But he is covertly satirizing the pretense of that or any other age to find philosophy in words, and he afterwards corrects any erroneous inference which might be gathered from his experiment. For he finds as many, or almost as many, words expressive of rest, as he had previously found expressive of motion. And even if this had been otherwise, who would learn of words when he might learn of things? There is a great controversy and high argument between Heracleitians and Eleatics. But no man of sense would commit his soul in such inquiries to the imposers of names. In this and other passages Plato shows that he is as completely emancipated from the influence of idols of the tribe as Bacon himself. The lesson which may be gathered from words is not metaphysical or moral, but historical. They teach us the affinity of races, they tell us something about the association of ideas, they occasionally preserve the memory of a disused custom. But we cannot safely argue from them about right and wrong, matter and mind, freedom and necessity, or the other problems of moral and metaphysical philosophy. For the use of words on such subjects may often be metaphorical, accidental, derived from other languages, and may have no relation to the contemporary state of thought and feeling. Nor in any case is the invention of them the result of philosophical reflection, they have been commonly transferred from matter to mind, and their meaning is the very reverse of their etymology. Because there is or is not a name for a thing, we cannot argue that the thing has or has not an actual existence, or that the antitheses, parallels, conjugates, correlatives of language have anything corresponding to them in nature. There are too many words as well as too few, and they generalize the objects or ideas which they represent. The greatest lesson which the philosophical analysis of language teaches us is, that we should be above language, making words our servants, and not allowing them to be our masters. Plato does not add the further observation, that the etymological meaning of words is in process of being lost. If at first framed on a principle of intelligibility, they would gradually cease to be intelligible, like those of a foreign language, he is willing to admit that they are subject to many changes, and put on many disguises. He acknowledges that the poor creature imitation is supplemented by another poor creature convention. But he does not see that habit and repute, and their relation to other words, are always exercising an influence over them. Words appear to be isolated, but they are really the parts of an organism which is always being reproduced. They are refined by civilization, harmonized by poetry, emphasized by literature, technically applied in philosophy and art. They are used as symbols on the border ground of human knowledge, they receive a fresh impress from individual genius, and come with a new force and association to every lively-minded person. They are fixed by the simultaneous utterance of millions, and yet are always imperceptibly changing. Not the inventors of language, but writing and speaking, and particularly great writers, or works which pass into the hearts of nations, Homer, Shakespeare, Dante, the German or English Bible, Kant and Hegel, are the makers of them in later ages. They carry with them the faded recollection of their own past history. The use of a word in a striking and familiar passage gives a complexion to its use everywhere else, and the new use of an old and familiar phrase has also a peculiar power over us. But these and other subtleties of language escape the observation of Plato. He is not aware that the languages of the world are organic structures, and that every word in them is related to every other. Nor does he conceive of language as the joint work of the speaker and the hearer, requiring in man a faculty not only of expressing his thoughts but of understanding those of others. On the other hand, he cannot be justly charged with a desire to frame language on artificial principles. Philosophers have sometimes dreamed of a technical or scientific language, in words which should have fixed meanings, and stand in the same relation to one another as the substances which they denote. But there is no more trace of this in Plato than there is of a language corresponding to the ideas, nor, indeed, could the want of such a language be felt until the sciences were far more developed. Those who would extend the use of technical phraseology beyond the limits of science or of custom, seem to forget that freedom and suggestiveness and the play of association are essential characteristics of language. The great master has shown how he regarded pedantic distinctions of words or attempts to confine their meaning in the satire on Prodicus in his Protagoras. 5. In addition to these anticipations of the general principles of philology, we may note also a few curious observations on words and sounds. The Eretrians say sigma capilambda aetero tau eta for sigma capilambda aetero tau aetero, the Thessalians call Apollo alpha pi lambda. The Phrygians have the words pi nu rho, delta omega rho, kappa nu epsilon slightly changed. There is an old Homeric word mu sigma alpha tau omicron, meaning, he contrived. Our forefathers, and especially the women, who are most conservative of the ancient language, loved the letters iota and delta, but now iota is changed into eta and epsilon, and delta into zeta. This is supposed to increase the grandeur of the sound. Plato was very willing to use inductive arguments, so far as they were within his reach, but he would also have assigned a large influence to chance. Nor indeed is induction applicable to philology in the same degree as to most of the physical sciences. For after we have pushed our researches to the furthest point, in language as in all the other creations of the human mind, there will always remain an element of exception or accident or free will, which cannot be eliminated. The question, whether falsehood is impossible, which Socrates characteristically sets aside as too subtle for an old man, 429d. Compare Euthyphro, 284, could only have arisen in an age of imperfect consciousness, which had not yet learned to distinguish words from things. Socrates replies in effect that words have an independent existence, thus anticipating the solution of the medieval controversy of nominalism and realism. He is aware too that languages exist in various degrees of perfection, 435, and that the analysis of them can only be carried to a certain point, 422. If we could always, or almost always, use likenesses, which are the appropriate expressions, that would be the most perfect state of language, 439d. These words suggest a question of deeper interest than the origin of language, viz. What is the ideal of language? How far by any correction of their usages existing languages might become clearer and more expressive than they are, more poetical, and also more logical. Or whether they are now finally fixed and have received their last impress from time and authority. On the whole, the Cratylus seems to contain deeper truths about language than any other ancient writing. But feeling the uncertain ground upon which he is walking, and partly in order to preserve the character of Socrates, Plato envelopes the whole subject in a robe of fancy, and allows his principles to drop out as if by accident. 2. What is the result of recent speculations about the origin and nature of language? Like other modern metaphysical inquiries, they end at last in a statement of facts. But, in order to state or understand the facts, a metaphysical insight seems to be required. There are more things in language than the human mind easily conceives. And many fallacies have to be dispelled, as well as observations made. The true spirit of philosophy or metaphysics can alone charm away metaphysical illusions, which are always reappearing, formerly in the fancies of Neoplatonist writers, now in the disguise of experience and common sense. An analogy, a figure of speech, an intelligible theory, a superficial observation of the individual, have often been mistaken for a true account of the origin of language. Speaking is one of the simplest natural operations, and also the most complex. Nothing would seem to be easier or more trivial than a few words uttered by a child in any language. Yet into the formation of those words have entered causes which the human mind is not capable of calculating. They are a drop or two of the great stream or ocean of speech which has been flowing in all ages. They have been transmitted from one language to another, like the child himself, they go back to the beginnings of the human race. How they originated, who can tell? Nevertheless, we can imagine a stage of human society in which the circle of men's minds was narrower and their sympathies and instincts stronger, in which their organs of speech were more flexible, and the sense of hearing finer and more discerning. In which they lived more in company, and after the manner of children were more given to express their feelings, in which they moved all together, like a herd of wild animals, when they moved at all. Among them, as in every society, a particular person would be more sensitive and intelligent than the rest. Suddenly, on some occasion of interest, at the approach of a wild beast, shall we say, he first, they following him, utter a cry which resounds through the forest. The cry is almost or quite involuntary, and may be an imitation of the roar of the animal. Thus far we have not speech, but only the inarticulate expression of feeling or emotion in no respect differing from the cries of animals, for they too call to one another and are answered. But now suppose that someone at a distance not only hears the sound, but apprehends the meaning, or we may imagine that the cry is repeated to a member of the society who had been absent. The others act the scene over again when he returns home in the evening. And so the cry becomes a word. The hearer in turn gives back the word to the speaker, who is now aware that he has acquired a new power. Many thousand times he exercises this power, like a child learning to talk, he repeats the same cry again, and again he is answered. He tries experiments with a like result, and the speaker and the hearer rejoice together in their newly discovered faculty. At first there would be few such cries, and little danger of mistaking or confusing them. For the mind of primitive man had a narrow range of perceptions and feelings, his senses were microscopic, 20 or 30 sounds or gestures would be enough for him, nor would he have any difficulty in finding them. Naturally he broke out into speech, like the young infant he laughed and babbled, but not until there were hearers as well as speakers did language begin. Not the interjection or the vocal imitation of the object, but the interjection or the vocal imitation of the object understood, is the first rudiment of human speech. After a while the word gathers associations, and has an independent existence. The imitation of the lion's roar calls up the fears and hopes of the chase, which are excited by his appearance. In the moment of hearing the sound, without any appreciable interval, these and other latent experiences wake up in the mind of the hearer. Not only does he receive an impression, but he brings previous knowledge to bear upon that impression. Necessarily the pictorial image becomes less vivid, while the association of the nature and habits of the animal is more distinctly perceived. The picture passes into a symbol, for there would be too many of them and they would crowd the mind. The vocal imitation, too, is always in process of being lost and being renewed, just as the picture is brought back again in the description of the poet. Words now can be used more freely because there are more of them. What was once an involuntary expression becomes voluntary. Not only can men utter a cry or call, but they can communicate and converse, they can not only use words, but they can even play with them. The word is separated both from the object and from the mind, and slowly nations and individuals attain to a fuller consciousness of themselves. Parallel with this mental process the articulation of sounds is gradually becoming perfected. The finer sense detects the differences of them, and begins, first to agglomerate, then to distinguish them. Times, persons, places, relations of all kinds, are expressed by modifications of them. The earliest parts of speech, as we may call them by anticipation, like the first utterances of children, probably partook of the nature of interjections and nouns, then came verbs. At length the whole sentence appeared, and rhythm and meter followed. Each stage in the progress of language was accompanied by some corresponding stage in the mind and civilization of man. In time, when the family became a nation, the wild growth of dialects passed into a language. Then arose poetry and literature. We can hardly realize to ourselves how much with each improvement of language the powers of the human mind were enlarged. How the inner world took the place of outer, how the pictorial or symbolical or analogical word was refined into a notion, how language, fair and large and free, was at last complete. So we may imagine the speech of man to have begun as with the cries of animals, or the stammering lips of children, and to have attained by degrees the perfection of Homer and Plato. Yet we are far from saying that this or any other theory of language is proved by facts. It is not difficult to form an hypothesis which by a series of imaginary transitions will bridge over the chasm which separates man from the animals. Differences of kind may often be thus resolved into differences of degree. But we must not assume that we have in this way discovered the true account of them. Through what struggles the harmonious use of the organs of speech was acquired. To what extent the conditions of human life were different. How far the genius of individuals may have contributed to the discovery of this as of the other arts, we cannot say, only we seem to see that language is as much the creation of the ear as of the tongue. And the expression of a movement stirring the hearts not of one man only but of many, as the trees of the wood are stirred by the wind. The theory is consistent or not inconsistent with our own mental experience, and throws some degree of light upon a dark corner of the human mind. In the later analysis of language, we trace the opposite and contrasted elements of the individual and nation, of the past and present, of the inward and outward, of the subject and object, of the notional and relational. Of the root or unchanging part of the word and of the changing inflection, if such a distinction be admitted, of the vowel and the consonant, of quantity and accent, of speech and writing, of poetry and prose. We observe also the reciprocal influence of sounds and conceptions on each other, like the connection of body and mind. And further remark that although the names of objects were originally proper names, as the grammarian or logician might call them, yet at a later stage they become universal notions, which combine into particulars and individuals, and are taken out of the first rude agglomeration of sounds that they may be replaced in a higher and more logical order. We see that in the simplest sentences are contained grammar and logic, the parts of speech, the Eleatic philosophy and the Kantian categories. So complex is language, and so expressive not only of the meanest wants of man, but of his highest thoughts, so various are the aspects in which it is regarded by us. Then again, when we follow the history of languages, we observe that they are always slowly moving, half dead, half alive, half solid, half fluid. The breath of a moment, yet like the air, continuous in all ages and countries, like the glacier, too, containing within them a trickling stream which deposits debris of the rocks over which it passes. There were happy moments, as we may conjecture, in the lives of nations, at which they came to the birth, as in the golden age of literature, the man and the time seemed to conspire. The eloquence of the bard or chief, as in later times the creations of the great writer who is the expression of his age, became impressed on the minds of their countrymen, perhaps in the hour of some crisis of national development, a migration, a conquest, or the like. The picture of the word which was beginning to be lost, is now revived, the sound again echoes to the sense, men find themselves capable not only of expressing more feelings, and describing more objects, but of expressing and describing them better. The world before the flood, that is to say, the world of 10, 20, 100,000 years ago, has passed away and left no sign. But the best conception that we can form of it, though imperfect and uncertain, is gained from the analogy of causes still in action, some powerful and sudden, others working slowly in the course of infinite ages. Something too may be allowed to the persistency of the strongest, to the survival of the fittest, in this as in the other realms of nature. These are some of the reflections which the modern philosophy of language suggests to us about the powers of the human mind and the forces and influences by which the efforts of men to utter articulate sounds were inspired. Yet in making these and similar generalizations we may note also dangers to which we are exposed. 1. There is the confusion of ideas with facts, of mere possibilities, and generalities, and modes of conception with actual and definite knowledge. The words evolution, birth, law, development, instinct, implicit, explicit, and the like, have a false clearness or comprehensiveness, which adds nothing to our knowledge. The metaphor of a flower or a tree, or some other work of nature or art, is often in like manner only a pleasing picture. 2. There is the fallacy of resolving the languages which we know into their parts, and then imagining that we can discover the nature of language by reconstructing them. 3. There is the danger of identifying language, not with thoughts but with ideas. 4. There is the error of supposing that the analysis of grammar and logic has always existed, or that their distinctions were familiar to Socrates and Plato. 5. There is the fallacy of exaggerating, and also of diminishing the interval which separates articulate from inarticulate language, the cries of animals from the speech of man, the instincts of animals from the reason of man. 6. There is the danger which besets all inquiries into the early history of man, of interpreting the past by the present, and of substituting the definite and intelligible for the true but dim outline which is the horizon of human knowledge. The greatest light is thrown upon the nature of language by analogy. We have the analogy of the cries of animals, of the songs of birds. Man, like the nightingale, is a singing bird, but is ever binding up thoughts with musical notes, of music, of children learning to speak. Of barbarous nations in which the linguistic instinct is still undecayed, of ourselves learning to think and speak a new language, of the deaf and dumb who have words without sounds, of the various disorders of speech. And we have the aftergrowth of mythology, which, like language, is an unconscious creation of the human mind. We can observe the social and collective instincts of animals, and may remark how, when domesticated, they have the power of understanding but not of speaking, while on the other hand, some birds which are comparatively devoid of intelligence make a nearer approach to articulate speech. We may note how in the animals there is a want of that sympathy with one another which appears to be the soul of language. We can compare the use of speech with other mental and bodily operations. For speech too is a kind of gesture, and in the child or savage accompanied with gesture. We may observe that the child learns to speak, as he learns to walk or to eat, by a natural impulse. Yet in either case not without a power of imitation which is also natural to him. He is taught to read, but he breaks forth spontaneously in speech. We can trace the impulse to bind together the world and ideas beginning in the first efforts to speak and culminating in philosophy. But there remains an element which cannot be explained, or even adequately described. We can understand how man creates or constructs consciously and by design, and see, if we do not understand, how nature, by a law, calls into being an organized structure. But the intermediate organism which stands between man and nature, which is the work of mind yet unconscious, and in which mind and matter seem to meet, and mind unperceived to herself is really limited by all other minds, is neither understood nor seen by us, and is with reluctance admitted to be a fact. Language is an aspect of man, of nature, and of nations, the transfiguration of the world and thought, the meeting point of the physical and mental sciences, and also the mirror in which they are reflected, present at every moment to the individual, and yet having a sort of eternal or universal nature. When we analyze our own mental processes, we find words everywhere in every degree of clearness and consistency, fading away in dreams and more like pictures, rapidly succeeding one another in our waking thoughts, attaining a greater distinctness and consecutiveness in speech, and a greater still in writing, taking the place of one another when we try to become emancipated from their influence. For in all processes of the mind which are conscious we are talking to ourselves, the attempt to think without words is a mere illusion, they are always reappearing when we fix our thoughts. And speech is not a separate faculty, but the expression of all our faculties, to which all our other powers of expression, signs, looks, gestures, lend their aid, of which the instrument is not the tongue only, but more than half the human frame. The minds of men are sometimes carried on to think of their lives and of their actions as links in a chain of causes and effects going back to the beginning of time. A few have seemed to lose the sense of their own individuality in the universal cause or nature. In like manner we might think of the words which we daily use, as derived from the first speech of man, and of all the languages in the world, as the expressions or varieties of a single force or life of language of which the thoughts of men are the accident. Such a conception enables us to grasp the power and wonder of languages, and is very natural to the scientific philologist. For he, like the metaphysician, believes in the reality of that which absorbs his own mind. Nor do we deny the enormous influence which language has exercised over thought. Fixed words, like fixed ideas, have often governed the world. But in such representations we attribute to language too much the nature of a cause, and too little of an effect, too much of an absolute, too little of a relative character, too much of an ideal, too little of a matter-of-fact existence. Or again, we may frame a single abstract notion of language of which all existent languages may be supposed to be the perversion. But we must not conceive that this logical figment had ever a real existence, or is anything more than an effort of the mind to give unity to infinitely various phenomena. There is no abstract language in rerum natura, any more than there is an abstract tree, but only languages in various stages of growth, maturity, and decay. Nor do other logical distinctions or even grammatical exactly correspond to the facts of language, for they too are attempts to give unity and regularity to a subject which is partly irregular. We find, however, that there are distinctions of another kind by which this vast field of language admits of being mapped out. There is the distinction between biliteral and triliteral roots, and the various inflections which accompany them. Between the mere mechanical cohesion of sounds or words, and the chemical combination of them into a new word. There is the distinction between languages which have had a free and full development of their organisms, and languages which have been stunted in their growth, lamed in their hands or feet, and never able to acquire afterwards the powers in which they are deficient. There is the distinction between synthetical languages like Greek and Latin, which have retained their inflections, and analytical languages like English or French, which have lost them. Innumerable as are the languages and dialects of mankind, there are comparatively few classes to which they can be referred. Another road through this chaos is provided by the physiology of speech. The organs of language are the same in all mankind, and are only capable of uttering a certain number of sounds. Every man has tongue, teeth, lips, palate, throat, mouth, which he may close or open, and adapt in various ways. Making, first, vowels and consonants, and secondly, other classes of letters. The elements of all speech, like the elements of the musical scale, are few and simple, though admitting of infinite gradations and combinations. Whatever slight differences exist in the use or formation of these organs, owing to climate or the sense of euphony or other causes, they are as nothing compared with their agreement. Here then is a real basis of unity in the study of philology, unlike that imaginary abstract unity of which we were just now speaking. Whether we regard language from the psychological, or historical, or physiological point of view, the materials of our knowledge are inexhaustible. The comparisons of children learning to speak, of barbarous nations, of musical notes, of the cries of animals, of the song of birds, increase our insight into the nature of human speech. Many observations which would otherwise have escaped us are suggested by them. But they do not explain why, in man and in man only, the speaker met with a response from the hearer, and the half-articulate sound gradually developed into Sanskrit and Greek. They hardly enable us to approach any nearer the secret of the origin of language, which, like some of the other great secrets of nature, the origin of birth and death, or of animal life, remains inviolable. That problem is indissolubly bound up with the origin of man, and if we ever know more of the one, we may expect to know more of the other. 24. It is more than 16 years since the preceding remarks were written, which with a few alterations have now been reprinted. During the interval the progress of philology has been very great. More languages have been compared. The inner structure of language has been laid bare, the relations of sounds have been more accurately discriminated, the manner in which dialects affect or are affected by the literary or principal form of a language is better understood. Many merely verbal questions have been eliminated, the remains of the old traditional methods have died away. The study has passed from the metaphysical into an historical stage. Grammar is no longer confused with language, nor the anatomy of words and sentences with their life and use. Figures of speech, by which the vagueness of theories is often concealed, have been stripped off, and we see language more as it truly was. The immensity of the subject is gradually revealed to us, and the reign of law becomes apparent. Yet the law is but partially seen, the traces of it are often lost in the distance. For languages have a natural but not a perfect growth. Like other creations of nature into which the will of man enters, they are full of what we term accident and irregularity. And the difficulties of the subject become not less, but greater, as we proceed. It is one of those studies in which we seem to know less as we know more. Partly because we are no longer satisfied with the vague and superficial ideas of it which prevailed 50 years ago. Partly also because the remains of the languages with which we are acquainted always were, and if they are still living, are, in a state of transition, and thirdly, because there are lacunae in our knowledge of them which can never be filled up. Not a tenth, not a hundredth part of them has been preserved. Yet the materials at our disposal are far greater than any individual can use. Such are a few of the general reflections which the present state of philology calls up. 1. Language seems to be composite, but into its first elements the philologer has never been able to penetrate. However far he goes back, he never arrives at the beginning, or rather, as in geology or in astronomy, there is no beginning. He is too apt to suppose that by breaking up the existing forms of language into their parts he will arrive at a previous stage of it, but he is merely analyzing what never existed, or is never known to have existed, except in a composite form. He may divide nouns and verbs into roots and inflections, but he has no evidence which will show that the omega of tupto or the mu of tithemi, though analogous to ego, me, either became pronouns or were generated out of pronouns. To say that pronouns, like ripe fruit, dropped out of verbs, is a misleading figure of speech. Although all languages have some common principles, there is no primitive form or forms of language known to us, or to be reasonably imagined, from which they are all descended. No inference can be drawn from language either for or against the unity of the human race. Nor is there any proof that words were ever used without any relation to each other. Whatever may be the meaning of a sentence or a word when applied to primitive language, it is probable that the sentence is more akin to the original form than the word. And that the later stage of language is the result rather of analysis than of synthesis, or possibly is a combination of the two. Nor, again, are we sure that the original process of learning to speak was the same in different places or among different races of men. It may have been slower with some, quicker with others. Some tribes may have used shorter, others longer words or cries. They may have been more or less inclined to agglutinate or to decompose them, they may have modified them by the use of prefixes, suffixes, infixes. By the lengthening and strengthening of vowels or by the shortening and weakening of them, by the condensation or rarefaction of consonants. But who gave to language these primeval laws, or why one race has triliteral, another biliteral roots? Or why in some members of a group of languages B becomes P, or D, T, or CH, K, or why two languages resemble one another in certain parts of their structure and differ in others? Or why in one language there is a greater development of vowels, in another of consonants, and the like, are questions of which we only entertain conjecture. We must remember the length of time that has elapsed since man first walked upon the earth, and that in this vast but unknown period every variety of language may have been in process of formation and decay, many times over. 25. It can hardly be supposed that any traces of an original language still survive, any more than of the first huts or buildings which were constructed by man. Nor are we at all certain of the relation, if any, in which the greater families of languages stand to each other. The influence of individuals must always have been a disturbing element. Like great writers in later times, there may have been many a barbaric genius who taught the men of his tribe to sing or speak, showing them by example how to continue or divide their words. Charming their souls with rhythm and accent and intonation, finding in familiar objects the expression of their confused fancies, to whom the whole of language might in truth be said to be a figure of speech. One person may have introduced a new custom into the formation or pronunciation of a word. He may have been imitated by others, and the custom, or form, or accent, or quantity, or rhyme which he introduced in a single word may have become the type on which many other words or inflections of words were framed, and may have quickly ran through a whole language. For like the other gifts which nature has bestowed upon man, that of speech has been conveyed to him through the medium, not of the many, but of the few, who were his lawgivers, the legislator with the dialectician standing on his right hand. In Plato's striking image, who formed the manners of men and gave them customs, whose voice and look and behavior, whose gesticulations and other peculiarities were instinctively imitated by them, the king of men, who was their priest, almost their god. But these are conjectures only, so little do we know of the origin of language that the real scholar is indisposed to touch the subject at all. 2. There are other errors besides the figment of a primitive or original language which it is time to leave behind us. We no longer divide languages into synthetical and analytical, or suppose similarity of structure to be the safe or only guide to the affinities of them. We do not confuse the parts of speech with the categories of logic. Nor do we conceive languages any more than civilizations to be in a state of dissolution. They do not easily pass away, but are far more tenacious of life than the tribes by whom they are spoken. Where two or three are gathered together, they survive. As in the human frame, as in the state, there is a principle of renovation as well as of decay which is at work in all of them. Neither do we suppose them to be invented by the wit of man. With few exceptions, e.g. technical words or words newly imported from a foreign language, and the like, in which art has imitated nature, words are not made but grow. Nor do we attribute to them a supernatural origin. The law which regulates them is like the law which governs the circulation of the blood, or the rising of the sap in trees. The action of it is uniform, but the result, which appears in the superficial forms of men and animals or in the leaves of trees, is an endless profusion and variety. The laws of vegetation are invariable, but no two plants, no two leaves of the forest are precisely the same. The laws of language are invariable, but no two languages are alike, no two words have exactly the same meaning. No two sounds are exactly of the same quality, or give precisely the same impression. It would be well if there were a similar consensus about some other points which appear to be still in dispute. Is language conscious or unconscious? In speaking or writing have we present to our minds the meaning or the sound or the construction of the words which we are using? No more than the separate drops of water with which we quench our thirst are present. The whole draught may be conscious, but not the minute particles of which it is made up, so the whole sentence may be conscious, but the several words, syllables. Letters are not thought of separately when we are uttering them. Like other natural operations, the process of speech, when most perfect, is least observed by us. We do not pause at each mouthful to dwell upon the taste of it, nor has the speaker time to ask himself the comparative merits of different modes of expression while he is uttering them. There are many things in the use of language which may be observed from without, but which cannot be explained from within. Consciousness carries us but a little way in the investigation of the mind. It is not the faculty of internal observation, but only the dim light which makes such observation possible. What is supposed to be our consciousness of language is really only the analysis of it, and this analysis admits of innumerable degrees. But would it not be better if this term, which is so misleading, and yet has played so great a part in mental science, were either banished or used only with the distinct meaning of attention to our own minds, such as is called forth? Not by familiar mental processes, but by the interruption of them. Now in this sense we may truly say that we are not conscious of ordinary speech, though we are commonly roused to attention by the misuse or mispronunciation of a word. Still less, even in schools and academies, do we ever attempt to invent new words or to alter the meaning of old ones, except in the case, mentioned above, of technical or borrowed words which are artificially made or imported because a need of them is felt. Neither in our own nor in any other age has the conscious effort of reflection in man contributed in an appreciable degree to the formation of language. Which of us by taking thought, can make new words or constructions? Reflection is the least of the causes by which language is affected, and is likely to have the least power, when the linguistic instinct is greatest, as in young children and in the infancy of nations. A kindred error is the separation of the phonetic from the mental element of language. They are really inseparable, no definite line can be drawn between them any more than in any other common act of mind and body. It is true that within certain limits we possess the power of varying sounds by opening and closing the mouth, by touching the palate or the teeth with the tongue, by lengthening or shortening the vocal instrument, by greater or less stress, by a higher or lower pitch of the voice, and we can substitute one note or accent for another. But behind the organs of speech and their action there remains the informing mind, which sets them in motion and works together with them. And behind the great structure of human speech and the lesser varieties of language which arise out of the many degrees and kinds of human intercourse, there is also the unknown or overruling law of God or nature which gives order to it in its infinite greatness, and variety in its infinitesimal minuteness, both equally inscrutable to us. We need no longer discuss whether philology is to be classed with the natural or the mental sciences, if we frankly recognize that, like all the sciences which are concerned with man, it has a double aspect, inward and outward. And that the inward can only be known through the outward. Neither need we raise the question whether the laws of language, like the other laws of human action, admit of exceptions. The answer in all cases is the same, that the laws of nature are uniform, though the consistency or continuity of them is not always perceptible to us. The superficial appearances of language, as of nature, are irregular, but we do not therefore deny their deeper uniformity. The comparison of the growth of language in the individual and in the nation cannot be wholly discarded, for nations are made up of individuals. But in this, as in the other political sciences, we must distinguish between collective and individual actions or processes, and not attribute to the one what belongs to the other. Again, when we speak of the hereditary or paternity of a language, we must remember that the parents are alive as well as the children, and that all the preceding generations survive, after a manner, in the latest form of it. And when, for the purposes of comparison, we form into groups the roots or terminations of words, we should not forget how casual is the manner in which their resemblances have arisen. They were not first written down by a grammarian in the paradigms of a grammar and learned out of a book, but were due to many chance attractions of sound or of meaning, or of both combined. So many cautions have to be borne in mind, and so many first thoughts to be dismissed, before we can proceed safely in the path of philological inquiry. It might be well sometimes to lay aside figures of speech, such as the root and the branches, the stem, the strata of geology, the compounds of chemistry, the ripe fruit of pronouns dropping from verbs, see above, and the like, which are always interesting, but are apt to be delusive. Yet such figures of speech are far nearer the truth than the theories which attribute the invention and improvement of language to the conscious action of the human mind. Lastly, it is doubted by recent philologians whether climate can be supposed to have exercised any influence worth speaking of on a language. Such a view is said to be unproven, it had better therefore not be silently assumed. Natural selection and the survival of the fittest have been applied in the field of philology, as well as in the other sciences which are concerned with animal and vegetable life. And a Darwinian school of philologists has sprung up, who are sometimes accused of putting words in the place of things. It seems to be true, that whether applied to language or to other branches of knowledge, the Darwinian theory, unless very precisely defined, hardly escapes from being a truism. If by the natural selection of words or meanings of words or by the persistence and survival of the fittest, the maintainer of the theory intends to affirm nothing more than this, that the word fittest to survive survives, he adds not much to the knowledge of language. But if he means that the word or the meaning of the word or some portion of the word which comes into use or drops out of use is selected or rejected on the ground of economy or parsimony or ease to the speaker or clearness or euphony or expressiveness, or greater or less demand for it, or anything of this sort, he is affirming a proposition which has several senses, and in none of these senses can be assisted to be uniformly true. For the laws of language are precarious, and can only act uniformly when there is such frequency of intercourse among neighbors as is sufficient to enforce them. And there are many reasons why a man should prefer his own way of speaking to that of others, unless by so doing he becomes unintelligible. The struggle for existence among words is not of that fierce and irresistible kind in which birds, beasts and fishes devour one another, but of a milder sort, allowing one usage to be substituted for another, not by force, but by the persuasion, or rather by the prevailing habit, of a majority. The favorite figure, in this, as in some other uses of it, has tended rather to obscure than explain the subject to which it has been applied. Nor in any case can the struggle for existence be deemed to be the sole or principal cause of changes in language, but only one among many, and one of which we cannot easily measure the importance. There is a further objection which may be urged equally against all applications of the Darwinian theory. As in animal life and likewise in vegetable, so in languages, the process of change is said to be insensible. Sounds, like animals, are supposed to pass into one another by imperceptible gradation. But in both cases the newly created forms soon become fixed, there are few if any vestiges of the intermediate links, and so the better half of the evidence of the change is wanting. 3. Among the encumbrances or illusions of language may be reckoned many of the rules and traditions of grammar, whether ancient grammar or the corrections of it which modern philology has introduced. Grammar, like law, delights in definition. Human speech, like human action, though very far from being a mere chaos, is indefinite, admits of degrees, and is always in a state of change or transition. Grammar gives an erroneous conception of language, for it reduces to a system that which is not a system. Its figures of speech, pleonasms, ellipses, anakalutha, prose to seminomenon, and the like have no reality. They do not either make conscious expressions more intelligible or show the way in which they have arisen, they are chiefly designed to bring an earlier use of language into conformity with the later. Often they seem intended only to remind us that great poets like Aeschylus or Sophocles or Pindar or a great prose writer like Thucydides are guilty of taking unwarrantable liberties with grammatical rules. It appears never to have occurred to the inventors of them that these real conditors linguae Graeci lived in an age before grammar, when Greece also was living Greece. It is the anatomy, not the physiology of language, which grammar seeks to describe. Into the idiom and higher life of words it does not enter. The ordinary Greek grammar gives a complete paradigm of the verb, without suggesting that the double or treble forms of perfects, aorists, etc. are hardly ever contemporaneous. It distinguishes moods and tenses, without observing how much of the nature of one passes into the other. It makes three voices, active, passive, and middle, but takes no notice of the precarious existence and uncertain character of the last of the three. Language is a thing of degrees and relations and associations and exceptions, grammar ties it up in fixed rules. Language has many varieties of usage, grammar tries to reduce them to a single one. Grammar divides verbs into regular and irregular, it does not recognize that the irregular, equally with the regular, are subject to law. And that a language which had no exceptions would not be a natural growth, for it could not have been subjected to the influences by which language is ordinarily affected. It is always wanting to describe ancient languages in the terms of a modern one. It has a favorite fiction that one word is put in the place of another, the truth is that no word is ever put for another. It has another fiction, that a word has been omitted, words are omitted because they are no longer needed, and the omission has ceased to be observed. The common explanation of kappa alpha tau or some other preposition, being understood, in a Greek sentence is another fiction of the same kind, which tends to disguise the fact that under cases were comprehended originally many more relations. And that prepositions are used only to define the meaning of them with greater precision. These instances are sufficient to show the sort of errors which grammar introduces into language. We are not considering the question of its utility to the beginner in the study. Even to him the best grammar is the shortest and that in which he will have least to unlearn. It may be said that the explanations here referred to are already out of date, and that the study of Greek grammar has received a new character from comparative philology. This is true. But it is also true that the traditional grammar has still a great hold on the mind of the student. Metaphysics are even more troublesome than the figments of grammar, because they wear the appearance of philosophy and there is no test to which they can be subjected. They are useful in so far as they give us an insight into the history of the human mind and the modes of thought which have existed in former ages. Or in so far as they furnish wider conceptions of the different branches of knowledge and of their relation to one another. But they are worse than useless when they outrun experience and abstract the mind from the observation of facts, only to envelope it in a mist of words. Some philologers, like Schleicher, have been greatly influenced by the philosophy of Hegel. Nearly all of them to a certain extent have fallen under the dominion of physical science. Even Kant himself thought that the first principles of philosophy could be elicited from the analysis of the proposition, in this respect falling short of Plato. Westphal holds that there are three stages of language: 1, in which things were characterized independently, 2, in which they were regarded in relation to human thought, and 3, in relation to one another. But are not such distinctions an anachronism? For they imply a growth of abstract ideas which never existed in early times. Language cannot be explained by metaphysics, for it is prior to them and much more nearly allied to sense. It is not likely that the meaning of the cases is ultimately resolvable into relations of space and time. Nor can we suppose the conception of cause and effect or of the finite and infinite or of the same and other to be latent in language at a time when in their abstract form they had never entered into the mind of man. If the science of comparative philology had possessed enough of metaphysics to get rid of metaphysics, it would have made far greater progress. For, our knowledge of language is almost confined to languages which are fully developed. They are of several patterns. And these become altered by admixture in various degrees. They may only borrow a few words from one another and retain their life comparatively unaltered. Or they may meet in a struggle for existence until one of the two is overpowered and retires from the field. They attain the full rights and dignity of language when they acquire the use of writing and have a literature of their own. They pass into dialects and grow out of them, in proportion as men are isolated or united by locality or occupation. The common language sometimes reacts upon the dialects and imparts to them also a literary character. The laws of language can be best discerned in the great crises of language, especially in the transitions from ancient to modern forms of them, whether in Europe or Asia. Such changes are the silent notes of the world's history. They mark periods of unknown length in which war and conquest were running riot over whole continents, times of suffering too great to be endured by the human race, in which the masters became subjects and the subject races masters. In which, driven by necessity or impelled by some instinct, tribes or nations left their original homes and but slowly found a resting place. Language would be the greatest of all historical monuments, if it could only tell us the history of itself. 5. There are many ways in which we may approach this study. The simplest of all is to observe our own use of language in conversation or in writing, how we put words together, how we construct and connect sentences, what are the rules of accent and rhythm in verse or prose. The formation and composition of words, the laws of euphony and sound, the affinities of letters, the mistakes to which we are ourselves most liable of spelling or pronunciation. We may compare with our own language some other, even when we have only a slight knowledge of it, such as French or German. Even a little Latin will enable us to appreciate the grand difference between ancient and modern European languages. In the child learning to speak we may note the inherent strength of language, which like a mountain river, is always forcing its way out. We may witness the delight in imitation and repetition, and some of the laws by which sounds pass into one another. We may learn something also from the falterings of old age, the searching for words, and the confusion of them with one another, the forgetfulness of proper names, more commonly than of other words because they are more isolated, aphasia, and the like. There are philological lessons also to be gathered from nicknames, from provincialisms, from the slang of great cities, from the argot of Paris, that language of suffering and crime, so pathetically described by Victor Hugo. From the imperfect articulation of the deaf and dumb, from the jabbering of animals, from the analysis of sounds in relation to the organs of speech. The phonograph affords a visible evidence of the nature and divisions of sound. We may be truly said to know what we can manufacture. Artificial languages, such as that of Bishop Wilkins, are chiefly useful in showing what language is not. The study of any foreign language may be made also a study of comparative philology. There are several points, such as the nature of irregular verbs, of indeclinable parts of speech, the influence of euphony, the decay or loss of inflections, the elements of syntax, which may be examined as well in the history of our own language as of any other. A few well-selected questions may lead the student at once into the heart of the mystery, such as, why are the pronouns and the verb of existence generally more irregular than any other parts of speech? Why is the number of words so small in which the sound is an echo of the sense? Why does the meaning of words depart so widely from their etymology? Why do substantives often differ in meaning from the verbs to which they are related, adverbs from adjectives? Why do words differing in origin coalesce in the same sound though retaining their differences of meaning? Why are some verbs impersonal? Why are there only so many parts of speech, and on what principle are they divided? These are a few crucial questions which give us an insight from different points of view into the true nature of language. 6. Thus far we have been endeavoring to strip off from language the false appearances in which grammar and philology, or the love of system generally, have clothed it. We have also sought to indicate the sources of our knowledge of it and the spirit in which we should approach it. We may now proceed to consider some of the principles or natural laws which have created or modified it. I. The first and simplest of all the principles of language, common also to the animals, is imitation. The lion roars, the wolf howls in the solitude of the forest, they are answered by similar cries heard from a distance. The bird, too, mimics the voice of man and makes answer to him. Man tells to man the secret place in which he is hiding himself, he remembers and repeats the sound which he has heard. The love of imitation becomes a passion and an instinct to him. Primitive men learnt to speak from one another, like a child from its mother or nurse. They learned of course a rudimentary, half-articulate language, the cry or song or speech which was the expression of what we now call human thoughts and feelings. We may still remark how much greater and more natural the exercise of the power is in the use of language than in any other process or action of the human mind. 2. Imitation provided the first material of language, but it was, without form and void. During how many years or hundreds or thousands of years the imitative or half-articulate stage continued there is no possibility of determining. But we may reasonably conjecture that there was a time when the vocal utterance of man was intermediate between what we now call language and the cry of a bird or animal. Speech before language was a rudis indigestic materies, not yet distributed into words and sentences, in which the cry of fear or joy mingled with more definite sounds recognized by custom as the expressions of things or events. It was the principle of analogy which introduced into this indigesta moles, order and measure. It was anaxagoras mu omicron nu pi nu tau alpha chi-rho mu alpha tau alpha, epsilon tau alpha nu omicron nu lambda theta nu delta iota epsilon kappa sigma mu eta sigma epsilon. The light of reason lighted up all things and at once began to arrange them. In every sentence, in every word and every termination of a word, this power of forming relations to one another was contained. There was a proportion of sound to sound, of meaning to meaning, of meaning to sound. The cases and numbers of nouns, the persons, tenses, numbers of verbs, were generally on the same or nearly the same pattern and had the same meaning. The sounds by which they were expressed were rough-hewn at first. After a while they grew more refined, the natural laws of euphony began to affect them. The rules of syntax are likewise based upon analogy. Time has an analogy with space, arithmetic with geometry. Not only in musical notes, but in the quantity, quality, accent, rhythm of human speech, trivial or serious, there is a law of proportion. As in things of beauty, as in all nature, in the composition as well as in the motion of all things, there is a similarity of relations by which they are held together. It would be a mistake to suppose that the analogies of language are always uniform, there may be often a choice between several, and sometimes one and sometimes another will prevail. In Greek there are 3 declensions of nouns. The forms of cases in one of them may intrude upon another. Similarly verbs in omega and mu iota interchange forms of tenses, and the completed paradigm of the verb is often made up of both. The same nouns may be partly declinable and partly indeclinable, and in some of their cases may have fallen out of use. Here are rules with exceptions, they are not however really exceptions, but contain in themselves indications of other rules. Many of these interruptions or variations of analogy occur in pronouns or in the verb of existence of which the forms were too common and therefore too deeply embedded in language entirely to drop out. The same verbs in the same meaning may sometimes take one case, sometimes another. The participle may also have the character of an adjective, the adverb either of an adjective or of a preposition. These exceptions are as regular as the rules, but the causes of them are seldom known to us. Language, like the animal and vegetable worlds, is everywhere intersected by the lines of analogy. Like number from which it seems to be derived, the principle of analogy opens the eyes of men to discern the similarities and differences of things, and their relations to one another. At first these are such as lie on the surface only. After a time they are seen by men to reach farther down into the nature of things. Gradually in language they arrange themselves into a sort of imperfect system, groups of personal and case endings are placed side by side. The fertility of language produces many more than are wanted, and the superfluous ones are utilized by the assignment to them of new meanings. The vacuity and the superfluity are thus partially compensated by each other. It must be remembered that in all the languages which have a literature, certainly in Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, we are not at the beginning but almost at the end of the linguistic process. We have reached a time when the verb and the noun are nearly perfected, though in no language did they completely perfect themselves. Because for some unknown reason the motive powers of languages seem to have ceased when they were on the eve of completion, they became fixed or crystallized in an imperfect form either from the influence of writing and literature, or because no further differentiation of them was required for the intelligibility of language. So not without admixture and confusion and displacement and contamination of sounds and the meanings of words, a lower stage of language passes into a higher. Thus far we can see and no further. When we ask the reason why this principle of analogy prevails in all the vast domain of language, there is no answer to the question. Or no other answer but this, that there are innumerable ways in which, like number, analogy permeates, not only language, but the whole world, both visible and intellectual. We know from experience that it does not, a. arise from any conscious act of reflection that the accusative of a Latin noun in us should end in nor, b. from any necessity of being understood, much less articulation would suffice for this. Nor, c. from greater convenience or expressiveness of particular sounds. Such notions were certainly far enough away from the mind of primitive man. We may speak of a latent instinct, of a survival of the fittest, easiest, most euphonic, most economical of breath, in the case of one of two competing sounds, but these expressions do not add anything to our knowledge. We may try to grasp the infinity of language either under the figure of a limitless plain divided into countries and districts by natural boundaries, or of a vast river eternally flowing whose origin is concealed from us. We may apprehend partially the laws by which speech is regulated, but we do not know, and we seem as if we should never know, any more than in the parallel case of the origin of species, how vocal sounds received life and grew, and in the form of languages came to be distributed over the earth. 3. Next in order to analogy in the formation of language or even prior to it comes the principle of onomatopoeia, which is itself a kind of analogy or similarity of sound and meaning. In by far the greater number of words it has become disguised and has disappeared, but in no stage of language is it entirely lost. It belongs chiefly to early language, in which words were few, and its influence grew less and less as time went on. To the ear which had a sense of harmony it became a barbarism which disturbed the flow and equilibrium of discourse. It was an excrescence which had to be cut out, a survival which needed to be got rid of, because it was out of keeping with the rest. It remained for the most part only as a formative principle, which used words and letters not as crude imitations of other natural sounds, but as symbols of ideas which were naturally associated with them. It received in another way a new character. It affected not so much single words, as larger portions of human speech. It regulated the juxtaposition of sounds and the cadence of sentences. It was the music, not of song, but of speech, in prose as well as verse. The old onomatopoeia of primitive language was refined into an onomatopoeia of a higher kind, in which it is no longer true to say that a particular sound corresponds to a motion or action of man or beast or movement of nature, but that in all the higher uses of language the sound is the echo of the sense, especially in poetry, in which beauty and expressiveness are given to human thoughts by the harmonious composition of the words, syllables, letters, accents, quantities, rhythms, rhymes, varieties and contrasts of all sorts. The poet with his break, 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 or his piety with circumflex sigma iota nu epsilon kappa epsilon sigma sigma iota kappa alpha tau alpha theta iota mu nu omicron iota sigma iota nu sigma sigma epsilon iota nu or his longius ex alto k sinem trahit, can produce a far finer music than any crude imitations of things or actions in sound. Although a letter or two having this imitative power may be a lesser element of beauty in such passages, the same subtle sensibility, which adapts the word to the thing, adapts the sentence or cadence to the general meaning or spirit of the passage. This is the higher onomatopoeia which has banished the cruder sort as unworthy to have a place in great languages and literatures. We can see clearly enough that letters or collocations of letters do by various degrees of strength or weakness, length or shortness, emphasis or pitch, become the natural expressions of the finer parts of human feeling or thought. And not only so, but letters themselves have a significance. As Plato observes that the letter is expressive of motion, the letters delta and tau of binding and rest, the letter lambda of smoothness, nu of inwardness, the letter eta of length, the letter omicron of roundness. These were often combined so as to form composite notions, as for example in tau mu omicron, trembling, tau rho alpha chi, rugged, theta rho alpha epsilon iota nu, crush, kappa rho omicron epsilon iota nu, strike, theta rho pi tau epsilon iota nu, break. Upsilon mu beta epsilon nu, whirl, in all which words we notice a parallel composition of sounds in their English equivalents. Plato also remarks, as we remark, that the onomatopoetic principle is far from prevailing uniformly, and further that no explanation of language consistently corresponds with any system of philosophy. However great may be the light which language throws upon the nature of the mind. Both in Greek and English we find groups of words such as string, swing, sling, spring, sting, which are parallel to one another and may be said to derive their vocal effect partly from contrast of letters, but in which it is impossible to assign a precise amount of meaning to each of the expressive and onomatopoetic letters. A few of them are directly imitative, as for example the omega in omicron nu, which represents the round form of the egg by the figure of the mouth, or beta rho omicron nu tau, thunder, in which the fullness of the sound of the word corresponds to the thing signified by it. Or beta mu beta omicron, buzzing, of which the first syllable, as in its English equivalent, has the meaning of a deep sound. We may observe also, as we see in the case of the poor stammerer, that speech has the cooperation of the whole body and may be often assisted or half expressed by gesticulation. A sound or word is not the work of the vocal organs only. Nearly the whole of the upper part of the human frame, including head, chest, lungs, have a share in creating it, and it may be accompanied by a movement of the eyes, nose, fingers, hands, feet which contributes to the effect of it. The principle of onomatopoeia has fallen into discredit, partly because it has been supposed to imply an actual manufacture of words out of syllables and letters. Like a piece of joiner's work, a theory of language which is more and more refuted by facts, and more going out of fashion with philologians. And partly also because the traces of onomatopoeia in separate words become almost obliterated in the course of ages. The poet of language cannot put in and pull out letters, as a painter might insert or blot out a shade of color to give effect to his picture. It would be ridiculous for him to alter any received form of a word in order to render it more expressive of the sense. He can only select, perhaps out of some dialect, the form which is already best adapted to his purpose. The true onomatopoeia is not a creative, but a formative principle, which in the later stage of the history of language ceases to act upon individual words, but still works through the collocation of them in the sentence or paragraph, and the adaptation of every word, syllable, letter to one another and to the rhythm of the whole passage. 4. Next, under a distinct head, although not separable from the preceding, may be considered the differentiation of languages, i.e. the manner in which differences of meaning and form have arisen in them. Into their first creation we have ceased to inquire, it is their aftergrowth with which we are now concerned. How did the roots or substantial portions of words become modified or inflected? And how did they receive separate meanings? First we remark that words are attracted by the sounds and senses of other words, so that they form groups of nouns and verbs analogous in sound and sense to one another, each noun or verb putting forth inflections, generally of 2 or 3 patterns, and with exceptions. We do not say that we know how sense became first allied to sound, but we have no difficulty in ascertaining how the sounds and meanings of words were in time parted off or differentiated. 1. The chief causes which regulate the variations of sound are, a. Double or differing analogies, which lead sometimes to one form, sometimes to another, b. Euphony. by which is meant chiefly the greater pleasure to the ear and the greater facility to the organs of speech which is given by a new formation or pronunciation of a word, c. the necessity of finding new expressions for new classes or processes of things. We are told that changes of sound take place by innumerable gradations until a whole tribe or community or society find themselves acquiescing in a new pronunciation or use of language. Yet no one observes the change, or is at all aware that in the course of a lifetime he and his contemporaries have appreciably varied their intonation or use of words. On the other hand, the necessities of language seem to require that the intermediate sounds or meanings of words should quickly become fixed or set and not continue in a state of transition. The process of settling down is aided by the organs of speech and by the use of writing and printing. 2. The meaning of words varies because ideas vary or the number of things which is included under them or with which they are associated is increased. A single word is thus made to do duty for many more things than were formerly expressed by it. And it parts into different senses when the classes of things or ideas which are represented by it are themselves different and distinct. A figurative use of a word may easily pass into a new sense. A new meaning caught up by association may become more important than all the rest. The good or neutral sense of a word, such as Jesuit, Puritan, Methodist, heretic, has been often converted into a bad one by the malevolence of party spirit. Double forms suggest different meanings and are often used to express them. And the form or accent of a word has been not unfrequently altered when there is a difference of meaning. The difference of gender in nouns is utilized for the same reason. New meanings of words push themselves into the vacant spaces of language and retire when they are no longer needed. Language equally abhors vacancy and superfluity. But the remedial measures by which both are eliminated are not due to any conscious action of the human mind, nor is the force exerted by them constraining or necessary. 7. We have shown that language, although subject to laws, is far from being of an exact and uniform nature. We may now speak briefly of the faults of language. They may be compared to the faults of geology, in which different strata cross one another or meet at an angle, or mix with one another either by slow transitions or by violent convulsions, leaving many lacunae which can be no longer filled up. And often becoming so complex that no true explanation of them can be given. So in language there are the cross influences of meaning and sound, of logic and grammar, of differing analogies, of words and the inflections of words, which often come into conflict with each other. The grammarian, if he were to form new words, would make them all of the same pattern according to what he conceives to be the rule, that is, the more common usage of language. The subtlety of nature goes far beyond art, and it is complicated by irregularity, so that often we can hardly say that there is a right or wrong in the formation of words. For almost any formation which is not at variance with the first principles of language is possible and may be defended. The imperfection of language is really due to the formation and correlation of words by accident, that is to say, by principles which are unknown to us. Hence we see why Plato, like ourselves unable to comprehend the whole of language, was constrained to supplement the poor creature imitation by another poor creature convention. But the poor creature convention in the end proves too much for all the rest, for we do not ask what is the origin of words or whether they are formed according to a correct analogy, but what is the usage of them. And we are compelled to admit with Hermogenes in Plato and with Horace that usage is the ruling principle, quem penes arbitrium est, iti jus iti norma loquendi. 8. There are two ways in which a language may attain permanence or fixity. First, it may have been embodied in poems or hymns or laws, which may be repeated for hundreds, perhaps for thousands of years with a religious accuracy. So that to the priests or rhapsodists of a nation the whole or the greater part of a language is literally preserved. Secondly, it may be written down and in a written form distributed more or less widely among the whole nation. In either case the language which is familiarly spoken may have grown up wholly or in a great measure independently of them. 1. The first of these processes has been sometimes attended by the result that the sound of the words has been carefully preserved and that the meaning of them has either perished wholly, or is only doubtfully recovered by the efforts of modern philology. The verses have been repeated as a chant or part of a ritual, but they have had no relation to ordinary life or speech. 2. The invention of writing again is commonly attributed to a particular epoch, and we are apt to think that such an inestimable gift would have immediately been diffused over a whole country. But it may have taken a long time to perfect the art of writing, and another long period may have elapsed before it came into common use. Its influence on language has been increased 10, 20 or 100-fold by the invention of printing. Before the growth of poetry or the invention of writing, languages were only dialects. So they continued to be in parts of the country in which writing was not used or in which there was no diffusion of literature. In most of the counties of England there is still a provincial style, which has been sometimes made by a great poet the vehicle of his fancies. When a book sinks into the mind of a nation, such as Luther's Bible or the authorized English translation of the Bible, or again great classical works like Shakespeare or Milton, not only have new powers of expression been diffused through a whole nation, but a great step towards uniformity has been made. The instinct of language demands regular grammar and correct spelling. These are imprinted deeply on the tablets of a nation's memory by a common use of classical and popular writers. In our own day we have attained to a point at which nearly every printed book is spelt correctly and written grammatically. 9. Proceeding further to trace the influence of literature on language, we note some other causes which have affected the higher use of it, such as 1. The necessity of clearness and connection, 2. The fear of tautology. 3. The influence of meter, rhythm, rhyme, and of the language of prose and verse upon one another, 4. The power of idiom and quotation, 5. The relativeness of words to one another. It has been usual to depreciate modern languages when compared with ancient. The latter are regarded as furnishing a type of excellence to which the former cannot attain. But the truth seems to be that modern languages, if through the loss of inflections and genders they lack some power or beauty or expressiveness or precision which is possessed by the ancient, are in many other respects superior to them. The thought is generally clearer, the connection closer, the sentence and paragraph are better distributed. The best modern languages, for example English or French, possess as great a power of self-improvement as the Latin, if not as the Greek. Nor does there seem to be any reason why they should ever decline or decay. It is a popular remark that our great writers are beginning to disappear. It may also be remarked that whenever a great writer appears in the future he will find the English language as perfect and as ready for use as in the days of Shakespeare or Milton. There is no reason to suppose that English or French will ever be reduced to the low level of modern Greek or of medieval Latin. The wide diffusion of great authors would make such a decline impossible. Nor will modern languages be easily broken up by amalgamation with each other. The distance between them is too wide to be spanned, the differences are too great to be overcome, and the use of printing makes it impossible that one of them should ever be lost in another. The structure of the English language differs greatly from that of either Latin or Greek. In the two latter, especially in Greek, sentences are joined together by connecting particles. They are distributed on the right hand and on the left by mu nu, delta, lambda, kappa alpha tau omicron iota, kappa alpha delta and the like, or deduced from one another by rho alpha, delta, omicron nu, tau omicron nu upsilon nu and the like. In English the majority of sentences are independent and in apposition to one another, they are laid side by side or slightly connected by the copula. But within the sentence the expression of the logical relations of the clauses is closer and more exact, there is less of apposition and participial structure. The sentences thus laid side by side are also constructed into paragraphs. These again are less distinctly marked in Greek and Latin than in English. Generally French, German, and English have an advantage over the classical languages in point of accuracy. The three concords are more accurately observed in English than in either Greek or Latin. On the other hand, the extension of the familiar use of the masculine and feminine gender to objects of sense and abstract ideas as well as to men and animals no doubt lends a nameless grace to style which we have a difficulty in appreciating. And the possible variety in the order of words gives more flexibility and also a kind of dignity to the period. Of the comparative effect of accent and quantity and of the relation between them in ancient and modern languages we are not able to judge. Another quality in which modern are superior to ancient languages is freedom from tautology. No English style is thought tolerable in which, except for the sake of emphasis, the same words are repeated at short intervals. Of course, the length of the interval must depend on the character of the word. Striking words and expressions cannot be allowed to reappear, if at all, except at the distance of a page or more. Pronouns, prepositions, conjunctions may or rather must recur in successive lines. It seems to be a kind of impertinence to the reader and strikes unpleasantly both on the mind and on the ear that the same sounds should be used twice over, when another word or turn of expression would have given a new shade of meaning to the thought and would have added a pleasing variety to the sound. And the mind equally rejects the repetition of the word and the use of a mere synonym for it, e.g. felicity and happiness. The cultivated mind desires something more, which a skillful writer is easily able to supply out of his treasure house. The fear of tautology has doubtless led to the multiplications of words and the meanings of words, and generally to an enlargement of the vocabulary. It is a very early instinct of language. For ancient poetry is almost as free from tautology as the best modern writings. The speech of young children, except in so far as they are compelled to repeat themselves by the fewness of their words, also escapes from it. When they grow up and have ideas which are beyond their powers of expression, especially in writing, tautology begins to appear. In like manner, when language is contaminated by philosophy, it is apt to become awkward, to stammer and repeat itself, to lose its flow and freedom. No philosophical writer, with the exception of Plato, who is himself not free from tautology, and perhaps Bacon, has attained to any high degree of literary excellence. To poetry the form and polish of language is chiefly to be attributed. And the most critical period in the history of language is the transition from verse to prose. At first mankind were contented to express their thoughts in a set form of words having a kind of rhythm, to which regularity was given by accent and quantity. But after a time they demanded a greater degree of freedom, and to those who had all their life been hearing poetry the first introduction of prose had the charm of novelty. The prose romances into which the Homeric poems were converted, for a while probably gave more delight to the hearers or readers of them than the poems themselves. And in time the relation of the two was reversed. The poems which had once been a necessity of the human mind became a luxury, they were now superseded by prose, which in all succeeding ages became the natural vehicle of expression to all mankind. Henceforward prose and poetry formed each other. A comparatively slender link between them was also furnished by proverbs. We may trace in poetry how the simple succession of lines, not without monotony, has passed into a complicated period, and how in prose, rhythm and accent and the order of words and the balance of clauses, sometimes not without a slight admixture of rhyme, make up a new kind of harmony, swelling into strains not less majestic than those of Homer, Virgil, or Dante. One of the most curious and characteristic features of language, affecting both syntax and style, is idiom. The meaning of the word idiom is that which is peculiar, that which is familiar, the word or expression which strikes us or comes home to us, which is more readily understood or more easily remembered. It is a quality which really exists in infinite degrees, which we turn into differences of kind by applying the term only to conspicuous and striking examples of words or phrases which have this quality. It often supersedes the laws of language or the rules of grammar, or rather is to be regarded as another law of language which is natural and necessary. The word or phrase which has been repeated many times over is more intelligible and familiar to us than one which is rare, and our familiarity with it more than compensates for incorrectness or inaccuracy in the use of it. Striking expressions also which have moved the hearts of nations or are the precious stones and jewels of great authors partake of the nature of idioms. They are taken out of the sphere of grammar and are exempt from the proprieties of language. Everyone knows that we often put words together in a manner which would be intolerable if it were not idiomatic. We cannot argue either about the meaning of words or the use of constructions that because they are used in one connection they will be legitimate in another, unless we allow for this principle. We can bear to have words and sentences used in new senses or in a new order or even a little perverted in meaning when we are quite familiar with them. Quotations are as often applied in a sense which the author did not intend as in that which he did. The parody of the words of Shakespeare or of the Bible, which has in it something of the nature of a lie, is far from unpleasing to us. The better known words, even if their meaning be perverted, are more agreeable to us and have a greater power over us. Most of us have experienced a sort of delight and feeling of curiosity when we first came across or when we first used for ourselves a new word or phrase or figure of speech. There are associations of sound and of sense by which every word is linked to every other. One letter harmonizes with another, every verb or noun derives its meaning, not only from itself, but from the words with which it is associated. Some reflection of them near or distant is embodied in it. In any new use of a word all the existing uses of it have to be considered. Upon these depends the question whether it will bear the proposed extension of meaning or not. According to the famous expression of Luther, words are living creatures, having hands and feet. When they cease to retain this living power of adaptation, when they are only put together like the parts of a piece of furniture, language becomes unpoetical, inexpressive, dead. Grammars would lead us to suppose that words have a fixed form and sound. Lexicons assign to each word a definite meaning or meanings. They both tend to obscure the fact that the sentence precedes the word and that all language is relative. 1. It is relative to its own context. Its meaning is modified by what has been said before and after in the same or in some other passage. Without comparing the context we are not sure whether it is used in the same sense even in two successive sentences. 2. It is relative to facts, to time, place, and occasion. When they are already known to the hearer or reader, they may be presupposed, there is no need to allude to them further. 3. It is relative to the knowledge of the writer and reader or of the speaker and hearer. Except for the sake of order and consecutiveness nothing ought to be expressed which is already commonly or universally known. A word or two may be sufficient to give an intimation to a friend, a long or elaborate speech or composition is required to explain some new idea to a popular audience or to the ordinary reader or to a young pupil. Grammars and dictionaries are not to be despised, for in teaching we need clearness rather than subtlety. But we must not therefore forget that there is also a higher ideal of language in which all is relative, sounds to sounds, words to words, the parts to the whole, in which besides the lesser context of the book or speech, there is also the larger context of history and circumstances. The study of comparative philology has introduced into the world a new science which more than any other binds up man with nature, and distant ages and countries with one another. It may be said to have thrown a light upon all other sciences and upon the nature of the human mind itself. The true conception of it dispels many errors, not only of metaphysics and theology, but also of natural knowledge. Yet it is far from certain that this newly found science will continue to progress in the same surprising manner as heretofore, or that even if our materials are largely increased, we shall arrive at much more definite conclusions than at present. Like some other branches of knowledge, it may be approaching a point at which it can no longer be profitably studied. But at any rate it has brought back the philosophy of language from theory to fact. It has passed out of the region of guesses and hypotheses, and has attained the dignity of an inductive science. And it is not without practical and political importance. It gives a new interest to distant and subject countries. It brings back the dawning light from one end of the earth to the other. Nations, like individuals, are better understood by us when we know something of their early life, and when they are better understood by us, we feel more kindly towards them. Lastly, we may remember that all knowledge is valuable for its own sake, and we may also hope that a deeper insight into the nature of human speech will give us a greater command of it and enable us to make a nobler use of it. Point 26. Cratylus. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates. Hermogenes. Cratylus. Hermogenes, suppose that we make Socrates a party to the argument. Cratylus, if you please. Hermogenes, I should explain to you, Socrates, that our friend Cratylus has been arguing about names. He says that they are natural and not conventional, not a portion of the human voice which men agree to use. But that there is a truth or correctness in them, which is the same for Hellenes as for barbarians. Whereupon I ask him, whether his own name of Cratylus is a true name or not, and he answers, yes. And Socrates? Yes. Then every man's name, as I tell him, is that which he is called. To this he replies, if all the world were to call you Hermogenes, that would not be your name. And when I am anxious to have a further explanation he is ironical and mysterious, and seems to imply that he has a notion of his own about the matter, if he would only tell, and could entirely convince me, if he chose to be intelligible. Tell me, Socrates, what this oracle means, or rather tell me, if you will be so good, what is your own view of the truth or correctness of names, which I would far sooner hear. Socrates, son of Hipponicus, there is an ancient saying, that hard is the knowledge of the good. And the knowledge of names is a great part of knowledge. If I had not been poor, I might have heard the 50 drachma course of the great Prodicus, which is a complete education in grammar and language. These are his own words, and then I should have been at once able to answer your question about the correctness of names. But, indeed, I have only heard the single drachma course, and therefore, I do not know the truth about such matters. I will, however, gladly assist you and Cratylus in the investigation of them. When he declares that your name is not really Hermogenes, I suspect that he is only making fun of you. He means to say that you are no true son of Hermes, because you are always looking after a fortune and never in luck. But, as I was saying, there is a good deal of difficulty in this sort of knowledge, and therefore we had better leave the question open until we have heard both sides. Hermogenes, I have often talked over this matter, both with Cratylus and others, and cannot convince myself that there is any principle of correctness in names other than convention and agreement. Any name which you give, in my opinion, is the right one, and if you change that and give another, the new name is as correct as the old. We frequently change the names of our slaves. And the newly imposed name is as good as the old, for there is no name given to anything by nature. All is convention and habit of the users, such is my view. But if I am mistaken I shall be happy to hear and learn of Cratylus, or of anyone else. Socrates, I dare say that you may be right, Hermogenes, let us see. Your meaning is, that the name of each thing is only that which anybody agrees to call it. Hermogenes, that is my notion. Socrates, whether the giver of the name be an individual or a city. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, well, now, let me take an instance. Suppose that I call a man a horse or a horse a man. You mean to say that a man will be rightly called a horse by me individually, and rightly called a man by the rest of the world. And a horse again would be rightly called a man by me and a horse by the world, that is your meaning? Hermogenes, he would, according to my view. Socrates, but how about truth, then? You would acknowledge that there is in words a true and a false. Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, and there are true and false propositions? Hermogenes, to be sure. Socrates, and a true proposition says that which is, and a false proposition says that which is not. Hermogenes, yes, what other answer is possible? Socrates, then in a proposition there is a true and false. Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, but is a proposition true as a whole only, and are the parts untrue? Hermogenes, no, the parts are true as well as the whole. Socrates, would you say the large parts and not the smaller ones, or every part? Hermogenes, I should say that every part is true. Socrates, is a proposition resolvable into any part smaller than a name? Hermogenes, no, that is the smallest. Socrates, then the name is a part of the true proposition? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, yes, and a true part, as you say. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and is not the part of a falsehood also a falsehood? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, then, if propositions may be true and false, names may be true and false. Hermogenes, so we must infer. Socrates, and the name of anything is that which anyone affirms to be the name. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and will there be so many names of each thing as everybody says that there are? And will they be true names at the time of uttering them? Hermogenes: Yes, Socrates, I can conceive no correctness of names other than this: you give one name, and I another. And in different cities and countries there are different names for the same things. Hellenes differ from barbarians in their use of names, and the several Hellenic tribes from one another. Socrates: But would you say, Hermogenes, that the things differ as the names differ? And are they relative to individuals, as Protagoras tells us? For he says that man is the measure of all things, and that things are to me as they appear to me, and that they are to you as they appear to you. Do you agree with him, or would you say that things have a permanent essence of their own? Hermogenes: There have been times, Socrates, when I have been driven in my perplexity to take refuge with Protagoras, not that I agree with him at all. Socrates: What? Have you ever been driven to admit that there was no such thing as a bad man? Hermogenes: No, indeed, but I have often had reason to think that there are very bad men, and a good many of them. Socrates: Well, and have you ever found any very good ones? Hermogenes: Not many. Socrates: Still you have found them? Hermogenes: Yes. Socrates: And would you hold that the very good were the very wise, and the very evil very foolish? Would that be your view? Hermogenes: It would. Socrates: But if Protagoras is right, and the truth is that things are as they appear to anyone, how can some of us be wise and some of us foolish? Hermogenes: Impossible. Socrates: And if, on the other hand, wisdom and folly are really distinguishable, you will allow, I think, that the assertion of Protagoras can hardly be correct. For if what appears to each man is true to him, one man cannot in reality be wiser than another. Hermogenes: He cannot. Socrates: Nor will you be disposed to say with Euthydemus, that all things equally belong to all men at the same moment and always. For neither on his view can there be some good and others bad, if virtue and vice are always equally to be attributed to all. Hermogenes: There cannot. Socrates: But if neither is right, and things are not relative to individuals, and all things do not equally belong to all at the same moment and always, they must be supposed to have their own proper and permanent essence. They are not in relation to us, or influenced by us, fluctuating according to our fancy, but they are independent, and maintain to their own essence the relation prescribed by nature. Hermogenes: I think, Socrates, that you have said the truth. Socrates: Does what I am saying apply only to the things themselves, or equally to the actions which proceed from them? Are not actions also a class of being? Hermogenes: Yes, the actions are real as well as the things. Socrates: Then the actions also are done according to their proper nature, and not according to our opinion of them? In cutting, for example, we do not cut as we please, and with any chance instrument, but we cut with the proper instrument only, and according to the natural process of cutting. And the natural process is right and will succeed, but any other will fail and be of no use at all. Hermogenes: I should say that the natural way is the right way. Socrates: Again, in burning, not every way is the right way. But the right way is the natural way, and the right instrument the natural instrument. Hermogenes: True. Socrates: And this holds good of all actions? Hermogenes: Yes. Socrates: And speech is a kind of action? Hermogenes: True. Socrates: And will a man speak correctly who speaks as he pleases? Will not the successful speaker rather be he who speaks in the natural way of speaking, and as things ought to be spoken, and with the natural instrument? Any other mode of speaking will result in error and failure. Hermogenes: I quite agree with you. Socrates: And is not naming a part of speaking? For in giving names men speak. Hermogenes: That is true. Socrates: And if speaking is a sort of action and has a relation to acts, is not naming also a sort of action? Hermogenes: True. Socrates: And we saw that actions were not relative to ourselves, but had a special nature of their own. Hermogenes, precisely. Socrates, then the argument would lead us to infer that names ought to be given according to a natural process, and with a proper instrument, and not at our pleasure. In this and no other way shall we name with success. Hermogenes, I agree. Socrates, but again, that which has to be cut with something. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and that which has to be woven or pierced has to be woven or pierced with something. Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, and that which has to be named with something. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, what is that with which we pierce? Hermogenes, an awl. Socrates, and with which we weave. Hermogenes, a shuttle. Socrates, and with which we name. Hermogenes, a name. Socrates, very good, then a name is an instrument. Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, suppose that I ask, what sort of instrument is a shuttle? And you answer, a weaving instrument. Hermogenes, well. Socrates, and I ask again, what do we do when we weave? The answer is, that we separate or disengage the warp from the woof. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, and may not a similar description be given of an awl, and of instruments in general? Hermogenes, to be sure. Socrates, and now suppose that I ask a similar question about names, will you answer me? Regarding the name as an instrument, what do we do when we name? Hermogenes, I cannot say. Socrates, do we not give information to one another, and distinguish things according to their natures? Hermogenes, certainly we do. Socrates, then a name is an instrument of teaching and of distinguishing natures, as the shuttle is of distinguishing the threads of the web. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and the shuttle is the instrument of the weaver. Hermogenes, assuredly. Socrates, then the weaver will use the shuttle well, and well means like a weaver. And the teacher will use the name well, and well means like a teacher. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and when the weaver uses the shuttle, whose work will he be using well? Hermogenes, that of the carpenter. Socrates, and is every man a carpenter, or the skilled only? Hermogenes, only the skilled. Socrates, and when the piercer uses the awl, whose work will he be using well? Hermogenes, that of the smith. Socrates, and is every man a smith, or only the skilled? Hermogenes, the skilled only. Socrates, and when the teacher uses the name, whose work will he be using? Hermogenes, there again I am puzzled. Socrates, cannot you at least say who gives us the names which we use? Hermogenes, indeed I cannot. Socrates, does not the law seem to you to give us them? Hermogenes, yes, I suppose so. Socrates, then the teacher, when he gives us a name, uses the work of the legislator. Hermogenes, I agree. Socrates, and is every man a legislator, or the skilled only? Hermogenes, the skilled only. Socrates, then, Hermogenes, not every man is able to give a name, but only a maker of names. And this is the legislator, who of all skilled artisans in the world is the rarest. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, and how does the legislator make names? And to what does he look? Consider this in the light of the previous instances. To what does the carpenter look in making the shuttle? Does he not look to that which is naturally fitted to act as a shuttle? Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, and suppose the shuttle to be broken in making, will he make another, looking to the broken one? Or will he look to the form according to which he made the other? Hermogenes, to the latter, I should imagine. Socrates, might not that be justly called the true or ideal shuttle? Hermogenes, I think so. Socrates, and whatever shuttles are wanted, for the manufacture of garments, thin or thick, of flaxen, woolen, or other material, ought all of them to have the true form of the shuttle. And whatever is the shuttle best adapted to each kind of work, that ought to be the form which the maker produces in each case. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and the same holds of other instruments. When a man has discovered the instrument which is naturally adapted to each work, he must express this natural form, and not others which he fancies, in the material, whatever it may be, which he employs. For example, he ought to know how to put into iron the forms of awls adapted by nature to their several uses. Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, and how to put into wood forms of shuttles adapted by nature to their uses. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, for the several forms of shuttles naturally answer to the several kinds of webs, and this is true of instruments in general. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, then, as to names, ought not our legislator also to know how to put the true natural name of each thing into sounds and syllables, and to make and give all names with a view to the ideal name, if he is to be a namer in any true sense? And we must remember that different legislators will not use the same syllables. For neither does every smith, although he may be making the same instrument for the same purpose, make them all of the same iron. The form must be the same, but the material may vary, and still the instrument may be equally good of whatever iron made, whether in Hellas or in a foreign country, there is no difference. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, and the legislator, whether he be Hellene or barbarian, is not therefore to be deemed by you a worse legislator, provided he gives the true and proper form of the name in whatever syllables, this or that country makes no matter. Hermogenes, quite true. Socrates, but who then is to determine whether the proper form is given to the shuttle, whatever sort of wood may be used? The carpenter who makes, or the weaver who is to use them? Hermogenes, I should say, he who is to use them, Socrates. Socrates, and who uses the work of the lyre maker? Will not he be the man who knows how to direct what is being done, and who will know also whether the work is being well done or not? Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, and who is he? Hermogenes, the player of the lyre. Socrates, and who will direct the shipwright? Hermogenes, the pilot. Socrates, and who will be best able to direct the legislator in his work, and will know whether the work is well done, in this or any other country? Will not the user be the man? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and this is he who knows how to ask questions. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and how to answer them? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and him who knows how to ask and answer you would call a dialectician? Hermogenes, yes. That would be his name. Socrates, then the work of the carpenter is to make a rudder, and the pilot has to direct him, if the rudder is to be well made. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, and the work of the legislator is to give names, and the dialectician must be his director if the names are to be rightly given. Hermogenes, that is true. Socrates, then, Hermogenes, I should say that this giving of names can be no such light matter as you fancy, or the work of light or chance persons. And Cratylus is right in saying that things have names by nature, and that not every man is an artificer of names, but he only who looks to the name which each thing by nature has, and is able to express the true forms of things in letters and syllables. Hermogenes, I cannot answer you, Socrates, but I find a difficulty in changing my opinion all in a moment, and I think that I should be more readily persuaded, if you would show me what this is which you term the natural fitness of names. Socrates, my good Hermogenes, I have none to show. Was I not telling you just now, but you have forgotten, that I knew nothing, and proposing to share the inquiry with you? But now that you and I have talked over the matter, a step has been gained, for we have discovered that names have by nature a truth, and that not every man knows how to give a thing a name. Hermogenes, very good. Socrates, and what is the nature of this truth or correctness of names? That, if you care to know, is the next question. Hermogenes, certainly, I care to know. Socrates, then reflect. Hermogenes, how shall I reflect? Socrates, the true way is to have the assistance of those who know, and you must pay them well both in money and in thanks. These are the sophists, of whom your brother, Callias, has, rather dearly, bought the reputation of wisdom. But you have not yet come into your inheritance, and therefore you had better go to him, and beg and entreat him to tell you what he has learnt from Protagoras about the fitness of names. Hermogenes, but how inconsistent should I be, if, whilst repudiating Protagoras and his truth 27, I were to attach any value to what he and his book affirm. Socrates, then if you despise him, you must learn of Homer and the poets. Hermogenes, and where does Homer say anything about names, and what does he say? Socrates, he often speaks of them, notably and nobly in the places where he distinguishes the different names which gods and men give to the same things. Does he not in these passages make a remarkable statement about the correctness of names? For the gods must clearly be supposed to call things by their right and natural names, do you not think so? Hermogenes, why, of course they call them rightly, if they call them at all. But to what are you referring? Socrates, do you not know what he says about the river in Troy who had a single combat with Hephaestus? Whom, as he says, the gods call Xanthus, and men call Scamander. Hermogenes, I remember. Socrates, well, and about this river, to know that he ought to be called Xanthus and not Scamander, is not that a solemn lesson? Or about the bird which, as he says, the gods call Chalcis, and men Semindus. To be taught how much more correct the name Chalcis is than the name Semindus, do you deem that a light matter? Or about Batia and Marina. 28 And there are many other observations of the same kind in Homer and other poets. Now, I think that this is beyond the understanding of you and me. But the names of Scamandrius and Astyanax, which he affirms to have been the names of Hector's son, are more within the range of human faculties, as I am disposed to think. And what the poet means by correctness may be more readily apprehended in that instance. You will remember I dare say the lines to which I refer, 29. Hermogenes, I do. Socrates, let me ask you, then, which did Homer think the more correct of the names given to Hector's son, Astyanax or Scamandrius? Hermogenes, I do not know. Socrates, how would you answer, if you were asked whether the wise or the unwise are more likely to give correct names? Hermogenes, I should say the wise, of course. Socrates, and are the men or the women of a city, taken as a class, the wiser? Hermogenes, I should say, the men. Socrates, and Homer, as you know, says that the Trojan men called him Astyanax, king of the city, but if the men called him Astyanax, the other name of Scamandrius could only have been given to him by the women. Hermogenes, that may be inferred. Socrates, and must not Homer have imagined the Trojans to be wiser than their wives? Hermogenes, to be sure. Socrates, then he must have thought Astyanax to be a more correct name for the boy than Scamandrius? Hermogenes, clearly. Socrates, and what is the reason of this? Let us consider, does he not himself suggest a very good reason, when he says, for he alone defended their city and long walls. This appears to be a good reason for calling the son of the Saviour king of the city which his father was saving, as Homer observes. Hermogenes, I see. Socrates, why, Hermogenes, I do not as yet see myself, and do you? Hermogenes, no, indeed. Not I. Socrates, but tell me, friend, did not Homer himself also give Hector his name? Hermogenes, what of that? Socrates, the name appears to me to be very nearly the same as the name of Astyanax, both are Hellenic. And a king, Nualphazai, and a holder, Capitao Megaro, have nearly the same meaning, and are both descriptive of a king, for a man is clearly the holder of that of which he is king, he rules, and owns, and holds it. But, perhaps, you may think that I am talking nonsense, and indeed I believe that I myself did not know what I meant when I imagined that I had found some indication of the opinion of Homer about the correctness of names. Hermogenes, I assure you that I think otherwise, and I believe you to be on the right track. Socrates, There is reason, I think, in calling the lion's whelp a lion, and the foal of a horse. I am speaking only of the ordinary course of nature, when an animal produces after his kind 30 and not of extraordinary births. If contrary to nature a horse have a calf, then I should not call that a foal but a calf. Nor do I call any inhuman birth a man, but only a natural birth. And the same may be said of trees and other things. Do you agree with me? Hermogenes: Yes, I agree. Socrates: Very good. But you had better watch me and see that I do not play tricks with you. For on the same principle the son of a king is to be called a king. And whether the syllables of the name are the same or not the same, makes no difference, provided the meaning is retained. Nor does the addition or subtraction of a letter make any difference so long as the essence of the thing remains in possession of the name and appears in it. Hermogenes: What do you mean? Socrates: A very simple matter. I may illustrate my meaning by the names of letters, which you know are not the same as the letters themselves with the exception of the four, epsilon, upsilon, omicron, omega. The names of the rest, whether vowels or consonants, are made up of other letters which we add to them, but so long as we introduce the meaning, and there can be no mistake, the name of the letter is quite correct. Take, for example, the letter beta. The addition of eta, tau, alpha, gives no offense, and does not prevent the whole name from having the value which the legislator intended, so well did he know how to give the letters names. Hermogenes: I believe you are right. Socrates: And may not the same be said of a king? A king will often be the son of a king, the good son or the noble son of a good or noble sire. And similarly the offspring of every kind, in the regular course of nature, is like the parent, and therefore has the same name. Yet the syllables may be disguised until they appear different to the ignorant person, and he may not recognize them, although they are the same, just as any one of us would not recognize the same drugs under different disguises of color and smell. Although to the physician, who regards the power of them, they are the same, and he is not put out by the addition. And in like manner the etymologist is not put out by the addition or transposition or subtraction of a letter or two, or indeed by the change of all the letters, for this need not interfere with the meaning. As was just now said, the names of Hector and Astyanax have only one letter alike, which is tau, and yet they have the same meaning. And how little in common with the letters of their names has Archelaus, ruler of the city, and yet the meaning is the same. And there are many other names which just mean king. Again, there are several names for a general, as, for example, Agus, leader, and Polemarch, chief in war, and Eupolemus, good warrior, and others which denote a physician, as Iatricles, famous healer, and Assasymbrotus, curer of mortals. And there are many others which might be cited, differing in their syllables and letters, but having the same meaning. Would you not say so? Hermogenes: Yes. Socrates: The same names, then, ought to be assigned to those who follow in the course of nature. Hermogenes: Yes. Socrates: And what of those who follow out of the course of nature, and are prodigies? For example, when a good and religious man has an irreligious son, he ought to bear the name not of his father, but of the class to which he belongs, just as in the case which was before supposed of a horse foaling a calf. Hermogenes: Quite true. Socrates: Then the irreligious son of a religious father should be called irreligious? Hermogenes: Certainly. Socrates: He should not be called Theophilus, beloved of God, or Nicithius, mindful of God, or any of these names. If names are correctly given, his should have an opposite meaning. Hermogenes: Certainly, Socrates. Socrates: Again, Hermogenes, there is Orestes, the man of the mountains, who appears to be rightly called. Whether chance gave the name, or perhaps some poet who meant to express the brutality and fierceness and mountain wildness of his hero's nature. Hermogenes: That is very likely, Socrates. Socrates: And his father's name is also according to nature. Hermogenes: Clearly. Socrates: Yes, for as his name, so also is his nature. Agamemnon, admirable for remaining, is one who is patient and persevering in the accomplishment of his resolves, and by his virtue crowns them. And his continuance at Troy with all the vast army is a proof of that admirable endurance in him which is signified by the name Agamemnon. 31 I also think that Atreus is rightly called. For his murder of Chrysippus and his exceeding cruelty to Thyestes are damaging and destructive to his reputation. The name is a little altered and disguised so as not to be intelligible to everyone. But to the etymologist there is no difficulty in seeing the meaning, for whether you think of him as tau epsilon iotero the stubborn, or as tau rho epsilon sigma tau omicron the fearless, or as tau eta rho the destructive one, the name is perfectly correct in every point of view. And I think that Pelops is also named appropriately, for, as the name implies, he is rightly called Pelops who sees what is near only, tau pi lambda alpha rho nu. Hermogenes, how so? Socrates, because, according to the tradition, he had no forethought or foresight of all the evil which the murder of Myrtilus would entail upon his whole race in remote ages. He saw only what was at hand and immediate, or in other words, pi lambda alpha, near, in his eagerness to win Hippodamia by all means for his bride. Everyone would agree that the name of Tantalus is rightly given and in accordance with nature, if the traditions about him are true. Hermogenes, and what are the traditions? Socrates, many terrible misfortunes are said to have happened to him in his life. Last of all, came the utter ruin of his country. And after his death he had the stone suspended, tau alpha lambda alpha nu tau epsilon alpha, over his head in the world below. All this agrees wonderfully well with his name. You might imagine that some person who wanted to call him tau alpha lambda nu tau alpha tau omicron, the most weighted down by misfortune, disguised the name by altering it into Tantalus, and into this form, by some accident of tradition, it has actually been transmuted. The name of Zeus, who is his alleged father, has also an excellent meaning, although hard to be understood, because really like a sentence, which is divided into two parts, for some call him Xena, zeta eta nu alpha, and use the one half. And others who use the other half call him Gia, delta alpha. The two together signify the nature of the god, and the business of a name, as we were saying, is to express the nature. For there is none who is more the author of life to us and to all, than the Lord and King of all. Wherefore we are right in calling him Xena and Gia, which are one name, although divided, meaning the God through whom all creatures always have life, delta nu zeta eta nu epsilon pi a with circumflex sigma iota tau omicron zeta sigma iota nu pi rho chi epsilon iota. There is an irreverence, at first sight, in calling him son of Cronos, who is a proverb for stupidity, and we might rather expect Zeus to be the child of a mighty intellect. Which is the fact. For this is the meaning of his father's name, kappa rho nu omicron quasi kappa rho omicron, kappa omicron rho omega, to sweep, not in the sense of a youth, but signifying tau kappa alpha theta alpha rho nu kappa rho alpha tau omicron nu nu omicron nu, the pure and garnished mind, sc pi tau omicron nu kappa omicron rho epsilon nu. He, as we are informed by tradition, was begotten of Uranus, rightly so called, pi tau omicron nu rho a with circumflex nu tau nu omega, from looking upwards, which, as philosophers tell us, is the way to have a pure mind, and the name Uranus is therefore correct. If I could remember the genealogy of Hesiod, I would have gone on and tried more conclusions of the same sort on the remoter ancestors of the gods, then I might have seen whether this wisdom, which has come to me all in an instant, I know not whence, will or will not hold good to the end. Hermogenes, you seem to me, Socrates, to be quite like a prophet newly inspired, and to be uttering oracles. Socrates, yes, Hermogenes, and I believe that I caught the inspiration from the great Euthyphro of the Prospultion Demi, who gave me a long lecture which commenced at dawn. He talked and I listened. And his wisdom and enchanting ravishment has not only filled my ears but taken possession of my soul, and today I shall let his superhuman power work and finish the investigation of names. That will be the way. But tomorrow, if you are so disposed, we will conjure him away, and make a purgation of him, if we can only find some priest or sophist who is skilled in purifications of this sort. Hermogenes, with all my heart. For I am very curious to hear the rest of the inquiry about names. Socrates, then let us proceed, and where would you have us begin? now that we have got a sort of outline of the inquiry. Are there any names which witness of themselves that they are not given arbitrarily, but have a natural fitness? The names of heroes and of men in general are apt to be deceptive because they are often called after ancestors with whose names, as we were saying, they may have no business. Or they are the expression of a wish like Euthyphro, the son of good fortune, or Socrates, the Saviour, or Theophilus, the beloved of God, and others. But I think that we had better leave these, for there will be more chance of finding correctness in the names of immutable essences. There ought to have been more care taken about them when they were named, and perhaps there may have been some more than human power at work occasionally in giving them names. Hermogenes, I think so, Socrates. Socrates, ought we not to begin with the consideration of the gods, and show that they are rightly named gods? Hermogenes, yes, that will be well. Socrates, my notion would be something of this sort. I suspect that the sun, moon, earth, stars, and heaven, which are still the gods of many barbarians, were the only gods known to the aboriginal Hellenes. Seeing that they were always moving and running, from their running nature they were called gods or runners, theta epsilon omicron, theta omicron nu tau alpha, and when men became acquainted with the other gods, they proceeded to apply the same name to them all. Do you think that likely? Hermogenes, I think it very likely indeed. Socrates, what shall follow the gods? Hermogenes, must not demons and heroes and men come next? Socrates, demons. And what do you consider to be the meaning of this word? Tell me if my view is right. Hermogenes, let me hear. Socrates, you know how Hesiod uses the word. Hermogenes, I do not. Socrates, do you not remember that he speaks of a golden race of men who came first? Hermogenes, yes, I do. Socrates, he says of them. But now that fate has closed over this race. They are holy demons upon the earth. Beneficent, averters of ills, guardians of mortal men. 32. Hermogenes, what is the inference? Socrates, what is the inference? Why, I suppose that he means by the golden men, not men literally made of gold, but good and noble, and I am convinced of this, because he further says that we are the iron race. Hermogenes, that is true. Socrates, and do you not suppose that good men of our own day would by him be said to be of golden race? Hermogenes, very likely. Socrates, and are not the good wise? Hermogenes, yes, they are wise. Socrates, and therefore I have the most entire conviction that he called them demons, because they were delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon, knowing or wise, and in our older Attic dialect the word itself occurs. Now he and other poets say truly, that when a good man dies he has honor and a mighty portion among the dead, and becomes a demon, which is a name given to him signifying wisdom. And I say too, that every wise man who happens to be a good man is more than human, delta alpha iota mu nu iota omicron nu, both in life and death, and is rightly called a demon. Hermogenes, then I rather think that I am of one mind with you. But what is the meaning of the word hero? Rho omega, in the old writing rho omega. Socrates, I think that there is no difficulty in explaining, for the name is not much altered, and signifies that they were born of love. Hermogenes, what do you mean? Socrates, do you not know that the heroes are demigods? Hermogenes, what then? Socrates, all of them sprang either from the love of a god for a mortal woman, or of a mortal man for a goddess. Think of the word in the old Attic, and you will see better that the name heroes is only a slight alteration of eros, from whom the heroes sprang. Either this is the meaning, or, if not this, then they must have been skillful as rhetoricians and dialecticians, and able to put the question, rho omega tau with circumflex nu, for epsilon rho epsilon iota nu is equivalent to lambda gamma epsilon iota nu. And therefore, as I was saying, in the Attic dialect the heroes turn out to be rhetoricians and questioners. All this is easy enough, the noble breed of heroes are a tribe of sophists and readers. But can you tell me why men are called mu theta rho omega pi omicron iota? That is more difficult. Hermogenes, no, I cannot, and I would not try even if I could, because I think that you are the more likely to succeed. Socrates, that is to say, you trust to the inspiration of Euthyphro. Hermogenes, of course. Socrates, your faith is not vain, for at this very moment a new and ingenious thought strikes me, and, if I am not careful, before tomorrow's dawn I shall be wiser than I ought to be. Now, attend to me. And first, remember that we often put in and pull out letters in words, and give names as we please and change the accents. Take, for example, the word delta iota phi lambda omicron. In order to convert this from a sentence into a noun, we omit one of the iotas and sound the middle syllable grave instead of acute. As, on the other hand, letters are sometimes inserted in words instead of being omitted, and the acute takes the place of the grave. Hermogenes, that is true. Socrates, the name nu theta-rho omega pi omicron, which was once a sentence, and is now a noun, appears to be a case just of this sort, for one letter, which is the alpha, has been omitted, and the acute on the last syllable has been changed to a grave. Hermogenes, what do you mean? Socrates, I mean to say that the word man implies that other animals never examine, or consider, or look up at what they see, but that man not only sees, pi omega pi epsilon, but considers and looks up at that which he sees. And hence he alone of all animals is rightly nu theta-rho omega pi omicron, meaning nu alpha theta-rho nu pi omega pi epsilon nu. Hermogenes, may I ask you to examine another word about which I am curious? Socrates, certainly. Hermogenes, I will take that which appears to me to follow next in order. You know the distinction of soul and body? Socrates, of course. Hermogenes, let us endeavor to analyze them like the previous words. Socrates, you want me first of all to examine the natural fitness of the word psi upsilon chi, soul, and then of the word sigma mu alpha, body? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, if I am to say what occurs to me at the moment, I should imagine that those who first used the name psi upsilon chi meant to express that the soul when in the body is the source of life, and gives the power of breath and revival, nu alpha psi nu chi omicron nu. And when this reviving power fails then the body perishes and dies, and this, if I am not mistaken, they called psyche. But please stay a moment, I fancy that I can discover something which will be more acceptable to the disciples of Euthyphro, for I am afraid that they will scorn this explanation. What do you say to another? Hermogenes, let me hear. Socrates, what is that which holds and carries and gives life and motion to the entire nature of the body? What else but the soul? Hermogenes, just that. Socrates, and do you not believe with Anaxagoras, that mind or soul is the ordering and containing principle of all things? Hermogenes, yes, I do. Socrates, then you may well call that power upsilon sigma chi eta which carries and holds nature, eta sigma iota nu chi epsilon kappa alpha chi epsilon iota, and this may be refined away into psi upsilon chi. Hermogenes, certainly, and this derivation is, I think, more scientific than the other. Socrates, it is so, but I cannot help laughing, if I am to suppose that this was the true meaning of the name. Hermogenes, but what shall we say of the next word? Socrates, you mean sigma mu alpha, the body. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, that may be variously interpreted, and yet more variously if a little permutation is allowed. For some say that the body is the grave, sigma eta mu alpha, of the soul which may be thought to be buried in our present life. Or again the index of the soul, because the soul gives indications to, sigma eta mu alpha nu epsilon iota, the body. Probably the Orphic poets were the inventors of the name, and they were under the impression that the soul is suffering the punishment of sin, and that the body is an enclosure or prison in which the soul is incarcerated, kept safe, sigma mu alpha, sigma zeta eta tau alpha iota. As the name sigma mu alpha implies, until the penalty is paid. According to this view, not even a letter of the word need be changed. Hermogenes, I think, Socrates, that we have said enough of this class of words. But have we any more explanations of the names of the gods, like that which you were giving of Zeus? I should like to know whether any similar principle of correctness is to be applied to them. Socrates, yes, indeed, Hermogenes. And there is one excellent principle which, as men of sense, we must acknowledge, that of the gods we know nothing either of their natures or of the names which they give themselves. But we are sure that the names by which they call themselves, whatever they may be, are true. And this is the best of all principles. And the next best is to say, as in prayers, that we will call them by any sort or kind of names or patronymics which they like, because we do not know of any other. That also, I think, is a very good custom, and one which I should much wish to observe. Let us, then, if you please, in the first place announce to them that we are not inquiring about them, we do not presume that we are able to do so. But we are inquiring about the meaning of men in giving them these names, in this there can be small blame. Hermogenes, I think, Socrates, that you are quite right, and I would like to do as you say. Socrates, shall we begin, then, with Hestia, according to custom? Hermogenes, yes, that will be very proper. Socrates, what may we suppose him to have meant who gave the name Hestia? Hermogenes, that is another and certainly a most difficult question. Socrates, my dear Hermogenes, the first imposers of names must surely have been considerable persons, they were philosophers, and had a good deal to say. Hermogenes, well, and what of them? Socrates, they are the men to whom I should attribute the imposition of names. Even in foreign names, if you analyze them, a meaning is still discernible. For example, that which we term omicron sigma alpha is by some called sigma alpha, and by others again sigma alpha. Now that the essence of things should be called sigma tau alpha, which is akin to the first of these, sigma alpha equals sigma tau alpha, is rational enough. And there is reason in the Athenians calling that sigma tau alpha which participates in omicron sigma alpha. For in ancient times we too seem to have said sigma alpha for omicron sigma alpha, and this you may note to have been the idea of those who appointed that sacrifices should be first offered to sigma tau alpha. Which was natural enough if they meant that sigma tau alpha was the essence of things. Those again who read sigma alpha seem to have inclined to the opinion of Heraclitus, that all things flow and nothing stands, with them the pushing principle, theta omicron nu, is the cause and ruling power of all things, and is therefore rightly called sigma alpha. Enough of this, which is all that we who know nothing can affirm. Next in order after Hestia we ought to consider Rhea and Kronos, although the name of Kronos has been already discussed. But I dare say that I am talking great nonsense. Hermogenes, why, Socrates. Socrates, my good friend, I have discovered a hive of wisdom. Hermogenes, of what nature? Socrates, well, rather ridiculous, and yet plausible. Hermogenes, how plausible? Socrates, I fancy to myself Heraclitus repeating wise traditions of antiquity as old as the days of Kronos and Rhea, and of which Homer also spoke. Hermogenes, how do you mean? Socrates, Heraclitus is supposed to say that all things are in motion and nothing at rest, he compares them to the stream of a river, and says that you cannot go into the same water twice. Hermogenes, that is true. Socrates, well, then, how can we avoid inferring that he who gave the names of Kronos and Rhea to the ancestors of the gods, agreed pretty much in the doctrine of Heraclitus? Is the giving of the names of streams to both of them purely accidental? Compare the line in which Homer, and, as I believe, Hesiod also, tells of Ocean, the origin of gods, and Mother Tethys. 33. And again, Orpheus says, that the fair river of Ocean was the first to marry, and he espoused his sister Tethys, who was his mother's daughter. You see that this is a remarkable coincidence, and all in the direction of Heraclitus. Hermogenes, I think that there is something in what you say, Socrates, but I do not understand the meaning of the name Tethys. Socrates, well, that is almost self-explained, being only the name of a spring, a little disguised. For that which is strained and filtered, delta iota alpha tau tau mu epsilon nu omicron nu, theta omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu, may be likened to a spring, and the name Tethys is made up of these two words. Hermogenes, the idea is ingenious, Socrates. Socrates, to be sure. But what comes next? Of Zeus we have spoken. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, then let us next take his two brothers, Poseidon and Pluto, whether the latter is called by that or by his other name. Hermogenes, by all means. Socrates, Poseidon is pi omicron sigma delta epsilon sigma mu omicron, the chain of the feet. The original inventor of the name had been stopped by the watery element in his walks, and not allowed to go on, and therefore he called the ruler of this element Poseidon. The epsilon was probably inserted as an ornament. Yet, perhaps, not so, but the name may have been originally written with a double lambda and not with a sigma, meaning that the god knew many things, pi omicron lambda epsilon delta. And perhaps also he, being the shaker of the earth, has been named from shaking, sigma epsilon iota nu, and then pi and delta have been added. Pluto gives wealth, pi lambda omicron nu tau omicron, and his name means the giver of wealth, which comes out of the earth beneath. People in general appear to imagine that the term Hades is connected with the invisible, epsilon iota delta, and so they are led by their fears to call the god Pluto instead. Hermogenes, and what is the true derivation? Socrates, in spite of the mistakes which are made about the power of this deity, and the foolish fears which people have of him, such as the fear of always being with him after death, and of the soul denuded of the body going to him. 34 My belief is that all is quite consistent, and that the office and name of the god really correspond. Hermogenes, why, how is that? Socrates, I will tell you my own opinion, but first, I should like to ask you which chain does any animal feel to be the stronger? And which confines him more to the same spot, desire or necessity? Hermogenes, desire, Socrates, is stronger far. Socrates, and do you not think that many a one would escape from Hades, if he did not bind those who depart to him by the strongest of chains? Hermogenes, assuredly they would. Socrates, and if by the greatest of chains, then by some desire, as I should certainly infer, and not by necessity? Hermogenes, that is clear. Socrates, and there are many desires? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and therefore by the greatest desire, if the chain is to be the greatest? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, and is any desire stronger than the thought that you will be made better by associating with another? Hermogenes, certainly not. Socrates, and is not that the reason, Hermogenes, why no one, who has been to him, is willing to come back to us? Even the sirens, like all the rest of the world, have been laid under his spells. Such a charm, as I imagine, is the god able to infuse into his words. And, according to this view, he is the perfect and accomplished sophist, and the great benefactor of the inhabitants of the other world. And even to us who are upon earth he sends from below exceeding blessings. For he has much more than he wants down there, wherefore he is called Pluto, or the rich. Note also, that he will have nothing to do with men while they are in the body, but only when the soul is liberated from the desires and evils of the body. Now there is a great deal of philosophy and reflection in that. For in their liberated state he can bind them with the desire of virtue, but while they are flustered and maddened by the body, not even Father Kronos himself would suffice to keep them with him in his own far-famed chains. Hermogenes, there is a deal of truth in what you say. Socrates, yes, Hermogenes, and the legislator called him Hades, not from the unseen, epsilon iota delta, far otherwise, but from his knowledge, epsilon delta nu alpha iota, of all noble things. Hermogenes, very good. And what do we say of Demeter, and Here, and Apollo, and Athene, and Hephaestus, and Ares, and the other deities? Socrates, Demeter is delta iota delta omicron nu sigma alpha mu tau eta rho, who gives food like a mother. Here is the lovely one, rho alpha tau, for Zeus, according to tradition, loved and married her. Possibly also the name may have been given when the legislator was thinking of the heavens, and may be only a disguise of the air, rho, putting the end in the place of the beginning. You will recognize the truth of this if you repeat the letters of here several times over. People dread the name of Phaedrus as they dread the name of Apollo, and with as little reason. The fear, if I am not mistaken, only arises from their ignorance of the nature of names. But they go changing the name into Phone, and they are terrified at this, whereas the new name means only that the goddess is wise, Sigma Omicron. Foreseeing that all things in the world are in motion, Epsilon Rho Omicron Mu Nu Omega Nu, that principle which embraces and touches and is able to follow them, is wisdom. And therefore the goddess may be truly called Phi Epsilon Rho Epsilon Pi Alpha, or some name like it, because she touches that which is in motion, Tau Omicron Nu Epsilon Rho Omicron Mu Nu Omicron Upsilon Alpha Pi Tau Omicron Mu Nu Eta, herein showing her wisdom. And Hades, who is wise, consorts with her, because she is wise. They alter her name into Phaedrus nowadays, because the present generation care for euphony more than truth. There is the other name, Apollo, which, as I was saying, is generally supposed to have some terrible signification. Have you remarked this fact? Hermogenes, to be sure I have, and what you say is true. Socrates, but the name, in my opinion, is really most expressive of the power of the god. Hermogenes, how so? Socrates, I will endeavor to explain, for I do not believe that any single name could have been better adapted to express the attributes of the god, embracing and in a manner signifying all four of them, music, and prophecy, and medicine, and archery. Hermogenes, that must be a strange name, and I should like to hear the explanation. Socrates, say rather an harmonious name, as beseems the god of harmony. In the first place, the purgations and purifications which doctors and diviners use, and their fumigations with drugs magical or medicinal, as well as their washings and lustral sprinklings, have all one and the same object, which is to make a man pure both in body and soul. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, and is not Apollo the purifier, and the washer, and the absolver from all impurities? Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, then in reference to his ablutions and absolutions, as being the physician who orders them, he may be rightly called Pi Omicron Lambda Omicron Omega Nu, purifier. Or in respect of his powers of divination, and his truth and sincerity, which is the same as truth, he may be most fitly called Pi Lambda, from Pi Lambda Omicron Nu, sincere, as in the Thessalian dialect, for all the Thessalians call him Pi Lambda. Also he is Epsilon Beta Lambda Lambda Omega Nu, always shooting, because he is a master archer who never misses. Or again, the name may refer to his musical attributes, and then, as in Kappa Lambda Omicron Nu Theta Omicron, and Kappa Omicron Iota Tau Iota, and in many other words the alpha is supposed to mean together, so the meaning of the name Apollo will be moving together. Whether in the poles of heaven as they are called, or in the harmony of song, which is termed concord, because he moves all together by an harmonious power, as astronomers and musicians ingeniously declare. And he is the God who presides over harmony, and makes all things move together, both among gods and among men. And as in the words Kappa Lambda Omicron Nu Theta Omicron and Kappa Omicron Iota Tau Iota the alpha is substituted for an Omicron, so the name Pi Lambda Lambda Omega Nu is equivalent to Mu Omicron Pi Omicron Lambda Nu. Only the second lambda is added in order to avoid the ill-omened sound of destruction, Pi Omicron Lambda Nu. Now the suspicion of this destructive power still haunts the minds of some who do not consider the true value of the name, which, as I was saying just now, 35 has reference to all the powers of the God, who is the single one, the ever-darting. The purifier, the mover together, Pi Lambda Omicron Nu, Epsilon Beta Lambda Lambda Omega Nu, Pi Omicron Lambda Omicron Omega Nu, Mu Omicron Pi Omicron Lambda Nu. The name of the Muses and of music would seem to be derived from their making philosophical inquiries, Mu Sigma Theta Alpha Iota, and Leto is called by this name, because she is such a gentle goddess, and so willing, Theta Epsilon Lambda Mu Omega Nu, to grant our requests. Or her name may be Letho, as she is often called by strangers, they seem to imply by it her amiability, and her smooth and easygoing way of behaving. Artemis is named from her healthy, Rho Tau Epsilon Mu, well-ordered nature, and because of her love of virginity, perhaps because she is a proficient in virtue, rho epsilon tau, and perhaps also as hating intercourse of the sexes, tau nu rho omicron tau omicron nu mu iota sigma sigma alpha sigma alpha. He who gave the goddess her name may have had any or all of these reasons. Hermogenes, what is the meaning of Dionysus and Aphrodite? Socrates, son of Hipponicus, you ask a solemn question. There is a serious and also a facetious explanation of both these names. The serious explanation is not to be had from me, but there is no objection to your hearing the facetious one, for the gods too love a joke. Delta iota nu upsilon sigma omicron is simply delta iota delta omicron omicron nu, giver of wine, delta iota omicron nu upsilon sigma omicron, as he might be called in fun, and omicron nu omicron is properly omicron nu omicron upsilon, because wine makes those who drink, think, omicron epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, that they have a mind, nu omicron nu, when they have none. The derivation of Aphrodite, born of the foam, rho, may be fairly accepted on the authority of Hesiod. Hermogenes, still there remains Athene, whom you, Socrates, as an Athenian, will surely not forget. There are also Hephaestus and Ares. Socrates, I am not likely to forget them. Hermogenes, no, indeed. Socrates, there is no difficulty in explaining the other appellation of Athene. Hermogenes, what other appellation? Socrates, we call her Pallas. Hermogenes, to be sure. Socrates, and we cannot be wrong in supposing that this is derived from armed dances. For the elevation of oneself or anything else above the earth, or by the use of the hands, we call shaking, pi lambda epsilon iota nu, or dancing. Hermogenes, that is quite true. Socrates, then that is the explanation of the name Pallas? Hermogenes, yes, but what do you say of the other name? Socrates, Athene. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, that is a graver matter, and there, my friend, the modern interpreters of Homer may, I think, assist in explaining the view of the ancients. For most of these in their explanations of the poet, assert that he meant by Athene mind, nu omicron nu, and intelligence, delta iota nu omicron iota alpha, and the maker of names appears to have had a singular notion about her. And indeed calls her by a still higher title, divine intelligence, theta epsilon omicron nu eta sigma iota, as though he would say, this is she who has the mind of God, theta epsilon omicron nu alpha, using alpha as a dialectical variety for eta, and taking away iota and sigma. 36 Perhaps, however, the name theta epsilon omicron nu eta may mean, she who knows divine things, theta epsilon alpha nu omicron nu sigma alpha, better than others. Nor shall we be far wrong in supposing that the author of it wished to identify this goddess with moral intelligence, nu theta epsilon iota nu eta sigma iota nu, and therefore gave her the name theta omicron nu eta. Which, however, either he or his successors have altered into what they thought a nicer form, and called her Athene. Hermogenes, but what do you say of Hephaestus? Socrates, speak you of the princely lord of light, epsilon omicron sigma tau omicron rho alpha? Hermogenes, surely. Socrates, alpha iota sigma tau omicron is phi alpha sigma tau omicron, and has added the eta by attraction, that is obvious to anybody. Hermogenes, that is very probable, until some more probable notion gets into your head. Socrates, to prevent that, you had better ask what is the derivation of Ares. Hermogenes, what is Ares? Socrates, Ares may be called, if you will, from his manhood, rho epsilon nu, and manliness, or if you please, from his hard and unchangeable nature, which is the meaning of rho alpha tau omicron. The latter is a derivation in every way appropriate to the god of war. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, and now, by the gods, let us have no more of the gods, for I am afraid of them. Ask about anything but them, and thou shalt see how the steeds of Euthyphro can prance. Hermogenes, only one more god. I should like to know about Hermes, of whom I am said not to be a true son. Let us make him out, and then I shall know whether there is any meaning in what Cratylus says. Socrates, I should imagine that the name Hermes has to do with speech, and signifies that he is the interpreter, Romuade nu epsilon, or messenger, or thief, or liar, or bargainer. All that sort of thing has a great deal to do with language. As I was telling you, the word epsilon rho epsilon iota nu is expressive of the use of speech, and there is an often recurring Homeric word mu sigma alpha tau omicron, which means, he contrived, out of these two words, epsilon rho epsilon iota nu and mu sigma theta alpha iota. The legislator formed the name of the god who invented language and speech. 37 And we may imagine him dictating to us the use of this name. O my friends, says he to us, seeing that he is the contriver of tales or speeches, you may rightly call him epsilon Romuada. And this has been improved by us, as we think, into Hermes. Iris also appears to have been called from the verb, to tell, epsilon rho epsilon iota nu, because she was a messenger. Hermogenes, then I am very sure that Cratylus was quite right in saying that I was no true son of Hermes, Romu omicron gamma nu eta, for I am not a good hand at speeches. Socrates, there is also reason, my friend, in Pan being the double-formed son of Hermes. Hermogenes, how do you make that out? Socrates, you are aware that speech signifies all things, piety with circumflex nu, and is always turning them round and round, and has two forms, true and false. Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, is not the truth that is in him the smooth or sacred form which dwells above among the gods, whereas falsehood dwells among men below, and is rough like the goat of tragedy? For tales and falsehoods have generally to do with the tragic or goatish life, and tragedy is the place of them. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, then surely Pan, who is the declarer of all things, pi with circumflex nu, and the perpetual mover, epsilon pi omicron lambda nu, of all things, is rightly called alpha pi lambda omicron, goatherd, he being the two-formed son of Hermes, smooth in his upper part, and rough and goat-like in his lower regions. And, as the son of Hermes, he is speech or the brother of speech, and that brother should be like brother is no marvel. But, as I was saying, my dear Hermogenes, let us get away from the gods. Hermogenes, from these sort of gods, by all means, Socrates. But why should we not discuss another kind of gods, the sun, moon, stars, earth, ether, air, fire, water, the seasons, and the year? Socrates, you impose a great many tasks upon me. Still, if you wish, I will not refuse. Hermogenes, you will oblige me. Socrates, how would you have me begin? Shall I take first of all him whom you mentioned first, the sun? Hermogenes, very good. Socrates, the origin of the sun will probably be clearer in the Doric form, for the Dorians call him lambda iota omicron. And this name is given to him because when he rises he gathers, lambda zeta omicron iota, men together, or because he is always rolling in his course, epsilon epsilon lambda epsilon nu nu, about the earth. Or from alpha omicron lambda epsilon nu, of which the meaning is the same as pi omicron iota kappa lambda epsilon iota nu, to variegate, because he variegates the productions of the earth. Hermogenes, but what is sigma epsilon lambda nu eta, the moon? Socrates, that name is rather unfortunate for Anaxagoras. Hermogenes, how so? Socrates, the word seems to forestall his recent discovery, that the moon receives her light from the sun. Hermogenes, why do you say so? Socrates, the two words sigma lambda alpha, brightness, and light, have much the same meaning. Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, this light about the moon is always new, nu omicron nu, and always old, nu omicron nu, if the disciples of Anaxagoras say truly. For the sun in his revolution always adds new light, and there is the old light of the previous month. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, the moon is not unfrequently called sigma epsilon lambda alpha nu alpha. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, and as she has a light which is always old and always new, nu omicron nu epsilon, she may very properly have the name sigma epsilon lambda alpha epsilon nu omicron epsilon iota alpha. And this when hammered into shape becomes sigma epsilon lambda alpha nu alpha. Hermogenes, a real dithyrambic sort of name that, Socrates. But what do you say of the month and the stars? Socrates, mu epsilon, month, is called for mu epsilon iota omicron nu sigma theta alpha iota, to lessen, because suffering diminution, the name of sigma tau rho alpha, stars, seems to be derived from sigma tau rho alpha pi, which is an improvement on nu alpha sigma tau rho omega pi, signifying the upsetting of the eyes, nu alpha sigma tau rho epsilon iota nu omega pi alpha. Hermogenes, what do you say of pi nu rho, fire, and delta omega rho, water? Socrates, I am at a loss how to explain pi nu rho, either the muse of Euthyphro has deserted me, or there is some very great difficulty in the word. Please, however, to note the contrivance which I adopt whenever I am in a difficulty of this sort. Hermogenes, what is it? Socrates, I will tell you, but I should like to know first whether you can tell me what is the meaning of the pi nu rho. Hermogenes, indeed I cannot. Socrates, shall I tell you what I suspect to be the true explanation of this and several other words? My belief is that they are of foreign origin. For the Hellenes, especially those who were under the dominion of the barbarians, often borrowed from them. Hermogenes, what is the inference? Socrates, why, you know that anyone who seeks to demonstrate the fitness of these names according to the Hellenic language, and not according to the language from which the words are derived, is rather likely to be at fault. Hermogenes, yes, certainly. Socrates, well then, consider whether this pi nu rho is not foreign. For the word is not easily brought into relation with the Hellenic tongue, and the Phrygians may be observed to have the same word slightly changed, just as they have delta omega rho, water, and kappa nu epsilon, dogs, and many other words. Hermogenes, that is true. Socrates, any violent interpretations of the words should be avoided, for something to say about them may easily be found. And thus I get rid of pi nu rho and delta omega rho. Rho, air, Hermogenes, may be explained as the element which raises, alpha rho epsilon iota, things from the earth, or as ever-flowing, epsilon epsilon, or because the flux of the air is wind, and the poets call the winds air blasts, eta tau alpha iota. He who uses the term may mean, so to speak, air flux, eta tau rho omicron upsilon nu, in the sense of wind flux, pi nu epsilon upsilon nu alpha tau rho omicron upsilon nu, and because this moving wind may be expressed by either term he employs the word air, rho equals tau eta omega. Alpha theta rho, ether, I should interpret as epsilon iota theta epsilon rho, this may be correctly said, because this element is always running in a flux about the air, epsilon theta epsilon pi epsilon rho tau nu rho alpha omega nu. The meaning of the word gamma eta, earth, comes out better when in the form of gamma alpha alpha, for the earth may be truly called mother, gamma alpha alpha, gamma epsilon nu nu tau epsilon iota rho alpha, as in the language of Homer, Odyssey 9:118, 13:160, gamma alpha sigma iota means gamma epsilon nu nu eta sigma theta alpha iota. Hermogenes, good. Socrates, what shall we take next? Hermogenes, there are omega rho alpha iota, the seasons, and the two names of the year, nu iota alpha upsilon tau and tau omicron. Socrates, the omega rho alpha iota should be spelt in the old Attic way, if you desire to know the probable truth about them. They are rightly called the omega rho alpha iota because they divide, rho zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota nu, the summers and winters and winds and the fruits of the earth. The words nu iota alpha upsilon tau and tau omicron appear to be the same, that which brings to light the plants and growths of the earth in their turn, and passes them in review within itself, nu alpha upsilon tau xi epsilon tau zeta epsilon iota, this is broken up into two words. Nu iota alpha upsilon tau from nu alpha upsilon tau, and tau omicron from tau zeta epsilon iota, just as the original name of zeta epsilon was divided into zeta eta nu alpha and delta alpha. And the whole proposition means that his power of reviewing from within is one, but has two names, two words tau omicron and nu iota alpha upsilon tau being thus formed out of a single proposition. Hermogenes, indeed, Socrates, you make surprising progress. Socrates, I am run away with. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, but am not yet at my utmost speed. Hermogenes, I should like very much to know, in the next place, how you would explain the virtues. What principle of correctness is there in those charming words, wisdom, understanding, justice, and the rest of them? Socrates, that is a tremendous class of names which you are disinterring. Still, as I have put on the lion's skin, I must not be faint of heart. And I suppose that I must consider the meaning of wisdom, rho nu eta sigma iota, and understanding, sigma nu epsilon sigma iota, and judgment, gamma nu mu eta, and knowledge, pi iota sigma tau mu eta, and all those other charming words, as you call them. Hermogenes, surely, we must not leave off until we find out their meaning. Socrates, by the dog of Egypt, I have a not bad notion which came into my head only this moment. I believe that the primeval givers of names were undoubtedly like too many of our modern philosophers, who, in their search after the nature of things, are always getting dizzy from constantly going round, and then they imagine that the world is going round and moving in all directions. And this appearance, which arises out of their own internal condition, they suppose to be a reality of nature. They think that there is nothing stable or permanent, but only flux and motion, and that the world is always full of every sort of motion and change. The consideration of the names which I mentioned has led me into making this reflection. Hermogenes, how is that, Socrates? Socrates, perhaps you did not observe that in the names which have been just cited, the motion or flux or generation of things is most surely indicated. Hermogenes, no, indeed, I never thought of it. Socrates, take the first of those which you mentioned, clearly that is a name indicative of motion. Hermogenes, what was the name? Socrates, phi nu eta sigma iota, wisdom, which may signify omicron rho with circumflex kappa alpha omicron nu eta sigma iota, perception of motion and flux, or perhaps omicron rho with circumflex nu eta sigma iota, the blessing of motion, but is at any rate connected with rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, motion. Gamma nu mu eta, judgment, again, certainly implies the ponderation or consideration, nu mu eta sigma iota, of generation, for to ponder is the same as to consider. Or, if you would rather, here is nu eta sigma iota, the very word just now mentioned, which is nu omicron upsilon sigma iota, the desire of the new. The word nu omicron implies that the world is always in process of creation. The giver of the name wanted to express this longing of the soul, for the original name was nu epsilon sigma iota, and not nu eta sigma iota, but eta took the place of a double epsilon. The word sigma omega rho omicron sigma nu eta is the salvation, sigma omega tau eta rho alpha, of that wisdom, rho nu eta sigma iota, which we were just now considering. Pi iota sigma tau mu eta, knowledge, is akin to this, and indicates that the soul which is good for anything follows, pi epsilon tau alpha iota, the motion of things, neither anticipating them nor falling behind them. Wherefore the word should rather be read as pi iota sigma tau eta mu nu eta, 38 inserting nu. Sigma nu epsilon sigma iota, understanding, may be regarded in like manner as a kind of conclusion. The word is derived from sigma upsilon nu iota nu alpha iota, to go along with, and, like pi sigma tau alpha sigma theta alpha iota, to know, implies the progression of the soul in company with the nature of things. Sigma omicron alpha, wisdom, is very dark, and appears not to be of native growth. The meaning is, touching the motion or stream of things. You must remember that the poets, when they speak of the commencement of any rapid motion, often use the word sigma theta eta, he rushed. And there was a famous Lacedaemonian who was named sigma omicron nu, rush, for by this word the Lacedaemonians signify rapid motion, and the touching, pi alpha, of motion is expressed by sigma omicron alpha, for all things are supposed to be in motion. Good, gamma alpha theta nu, is the name which is given to the admirable, gamma alpha sigma tau omega, in nature, for, although all things move, still there are degrees of motion, some are swifter, some slower. But there are some things which are admirable for their swiftness, and this admirable part of nature is called gamma alpha theta nu. Delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron sigma nu eta, justice, is clearly delta iota kappa alpha omicron upsilon sigma nu epsilon sigma iota, understanding of the just. But the actual word delta kappa alpha iota omicron nu is more difficult. Men are only agreed to a certain extent about justice, and then they begin to disagree. For those who suppose all things to be in motion conceive the greater part of nature to be a mere receptacle. And they say that there is a penetrating power which passes through all this, and is the instrument of creation in all, and is the subtlest and swiftest element. For if it were not the subtlest, and a power which none can keep out, and also the swiftest, passing by other things as if they were standing still, it could not penetrate through the moving universe. And this element, which superintends all things and pierces, delta iota alpha nu, all, is rightly called delta kappa alpha iota omicron nu. The letter kappa is only added for the sake of euphony. Thus far, as I was saying, there is a general agreement about the nature of justice. But I, Hermogenes, being an enthusiastic disciple, have been told in a mystery that the justice of which I am speaking is also the cause of the world. Now a cause is that because of which anything is created. And someone comes and whispers in my ear that justice is rightly so called because partaking of the nature of the cause, and I begin, after hearing what he has said, to interrogate him gently. Well, my excellent friend, say I. But if all this be true, I still want to know what is justice. Thereupon they think that I ask tiresome questions, and am leaping over the barriers, and have been already sufficiently answered, and they try to satisfy me with one derivation after another, and at length they quarrel. For one of them says that justice is the sun, and that he only is the piercing, delta iota alpha nu tau alpha, and burning, kappa omicron nu tau alpha, element which is the guardian of nature. And when I joyfully repeat this beautiful notion, I am answered by the satirical remark, what, is there no justice in the world when the sun is down? And when I earnestly beg my questioner to tell me his own honest opinion, he says, fire in the abstract, but this is not very intelligible. Another says, no, not fire in the abstract, but the abstraction of heat in the fire. Another man professes to laugh at all this, and says, as Anaxagoras says, that justice is mind, for mind, as they say, has absolute power, and mixes with nothing, and orders all things, and passes through all things. At last, my friend, I find myself in far greater perplexity about the nature of justice than I was before I began to learn. But still I am of opinion that the name, which has led me into this digression, was given to justice for the reasons which I have mentioned. Hermogenes, I think, Socrates, that you are not improvising now. You must have heard this from someone else. Socrates, and not the rest? Hermogenes, hardly. Socrates, well, then, let me go on in the hope of making you believe in the originality of the rest. What remains after justice? I do not think that we have as yet discussed courage, nu delta rho epsilon alpha, injustice, delta iota kappa alpha, which is obviously nothing more than a hindrance to the penetrating principle, delta iota alpha nu tau omicron, need not be considered. Well, then, the name of nu delta rho epsilon alpha seems to imply a battle. This battle is in the world of existence, and according to the doctrine of flux is only the counterflux, nu alpha nu tau alpha omicron. If you extract the delta from nu delta rho epsilon alpha, the name at once signifies the thing. And you may clearly understand that nu delta rho epsilon alpha is not the stream opposed to every stream, but only to that which is contrary to justice, for otherwise courage would not have been praised. The words rho epsilon nu, male, and nu rho, man, also contain a similar allusion to the same principle of the upward flux, tau eta nu omega omicron eta. Gamma upsilon nu, woman, I suspect to be the same word as gamma omicron nu, birth theta eta lambda upsilon, female, appears to be partly derived from theta eta lambda, the teat, because the teat is like rain, and makes things flourish, tau epsilon theta eta lambda nu alpha iota. Hermogenes, that is surely probable. Socrates, yes. And the very word theta lambda epsilon iota nu, to flourish, seems to figure the growth of youth, which is swift and sudden ever. And this is expressed by the legislator in the name, which is a compound of theta epsilon nu, running, and lambda epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, leaping. Pray observe how I gallop away when I get on smooth ground. There are a good many names generally thought to be of importance, which have still to be explained. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, there is the meaning of the word tau kai nueta, art, for example. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, that may be identified with chi omicron nueta, and expresses the possession of mind. You have only to take away the tau and insert two omicron s, one between the chi and nu, and another between the nu and eta. Hermogenes, that is a very shabby etymology. Socrates, yes, my dear friend. But then you know that the original names have been long ago buried and disguised by people sticking on and stripping off letters for the sake of euphony. And twisting and bedizening them in all sorts of ways, and time too may have had a share in the change. Take, for example, the word kappa tau omicron pi tau rho omicron nu, why is the letter rho inserted? This must surely be the addition of someone who cares nothing about the truth, but thinks only of putting the mouth into shape. And the additions are often such that at last no human being can possibly make out the original meaning of the word. Another example is the word sigma gamma xi, sigma iota gamma gamma, which ought properly to be gamma xi, iota gamma gamma, and there are other examples. Hermogenes, that is quite true, Socrates. Socrates, and yet, if you are permitted to put in and pull out any letters which you please, names will be too easily made, and any name may be adapted to any object. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, yes, that is true. And therefore a wise dictator, like yourself, should observe the laws of moderation and probability. Hermogenes, such is my desire. Socrates, and mine, too, Hermogenes. But do not be too much of a precision, or you will unnerve me of my strength. 39 When you have allowed me to add mu eta chi alpha nu, contrivance, to tau chi nu eta, art, I shall be at the top of my bent, for I conceive mu eta chi alpha nu to be a sign of great accomplishment, nu epsilon iota nu. For mu eta kappa omicron has the meaning of greatness, and these two, mu eta kappa omicron and nu epsilon iota nu, make up the word mu eta chi alpha nu. But, as I was saying, being now at the top of my bent, I should like to consider the meaning of the two words rho epsilon tau, virtue, and kappa alpha, vice. Rho epsilon tau I do not as yet understand, but kappa alpha is transparent, and agrees with the principles which preceded, for all things being in a flux, nu tau omega nu, kappa alpha is kappa alpha nu, going badly. And this evil motion when existing in the soul has the general name of kappa alpha, or vice, specially appropriated to it. The meaning of kappa alpha nu alpha iota may be further illustrated by the use of delta epsilon iota lambda alpha, cowardice, which ought to have come after nu delta rho epsilon alpha, but was forgotten, and, as I fear, is not the only word which has been passed over. Delta epsilon iota lambda alpha signifies that the soul is bound with a strong chain, delta epsilon sigma mu, for lambda alpha nu means strength, and therefore delta epsilon iota lambda alpha expresses the greatest and strongest bond of the soul. And pi omicron rho alpha, difficulty, is an evil of the same nature, from alpha naught, and pi omicron rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota to go, like anything else which is an impediment to motion and movement. Then the word kappa alpha appears to mean kappa alpha nu alpha iota, or going badly, or limping and halting. Of which the consequence is, that the soul becomes filled with vice. And if kappa alpha is the name of this sort of thing, rho epsilon tau will be the opposite of it, signifying in the first place ease of motion, then that the stream of the good soul is unimpeded. And has therefore the attribute of ever flowing without let or hindrance, and is therefore called rho epsilon tau, or, more correctly, epsilon iota rho epsilon iota tau, ever flowing, and may perhaps have had another form, alpha rho epsilon tau, eligible. Indicating that nothing is more eligible than virtue, and this has been hammered into rho epsilon tau. I dare say that you will deem this to be another invention of mine, but I think that if the previous word kappa alpha was right, then rho epsilon tau is also right. Hermogenes, but what is the meaning of kappa alpha nu, which has played so great a part in your previous discourse? Socrates, that is a very singular word about which I can hardly form an opinion, and therefore I must have recourse to my ingenious device. Hermogenes, what device? Socrates, the device of a foreign origin, which I shall give to this word also. Hermogenes, very likely you are right, but suppose that we leave these words and endeavor to see the rationale of kappa alpha lambda nu and alpha sigma chi rho nu. Socrates, the meaning of alpha sigma chi rho nu is evident, being only epsilon sigma chi omicron nu omicron eta, always preventing from flowing, and this is in accordance with our former derivations. For the name-giver was a great enemy to stagnation of all sorts, and hence he gave the name epsilon iota sigma chi omicron rho omicron nu nu to that which hindered the flux, epsilon sigma chi omicron nu nu, and that is now beaten together into alpha sigma chi rho nu. Hermogenes, but what do you say of kappa alpha lambda nu? Socrates, that is more obscure, yet the form is only due to the quantity, and has been changed by altering omicron upsilon into omicron. Hermogenes, what do you mean? Socrates, this name appears to denote mind. Hermogenes, how so? Socrates, let me ask you, what is the cause why anything has a name? Is not the principle which imposes the name the cause? Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, and must not this be the mind of gods, or of men, or of both? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, is not mind that which called, kappa alpha lambda sigma alpha nu, things by their names, and is not mind the beautiful, kappa alpha lambda nu? Hermogenes, that is evident. Socrates, and are not the works of intelligence and mind worthy of praise, and are not other works worthy of blame? Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, physic does the work of a physician, and carpentering does the works of a carpenter? Hermogenes, exactly. Socrates, and the principle of beauty does the works of beauty? Hermogenes, of course. Socrates, and that principle we affirm to be mind? Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, then mind is rightly called beauty because she does the works which we recognize and speak of as the beautiful? Hermogenes, that is evident. Socrates, what more names remain to us? Hermogenes, there are the words which are connected with gamma alpha theta nu and kappa alpha lambda nu, such as sigma upsilon mu rho omicron nu and lambda upsilon sigma iota tau epsilon lambda omicron nu nu, lambda iota mu omicron nu, kappa epsilon rho delta alpha lambda omicron nu, and their opposites. Socrates, the meaning of sigma upsilon mu rho omicron nu, expedient, I think that you may discover for yourself by the light of the previous examples, for it is a sister word to pi iota sigma tau mu eta, meaning just the motion, omicron rho, of the soul accompanying the world. And things which are done upon this principle are called sigma mu omicron rho alpha or sigma upsilon mu rho omicron nu tau alpha, because they are carried round with the world. Hermogenes, that is probable. Socrates, again, kappa epsilon rho delta alpha lambda omicron nu, gainful, is called from kappa rho delta omicron, gain, but you must alter the delta into nu if you want to get at the meaning, for this word also signifies good, but in another way. He who gave the name intended to express the power of admixture, kappa epsilon rho alpha nu nu mu epsilon nu omicron nu, and universal penetration in the good. In forming the word, however, he inserted a delta instead of a nu, and so made kappa rho delta omicron. Hermogenes, well, but what is lambda upsilon sigma iota tau epsilon lambda omicron nu nu, profitable? Socrates, I suppose, Hermogenes, that people do not mean by the profitable the gainful or that which pays, lambda epsilon iota, the retailer, but they use the word in the sense of swift. You regard the profitable, lambda upsilon sigma iota tau epsilon lambda omicron nu nu, as that which being the swiftest thing in existence, allows of no stay in things and no pause or end of motion, but always, if there begins to be any end, lets things go again, lambda epsilon iota. And makes motion immortal and unceasing, and in this point of view, as appears to me, the good is happily denominated lambda upsilon sigma iota tau epsilon lambda omicron nu nu, being that which looses, lambda omicron nu, the end, tau lambda omicron, of motion. Lambda iota mu omicron nu, the advantageous, is derived from lambda epsilon iota nu, meaning that which creates and increases. This latter is a common Homeric word, and has a foreign character. Hermogenes, and what do you say of their opposites? Socrates, of such as are mere negatives I hardly think that I need speak. Hermogenes, which are they? Socrates, the words xi mu omicron rho omicron nu, inexpedient, nu omega epsilon lambda nu, unprofitable, lambda nu sigma iota tau epsilon lambda nu, unadvantageous, kappa epsilon rho delta nu, ungainful. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, I would rather take the words beta lambda alpha beta epsilon rho nu, harmful, zeta eta mu iota delta epsilon, hurtful. Hermogenes, good. Socrates, the word beta lambda alpha beta epsilon rho nu is that which is said to hinder or harm, beta lambda pi tau epsilon iota nu, the stream, omicron nu nu. Beta lambda pi tau omicron nu is beta omicron upsilon lambda mu epsilon nu omicron nu pi tau epsilon iota nu, seeking to hold or bind, for pi tau epsilon iota nu is the same as delta epsilon nu nu, and delta epsilon nu nu is always a term of censure. Beta omicron upsilon lambda mu epsilon nu omicron nu pi tau epsilon iota nu omicron nu nu, wanting to bind the stream, would properly be beta omicron upsilon lambda alpha pi tau epsilon rho omicron nu nu, and this, as I imagine, is improved into beta lambda alpha beta epsilon rho nu. Hermogenes, you bring out curious results, Socrates, in the use of names. And when I hear the word beta omicron upsilon lambda alpha pi tau epsilon rho omicron nu nu, I cannot help imagining that you are making your mouth into a flute, and puffing away at some prelude to a theme. Socrates, that is the fault of the makers of the name, Hermogenes, not mine. Hermogenes, very true, but what is the derivation of zeta eta mu iota delta epsilon? Socrates, what is the meaning of zeta eta mu iota delta epsilon? Let me remark, Hermogenes, how right I was in saying that great changes are made in the meaning of words by putting in and pulling out letters. Even a very slight permutation will sometimes give an entirely opposite sense. I may instance the word delta omicron nu, which occurs to me at the moment, and reminds me of what I was going to say to you, that the fine fashionable language of modern times has twisted and disguised and entirely altered the original meaning both of delta omicron nu, and also of zeta eta mu iota delta epsilon, which in the old language is clearly indicated. Hermogenes, what do you mean? Socrates, I will try to explain. You are aware that our forefathers loved the sounds iota and delta, especially the women, who are most conservative of the ancient language, but now they change iota into eta or epsilon, and delta into zeta. This is supposed to increase the grandeur of the sound. Hermogenes, how do you mean? Socrates, for example, in very ancient times they called the day either Muro Alpha or Muro Alpha, which is called by us Muro Alpha. Hermogenes, that is true. Socrates, do you observe that only the ancient form shows the intention of the giver of the name? Of which the reason is, that men long for, mu epsilon rho omicron upsilon sigma iota, and love the light which comes after the darkness, and is therefore called Muro Alpha, from mu epsilon rho omicron, desire. Hermogenes, clearly. Socrates, but now the name is so travestied that you cannot tell the meaning, although there are some who imagine the day to be called Muro Alpha because it makes things gentle, mu epsilon rho alpha. Hermogenes, such is my view. Socrates, and do you know that the ancients said delta nu omicron gamma nu and not zeta upsilon gamma nu? Hermogenes, they did so. Socrates, and zeta upsilon gamma nu, yoke, has no meaning, it ought to be delta nu omicron gamma nu, which word expresses the binding of two together, delta upsilon epsilon nu gamma omega gamma, for the purpose of drawing. This has been changed into zeta upsilon gamma nu, and there are many other examples of similar changes. Hermogenes, there are. Socrates, proceeding in the same train of thought, I may remark that the word delta omicron nu, obligation, has a meaning which is the opposite of all the other appellations of good. For delta omicron nu is here a species of good, and is, nevertheless, the chain, delta epsilon sigma mu, or hinderer of motion, and therefore own brother of beta lambda alpha beta epsilon rho nu. Hermogenes, yes, Socrates, that is quite plain. Socrates, not if you restore the ancient form, which is more likely to be the correct one, and read delta iota nu instead of delta omicron nu. If you convert the epsilon into an iota after the old fashion, this word will then agree with other words meaning good. For delta iota nu, not delta omicron nu, signifies the good, and is a term of praise. And the author of names has not contradicted himself, but in all these various appellations, delta omicron nu, obligatory, lambda iota mu omicron nu, advantageous, lambda upsilon sigma iota tau epsilon lambda omicron nu nu, profitable, kappa epsilon rho delta alpha lambda omicron nu, gainful, gamma alpha theta nu, good, sigma upsilon mu rho omicron nu, expedient, epsilon pi omicron rho omicron nu, plenteous. The same conception is implied of the ordering or all-pervading principle which is praised, and the restraining and binding principle which is censured. And this is further illustrated by the word zeta eta mu iota delta epsilon, hurtful, which if the zeta is only changed into delta as in the ancient language, becomes delta eta mu iota delta eta, and this name, as you will perceive, is given to that which binds motion, delta omicron nu nu tau iota nu. Hermogenes, what do you say of delta omicron nu, pleasure, lambda pi eta, pain, pi iota theta upsilon mu alpha, desire, and the like, Socrates? Socrates, I do not think, Hermogenes, that there is any great difficulty about them. Delta omicron nu is eta mu eta sigma iota, the action which tends to advantage. And the original form may be supposed to have been omicron nu, but this has been altered by the insertion of the delta, lambda pi eta appears to be derived from the relaxation, lambda epsilon iota nu, which the body feels when in sorrow. Nu alpha, trouble, is the hindrance of motion, alpha and nu alpha iota, lambda gamma eta delta nu, distress, if I am not mistaken, is a foreign word, which is derived from lambda gamma epsilon iota nu, grievous, delta nu eta, grief, is called from the putting on, nu delta upsilon sigma iota, sorrow. In chi theta eta delta nu, vexation, the word two labors, as anyone may see, chi alpha rho, joy, is the very expression of the fluency and diffusion of the soul, chi omega. Tau rho psi iota, delight, is so called from the pleasure creeping, rho pi omicron nu, through the soul, which may be likened to a breath, pi nu omicron, and is properly rho pi nu omicron nu nu, but has been altered by time into tau epsilon rho pi nu nu, epsilon rho omicron sigma nu eta, cheerfulness, and pi iota theta upsilon mu alpha explain themselves. The former, which ought to be epsilon epsilon rho omicron sigma nu eta and has been changed into epsilon rho omicron sigma nu eta, is named, as everyone may see, from the soul moving, rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, in harmony with nature. Pi iota theta upsilon mu alpha is really pi tau nu theta upsilon mu nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha delta nu omicron mu iota, the power which enters into the soul, theta upsilon mu, passion, is called from the rushing, theta sigma epsilon omega, and boiling of the soul. Mu epsilon rho omicron, desire, denotes the stream, omicron nu, which most draws the soul delta iota tau nu sigma iota nu tau eta omicron eta, because flowing with desire, mu epsilon nu omicron, and expresses a longing after things and violent attraction of the soul to them. And is termed mu epsilon rho omicron from possessing this power. Pi theta omicron, longing, is expressive of the desire of that which is not present but absent, and in another place, pi omicron upsilon, this is the reason why the name pi theta omicron is applied to things absent, as mu epsilon rho omicron is to things present. Rho omega, love, is so called because flowing in, sigma rho nu, from without. The stream is not inherent, but is an influence introduced through the eyes, and from flowing in was called sigma rho omicron, influx, in the old time when they used omicron for omega, and is called rho omega, now that omega is substituted for omicron. But why do you not give me another word? Hermogenes, what do you think of delta xi alpha, opinion, and that class of words? Socrates, delta xi alpha is either derived from delta omega xi iota, pursuit, and expresses the march of the soul in the pursuit of knowledge, or from the shooting of a bow, tau xi omicron nu. The latter is more likely, and is confirmed by omicron eta sigma iota, thinking, which is only omicron sigma iota, moving, and implies the movement of the soul to the essential nature of each thing, just as beta omicron upsilon lambda, counsel, has to do with shooting, beta omicron lambda. And beta lambda epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, to wish, combines the notion of aiming and deliberating. All these words seem to follow delta xi alpha, and all involve the idea of shooting, just as beta omicron upsilon lambda alpha, absence of counsel, on the other hand, is a mishap, or missing, or mistaking of the mark, or aim, or proposal, or object. Hermogenes, you are quickening your pace now, Socrates. Socrates, why yes, the end I now dedicate to 40 God, not, however, until I have explained nu gamma kappa eta, necessity, which ought to come next, and kappa omicron sigma iota omicron nu, the voluntary. Kappa omicron sigma iota omicron nu is certainly the yielding, epsilon kappa omicron nu, and unresisting. The notion implied is yielding and not opposing, yielding, as I was just now saying, to that motion which is in accordance with our will. But the necessary and resistant being contrary to our will, implies error and ignorance. The idea is taken from walking through a ravine which is impassable, and rugged, and overgrown, and impedes motion, and this is the derivation of the word nu alpha gamma kappa alpha omicron nu, necessary, nu gamma kappa eta nu, going through a ravine. But while my strength lasts, let us persevere, and I hope that you will persevere with your questions. Hermogenes, well, then, let me ask about the greatest and noblest, such as lambda theta epsilon iota alpha, truth, and psi epsilon nu delta omicron, falsehood, and nu, being, not forgetting to inquire why the word nu omicron mu alpha, name, which is the theme of our discussion, has this name of nu omicron mu alpha. Socrates, you know the word mu alpha epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, to seek? Hermogenes, yes, meaning the same as zeta eta tau epsilon nu, to inquire. Socrates, the word nu omicron mu alpha seems to be a compressed sentence, signifying nu omicron nu zeta tau eta mu alpha, being for which there is a search. As is still more obvious in nu omicron mu alpha sigma tau nu, notable, which states in so many words that real existence is that for which there is a seeking, nu omicron nu mu sigma mu alpha. Lambda theta epsilon iota alpha is also an agglomeration of theta epsilon alpha lambda eta, divine wandering, implying the divine motion of existence. Psi epsilon nu delta omicron, falsehood, is the opposite of motion. Here is another ill name given by the legislator to stagnation and forced inaction, which he compares to sleep, epsilon delta epsilon iota nu, but the original meaning of the word is disguised by the addition of psi, nu and omicron sigma alpha are nu with an iota broken off. This agrees with the true principle, for being, nu, is also moving, nu, and the same may be said of not being, which is likewise called not going, omicron nu or omicron kappa nu equals omicron kappa nu. Hermogenes, you have hammered away at them manfully. But suppose that someone were to say to you, what is the word nu, and what are omicron nu and delta omicron nu nu? Show me their fitness. Socrates, you mean to say, how should I answer him? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, one way of giving the appearance of an answer has been already suggested. Hermogenes, what way? Socrates, to say that names which we do not understand are of foreign origin. And this is very likely the right answer, and something of this kind may be true of them, but also the original forms of words may have been lost in the lapse of ages. Names have been so twisted in all manner of ways, that I should not be surprised if the old language when compared with that now in use would appear to us to be a barbarous tongue. Hermogenes, very likely. Socrates, yes, very likely. But still the inquiry demands our earnest attention and we must not flinch. For we should remember, that if a person go on analyzing names into words, and inquiring also into the elements out of which the words are formed, and keeps on always repeating this process, he who has to answer him must at last give up the inquiry in despair. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, and at what point ought he to lose heart and give up the inquiry? Must he not stop when he comes to the names which are the elements of all other names and sentences? For these cannot be supposed to be made up of other names. The word gamma alpha theta nu, good, for example, is, as we were saying, a compound of gamma alpha sigma tau, admirable, and theta omicron, swift. And probably theta omicron is made up of other elements, and these again of others. But if we take a word which is incapable of further resolution, then we shall be right in saying that we have at last reached a primary element, which need not be resolved any further. Hermogenes, I believe you to be in the right. Socrates, and suppose the names about which you are now asking should turn out to be primary elements, must not their truth or law be examined according to some new method? Hermogenes, very likely. Socrates, quite so, Hermogenes. All that has preceded would lead to this conclusion. And if, as I think, the conclusion is true, then I shall again say to you, come and help me, that I may not fall into some absurdity in stating the principle of primary names. Hermogenes, let me hear, and I will do my best to assist you. Socrates, I think that you will acknowledge with me, that one principle is applicable to all names, primary as well as secondary. When they are regarded simply as names, there is no difference in them. Hermogenes, certainly not. Socrates, all the names that we have been explaining were intended to indicate the nature of things. Hermogenes, of course. Socrates, and that this is true of the primary quite as much as of the secondary names, is implied in their being names. Hermogenes, surely. Socrates, but the secondary, as I conceive, derive their significance from the primary. Hermogenes, that is evident. Socrates, very good. But then how do the primary names which precede analysis show the natures of things, as far as they can be shown, which they must do, if they are to be real names? And here I will ask you a question: suppose that we had no voice or tongue, and wanted to communicate with one another, should we not, like the deaf and dumb, make signs with the hands and head and the rest of the body? Hermogenes, there would be no choice, Socrates. Socrates, we should imitate the nature of the thing. The elevation of our hands to heaven would mean lightness and upwardness. Heaviness and downwardness would be expressed by letting them drop to the ground. If we were describing the running of a horse, or any other animal, we should make our bodies and their gestures as like as we could to them. Hermogenes, I do not see that we could do anything else. Socrates, we could not, for by bodily imitation only can the body ever express anything. Hermogenes, very true. Socrates, and when we want to express ourselves, either with the voice, or tongue, or mouth, the expression is simply their imitation of that which we want to express. Hermogenes, it must be so, I think. Socrates, then a name is a vocal imitation of that which the vocal imitator names or imitates. Hermogenes, I think so. Socrates, nay, my friend, I am disposed to think that we have not reached the truth as yet. Hermogenes, why not? Socrates, because if we have we shall be obliged to admit that the people who imitate sheep, or cocks, or other animals, name that which they imitate. Hermogenes, quite true. Socrates, then could I have been right in what I was saying? Hermogenes, in my opinion, no. But I wish that you would tell me, Socrates, what sort of an imitation is a name? Socrates, in the first place, I should reply, not a musical imitation, although that is also vocal. Nor, again, an imitation of what music imitates. These, in my judgment, would not be naming. Let me put the matter as follows: all objects have sound and figure, and many have color. Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates, but the art of naming appears not to be concerned with imitations of this kind. The arts which have to do with them are music and drawing. Hermogenes, true. Socrates, again, is there not an essence of each thing, just as there is a color, or sound? And is there not an essence of color and sound as well as of anything else which may be said to have an essence? Hermogenes, I should think so. Socrates, well, and if anyone could express the essence of each thing in letters and syllables, would he not express the nature of each thing? Hermogenes, quite so. Socrates, the musician and the painter were the two names which you gave to the two other imitators. What will this imitator be called? Hermogenes, I imagine, Socrates, that he must be the namer, or name-giver, of whom we are in search. Socrates, if this is true, then I think that we are in a condition to consider the names omicron, stream, nu alpha iota, to go, sigma chi sigma iota, retention, about which you were asking. And we may see whether the namer has grasped the nature of them in letters and syllables in such a manner as to imitate the essence or not. Hermogenes, very good. Socrates, but are these the only primary names, or are there others? Hermogenes, there must be others. Socrates, so I should expect. But how shall we further analyze them, and where does the imitator begin? Imitation of the essence is made by syllables and letters. Ought we not, therefore, first to separate the letters, just as those who are beginning rhythm first distinguish the powers of elementary, and then of compound sounds, and when they have done so, but not before, they proceed to the consideration of rhythms? Hermogenes, yes. Socrates, must we not begin in the same way with letters, first separating the vowels, and then the consonants and mutes 41 into classes, according to the received distinctions of the learned? Also the semivowels, which are neither vowels, nor yet mutes, and distinguishing into classes the vowels themselves. And when we have perfected the classification of things, we shall give them names, and see whether, as in the case of letters, there are any classes to which they may be all referred. 42 And hence we shall see their natures, and see, too, whether they have in them classes as there are in the letters. And when we have well considered all this, we shall know how to apply them to what they resemble, whether one letter is used to denote one thing, or whether there is to be an admixture of several of them. Just as in painting, the painter who wants to depict anything sometimes uses purple only, or any other color, and sometimes mixes up several colors. As his method is when he has to paint flesh color or anything of that kind, he uses his colors as his figures appear to require them. And so, too, we shall apply letters to the expression of objects, either single letters when required, or several letters, and so we shall form syllables, as they are called, and from syllables make nouns and verbs. And thus, at last, from the combinations of nouns and verbs arrive at language, large and fair and whole, and as the painter made a figure, even so shall we make speech by the art of the namer or the rhetorician, or by some other art. Not that I am literally speaking of ourselves, but I was carried away, meaning to say that this was the way in which, not we but, the ancients formed language, and what they put together we must take to pieces in like manner. If we are to attain a scientific view of the whole subject, and we must see whether the primary, and also whether the secondary elements are rightly given or not, for if they are not, the composition of them, my dear Hermogenes, will be a sorry piece of work, and in the wrong direction. Hermogenes, that, Socrates, I can quite believe. Socrates, well, but do you suppose that you will be able to analyze them in this way? For I am certain that I should not. Hermogenes, much less am I likely to be able. Socrates, shall we leave them, then? Or shall we seek to discover, if we can, something about them, according to the measure of our ability, saying by way of preface, as I said before of the gods, that of the truth about them we know nothing, and do but entertain human notions of them. And in this present inquiry, let us say to ourselves, before we proceed, that the higher method is the one which we or others who would analyze language to any good purpose must follow. But under the circumstances, as men say, we must do as well as we can. What do you think? Hermogenes, I very much approve. Socrates, that objects should be imitated in letters and syllables, and so find expression, may appear ridiculous, Hermogenes, but it cannot be avoided. There is no better principle to which we can look for the truth of first names. Deprived of this, we must have recourse to divine help, like the tragic poets, who in any perplexity have their gods waiting in the air. And must get out of our difficulty in like fashion, by saying that, the gods gave the first names, and therefore they are right. This will be the best contrivance, or perhaps that other notion may be even better still, of deriving them from some barbarous people, for the barbarians are older than we are. Or we may say that antiquity has cast a veil over them, which is the same sort of excuse as the last, for all these are not reasons but only ingenious excuses for having no reasons concerning the truth of words. And yet any sort of ignorance of first or primitive names involves an ignorance of secondary words, for they can only be explained by the primary. Clearly then the professor of languages should be able to give a very lucid explanation of first names, or let him be assured he will only talk nonsense about the rest. Do you not suppose this to be true? Hermogenes, certainly. Socrates. Socrates, my first notions of original names are truly wild and ridiculous, though I have no objection to impart them to you if you desire, and I hope that you will communicate to me in return anything better which you may have. Hermogenes, fear not, I will do my best. Socrates, in the first place, the letter rho appears to me to be the general instrument expressing all motion, kappa sigma iota. But I have not yet explained the meaning of this latter word, which is just epsilon sigma iota, going, for the letter eta was not in use among the ancients, who only employed epsilon, and the root is kappa epsilon iota nu, which is a foreign form, the same as nu alpha iota. And the old word kappa nu eta sigma iota will be correctly given as epsilon sigma iota in corresponding modern letters. Assuming this foreign root kappa epsilon iota nu, and allowing for the change of the eta and the insertion of the nu, we have kappa nu eta sigma iota, which should have been kappa iota epsilon nu eta sigma iota or epsilon sigma iota, and sigma tau with circumflex sigma iota is the negative of nu alpha iota, or epsilon sigma iota, and has been improved into sigma tau with circumflex sigma iota. Now the letter rho, as I was saying, appeared to the imposer of names an excellent instrument for the expression of motion, and he frequently uses the letter for this purpose. For example, in the actual words epsilon nu and omicron he represents motion by rho. Also in the words tau rho mu omicron, trembling, tau rho alpha chi, rugged. And again, in words such as kappa rho omicron epsilon iota nu, strike, theta rho alpha epsilon iota nu, crush, rho epsilon kappa epsilon iota nu, bruise, theta rho pi tau epsilon iota nu, break, kappa epsilon rho mu alpha tau zeta epsilon iota nu, crumble, upsilon mu beta epsilon nu, whirl. Of all these sorts of movements he generally finds an expression in the letter r, because, as I imagine, he had observed that the tongue was most agitated and least at rest in the pronunciation of this letter, which he therefore used in order to express motion, just as by the letter iota he expresses the subtle elements which pass through all things. This is why he uses the letter iota as imitative of motion, nu alpha iota, epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. And there is another class of letters, phi, psi, sigma, and zeta, of which the pronunciation is accompanied by great expenditure of breath. These are used in the imitation of such notions as psi upsilon chi rho nu, shivering, zeta omicron nu, seething, sigma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, to be shaken, sigma epsilon iota sigma mu, shock, and are always introduced by the giver of names when he wants to imitate what is upsilon sigma delta epsilon, windy. He seems to have thought that the closing and pressure of the tongue in the utterance of delta and tau was expressive of binding and rest in a place. He further observed the liquid movement of lambda, in the pronunciation of which the tongue slips. And in this he found the expression of smoothness, as in lambda epsilon omicron, level, and in the word lambda iota sigma theta nu epsilon iota nu, to slip, itself, lambda iota pi alpha rho nu, sleek, in the word kappa omicron lambda delta epsilon, gluey, and the like. The heavier sound of gamma detained the slipping tongue. And the union of the two gave the notion of a glutinous clammy nature, as in gamma lambda sigma chi rho omicron, gamma lambda upsilon kappa, gamma lambda omicron iota delta epsilon. The nu he observed to be sounded from within, and therefore to have a notion of inwardness. Hence he introduced the sound in nu delta omicron nu and nu tau, alpha he assigned to the expression of size, and nu of length, because they are great letters. Omicron was the sign of roundness, and therefore there is plenty of omicron mixed up in the word gamma omicron gamma lambda omicron nu, round. Thus did the legislator, reducing all things into letters and syllables, and impressing on them names and signs, and out of them by imitation compounding other signs. That is my view, Hermogenes, of the truth of names. But I should like to hear what Cratylus has more to say. Hermogenes, but, Socrates, as I was telling you before, Cratylus mystifies me. He says that there is a fitness of names, but he never explains what is this fitness, so that I cannot tell whether his obscurity is intended or not. Tell me now, Cratylus, here in the presence of Socrates, do you agree in what Socrates has been saying about names, or have you something better of your own? And if you have, tell me what your view is, and then you will either learn of Socrates, or Socrates and I will learn of you. Cratylus, well, but surely, Hermogenes, you do not suppose that you can learn, or I explain, any subject of importance all in a moment, at any rate, not such a subject as language, which is, perhaps, the very greatest of all. Hermogenes, no, indeed, but, as Hesiod says, and I agree with him, to add little to little, is worth while. And, therefore, if you think that you can add anything at all, however small, to our knowledge, take a little trouble and oblige Socrates, and me too, who certainly have a claim upon you. Socrates, I am by no means positive, Cratylus, in the view which Hermogenes and myself have worked out, and therefore do not hesitate to say what you think, which if it be better than my own view I shall gladly accept. And I should not be at all surprised to find that you have found some better notion. For you have evidently reflected on these matters and have had teachers, and if you have really a better theory of the truth of names, you may count me in the number of your disciples. Cratylus, you are right, Socrates, in saying that I have made a study of these matters, and I might possibly convert you into a disciple. But I fear that the opposite is more probable, and I already find myself moved to say to you what Achilles in the prayers says to Ajax. Illustrious Ajax, son of Telamon, lord of the people. You appear to have spoken in all things much to my mind. And you, Socrates, appear to me to be an oracle, and to give answers much to my mind, whether you are inspired by Euthyphro, or whether some muse may have long been an inhabitant of your breast, unconsciously to yourself. Socrates, excellent Cratylus, I have long been wondering at my own wisdom, I cannot trust myself. And I think that I ought to stop and ask myself what am I saying? For there is nothing worse than self-deception, when the deceiver is always at home and always with you, it is quite terrible, and therefore I ought often to retrace my steps and endeavor to look fore and aft, in the words of the aforesaid Homer. And now let me see, where are we? Have we not been saying that the correct name indicates the nature of the thing? Has this proposition been sufficiently proven? Cratylus, yes, Socrates, what you say, as I am disposed to think, is quite true. Socrates, names, then, are given in order to instruct. Cratylus, certainly. Socrates, and naming is an art, and has artificers. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, and who are they? Cratylus, the legislators, of whom you spoke at first. Socrates, and does this art grow up among men like other arts? Let me explain what I mean. Of painters, some are better and some worse. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, the better painters execute their works, I mean their figures, better, and the worse execute them worse, and of builders also, the better sort build fairer houses, and the worse build them worse. Cratylus, true. Socrates, and among legislators, there are some who do their work better and some worse. Cratylus, no, there I do not agree with you. Socrates, then you do not think that some laws are better and others worse? Cratylus, no, indeed. Socrates, or that one name is better than another? Cratylus, certainly not. Socrates, then all names are rightly imposed? Cratylus, yes, if they are names at all. Socrates, well, what do you say to the name of our friend Hermogenes, which was mentioned before, assuming that he has nothing of the nature of Hermes in him, shall we say that this is a wrong name, or not his name at all? Cratylus, I should reply that Hermogenes is not his name at all, but only appears to be his, and is really the name of somebody else, who has the nature which corresponds to it. Socrates, and if a man were to call him Hermogenes, would he not be even speaking falsely? For there may be a doubt whether you can call him Hermogenes, if he is not. Cratylus, what do you mean? Socrates, are you maintaining that falsehood is impossible? For if this is your meaning I should answer, that there have been plenty of liars in all ages. Cratylus, why, Socrates, how can a man say that which is not? Say something and yet say nothing. For is not falsehood saying the thing which is not? Socrates, your argument, friend, is too subtle for a man of my age. But I should like to know whether you are one of those philosophers who think that falsehood may be spoken but not said. Cratylus, neither spoken nor said. Socrates, nor uttered nor addressed. For example, if a person, saluting you in a foreign country, were to take your hand and say, "Hail, Athenian stranger, Hermogenes, son of Smicreon," these words, whether spoken, said, uttered, or addressed, would have no application to you but only to our friend Hermogenes, or perhaps to nobody at all. Cratylus, in my opinion, Socrates, the speaker would only be talking nonsense. Socrates, well, but that will be quite enough for me, if you will tell me whether the nonsense would be true or false, or partly true and partly false, which is all that I want to know. Cratylus, I should say that he would be putting himself in motion to no purpose, and that his words would be an unmeaning sound like the noise of hammering at a brazen pot. Socrates, but let us see, Cratylus, whether we cannot find a meeting point, for you would admit that the name is not the same with the thing named? Cratylus, I should. Socrates, and would you further acknowledge that the name is an imitation of the thing? Cratylus, certainly. Socrates, and you would say that pictures are also imitations of things, but in another way? Cratylus, yes. Socrates, I believe you may be right, but I do not rightly understand you. Please to say, then, whether both sorts of imitation, I mean both pictures or words, are not equally attributable and applicable to the things of which they are the imitation. Cratylus, they are. Socrates, first look at the matter thus: you may attribute the likeness of the man to the man, and of the woman to the woman, and so on. Cratylus, certainly. Socrates, and conversely you may attribute the likeness of the man to the woman, and of the woman to the man. Cratylus, very true. Socrates, and are both modes of assigning them right, or only the first? Cratylus, only the first. Socrates, that is to say, the mode of assignment which attributes to each that which belongs to them and is like them. Cratylus, that is my view. Socrates, now then, as I am desirous that we being friends should have a good understanding about the argument, let me state my view to you. The first mode of assignment, whether applied to figures or to names, I call right. And when applied to names only, true as well as right. And the other mode of giving and assigning the name which is unlike, I call wrong, and in the case of names, false as well as wrong. Cratylus, that may be true. Socrates, in the case of pictures, they may be wrongly assigned. But not in the case of names, they must be always right. Socrates, why, what is the difference? May I not go to a man and say to him, "This is your picture," showing him his own likeness, or perhaps the likeness of a woman? And when I say, show, I mean bring before the sense of sight. Cratylus, certainly. Socrates, and may I not go to him again, and say, "This is your name"? For the name, like the picture, is an imitation. May I not say to him, "This is your name"? And may I not then bring to his sense of hearing the imitation of himself, when I say, "This is a man," or of a female of the human species, when I say, "This is a woman," as the case may be? Is not all that quite possible? Cratylus, I would fain agree with you, Socrates, and therefore I say, granted. Socrates, that is very good of you, if I am right, which need hardly be disputed at present. But if I can assign names as well as pictures to objects, the right assignment of them we may call truth, and the wrong assignment of them falsehood. Now if there be such a wrong assignment of names, there may also be a wrong or inappropriate assignment of verbs, and if of names and verbs then of the sentences, which are made up of them. What do you say, Cratylus? Cratylus, I agree. And think that what you say is very true. Socrates, and further, primitive nouns may be compared to pictures, and in pictures you may either give all the appropriate colors and figures, or you may not give them all, some may be wanting. Or there may be too many or too much of them, may there not? Cratylus, very true. Socrates, and he who gives all gives a perfect picture or figure, and he who takes away or adds also gives a picture or figure, but not a good one. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, in like manner, he who by syllables and letters imitates the nature of things, if he gives all that is appropriate will produce a good image, or in other words a name. But if he subtracts or perhaps adds a little, he will make an image but not a good one, whence I infer that some names are well and others ill-made. Cratylus, that is true. Socrates, then the artist of names may be sometimes good, or he may be bad. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, and this artist of names is called the legislator. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, then like other artists the legislator may be good or he may be bad, it must surely be so if our former admissions hold good? Cratylus, very true, Socrates, but the case of language, you see, is different. For when by the help of grammar we assign the letters alpha or beta, or any other letters to a certain name, then, if we add, or subtract, or misplace a letter, the name which is written is not only written wrongly, but not written at all. And in any of these cases becomes other than a name. Socrates, but I doubt whether your view is altogether correct, Cratylus. Cratylus, how so? Socrates, I believe that what you say may be true about numbers, which must be just what they are, or not be at all. For example, the number 10 at once becomes other than 10 if a unit be added or subtracted, and so of any other number, but this does not apply to that which is qualitative or to anything which is represented under an image. I should say rather that the image, if expressing in every point the entire reality, would no longer be an image. Let us suppose the existence of two objects, one of them shall be Cratylus, and the other the image of Cratylus. And we will suppose, further, that some god makes not only a representation such as a painter would make of your outward form and color, but also creates an inward organization like yours, having the same warmth and softness. And into this infuses motion, and soul, and mind, such as you have, and in a word copies all your qualities, and places them by you in another form. Would you say that this was Cratylus and the image of Cratylus, or that there were two Cratylus? Cratylus, I should say that there were two Cratylus. Socrates, then you see, my friend, that we must find some other principle of truth in images, and also in names. And not insist that an image is no longer an image when something is added or subtracted. Do you not perceive that images are very far from having qualities which are the exact counterpart of the realities which they represent? Cratylus, yes, I see. Socrates, but then how ridiculous would be the effect of names on things, if they were exactly the same with them. For they would be the doubles of them, and no one would be able to determine which were the names and which were the realities. Cratylus, quite true. Socrates, then fear not, but have the courage to admit that one name may be correctly and another incorrectly given, and do not insist that the name shall be exactly the same with the thing. But allow the occasional substitution of a wrong letter, and if of a letter also of a noun in a sentence, and if of a noun in a sentence also of a sentence which is not appropriate to the matter, and acknowledge that the thing may be named and described, so long as the general character of the thing which you are describing is retained. And this, as you will remember, was remarked by Hermogenes and myself in the particular instance of the names of the letters. Cratylus, yes, I remember. Socrates, good. And when the general character is preserved, even if some of the proper letters are wanting, still the thing is signified, well, if all the letters are given, not well, when only a few of them are given. I think that we had better admit this, lest we be punished like travelers in Aegina who wander about the street late at night, and be likewise told by Truth herself that we have arrived too late. Or if not, you must find out some new notion of correctness of names, and no longer maintain that a name is the expression of a thing in letters or syllables, for if you say both, you will be inconsistent with yourself. Cratylus, I quite acknowledge, Socrates, what you say to be very reasonable. Socrates, then as we are agreed thus far, let us ask ourselves whether a name rightly imposed ought not to have the proper letters. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, and the proper letters are those which are like the things. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, enough then of names which are rightly given. And in names which are incorrectly given, the greater part may be supposed to be made up of proper and similar letters, or there would be no likeness. But there will be likewise a part which is improper and spoils the beauty and formation of the word. You would admit that? Cratylus, there would be no use, Socrates, in my quarreling with you, since I cannot be satisfied that a name which is incorrectly given is a name at all. Socrates, do you admit a name to be the representation of a thing? Cratylus, yes, I do. Socrates, but do you not allow that some nouns are primitive, and some derived? Cratylus, yes, I do. Socrates, then if you admit that primitive or first nouns are representations of things, is there any better way of framing representations than by assimilating them to the objects as much as you can? Or do you prefer the notion of Hermogenes and of many others, who say that names are conventional, and have a meaning to those who have agreed about them, and who have previous knowledge of the things intended by them? And that convention is the only principle. And whether you abide by our present convention, or make a new and opposite one, according to which you call small great and great small, that, they would say, makes no difference, if you are only agreed. Which of these two notions do you prefer? Cratylus, representation by likeness, Socrates, is infinitely better than representation by any chance sign. Socrates, very good, but if the name is to be like the thing, the letters out of which the first names are composed must also be like things. Returning to the image of the picture, I would ask, how could anyone ever compose a picture which would be like anything at all, if there were not pigments in nature which resembled the things imitated, and out of which the picture is composed? Cratylus, impossible. Socrates, no more could names ever resemble any actually existing thing. Unless the original elements of which they are compounded bore some degree of resemblance to the objects of which the names are the imitation, and the original elements are letters. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, let me now invite you to consider what Hermogenes and I were saying about sounds. Do you agree with me that the letter rho is expressive of rapidity, motion, and hardness? Were we right or wrong in saying so? Cratylus, I should say that you were right. Socrates, and that lambda was expressive of smoothness, and softness, and the like. Cratylus, there again you were right. Socrates, and yet, as you are aware, that which is called by us sigma kappa lambda aetero tau eta, is by the Eretrians called sigma kappa lambda aetero tau etero. Cratylus, very true. Socrates, but are the letters rho and sigma equivalents? And is there the same significance to them in the termination rho, which there is to us in sigma, or is there no significance to one of us? Cratylus, nay, surely there is a significance to both of us. Socrates, in as far as they are like, or in as far as they are unlike? Cratylus, in as far as they are like. Socrates, are they altogether alike? Cratylus, yes, for the purpose of expressing motion. Socrates, and what do you say of the insertion of the lambda? For that is expressive not of hardness but of softness. Cratylus, why, perhaps the letter lambda is wrongly inserted, Socrates, and should be altered into rho, as you were saying to Hermogenes and in my opinion rightly, when you spoke of adding and subtracting letters upon occasion. Socrates, good. But still the word is intelligible to both of us. When I say sigma kappa lambda aetero, hard, you know what I mean. Cratylus, yes, my dear friend, and the explanation of that is custom. Socrates, and what is custom but convention? I utter a sound which I understand, and you know that I understand the meaning of the sound, this is what you are saying. Cratylus, yes. Socrates, and if when I speak you know my meaning, there is an indication given by me to you? Cratylus, yes. Socrates, this indication of my meaning may proceed from unlike as well as from like, for example in the lambda of sigma kappa lambda aetero tau eta. But if this is true, then you have made a convention with yourself, and the correctness of a name turns out to be convention, since letters which are unlike are indicative equally with those which are like. If they are sanctioned by custom and convention. And even supposing that you distinguish custom from convention ever so much, still you must say that the signification of words is given by custom and not by likeness, for custom may indicate by the unlike as well as by the like. But as we are agreed thus far, Cratylus, for I shall assume that your silence gives consent, then custom and convention must be supposed to contribute to the indication of our thoughts. For suppose we take the instance of number, how can you ever imagine, my good friend, that you will find names resembling every individual number? Unless you allow that which you term convention and agreement to have authority in determining the correctness of names. I quite agree with you that words should as far as possible resemble things. But I fear that this dragging in of resemblance, as Hermogenes says, 43 is a shabby thing, which has to be supplemented by the mechanical aid of convention with a view to correctness. For I believe that if we could always, or almost always, use likenesses, which are perfectly appropriate, this would be the most perfect state of language, as the opposite is the most imperfect. But let me ask you, what is the force of names, and what is the use of them? Cratylus, the use of names, Socrates, as I should imagine, is to inform. The simple truth is, that he who knows names knows also the things which are expressed by them. Socrates, I suppose you mean to say, Cratylus, that as the name is, so also is the thing, and that he who knows the one will also know the other, because they are similars, and all similars fall under the same art or science. And therefore you would say that he who knows names will also know things. Cratylus, that is precisely what I mean. Socrates, but let us consider what is the nature of this information about things which, according to you, is given us by names. Is it the best sort of information? Or is there any other? What do you say? Cratylus, I believe that to be both the only and the best sort of information about them, there can be no other. Socrates, but do you believe that in the discovery of them, he who discovers the names discovers also the things, or is this only the method of instruction, and is there some other method of inquiry and discovery? Cratylus, I certainly believe that the methods of inquiry and discovery are of the same nature as instruction. Socrates, well, but do you not see, Cratylus, that he who follows names in the search after things, and analyses their meaning, is in great danger of being deceived? Cratylus, how so? Socrates, why clearly he who first gave names gave them according to his conception of the things which they signified, did he not? Cratylus, true. Socrates, and if his conception was erroneous, and he gave names according to his conception, in what position shall we who are his followers find ourselves? Shall we not be deceived by him? Cratylus, but, Socrates, am I not right in thinking that he must surely have known, or else, as I was saying, his names would not be names at all? And you have a clear proof that he has not missed the truth, and the proof is, that he is perfectly consistent. Did you ever observe in speaking that all the words which you utter have a common character and purpose? Socrates, but that, friend Cratylus, is no answer. For if he did begin in error, he may have forced the remainder into agreement with the original error and with himself. There would be nothing strange in this, any more than in geometrical diagrams, which have often a slight and invisible flaw in the first part of the process, and are consistently mistaken in the long deductions which follow. And this is the reason why every man should expend his chief thought and attention on the consideration of his first principles, are they or are they not rightly laid down? And when he has duly sifted them, all the rest will follow. Now I should be astonished to find that names are really consistent. And here let us revert to our former discussion, were we not saying that all things are in motion and progress and flux, and that this idea of motion is expressed by names? Do you not conceive that to be the meaning of them? Cratylus, yes, that is assuredly their meaning, and the true meaning. Socrates, let us revert to pi iota sigma tau mu eta, knowledge, and observe how ambiguous this word is, seeming rather to signify stopping the soul at things than going round with them. And therefore we should leave the beginning as at present, and not reject the epsilon, compare 412a, but make an insertion of an iota instead of an epsilon, not pi iota sigma tau mu eta, but pi iota sigma tau mu eta. Take another example, beta beta alpha iota omicron nu, sure, is clearly the expression of station and position, and not of motion. Again, the word sigma tau omicron rho alpha, inquiry, bears upon the face of it the stopping, sigma tau nu alpha iota, of the stream. And the word pi iota sigma tau nu, faithful, certainly indicates cessation of motion, then, again, mu nu mu eta, memory, as anyone may see, expresses rest in the soul, and not motion. Moreover, words such as mu alpha rho tau alpha and sigma mu omicron rho alpha, which have a bad sense, viewed in the light of their etymologies will be the same as sigma nu epsilon sigma iota and pi iota sigma tau mu eta, and other words which have a good sense, compare mu alpha rho tau epsilon nu, sigma upsilon nu iota nu alpha iota, pi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, sigma upsilon mu rho epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. And much the same may be said of mu alpha theta alpha and kappa omicron lambda alpha sigma alpha, for mu alpha theta alpha may be explained as mu alpha theta epsilon nu tau omicron pi omicron rho epsilon alpha, and kappa omicron lambda alpha sigma alpha as kappa omicron lambda omicron upsilon theta alpha tau omicron pi rho gamma mu alpha sigma iota nu. Thus the names which in these instances we find to have the worst sense, will turn out to be framed on the same principle as those which have the best. And anyone I believe who would take the trouble might find many other examples in which the giver of names indicates, not that things are in motion or progress, but that they are at rest, which is the opposite of motion. Cratylus, yes, Socrates, but observe, the greater number express motion. Socrates, what of that, Cratylus? Are we to count them like votes? And is correctness of names the voice of the majority? Are we to say of whichever sort there are most, those are the true ones? Cratylus, no, that is not reasonable. Socrates, certainly not. But let us have done with this question and proceed to another, about which I should like to know whether you think with me. Were we not lately acknowledging that the first givers of names in states, both Hellenic and barbarous, were the legislators, and that the art which gave names was the art of the legislator? Cratylus, quite true. Socrates, tell me, then, did the first legislators, who were the givers of the first names, know or not know the things which they named? Cratylus, they must have known, Socrates. Socrates, why, yes, friend Cratylus, they could hardly have been ignorant. Cratylus, I should say not. Socrates, let us return to the point from which we digressed. You were saying, if you remember, that he who gave names must have known the things which he named. Are you still of that opinion? Cratylus, I am. Socrates, and would you say that the giver of the first names had also a knowledge of the things which he named? Cratylus, I should. Socrates, but how could he have learned or discovered things from names if the primitive names were not yet given? For, if we are correct in our view, the only way of learning and discovering things, is either to discover names for ourselves or to learn them from others. Cratylus, I think that there is a good deal in what you say, Socrates. Socrates, but if things are only to be known through names, how can we suppose that the givers of names had knowledge, or were legislators before there were names at all, and therefore before they could have known them? Cratylus, I believe, Socrates, the true account of the matter to be, that a power more than human gave things their first names, and that the names which are thus given are necessarily their true names. Socrates, then how came the giver of the names, if he was an inspired being or God, to contradict himself? For were we not saying just now that he made some names expressive of rest and others of motion? Were we mistaken? Cratylus, but I suppose one of the two not to be names at all. Socrates, and which, then, did he make, my good friend, those which are expressive of rest, or those which are expressive of motion? This is a point which, as I said before, cannot be determined by counting them. Cratylus, no, not in that way, Socrates. Socrates, but if this is a battle of names, some of them asserting that they are like the truth, others contending that they are, how or by what criterion are we to decide between them? For there are no other names to which appeal can be made, but obviously recourse must be had to another standard which, without employing names, will make clear which of the two are right, and this must be a standard which shows the truth of things. Cratylus, I agree. Socrates, but if that is true, Cratylus, then I suppose that things may be known without names. Cratylus, clearly. Socrates, but how would you expect to know them? What other way can there be of knowing them, except the true and natural way, through their affinities, when they are akin to each other, and through themselves? For that which is other and different from them must signify something other and different from them. Cratylus, what you are saying is, I think, true. Socrates, well, but reflect. Have we not several times acknowledged that names rightly given are the likenesses and images of the things which they name? Cratylus, yes. Socrates, let us suppose that to any extent you please you can learn things through the medium of names, and suppose also that you can learn them from the things themselves, which is likely to be the nobler and clearer way. To learn of the image, whether the image and the truth of which the image is the expression have been rightly conceived, or to learn of the truth whether the truth and the image of it have been duly executed? Cratylus, I should say that we must learn of the truth. Socrates, how real existence is to be studied or discovered is, I suspect, beyond you and me. But we may admit so much, that the knowledge of things is not to be derived from names. No. They must be studied and investigated in themselves. Cratylus, clearly, Socrates. Socrates, there is another point. I should not like us to be imposed upon by the appearance of such a multitude of names, all tending in the same direction. I myself do not deny that the givers of names did really give them under the idea that all things were in motion and flux, which was their sincere but, I think, mistaken opinion. And having fallen into a kind of whirlpool themselves, they are carried round, and want to drag us in after them. There is a matter, Master Cratylus, about which I often dream, and should like to ask your opinion. Tell me, whether there is or is not any absolute beauty or good, or any other absolute existence. Cratylus, certainly. Socrates, I think so. Socrates, then let us seek the true beauty, not asking whether a face is fair, or anything of that sort, for all such things appear to be in a flux, but let us ask whether the true beauty is not always beautiful. Cratylus, certainly. Socrates, and can we rightly speak of a beauty which is always passing away, and is first this and then that? Must not the same thing be born and retire and vanish while the word is in our mouths? Cratylus, undoubtedly. Socrates, then how can that be a real thing which is never in the same state? For obviously things which are the same cannot change while they remain the same. And if they are always the same and in the same state, and never depart from their original form, they can never change or be moved. Cratylus, certainly they cannot. Socrates, nor yet can they be known by anyone. For at the moment that the observer approaches, then they become other and of another nature, so that you cannot get any further in knowing their nature or state, for you cannot know that which has no state. Cratylus, true. Socrates, nor can we reasonably say, Cratylus, that there is knowledge at all, if everything is in a state of transition and there is nothing abiding, for knowledge too cannot continue to be knowledge unless continuing always to abide and exist. But if the very nature of knowledge changes, at the time when the change occurs there will be no knowledge. And if the transition is always going on, there will always be no knowledge, and, according to this view, there will be no one to know and nothing to be known, but if that which knows and that which is known exists ever, and the beautiful and the good and every other thing also exist, then I do not think that they can resemble a process or flux, as we were just now supposing. Whether there is this eternal nature in things, or whether the truth is what Heraclitus and his followers and many others say, is a question hard to determine. And no man of sense will like to put himself or the education of his mind in the power of names, neither will he so far trust names or the givers of names as to be confident in any knowledge which condemns himself and other existences to an unhealthy state of unreality. He will not believe that all things leak like a pot, or imagine that the world is a man who has a running at the nose. This may be true, Cratylus, but is also very likely to be untrue. And therefore I would not have you be too easily persuaded of it. Reflect well and like a man, and do not easily accept such a doctrine, for you are young and of an age to learn. And when you have found the truth, come and tell me. Cratylus, I will do as you say, though I can assure you, Socrates, that I have been considering the matter already, and the result of a great deal of trouble and consideration is that I incline to Heraclitus. Socrates, then, another day, my friend, when you come back, you shall give me a lesson, but at present, go into the country, as you are intending, and Hermogenes shall set you on your way. Cratylus, very good, Socrates. I hope, however, that you will continue to think about these things yourself. Phaedrus. Introduction. The Phaedrus is closely connected with the Symposium, and may be regarded either as introducing or following it. The two dialogues together contain the whole philosophy of Plato on the nature of love, which in the Republic and in the later writings of Plato is only introduced playfully or as a figure of speech. But in the Phaedrus and Symposium love and philosophy join hands, and one is an aspect of the other. The spiritual and emotional part is elevated into the ideal, to which in the Symposium mankind are described as looking forward, and which in the Phaedrus, as well as in the Phaedo, they are seeking to recover from a former state of existence. Whether the subject of the dialogue is love or rhetoric, or the union of the two, or the relation of philosophy to love and to art in general, and to the human soul, will be hereafter considered. And perhaps we may arrive at some conclusion such as the following, that the dialogue is not strictly confined to a single subject, but passes from one to another with the natural freedom of conversation. Phaedrus has been spending the morning with Lysias, the celebrated rhetorician, and is going to refresh himself by taking a walk outside the wall, when he is met by Socrates, who professes that he will not leave him until he has delivered up the speech with which Lysias has regaled him, and which he is carrying about in his mind, or more probably in a book hidden under his cloak, and is intending to study as he walks. The imputation is not denied, and the two agree to direct their steps out of the public way along the stream of the Ilissus towards a plane tree which is seen in the distance. There, lying down amidst pleasant sounds and scents, they will read the speech of Lysias. The country is a novelty to Socrates, who never goes out of the town. And hence he is full of admiration for the beauties of nature, which he seems to be drinking in for the first time. As they are on their way, Phaedrus asks the opinion of Socrates respecting the local tradition of Boreas and Orythia. Socrates, after a satirical allusion to the rationalizers of his day, replies that he has no time for these nice interpretations of mythology, and he pities anyone who has. When you once begin there is no end of them, and they spring from an uncritical philosophy after all. The proper study of mankind is man, and he is a far more complex and wonderful being than the serpent Typho. Socrates as yet does not know himself, and why should he care to know about unearthly monsters? Engaged in such conversation, they arrive at the plane tree. When they have found a convenient resting place, Phaedrus pulls out the speech and reads. The speech consists of a foolish paradox which is to the effect that the non-lover ought to be accepted rather than the lover, because he is more rational, more agreeable, more enduring, less suspicious, less hurtful, less boastful, less engrossing, and because there are more of them, and for a great many other reasons which are equally unmeaning. Phaedrus is captivated with the beauty of the periods, and wants to make Socrates say that nothing was or ever could be written better. Socrates does not think much of the matter, but then he has only attended to the form, and in that he has detected several repetitions and other marks of haste. He cannot agree with Phaedrus in the extreme value which he sets upon this performance, because he is afraid of doing injustice to Anacreon and Sappho and other great writers, and is almost inclined to think that he himself, or rather some power residing within him, could make a speech better than that of Lysias on the same theme, and also different from his, if he may be allowed the use of a few commonplaces which all speakers must equally employ. Phaedrus is delighted at the prospect of having another speech, and promises that he will set up a golden statue of Socrates at Delphi, if he keeps his word. Some raillery ensues, and at length Socrates, conquered by the threat that he shall never again hear a speech of Lysias unless he fulfills his promise, veils his face and begins. First, invoking the Muses and assuming ironically the person of the non-lover, who is a lover all the same, he will inquire into the nature and power of love. For this is a necessary preliminary to the other question: how is the non-lover to be distinguished from the lover? In all of us there are two principles, a better and a worse, reason and desire, which are generally at war with one another. And the victory of the rational is called temperance, and the victory of the irrational intemperance or excess. The latter takes many forms and has many bad names, gluttony, drunkenness, and the like. But of all the irrational desires or excesses the greatest is that which is led away by desires of a kindred nature to the enjoyment of personal beauty. And this is the master power of love. Here Socrates fancies that he detects in himself an unusual flow of eloquence. This newly found gift he can only attribute to the inspiration of the place, which appears to be dedicated to the nymphs. Starting again from the philosophical basis which has been laid down, he proceeds to show how many advantages the non-lover has over the lover. The one encourages softness and effeminacy and exclusiveness. He cannot endure any superiority in his beloved, he will train him in luxury, he will keep him out of society, he will deprive him of parents, friends, money, knowledge, and of every other good, that he may have him all to himself. Then again his ways are not ways of pleasantness, he is mighty disagreeable, crabbed age and youth cannot live together. At every hour of the night and day he is intruding upon him. There is the same old withered face and the remainder to match, and he is always repeating, in season or out of season, the praises or dispraises of his beloved, which are bad enough when he is sober, and published all over the world when he is drunk. At length his love ceases, he is converted into an enemy, and the spectacle may be seen of the lover running away from the beloved, who pursues him with vain reproaches, and demands his reward which the other refuses to pay. Too late the beloved learns, after all his pains and disagreeables, that, as wolves love lambs so lovers love their loves. Compare, Charmides, 155d, here is the end. The other, or non-lover, part of the speech had better be understood, for if in the censure of the lover Socrates has broken out in verse, what will he not do in his praise of the non-lover? He has said his say and is preparing to go away. Phaedrus begs him to remain, at any rate until the heat of noon has passed, he would like to have a little more conversation before they go. Socrates, who has risen, recognizes the oracular sign which forbids him to depart until he has done penance. His conscience has been awakened, and like Stesichorus when he had reviled the lovely Helen he will sing a palinode for having blasphemed the majesty of love. His palinode takes the form of a myth. Socrates begins his tale with a glorification of madness, which he divides into four kinds. First, there is the art of divination or prophecy, this, in a vein similar to that pervading the Cratylus and Io. He connects with madness by an etymological explanation, nu alpha nu tau iota kappa, nu alpha nu iota kappa, compare omicron nu omicron iota sigma tau iota kappa, omicron omega nu iota sigma tau iota kappa, 'tis all one reckoning, save the phrase is a little variations. Secondly, there is the art of purification by mysteries. Thirdly, poetry or the inspiration of the Muses, compare Ion 533 following, without which no man can enter their temple. All this shows that madness is one of heaven's blessings, and may sometimes be a great deal better than sense. There is also a fourth kind of madness, that of love, which cannot be explained without inquiring into the nature of the soul. All soul is immortal, for she is the source of all motion both in herself and in others. Her form may be described in a figure as a composite nature made up of a charioteer and a pair of winged steeds. The steeds of the gods are immortal, but ours are one mortal and the other immortal. The immortal soul soars upwards into the heavens, but the mortal drops her plumes and settles upon the earth. Now the use of the wing is to rise and carry the downward element into the upper world, there to behold beauty, wisdom, goodness, and the other things of God by which the soul is nourished. On a certain day Zeus the Lord of heaven goes forth in a winged chariot, and an array of gods and demigods and of human souls in their train, follows him. There are glorious and blessed sights in the interior of heaven, and he who will may freely behold them. The great vision of all is seen at the feast of the gods, when they ascend the heights of the Empyrean, all but Hestia, who is left at home to keep house. The chariots of the gods glide readily upwards and stand upon the outside. The revolution of the spheres carries them round, and they have a vision of the world beyond. But the others labor in vain, for the mortal steed, if he has not been properly trained, keeps them down and sinks them towards the earth. Of the world which is beyond the heavens, who can tell? There is an essence formless, colorless, intangible, perceived by the mind only, dwelling in the region of true knowledge. The divine mind in her revolution enjoys this fair prospect, and beholds justice, temperance, and knowledge in their everlasting essence. When fulfilled with the sight of them she returns home, and the charioteer puts up the horses in their stable, and gives them ambrosia to eat and nectar to drink. This is the life of the gods. The human soul tries to reach the same heights, but hardly succeeds. And sometimes the head of the charioteer rises above, and sometimes sinks below, the fair vision, and he is at last obliged, after much contention, to turn away and leave the plain of truth. But if the soul has followed in the train of her God and once beheld truth, she is preserved from harm, and is carried round in the next revolution of the spheres, and if always following, and always seeing the truth, is then forever unharmed. If, however, she drops her wings and falls to the earth, then she takes the form of man, and the soul which has seen most of the truth passes into a philosopher or lover, that which has seen truth in the second degree, into a king or warrior. The third, into a householder or moneymaker, the fourth, into a gymnast, the fifth, into a prophet or mystic, the sixth, into a poet or imitator, the seventh, into a husbandman or craftsman, the eighth, into a sophist or demagogue. The ninth, into a tyrant. All these are states of probation, wherein he who lives righteously is improved, and he who lives unrighteously deteriorates. After death comes the judgment. The bad depart to houses of correction under the earth, the good to places of joy in heaven. When 1,000 years have elapsed, the souls meet together and choose the lives which they will lead for another period of existence. The soul which 3 times in succession has chosen the life of a philosopher or of a lover who is not without philosophy receives her wings at the close of the 3rd millennium. The remainder have to complete a cycle of 10,000 years before their wings are restored to them. Each time there is full liberty of choice. The soul of a man may descend into a beast, and return again into the form of man. But the form of man will only be taken by the soul which has once seen truth and acquired some conception of the universal. This is the recollection of the knowledge which she attained when in the company of the gods. And men in general recall only with difficulty the things of another world, but the mind of the philosopher has a better remembrance of them. For when he beholds the visible beauty of earth, his enraptured soul passes in thought to those glorious sights of justice and wisdom and temperance and truth which she once gazed upon in heaven. Then she celebrated holy mysteries and beheld blessed apparitions shining in pure light, herself pure, and not as yet entombed in the body. And still, like a bird eager to quit its cage, she flutters and looks upwards, and is therefore deemed mad. Such a recollection of past days she receives through sight, the keenest of our senses, because beauty, alone of the ideas, has any representation on earth. Wisdom is invisible to mortal eyes. But the corrupted nature, blindly excited by this vision of beauty, rushes on to enjoy, and would fain wallow like a brute beast in sensual pleasures. Whereas the true mystic, who has seen the many sights of bliss, when he beholds a godlike form or face is amazed with delight, and if he were not afraid of being thought mad he would fall down and worship. Then the stiffened wing begins to relax and grow again, desire which has been imprisoned pours over the soul of the lover, the germ of the wing unfolds, and stings, and pangs of birth, like the cutting of teeth, are everywhere felt. Compare Symposium 206 following, father and mother, and goods and laws and proprieties are nothing to him, his beloved is his physician, who can alone cure his pain. An apocryphal sacred writer says that the power which thus works in him is by mortals called love, but the immortals call him Dove, or the Winged One, in order to represent the force of his wings, such at any rate is his nature. Now the characters of lovers depend upon the god whom they followed in the other world, and they choose their loves in this world accordingly. The followers of Ares are fierce and violent. Those of Zeus seek out some philosophical and imperial nature, the attendants of here find a royal love, and in like manner the followers of every god seek a love who is like their god. And to him they communicate the nature which they have received from their god. The manner in which they take their love is as follows. I told you about the charioteer and his 2 steeds, the one a noble animal who is guided by word and admonition only, the other an ill-looking villain who will hardly yield to blow or spur. Together all 3, who are a figure of the soul, approach the vision of love. And now a fierce conflict begins. The ill-conditioned steed rushes on to enjoy, but the charioteer, who beholds the beloved with awe, falls back in adoration, and forces both the steeds on their haunches. Again the evil steed rushes forwards and pulls shamelessly. The conflict grows more and more severe. And at last the charioteer, throwing himself backwards, forces the bit out of the clenched teeth of the brute, and pulling harder than ever at the reins, covers his tongue and jaws with blood. And forces him to rest his legs and haunches with pain upon the ground. When this has happened several times, the villain is tamed and humbled, and from that time forward the soul of the lover follows the beloved in modesty and holy fear. And now their bliss is consummated. The same image of love dwells in the breast of either, and if they have self-control, they pass their lives in the greatest happiness which is attainable by man, they continue masters of themselves. And conquer in one of the 3 heavenly victories. But if they choose the lower life of ambition they may still have a happy destiny, though inferior, because they have not the approval of the whole soul. At last they leave the body and proceed on their pilgrim's progress, and those who have once begun can never go back. When the time comes they receive their wings and fly away, and the lovers have the same wings. Socrates concludes. These are the blessings of love, and thus have I made my recantation in finer language than before. I did so in order to please Phaedrus. If I said what was wrong at first, please to attribute my error to Lysias, who ought to study philosophy instead of rhetoric, and then he will not mislead his disciple Phaedrus. Phaedrus is afraid that he will lose conceit of Lysias, and that Lysias will be out of conceit with himself, and leave off making speeches, for the politicians have been deriding him. Socrates is of opinion that there is small danger of this. The politicians are themselves the great rhetoricians of the age, who desire to attain immortality by the authorship of laws. And therefore there is nothing with which they can reproach Lysias in being a writer. But there may be disgrace in being a bad one. And what is good or bad writing or speaking? While the sun is hot in the sky above us, let us ask that question, since by rational conversation man lives, and not by the indulgence of bodily pleasures. And the grasshoppers who are chirping around may carry our words to the muses, who are their patronesses. For the grasshoppers were human beings themselves in a world before the muses, and when the muses came they died of hunger for the love of song. And they carry to them in heaven the report of those who honor them on earth. The first rule of good speaking is to know and speak the truth, as a Spartan proverb says, true art is truth, whereas rhetoric is an art of enchantment, which makes things appear good and evil, like and unlike, as the speaker pleases. Its use is not confined, as people commonly suppose, to arguments in the law courts and speeches in the assembly. It is rather a part of the art of disputation, under which are included both the rules of Gorgias and the heuristic of Zeno. But it is not wholly devoid of truth. Superior knowledge enables us to deceive another by the help of resemblances, and to escape from such a deception when employed against ourselves. We see therefore that even in rhetoric an element of truth is required. For if we do not know the truth, we can neither make the gradual departures from truth by which men are most easily deceived, nor guard ourselves against deception. Socrates then proposes that they shall use the 2 speeches as illustrations of the art of rhetoric, first distinguishing between the debatable and undisputed class of subjects. In the debatable class there ought to be a definition of all disputed matters. But there was no such definition in the speech of Lysias, nor is there any order or connection in his words any more than in a nursery rhyme. With this he compares the regular divisions of the other speech, which was his own, and yet not his own, for the local deities must have inspired him. Although only a playful composition, it will be found to embody two principles: first, that of synthesis or the comprehension of parts in a whole; secondly, analysis, or the resolution of the whole into parts. These are the processes of division and generalization which are so dear to the dialectician, that king of men. They are effected by dialectic, and not by rhetoric, of which the remains are but scanty after order and arrangement have been subtracted. There is nothing left but a heap of ologies, and other technical terms invented by Polus, Theodorus, Ivinus, Tisius, Gorgias, and others, who have rules for everything, and who teach how to be short or long at pleasure. Prodicus showed his good sense when he said that there was a better thing than either to be short or long, which was to be of convenient length. Still, notwithstanding the absurdities of Polus and others, rhetoric has great power in public assemblies. This power, however, is not given by any technical rules, but is the gift of genius. The real art is always being confused by rhetoricians with the preliminaries of the art. The perfection of oratory is like the perfection of anything else: natural power must be aided by art. But the art is not that which is taught in the schools of rhetoric, it is nearer akin to philosophy. Pericles, for instance, who was the most accomplished of all speakers, derived his eloquence not from rhetoric but from the philosophy of nature which he learnt of Anaxagoras. True rhetoric is like medicine, and the rhetorician has to consider the natures of men's souls as the physician considers the natures of their bodies. Such and such persons are to be affected in this way, such and such others in that. And he must know the times and the seasons for saying this or that. This is not an easy task, and this, if there be such an art, is the art of rhetoric. I know that there are some professors of the art who maintain probability to be stronger than truth. But we maintain that probability is engendered by likeness of the truth which can only be attained by the knowledge of it, and that the aim of the good man should not be to please or persuade his fellow servants, but to please his good masters who are the gods. Rhetoric has a fair beginning in this. Enough of the art of speaking, let us now proceed to consider the true use of writing. There is an old Egyptian tale of Thoth, the inventor of writing, showing his invention to the god Thamus, who told him that he would only spoil men's memories and take away their understandings. From this tale, of which young Athens will probably make fun, may be gathered the lesson that writing is inferior to speech. For it is like a picture, which can give no answer to a question, and has only a deceitful likeness of a living creature. It has no power of adaptation, but uses the same words for all. It is not a legitimate son of knowledge, but a bastard, and when an attack is made upon this bastard neither parent nor anyone else is there to defend it. The husbandman will not seriously incline to sow his seed in such a hotbed or garden of Adonis, he will rather sow in the natural soil of the human soul which has depth of earth. And he will anticipate the inner growth of the mind, by writing only, if at all, as a remedy against old age. The natural process will be far nobler, and will bring forth fruit in the minds of others as well as in his own. The conclusion of the whole matter is just this, that until a man knows the truth, and the manner of adapting the truth to the natures of other men, he cannot be a good orator. Also, that the living is better than the written word, and that the principles of justice and truth when delivered by word of mouth are the legitimate offspring of a man's own bosom, and their lawful descendants take up their abode in others. Such an orator as he is who is possessed of them, you and I would fain become. And to all composers in the world, poets, orators, legislators, we hereby announce that if their compositions are based upon these principles, then they are not only poets, orators, legislators, but philosophers. All others are mere flatterers and putters together of words. This is the message which Phaedrus undertakes to carry to Lysias from the local deities, and Socrates himself will carry a similar message to his favorite Isocrates, whose future distinction as a great rhetorician he prophesies. The heat of the day has passed, and after offering up a prayer to Pan and the nymphs, Socrates and Phaedrus depart. There are two principal controversies which have been raised about the Phaedrus. The first relates to the subject, the second to the date of the dialogue. There seems to be a notion that the work of a great artist like Plato cannot fail in unity, and that the unity of a dialogue requires a single subject. But the conception of unity really applies in very different degrees and ways to different kinds of art, to a statue, for example, far more than to any kind of literary composition, and to some species of literature far more than to others. Nor does the dialogue appear to be a style of composition in which the requirement of unity is most stringent, nor should the idea of unity derived from one sort of art be hastily transferred to another. The double titles of several of the Platonic dialogues are a further proof that the Severa rule was not observed by Plato. The Republic is divided between the search after justice and the construction of the ideal state. The Parmenides, between the criticism of the Platonic ideas and of the Eleatic one or being, the Gorgias, between the art of speaking and the nature of the good, the Sophist, between the detection of the sophist and the correlation of ideas. The Theaetetus, the Politicus, and the Philebus have also digressions which are but remotely connected with the main subject. Thus the comparison of Plato's other writings, as well as the reason of the thing, lead us to the conclusion that we must not expect to find one idea pervading a whole work, but one, two, or more, as the invention of the writer may suggest. Or his fancy wander. If each dialogue were confined to the development of a single idea, this would appear on the face of the dialogue, nor could any controversy be raised as to whether the Phaedrus treated of love or rhetoric. But the truth is that Plato subjects himself to no rule of this sort. Like every great artist, he gives unity of form to the different and apparently distracting topics which he brings together. He works freely and is not to be supposed to have arranged every part of the dialogue before he begins to write. He fastens or weaves together the frame of his discourse loosely and imperfectly, and which is the warp and which is the woof cannot always be determined. The subjects of the Phaedrus, exclusive of the short introductory passage about mythology which is suggested by the local tradition, are first the false or conventional art of rhetoric. Secondly, love or the inspiration of beauty and knowledge, which is described as madness. Thirdly, dialectic or the art of composition and division. Fourthly, the true rhetoric, which is based upon dialectic, and is neither the art of persuasion nor knowledge of the truth alone, but the art of persuasion founded on knowledge of truth and knowledge of character. Fifthly, the superiority of the spoken over the written word. The continuous thread which appears and reappears throughout is rhetoric. This is the ground into which the rest of the dialogue is worked, in parts embroidered with fine words which are not in Socrates' manner, as he says, in order to please Phaedrus. The speech of Lysias which has thrown Phaedrus into an ecstasy is adduced as an example of the false rhetoric. The first speech of Socrates, though an improvement, partakes of the same character. His second speech, which is full of that higher element said to have been learned of Anaxagoras by Pericles, and which in the midst of poetry does not forget order, is an illustration of the higher or true rhetoric. This higher rhetoric is based upon dialectic, and dialectic is a sort of inspiration akin to love. Compare Symposium, 210 following. In these two aspects of philosophy the technicalities of rhetoric are absorbed. And so the example becomes also the deeper theme of discourse. The true knowledge of things in heaven and earth is based upon enthusiasm or love of the ideas going before us and ever present to us in this world and in another. And the true order of speech or writing proceeds accordingly. Love, again, has 3 degrees. First, of interested love corresponding to the conventionalities of rhetoric. Secondly, of disinterested or mad love, fixed on objects of sense, and answering, perhaps, to poetry. Thirdly, of disinterested love directed towards the unseen, answering to dialectic or the science of the ideas. Lastly, the art of rhetoric in the lower sense is found to rest on a knowledge of the natures and characters of men, which Socrates at the commencement of the dialogue has described as his own peculiar study. Thus amid discord a harmony begins to appear. There are many links of connection which are not visible at first sight. At the same time the Phaedrus, although one of the most beautiful of the Platonic dialogues, is also more irregular than any other. For insight into the world, for sustained irony, for depth of thought, there is no dialogue superior, or perhaps equal to it. Nevertheless, the form of the work has tended to obscure some of Plato's higher aims. The first speech is composed, in that balanced style in which the wise love to talk, Symposium 185 c. The characteristics of rhetoric are insipidity, mannerism, and monotonous parallelism of clauses. There is more rhythm than reason. The creative power of imagination is wanting. 'Tis Greece, but living Greece no more. Plato has seized by anticipation the spirit which hung over Greek literature for 1,000 years afterwards. Yet doubtless there were some who, like Phaedrus, felt a delight in the harmonious cadence and the pedantic reasoning of the rhetoricians newly imported from Sicily, which had ceased to be awakened in them by really great works, such as the Odes of Anacreon or Sappho or the Orations of Pericles. That the first speech was really written by Lysias is improbable. Like the poem of Solon, or the story of Themis and Thuth, or the funeral oration of Aspasia, if genuine, or the pretense of Socrates in the Cratylus, that his knowledge of philology is derived from Euthyphro. The invention is really due to the imagination of Plato, and may be compared to the parodies of the sophists in the Protagoras. Numerous fictions of this sort occur in the dialogues, and the gravity of Plato has sometimes imposed upon his commentators. The introduction of a considerable writing of another would seem not to be in keeping with a great work of art, and has no parallel elsewhere. In the second speech Socrates is exhibited as beating the rhetoricians at their own weapons. He, an unpracticed man, and they masters of the art. True to his character, he must, however, profess that the speech which he makes is not his own, for he knows nothing of himself. Compare Symposium 201d. Regarded as a rhetorical exercise, the superiority of his speech seems to consist chiefly in a better arrangement of the topics. He begins with a definition of love, and he gives weight to his words by going back to general maxims. A lesser merit is the greater liveliness of Socrates, which hurries him into verse and relieves the monotony of the style. But Plato had doubtless a higher purpose than to exhibit Socrates as the rival or superior of the Athenian rhetoricians. Even in the speech of Lysias there is a germ of truth, and this is further developed in the parallel oration of Socrates. First, passionate love is overthrown by the sophistical or interested, and then both yield to that higher view of love which is afterwards revealed to us. The extreme of commonplace is contrasted with the most ideal and imaginative of speculations. Socrates, half in jest and to satisfy his own wild humor, takes the disguise of Lysias, but he is also in profound earnest and in a deeper vein of irony than usual. Having improvised his own speech, which is based upon the model of the preceding, he condemns them both. Yet the condemnation is not to be taken seriously, for he is evidently trying to express an aspect of the truth. To understand him, we must make abstraction of morality and of the Greek manner of regarding the relation of the sexes. In this, as in his other discussions about love, what Plato says of the loves of men must be transferred to the loves of women before we can attach any serious meaning to his words. Had he lived in our times he would have made the transposition himself. But seeing in his own age the impossibility of woman being the intellectual helpmate or friend of man, except in the rare instances of a Diotima or an Aspasia, seeing that, even as to personal beauty, her place was taken by young mankind instead of womankind, he tries to work out the problem of love without regard to the distinctions of nature. And full of the evils which he recognized as flowing from the spurious form of love, he proceeds with a deep meaning, though partly in joke, to show that the non-lovers' love is better than the lovers'. We may raise the same question in another form: is marriage preferable with or without love? Among ourselves, as we may say, a little parodying the words of Pausanias in the Symposium, there would be one answer to this question: the practice and feeling of some foreign countries appears to be more doubtful. Suppose a modern Socrates, in defiance of the received notions of society and the sentimental literature of the day, alone against all the writers and readers of novels, to suggest this inquiry. Would not the younger part of the world be ready to take off its coat and run at him might and main? Republic v. 474. Yet, if like Phaedrus in Aristophanes, he could persuade the birds to hear him, retiring a little behind a rampart, not of pots and dishes, but of unreadable books, he might have something to say for himself. Might he not argue, that a rational being should not follow the dictates of passion in the most important act of his or her life? Who would willingly enter into a contract at first sight, almost without thought, against the advice and opinion of his friends, at a time when he acknowledges that he is not in his right mind? And yet they are praised by the authors of romances, who reject the warnings of their friends or parents, rather than those who listen to them in such matters. Two inexperienced persons, ignorant of the world and of one another, how can they be said to choose? They draw lots, whence also the saying, marriage is a lottery. Then he would describe their way of life after marriage. How they monopolize one another's affections to the exclusion of friends and relations, how they pass their days in unmeaning fondness or trivial conversation, how the inferior of the two drags the other down to his or her level. How the cares of a family breed meanness in their souls. In the fulfillment of military or public duties, they are not helpers but hinderers of one another. They cannot undertake any noble enterprise, such as makes the names of men and women famous, from domestic considerations. Too late their eyes are opened, they were taken unawares and desire to part company. Better, he would say, little love at the beginning, for heaven might have increased it, but now their foolish fondness has changed into mutual dislike. In the days of their honeymoon they never understood that they must provide against offences, that they must have interests, that they must learn the art of living as well as loving. Our misogamist will not appeal to Anacreon or Sappho for a confirmation of his view, but to the universal experience of mankind. How much nobler, in conclusion, he will say, is friendship, which does not receive unmeaning praises from novelists and poets, is not exacting or exclusive, is not impaired by familiarity, is much less expensive, is not so likely to take offense. Seldom changes, and may be dissolved from time to time without the assistance of the courts. Besides, he will remark that there is a much greater choice of friends than of wives, you may have more of them and they will be far more improving to your mind. They will not keep you dawdling at home, or dancing attendance upon them. Or withdraw you from the great world and stirring scenes of life and action which would make a man of you. In such a manner, turning the seamy side outwards, a modern Socrates might describe the evils of married and domestic life. They are evils which mankind in general have agreed to conceal, partly because they are compensated by greater goods. Socrates or Archilochus would soon have to sing a palinode for the injustice done to lovely Helen, or some misfortune worse than blindness might befall them. Then they would take up their parable again and say, that there were two loves, a higher and a lower, holy and unholy, a love of the mind and a love of the body. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love, which alters and at alteration finds vertical ellipsis. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. But this true love of the mind cannot exist between two souls, until they are purified from the grossness of earthly passion. They must pass through a time of trial and conflict first. In the language of religion they must be converted or born again. Then they would see the world transformed into a scene of heavenly beauty, a divine idea would accompany them in all their thoughts and actions. Something too of the recollections of childhood might float about them still, they might regain that old simplicity which had been theirs in other days at their first entrance on life. And although their love of one another was ever present to them, they would acknowledge also a higher love of duty and of God, which united them. And their happiness would depend upon their preserving in them this principle, not losing the ideals of justice and holiness and truth, but renewing them at the fountain of light. When they have attained to this exalted state, let them marry, something too may be conceded to the animal nature of man or live together in holy and innocent friendship. The poet might describe in eloquent words the nature of such a union. How after many struggles the true love was found, how the two passed their lives together in the service of God and man, how their characters were reflected upon one another, and seemed to grow more like year by year. How they read in one another's eyes the thoughts, wishes, actions of the other, how they saw each other in God, how in a figure they grew wings like doves, and were ready to fly away together and be at rest. And lastly, he might tell how, after a time at no long intervals, first one and then the other fell asleep, and appeared to the unwise to die, but were reunited in another state of being, in which they saw justice and holiness and truth. Not according to the imperfect copies of them which are found in this world, but justice absolute in existence absolute, and so of the rest. And they would hold converse not only with each other, but with blessed souls everywhere. And would be employed in the service of God, every soul fulfilling his own nature and character, and would see into the wonders of earth and heaven, and trace the works of creation to their author. So, partly in jest but also, with a certain degree of seriousness, we may appropriate to ourselves the words of Plato. The use of such a parody, though very imperfect, is to transfer his thoughts to our sphere of religion and feeling, to bring him nearer to us and us to him. Like the scriptures, Plato admits of endless applications, if we allow for the difference of times and manners, and we lose the better half of him when we regard his dialogues merely as literary compositions. Any ancient work which is worth reading has a practical and speculative as well as a literary interest. And in Plato, more than in any other Greek writer, the local and transitory is inextricably blended with what is spiritual and eternal. Socrates is necessarily ironical, for he has to withdraw from the received opinions and beliefs of mankind. We cannot separate the transitory from the permanent. Nor can we translate the language of irony into that of plain reflection and common sense. But we can imagine the mind of Socrates in another age and country. And we can interpret him by analogy with reference to the errors and prejudices which prevail among ourselves. To return to the Phaedrus. Both speeches are strongly condemned by Socrates as sinful and blasphemous towards the god Love, and as worthy only of some haunt of sailors to which good manners were unknown. The meaning of this and other wild language to the same effect, which is introduced by way of contrast to the formality of the two speeches, Socrates has a sense of relief when he has escaped from the trammels of rhetoric. Seems to be that the two speeches proceed upon the supposition that love is and ought to be interested, and that no such thing as a real or disinterested passion, which would be at the same time lasting, could be conceived. But did I call this love? O God, forgive my blasphemy. This is not love. Rather it is the love of the world. But there is another kingdom of love, a kingdom not of this world, divine, eternal. And this other love I will now show you in a mystery. Then follows the famous myth, which is a sort of parable, and like other parables ought not to receive too minute an interpretation. In all such allegories there is a great deal which is merely ornamental, and the interpreter has to separate the important from the unimportant. Socrates himself has given the right clue when, in using his own discourse afterwards as the text for his examination of rhetoric, he characterizes it as a partly true and tolerably credible mythus, in which amid poetical figures, order and arrangement were not forgotten. The soul is described in magnificent language as the self-moved and the source of motion in all other things. This is the philosophical theme or proem of the whole. But ideas must be given through something, and under the pretext that to realize the true nature of the soul would be not only tedious but impossible. We at once pass on to describe the souls of gods as well as men under the figure of two winged steeds and a charioteer. No connection is traced between the soul as the great motive power and the triple soul which is thus imaged. There is no difficulty in seeing that the charioteer represents the reason, or that the black horse is the symbol of the sensual or concupiscent element of human nature. The white horse also represents rational impulse, but the description in 253, a lover of honor and modesty in temperance, and a follower of true glory, though similar, does not at once recall the spirit, theta upsilon mu, of the Republic. The two steeds really correspond in a figure more nearly to the appetitive and moral or semi-rational soul of Aristotle. And thus, for the first time perhaps in the history of philosophy, we have represented to us the threefold division of psychology. The image of the charioteer and the steeds has been compared with a similar image which occurs in the verses of Parmenides. But it is important to remark that the horses of Parmenides have no allegorical meaning, and that the poet is only describing his own approach in a chariot to the regions of light and the house of the goddess of truth. The triple soul has had a previous existence, in which following in the train of some god, from whom she derived her character, she beheld partially and imperfectly the vision of absolute truth. All her after existence, passed in many forms of men and animals, is spent in regaining this. The stages of the conflict are many and various, and she is sorely let and hindered by the animal desires of the inferior or concupiscent steed. Again and again she beholds the flashing beauty of the beloved. But before that vision can be finally enjoyed, the animal desires must be subjected. The moral or spiritual element in man is represented by the immortal steed which, like theta upsilon mu in the Republic, always sides with the reason. Both are dragged out of their course by the furious impulses of desire. In the end something is conceded to the desires, after they have been finally humbled and overpowered. And yet the way of philosophy, or perfect love of the unseen, is total abstinence from bodily delights. But all men cannot receive this saying. In the lower life of ambition they may be taken off their guard and stoop to folly unawares, and then, although they do not attain to the highest bliss, yet if they have once conquered they may be happy enough. The language of the Meno and the Phaedo, as well as of the Phaedrus, seems to show that at one time of his life Plato was quite serious in maintaining a former state of existence. His mission was to realize the abstract. In that, all good and truth, all the hopes of this and another life seemed to center. To him abstractions, as we call them, were another kind of knowledge, an inner and unseen world, which seemed to exist far more truly than the fleeting objects of sense which were without him. When we are once able to imagine the intense power which abstract ideas exercised over the mind of Plato, we see that there was no more difficulty to him in realizing the eternal existence of them and of the human minds which were associated with them, in the past and future than in the present. The difficulty was not how they could exist, but how they could fail to exist. In the attempt to regain this saving knowledge of the ideas, the sense was found to be as great an enemy as the desires. And hence two things which to us seem quite distinct are inextricably blended in the representation of Plato. Thus far we may believe that Plato was serious in his conception of the soul as a motive power, in his reminiscence of a former state of being, in his elevation of the reason over sense and passion, and perhaps in his doctrine of transmigration. Was he equally serious in the rest? For example, are we to attribute his tripartite division of the soul to the gods? Or is this merely assigned to them by way of parallelism with men? The latter is the more probable. For the horses of the gods are both white, i.e. their every impulse is in harmony with reason, their dualism, on the other hand, only carries out the figure of the chariot. Is he serious, again, in regarding love as a madness? That seems to arise out of the antithesis to the former conception of love. At the same time he appears to intimate here, as in the Ion, Apology, Meno, and elsewhere, that there is a faculty in man, whether to be termed in modern language genius, or inspiration, or imagination, or idealism, or communion with God, which cannot be reduced to rule and measure. Perhaps, too, he is ironically repeating the common language of mankind about philosophy, and is turning their jest into a sort of earnest. Compare Phaedo, 61b, Symposium, 218b, or is he serious in holding that each soul bears the character of a god? He may have had no other account to give of the differences of human characters to which he afterwards refers. Or, again, in his absurd derivation of mu alpha nu tau iota kappa and omicron omega nu iota sigma tau iota kappa and mu epsilon rho omicron, compare Cratylus. It is characteristic of the irony of Socrates to mix up sense and nonsense in such a way that no exact line can be drawn between them. An allegory helps to increase this sort of confusion. As is often the case in the parables and prophecies of Scripture, the meaning is allowed to break through the figure, and the details are not always consistent. When the charioteers and their steeds stand upon the dome of heaven they behold the intangible and visible essences which are not objects of sight. This is because the force of language can no further go. Nor can we dwell much on the circumstance, that at the completion of 10,000 years all are to return to the place from whence they came. Because he represents their return as dependent on their own good conduct in the successive stages of existence. Nor again can we attribute anything to the accidental inference which would also follow, that even a tyrant may live righteously in the condition of life to which fate has called him, he ablins might, I dinna ken. But to suppose this would be at variance with Plato himself and with Greek notions generally. He is much more serious in distinguishing men from animals by their recognition of the universal which they have known in a former state, and in denying that this gift of reason can ever be obliterated or lost. In the language of some modern theologians he might be said to maintain the final perseverance of those who have entered on their pilgrim's progress. Other intimations of a metaphysic or theology of the future may also be discerned in him. 1. The moderate predestinarianism which here, as in the Republic, acknowledges the element of chance in human life, and yet asserts the freedom and responsibility of man. 2. The recognition of a moral as well as an intellectual principle in man under the image of an immortal steed. 3. The notion that the divine nature exists by the contemplation of ideas of virtue and justice, or, in other words, the assertion of the essentially moral nature of God. 4. Again, there is the hint that human life is a life of aspiration only, and that the true ideal is not to be found in art. 5. There occurs the first trace of the distinction between necessary and contingent matter. 6. The conception of the soul itself as the motive power and reason of the universe. The conception of the philosopher, or the philosopher and lover in one, as a sort of madman, may be compared with the Republic and Theaetetus, in both of which the philosopher is regarded as a stranger and monster upon the earth. The whole myth, like the other myths of Plato, describes in a figure things which are beyond the range of human faculties, or inaccessible to the knowledge of the age. That philosophy should be represented as the inspiration of love is a conception that has already become familiar to us in the Symposium, and is the expression partly of Plato's enthusiasm for the idea, and is also an indication of the real power exercised by the passion of friendship over the mind of the Greek. The master in the art of love knew that there was a mystery in these feelings and their associations, and especially in the contrast of the sensible and permanent which is afforded by them. And he sought to explain this, as he explained universal ideas, by a reference to a former state of existence. The capriciousness of love is also derived by him from an attachment to some god in a former world. The singular remark that the beloved is more affected than the lover at the final consummation of their love, seems likewise to hint at a psychological truth. It is difficult to exhaust the meanings of a work like the Phaedrus, which indicates so much more than it expresses, and is full of inconsistencies and ambiguities which were not perceived by Plato himself. For example, when he is speaking of the soul, does he mean the human or the divine soul? And are they both equally self-moving and constructed on the same threefold principle? We should certainly be disposed to reply that the self-motive is to be attributed to God only, and on the other hand that the appetitive and passionate elements have no place in his nature. So we should infer from the reason of the thing, but there is no indication in Plato's own writings that this was his meaning. Or, again, when he explains the different characters of men by referring them back to the nature of the God whom they served in a former state of existence, we are inclined to ask whether he is serious. Is he not rather using a mythological figure? Here as elsewhere, to draw a veil over things which are beyond the limits of mortal knowledge. Once more, in speaking of beauty, is he really thinking of some external form such as might have been expressed in the works of Phidias or Praxiteles? And not rather of an imaginary beauty, of a sort which extinguishes rather than stimulates vulgar love, 254e, a heavenly beauty like that which flashed from time to time before the eyes of Dante or Bunyan? Surely the latter. But it would be idle to reconcile all the details of the passage. It is a picture, not a system, and a picture which is for the greater part an allegory, and an allegory which allows the meaning to come through. The image of the charioteer and his steeds is placed side by side with the absolute forms of justice, temperance, and the like, which are abstract ideas only, and which are seen with the eye of the soul in her heavenly journey. The first impression of such a passage, in which no attempt is made to separate the substance from the form, is far truer than an elaborate philosophical analysis. It is too often forgotten that the whole of the second discourse of Socrates is only an allegory, or figure of speech. For this reason, it is unnecessary to inquire whether the love of which Plato speaks is the love of men or of women. It is really a general idea which includes both, and in which the sensual element, though not wholly eradicated, is reduced to order and measure. We must not attribute a meaning to every fanciful detail. Nor is there any need to call up revolting associations, which as a matter of good taste should be banished, and which were far enough away from the mind of Plato. These and similar passages should be interpreted by the Laws, Book 8, 836. Nor is there anything in the Symposium, 219 or in the Charmides, 155d, in reality inconsistent with the sterner rule which Plato lays down in the Laws. At the same time it is not to be denied that love and philosophy are described by Socrates in figures of speech which would not be used in Christian times, or that nameless vices were prevalent at Athens and in other Greek cities. Or that friendships between men were a more sacred tie, and had a more important social and educational influence than among ourselves. See note on Symposium, sub fin. In the Phaedrus, as well as in the Symposium, there are two kinds of love, a lower and a higher, the one answering to the natural wants of the animal, the other rising above them and contemplating with religious awe the forms of justice, temperance, holiness, yet finding them also too dazzling bright for mortal eye, and shrinking from them in amazement. The opposition between these two kinds of love may be compared to the opposition between the flesh and the spirit in the epistles of St. Paul. It would be unmeaning to suppose that Plato, in describing the spiritual combat, in which the rational soul is finally victor and master of both the steeds, condescends to allow any indulgence of unnatural lusts. Two other thoughts about love are suggested by this passage. First of all, love is represented here, as in the Symposium, as one of the great powers of nature, which takes many forms and two principal ones, having a predominant influence over the lives of men. And these two, though opposed, are not absolutely separated the one from the other. Plato, with his great knowledge of human nature, was well aware how easily one is transformed into the other, or how soon the noble but fleeting aspiration may return into the nature of the animal, while the lower instinct which is latent always remains. The intermediate sentimentalism, which has exercised so great an influence on the literature of modern Europe, had no place in the classical times of Hellas. The higher love, of which Plato speaks, is the subject, not of poetry or fiction, but of philosophy. Secondly, there seems to be indicated a natural yearning of the human mind that the great ideas of justice, temperance, wisdom, should be expressed in some form of visible beauty. Like the absolute purity and goodness which Christian art has sought to realize in the person of the Madonna. But although human nature has often attempted to represent outwardly what can be only spiritually discerned, men feel that in pictures and images, whether painted or carved or described in words only, we have not the substance but the shadow of the truth which is in heaven. There is no reason to suppose that in the fairest works of Greek art, Plato ever conceived himself to behold an image, however faint, of ideal truths. Not in that way was wisdom seen, 250d. We may now pass on to the second part of the dialogue, which is a criticism on the first. Rhetoric is assailed on various grounds, first, as desiring to persuade, without a knowledge of the truth. And secondly, as ignoring the distinction between certain and probable matter. The three speeches are then passed in review. The first of them has no definition of the nature of love, and no order in the topics, being in these respects far inferior to the second. While the third of them is found, though a fancy of the hour, to be framed upon real dialectical principles. But dialectic is not rhetoric, nothing on that subject is to be found in the endless treatises of rhetoric, however prolific in hard names. When Plato has sufficiently put them to the test of ridicule he touches, as with the point of a needle, the real error, which is the confusion of preliminary knowledge with creative power. No attainments will provide the speaker with genius. And the sort of attainments which can alone be of any value are the higher philosophy in the power of psychological analysis, which is given by dialectic, but not by the rules of the rhetoricians. In this latter portion of the dialogue there are many texts which may help us to speak and to think. The names dialectic and rhetoric are passing out of use. We hardly examine seriously into their nature and limits, and probably the arts both of speaking and of conversation have been unduly neglected by us. But the mind of Socrates pierces through the differences of times and countries into the essential nature of man, and his words apply equally to the modern world and to the Athenians of old. Would he not have asked of us, or rather is he not asking of us, whether we have ceased to prefer appearances to reality? Let us take a survey of the professions to which he refers and try them by his standard. Is not all literature passing into criticism, just as Athenian literature in the age of Plato was degenerating into sophistry and rhetoric? We can discourse and write about poems and paintings, but we seem to have lost the gift of creating them. Can we wonder that few of them come sweetly from nature, while 10,000 reviewers, mu lambda alpha mu upsilon rho omicron iota, are engaged in dissecting them? Young men, like Phaedrus, are enamored of their own literary clique and have but a feeble sympathy with the masterminds of former ages. They recognize a poetical necessity in the writings of their favorite author, even when he boldly wrote off just what came in his head. They are beginning to think that art is enough, just at the time when art is about to disappear from the world. And would not a great painter, such as Michelangelo, or a great poet, such as Shakespeare, returning to earth, courteously rebuke us, would he not say that we are putting in the place of art the preliminaries of art? Confusing art the expression of mind and truth with art the composition of colors and forms. And perhaps he might more severely chastise some of us for trying to invent a new shutter, instead of bringing to the birth living and healthy creations. These he would regard as the signs of an age wanting in original power. Turning from literature and the arts to law and politics, again we fall under the lash of Socrates. For do we not often make the worse appear the better cause, and do not both parties sometimes agree to tell lies? Is not pleading an art of speaking unconnected with the truth? There is another text of Socrates which must not be forgotten in relation to this subject. In the endless maze of English law is there any dividing the whole into parts or reuniting the parts into a whole, any semblance of an organized being, having hands and feet and other members? Instead of a system there is the chaos of Anaxagoras, mu omicron nu pi nu tau alpha chi rho mu alpha tau alpha, and no mind or order. Then again in the noble art of politics, who thinks of first principles and of true ideas? We avowedly follow not the truth but the will of the many. Compare Republic 493. Is not legislation too a sort of literary effort, and might not statesmanship be described as the art of enchanting the house? While there are some politicians who have no knowledge of the truth, but only of what is likely to be approved by the many who sit in judgment, there are others who can give no form to their ideal, neither having learned the art of persuasion, nor having any insight into the characters of men. Once more, has not medical science become a professional routine, which many practice without being able to say who were their instructors, the application of a few drugs taken from a book instead of a lifelong study of the natures and constitutions of human beings? Do we see as clearly as Hippocrates that the nature of the body can only be understood as a whole? 270 c. Compare Charmides 156e. And are not they held to be the wisest physicians who have the greatest distrust of their art? What would Socrates think of our newspapers, of our theology? Perhaps he would be afraid to speak of them, the one vox populi, the other vox Dei, he might hesitate to attack them. Or he might trace a fanciful connection between them, and ask doubtfully, whether they are not equally inspired. He would remark that we are always searching for a belief and deploring our unbelief, seeming to prefer popular opinions unverified and contradictory to unpopular truths which are assured to us by the most certain proofs, that our preachers are in the habit of praising God without regard to truth and falsehood, attributing to him every species of greatness and glory, saying that he is all this and the cause of all that, in order that we may exhibit him as the fairest and best of all. Symposium 198, without any consideration of his real nature and character or of the laws by which he governs the world, seeking for a private judgment and not for the truth or God's judgment. What would he say of the Church, which we praise in like manner, meaning ourselves, 258a, without regard to history or experience? Might he not ask, whether we care more for the truth of religion, or for the speaker and the country from which the truth comes? Or, whether the select wise, are not the many, after all? Symposium 194c, so we may fill up the sketch of Socrates, lest, as Phaedrus says, the argument should be too abstract and barren of illustrations. Compare, Symposium, Apology, Euthyphro. He next proceeds with enthusiasm to define the royal art of dialectic as the power of dividing a whole into parts, and of uniting the parts in a whole. And which may also be regarded, compare, Sophist, as the process of the mind talking with herself. The latter view has probably led Plato to the paradox that speech is superior to writing, in which he may seem also to be doing an injustice to himself. For the two cannot be fairly compared in the manner which Plato suggests. The contrast of the living and dead word, and the example of Socrates, which he has represented in the form of the dialogue, seem to have misled him. For speech and writing have really different functions. The one is more transitory, more diffuse, more elastic and capable of adaptation to moods and times, the other is more permanent, more concentrated, and is uttered not to this or that person or audience, but to all the world. In the Politicus, the paradox is carried further. The mind or will of the king is preferred to the written law, he is supposed to be the law personified, the ideal made life. Yet in both these statements there is also contained a truth. They may be compared with one another, and also with the other famous paradox, that knowledge cannot be taught. Socrates means to say, that what is truly written is written in the soul, just as what is truly taught grows up in the soul from within and is not forced upon it from without. When planted in a congenial soil the little seed becomes a tree, and the birds of the air build their nests in the branches. There is an echo of this in the prayer at the end of the dialogue, give me beauty in the inward soul, and may the inward and outward man be at one. We may further compare the words of St. Paul, written not on tables of stone, but on fleshly tables of the heart, and again, ye are my epistles known and read of all men. There may be a use in writing as a preservative against the forgetfulness of old age, but to live is higher far, to be ourselves the book, or the epistle, the truth embodied in a person, the word made flesh. Something like this we may believe to have passed before Plato's mind when he affirmed that speech was superior to writing. So in other ages, weary of literature and criticism, of making many books, of writing articles in reviews, some have desired to live more closely in communion with their fellow men, to speak heart to heart, to speak and act only, and not to write. Following the example of Socrates and of Christ. Some other touches of inimitable grace and art and of the deepest wisdom may be also noted. Such as the prayer or collect, which has just been cited, give me beauty, etc., or the great name which belongs to God alone. Or the saying of wiser men than ourselves that a man of sense should try to please not his fellow servants, but his good and noble masters, 274, like St. Paul again. Or the description of the heavenly originals, at 250. The chief criteria for determining the date of the dialogue are, 1. The ages of Lysias and Isocrates, 2. The character of the work. Lysias was born in the year 458. Isocrates in the year 436, about 7 years before the birth of Plato. The first of the two great rhetoricians is described as in the zenith of his fame, the second is still young and full of promise. Now it is argued that this must have been written in the youth of Isocrates, when the promise was not yet fulfilled. And thus we should have to assign the dialogue to a year not later than 406, when Isocrates was 30 and Plato 23 years of age, and while Socrates himself was still alive. Those who argue in this way seem not to reflect how easily Plato can invent Egyptians or anything else, and how careless he is of historical truth or probability. Who would suspect that the wise Critias, the virtuous Charmides, had ended their lives among the 30 tyrants? Who would imagine that Lysias, who is here assailed by Socrates, is the son of his old friend Cephalus? Or that Isocrates himself is the enemy of Plato and his school? No arguments can be drawn from the appropriateness or inappropriateness of the characters of Plato. Else, perhaps, it might be further argued that, judging from their extant remains, insipid rhetoric is far more characteristic of Isocrates than of Lysias. But Plato makes use of names which have often hardly any connection with the historical characters to whom they belong. In this instance the comparative favor shown to Isocrates may possibly be accounted for by the circumstance of his belonging to the aristocratical, as Lysias to the democratical party. Few persons will be inclined to suppose, in the superficial manner of some ancient critics, that a dialogue which treats of love must necessarily have been written in youth. As little weight can be attached to the argument that Plato must have visited Egypt before he wrote the story of Thoth and Thamus. For there is no real proof that he ever went to Egypt. And even if he did, he might have known or invented Egyptian traditions before he went there. The late date of the Phaedrus will have to be established by other arguments than these: the maturity of the thought, the perfection of the style, the insight, the relation to the other Platonic dialogues. Seem to contradict the notion that it could have been the work of a youth of 20 or 23 years of age. The cosmological notion of the mind as the prima mobile, and the admission of impulse into the immortal nature, also afford grounds for assigning a later date. Compare, Timaeus, Sophist, Laws. Add to this that the picture of Socrates, though in some lesser particulars, e.g. his going without sandals, his habit of remaining within the walls, his emphatic declaration that his study is human nature, an exact resemblance, is in the main the Platonic and not the real Socrates. Can we suppose the young man to have told such lies about his master while he was still alive? Moreover, when two dialogues are so closely connected as the Phaedrus and Symposium, there is great improbability in supposing that one of them was written at least 20 years after the other. The conclusion seems to be, that the dialogue was written at some comparatively late but unknown period of Plato's life, after he had deserted the purely Socratic point of view. But before he had entered on the more abstract speculations of the sophist or the Philebus. Taking into account the divisions of the soul, the doctrine of transmigration, the contemplative nature of the philosophic life, and the character of the style, we shall not be far wrong in placing the Phaedrus in the neighborhood of the Republic. Remarking only that allowance must be made for the poetical element in the Phaedrus, which, while falling short of the Republic in definite philosophic results, seems to have glimpses of a truth beyond. Two short passages, which are unconnected with the main subject of the dialogue, may seem to merit a more particular notice: 1. The locus classicus about mythology, 2. The tale of the grasshoppers. The first passage is remarkable as showing that Plato was entirely free from what may be termed the euhemerism of his age. For there were euhemerists in Hellas long before Euhemerus. Early philosophers, like Anaxagoras and Metrodorus, had found in Homer and mythology hidden meanings. Plato, with a truer instinct, rejects these attractive interpretations. He regards the inventor of them as unfortunate. And they draw a man off from the knowledge of himself. There is a latent criticism, and also a poetical sense in Plato, which enable him to discard them, and yet in another way to make use of poetry and mythology as a vehicle of thought and feeling. What would he have said of the discovery of Christian doctrines in these old Greek legends? While acknowledging that such interpretations are very nice, would he not have remarked that they are found in all sacred literatures? They cannot be tested by any criterion of truth, or used to establish any truth. They add nothing to the sum of human knowledge. They are, what we please, and if employed as peacemakers between the new and old are liable to serious misconstruction, as he elsewhere remarks, Republic 378e. And therefore he would have bid farewell to them. The study of them would take up too much of his time, and he has not as yet learned the true nature of religion. The sophistical interest of Phaedrus, the little touch about the two versions of the story. The ironical manner in which these explanations are set aside, the common opinion about them is enough for me. The allusion to the serpent Typho may be noted in passing. Also the general agreement between the tone of this speech and the remark of Socrates which follows afterwards, I am a diviner, but a poor one. The tale of the grasshoppers is naturally suggested by the surrounding scene. They are also the representatives of the Athenians as children of the soil. Under the image of the lively chirping grasshoppers who inform the muses in heaven about those who honor them on earth, Plato intends to represent an Athenian audience, tau epsilon tau tau gamma epsilon sigma sigma iota nu omicron iota kappa tau epsilon. The story is introduced, apparently, to mark a change of subject, and also, like several other allusions which occur in the course of the dialogue, in order to preserve the scene in the recollection of the reader. No one can duly appreciate the dialogues of Plato, especially the Phaedrus, Symposium, and portions of the Republic, who has not a sympathy with mysticism. To the uninitiated, as he would himself have acknowledged, they will appear to be the dreams of a poet who is disguised as a philosopher. There is a twofold difficulty in apprehending this aspect of the Platonic writings. First, we do not immediately realize that under the marble exterior of Greek literature was concealed a soul thrilling with spiritual emotion. Secondly, the forms or figures which the Platonic philosophy assumes, are not like the images of the prophet Isaiah, or of the Apocalypse, familiar to us in the days of our youth. By mysticism we mean, not the extravagance of an erring fancy, but the concentration of reason in feeling, the enthusiastic love of the good, the true, the one, the sense of the infinity of knowledge and of the marvel of the human faculties. When feeding upon such thoughts the wing of the soul is renewed and gains strength. She is raised above the mannikins of earth and their opinions, waiting in wonder to know, and working with reverence to find out what God in this or in another life may reveal to her. On the decline of Greek literature. One of the main purposes of Plato in the Phaedrus is to satirize rhetoric, or rather the professors of rhetoric who swarmed at Athens in the 4th century before Christ. As in the opening of the dialogue he ridicules the interpreters of mythology, as in the Protagoras he mocks at the sophists, as in the Euthydemus he makes fun of the word-splitting eristics. As in the Cratylus he ridicules the fancies of etymologers, as in the Meno and Gorgias and some other dialogues he makes reflections and casts sly imputation upon the higher classes at Athens. So in the Phaedrus, chiefly in the latter part, he aims his shafts at the rhetoricians. The profession of rhetoric was the greatest and most popular in Athens, necessary, to a man's salvation, or at any rate to his attainment of wealth or power. But Plato finds nothing wholesome or genuine in the purpose of it. It is a veritable sham, having no relation to fact, or to truth of any kind. It is antipathetic to him not only as a philosopher, but also as a great writer. He cannot abide the tricks of the rhetoricians, or the pedantries and mannerisms which they introduce into speech and writing. He sees clearly how far removed they are from the ways of simplicity and truth, and how ignorant of the very elements of the art which they are professing to teach. The thing which is most necessary of all, the knowledge of human nature, is hardly if at all considered by them. The true rules of composition, which are very few, are not to be found in their voluminous systems. Their pretentiousness, their omniscience, their large fortunes, their impatience of argument, their indifference to first principles, their stupidity. Their progresses through Hellas accompanied by a troop of their disciples, these things were very distasteful to Plato, who esteemed genius far above art, and was quite sensible of the interval which separated them. Phaedrus, 269d. It is the interval which separates sophists and rhetoricians from ancient famous men and women such as Homer and Hesiod, Anacreon and Sappho, Aeschylus and Sophocles. And the Platonic Socrates is afraid that, if he approves the former, he will be disowned by the latter. 235b. The spirit of rhetoric was soon to overspread all Hellas. And Plato with prophetic insight may have seen, from afar, the great literary waste or dead level, or interminable marsh, in which Greek literature was soon to disappear. A similar vision of the decline of the Greek drama and of the contrast of the old literature and the new was present to the mind of Aristophanes after the death of the 3 great tragedians, Frogs I 93 and following. After about 100, or at most 200 years if we exclude Homer, the genius of Hellas had ceased to flower or blossom. The dreary waste which follows, beginning with the Alexandrian writers and even before them in the platitudes of Socrates and his school, spreads over much more than 1,000 years. And from this decline the Greek language and literature, unlike the Latin, which has come to life in new forms and been developed into the great European languages, never recovered. This monotony of literature, without merit, without genius and without character, is a phenomenon which deserves more attention than it has hitherto received. It is a phenomenon unique in the literary history of the world. How could there have been so much cultivation, so much diligence in writing, and so little mind or real creative power? Why did 1,000 years invent nothing better than Sibylline books, Orphic poems, Byzantine imitations of classical histories, Christian reproductions of Greek plays, novels like the silly and obscene romances of Longus and Heliodorus? Innumerable forged epistles, a great many epigrams, biographies of the meanest and most meager description, a sham philosophy which was the bastard progeny of the union between Hellas and the East. Only in Plutarch, in Lucian, in Longinus, in the Roman emperors Marcus Aurelius and Julian, in some of the Christian fathers are there any traces of good sense or originality, or any power of arousing the interest of later ages. And when new books ceased to be written, why did hosts of grammarians and interpreters flock in, who never attained to any sound notion either of grammar or interpretation? Why did the physical sciences never arrive at any true knowledge or make any real progress? Why did poetry droop and languish? Why did history degenerate into fable? Why did words lose their power of expression? Why were ages of external greatness and magnificence attended by all the signs of decay in the human mind which are possible? To these questions many answers may be given, which if not the true causes, are at least to be reckoned among the symptoms of the decline. There is the want of method in physical science, the want of criticism in history, the want of simplicity or delicacy in poetry, the want of political freedom, which is the true atmosphere of public speaking, in oratory. The ways of life were luxurious and commonplace. Philosophy had become extravagant, eclectic, abstract, devoid of any real content. At length it ceased to exist. It had spread words like plaster over the whole field of knowledge. It had grown ascetic on one side, mystical on the other. Neither of these tendencies was favorable to literature. There was no sense of beauty either in language or in art. The Greek world became vacant, barbaric, oriental. No one had anything new to say, or any conviction of truth. The age had no remembrance of the past, no power of understanding what other ages thought and felt. The Catholic faith had degenerated into dogma and controversy. For more than 1,000 years not a single writer of first-rate, or even of second-rate, reputation has a place in the innumerable rolls of Greek literature. If we seek to go deeper, we can still only describe the outward nature of the clouds or darkness which were spread over the heavens during so many ages without relief or light. We may say that this, like several other long periods in the history of the human race, was destitute, or deprived of the moral qualities which are the root of literary excellence. It had no life or aspiration, no national or political force, no desire for consistency, no love of knowledge for its own sake. It did not attempt to pierce the mists which surrounded it. It did not propose to itself to go forward and scale the heights of knowledge, but to go backwards and seek at the beginning what can only be found towards the end. It was lost in doubt and ignorance. It rested upon tradition and authority. It had none of the higher play of fancy which creates poetry, and where there is no true poetry, neither can there be any good prose. It had no great characters, and therefore it had no great writers. It was incapable of distinguishing between words and things. It was so hopelessly below the ancient standard of classical Greek art and literature that it had no power of understanding or of valuing them. It is doubtful whether any Greek author was justly appreciated in antiquity except by his own contemporaries. And this neglect of the great authors of the past led to the disappearance of the larger part of them, while the Greek fathers were mostly preserved. There is no reason to suppose that, in the century before the taking of Constantinople, much more was in existence than the scholars of the Renaissance carried away with them to Italy. The character of Greek literature sank lower as time went on. It consisted more and more of compilations, of scholia, of extracts, of commentaries, forgeries, imitations. The commentator or interpreter had no conception of his author as a whole, and very little of the context of any passage which he was explaining. The least things were preferred by him to the greatest. The question of a reading, or a grammatical form, or an accent, or the uses of a word, took the place of the aim or subject of the book. He had no sense of the beauties of an author, and very little light is thrown by him on real difficulties. He interprets past ages by his own. The greatest classical writers are the least appreciated by him. This seems to be the reason why so many of them have perished, why the lyric poets have almost wholly disappeared. Why, out of the 80 or 90 tragedies of Aeschylus and Sophocles, only 7 of each had been preserved. Such an age of sciolism and scholasticism may possibly once more get the better of the literary world. There are those who prophesy that the signs of such a day are again appearing among us, and that at the end of the present century no writer of the first class will be still alive. They think that the muse of literature may transfer herself to other countries less dried up or worn out than our own. They seem to see the withering effect of criticism on original genius. No one can doubt that such a decay or decline of literature and of art seriously affects the manners and character of a nation. It takes away half the joys and refinements of life, it increases its dullness and grossness. Hence it becomes a matter of great interest to consider how, if at all, such a degeneracy may be averted. Is there any elixir which can restore life and youth to the literature of a nation, or at any rate which can prevent it becoming unmanned and enfeebled? First there is the progress of education. It is possible, and even probable, that the extension of the means of knowledge over a wider area and to persons living under new conditions may lead to many new combinations of thought and language. But, as yet, experience does not favor the realization of such a hope or promise. It may be truly answered that at present the training of teachers and the methods of education are very imperfect, and therefore that we cannot judge of the future by the present. When more of our youth are trained in the best literatures, and in the best parts of them, their minds may be expected to have a larger growth. They will have more interests, more thoughts, more material for conversation. They will have a higher standard and begin to think for themselves. The number of persons who will have the opportunity of receiving the highest education through the cheap press, and by the help of high schools and colleges, may increase tenfold. It is likely that in every 1,000 persons there is at least one who is far above the average in natural capacity, but the seed which is in him dies for want of cultivation. It has never had any stimulus to grow, or any field in which to blossom and produce fruit. Here is a great reservoir or treasure house of human intelligence out of which new waters may flow and cover the earth. If at any time the great men of the world should die out, and originality or genius appear to suffer a partial eclipse, there is a boundless hope in the multitude of intelligences for future generations. They may bring gifts to men such as the world has never received before. They may begin at a higher point and yet take with them all the results of the past. The cooperation of many may have effects not less striking, though different in character from those which the creative genius of a single man, such as Bacon or Newton, formerly produced. There is also great hope to be derived, not merely from the extension of education over a wider area, but from the continuance of it during many generations. Educated parents will have children fit to receive education. And these again will grow up under circumstances far more favorable to the growth of intelligence than any which have hitherto existed in our own or in former ages. Even if we were to suppose no more men of genius to be produced, the great writers of ancient or of modern times will remain to furnish abundant materials of education to the coming generation. Now that every nation holds communication with every other, we may truly say in a fuller sense than formerly that the thoughts of men are widened with the process of the suns. They will not be cribbed, cabined, and confined within a province or an island. The East will provide elements of culture to the West as well as the West to the East. The religions and literatures of the world will be open books, which he who wills may read. The human race may not be always ground down by bodily toil, but may have greater leisure for the improvement of the mind. The increasing sense of the greatness and infinity of nature will tend to awaken in men larger and more liberal thoughts. The love of mankind may be the source of a greater development of literature than nationality has ever been. There may be a greater freedom from prejudice and party, we may better understand the whereabouts of truth, and therefore there may be more success and fewer failures in the search for it. Lastly, in the coming ages we shall carry with us the recollection of the past, in which are necessarily contained many seeds of revival and renaissance in the future. So far is the world from becoming exhausted, so groundless is the fear that literature will ever die out. Phaedrus. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates. Phaedrus. Scene, under a plane tree, by the banks of the Ilissus. Socrates, my dear Phaedrus, whence come you, and whither are you going? Phaedrus, I come from Lysias the son of Cephalus, and I am going to take a walk outside the wall, for I have been sitting with him the whole morning. And our common friend Ecumenus tells me that it is much more refreshing to walk in the open air than to be shut up in a cloister. Socrates, there he is right. Lysias then, I suppose, was in the town. Phaedrus, yes, he was staying with Epicrates, here at the house of Mauricus, that house which is near the temple of Olympian Zeus. Socrates, and how did he entertain you? Can I be wrong in supposing that Lysias gave you a feast of discourse? Phaedrus, you shall hear, if you can spare time to accompany me. Socrates, and should I not deem the conversation of you and Lysias a thing of higher import, as I may say in the words of Pindar, than any business? Phaedrus, will you go on? Socrates, and will you go on with the narration? Phaedrus, my tale, Socrates, is one of your sort, for love was the theme which occupied us, love after a fashion. Lysias has been writing about a fair youth who was being tempted, but not by a lover. And this was the point, he ingeniously proved that the non-lover should be accepted rather than the lover. Socrates, oh, that is noble of him. I wish that he would say the poor man rather than the rich, and the old man rather than the young one. Then he would meet the case of me and of many a man, his words would be quite refreshing, and he would be a public benefactor. For my part, I do so long to hear his speech, that if you walk all the way to Megara, and when you have reached the wall come back, as Herodotus recommends, without going in, I will keep you company. Phaedrus, what do you mean, my good Socrates? How can you imagine that my unpracticed memory can do justice to an elaborate work, which the greatest rhetorician of the age spent a long time in composing? Indeed, I cannot, I would give a great deal if I could. Socrates, I believe that I know Phaedrus about as well as I know myself, and I am very sure that the speech of Lysias was repeated to him, not once only, but again and again. He insisted on hearing it many times over, and Lysias was very willing to gratify him. At last, when nothing else would do, he got hold of the book, and looked at what he most wanted to see. This occupied him during the whole morning. And then when he was tired with sitting, he went out to take a walk, not until, by the dog, as I believe, he had simply learned by heart the entire discourse, unless it was unusually long. And he went to a place outside the wall that he might practice his lesson. There he saw a certain lover of discourse who had a similar weakness. He saw and rejoiced. Now thought he, I shall have a partner in my revels. And he invited him to come and walk with him. But when the lover of discourse begged that he would repeat the tale, he gave himself airs and said, No, I cannot, as if he were indisposed. Although, if the hearer had refused, he would sooner or later have been compelled by him to listen whether he would or no. Therefore, Phaedrus, bid him do at once what he will soon do whether bidden or not. Phaedrus, I see that you will not let me off until I speak in some fashion or other, verily therefore my best plan is to speak as I best can. Socrates, a very true remark, that of yours. Phaedrus, I will do as I say. But believe me, Socrates, I did not learn the very words, oh no, nevertheless I have a general notion of what he said, and will give you a summary of the points in which the lover differed from the non-lover. Let me begin at the beginning. Socrates, yes, my sweet one, but you must first of all show what you have in your left hand under your cloak, for that roll, as I suspect, is the actual discourse. Now, much as I love you, I would not have you suppose that I am going to have your memory exercised at my expense, if you have Lysias himself here. Phaedrus, enough, I see that I have no hope of practicing my art upon you. But if I am to read, where would you please to sit? Socrates, let us turn aside and go by the Ilissus, we will sit down at some quiet spot. Phaedrus, I am fortunate in not having my sandals, and as you never have any, I think that we may go along the brook and cool our feet in the water. This will be the easiest way, and at midday and in the summer is far from being unpleasant. Socrates, lead on, and look out for a place in which we can sit down. Phaedrus, do you see the tallest plane tree in the distance? Socrates, yes. Phaedrus, there are shade and gentle breezes, and grass on which we may either sit or lie down. Socrates, move forward. Phaedrus, I should like to know, Socrates, whether the place is not somewhere here at which Boreas is said to have carried off Orithyia from the banks of the Ilissus. Socrates, such is the tradition. Phaedrus, and is this the exact spot? The little stream is delightfully clear and bright, I can fancy that there might be maidens playing near. Socrates, I believe that the spot is not exactly here, but about a quarter of a mile lower down, where you cross to the temple of Artemis, and there is, I think, some sort of an altar of Boreas at the place. Phaedrus, I have never noticed it. But I beseech you to tell me, Socrates, do you believe this tale? Socrates, the wise are doubtful, and I should not be singular if, like them, I too doubted. I might have a rational explanation that Orithyia was playing with Pharmacia, when a northern gust carried her over the neighboring rocks, and this being the manner of her death, she was said to have been carried away by Boreas. There is a discrepancy, however, about the locality. According to another version of the story she was taken from Areopagus, and not from this place. Now I quite acknowledge that these allegories are very nice, but he is not to be envied who has to invent them, much labor and ingenuity will be required of him. And when he has once begun, he must go on and rehabilitate hippocentaurs and chimeras dire. Gorgons and winged steeds flow in a pace, and numberless other inconceivable and portentous natures. And if he is skeptical about them, and would fain reduce them one after another to the rules of probability, this sort of crude philosophy will take up a great deal of time. Now I have no leisure for such inquiries, shall I tell you why? I must first know myself, as the Delphian inscription says, to be curious about that which is not my concern, while I am still in ignorance of my own self, would be ridiculous. And therefore I bid farewell to all this. The common opinion is enough for me. For, as I was saying, I want to know not about this, but about myself. Am I a monster more complicated and swollen with passion than the serpent Typho, or a creature of a gentler and simpler sort? To whom nature has given a diviner and lowlier destiny? But let me ask you, friend, have we not reached the plane tree to which you were conducting us? Phaedrus, yes, this is the tree. Socrates, by here, a fair resting place, full of summer sounds and scents. Here is this lofty and spreading plane tree, and the Agnus castus high and clustering, in the fullest blossom and the greatest fragrance, and the stream which flows beneath the plane tree is deliciously cold to the feet. Judging from the ornaments and images, this must be a spot sacred to Cratylus and the nymphs. How delightful is the breeze, so very sweet, and there is a sound in the air shrill and summer-like which makes answer to the chorus of the cicadae. But the greatest charm of all is the grass, like a pillow gently sloping to the head. My dear Phaedrus, you have been an admirable guide. Phaedrus, what an incomprehensible being you are, Socrates, when you are in the country, as you say, you really are like some stranger who is led about by a guide. Do you ever cross the border? I rather think that you never venture even outside the gates. Socrates, very true, my good friend. And I hope that you will excuse me when you hear the reason, which is, that I am a lover of knowledge, and the men who dwell in the city are my teachers, and not the trees or the country. Though I do indeed believe that you have found a spell with which to draw me out of the city into the country, like a hungry cow before whom a bough or a bunch of fruit is waved. For only hold up before me in like manner a book, and you may lead me all round Attica, and over the wide world. And now having arrived, I intend to lie down, and do you choose any posture in which you can read best? Begin. Phaedrus, listen. You know how matters stand with me, and how, as I conceive, this affair may be arranged for the advantage of both of us. And I maintain that I ought not to fail in my suit, because I am not your lover, for lovers repent of the kindnesses which they have shown when their passion ceases, but to the non-lovers who are free and not under any compulsion, no time of repentance ever comes. For they confer their benefits according to the measure of their ability, in the way which is most conducive to their own interest. Then again, lovers consider how by reason of their love they have neglected their own concerns and rendered service to others, and when to these benefits conferred they add on the troubles which they have endured, they think that they have long ago made to the beloved a very ample return. But the non-lover has no such tormenting recollections, he has never neglected his affairs or quarrelled with his relations, he has no troubles to add up or excuses to invent. And being well rid of all these evils, why should he not freely do what will gratify the beloved? If you say that the lover is more to be esteemed, because his love is thought to be greater. For he is willing to say and do what is hateful to other men, in order to please his beloved, that, if true, is only a proof that he will prefer any future love to his present, and will injure his old love at the pleasure of the new. And how, in a matter of such infinite importance, can a man be right in trusting himself to one who is afflicted with a malady which no experienced person would attempt to cure, for the patient himself admits that he is not in his right mind, and acknowledges that he is wrong in his mind, but says that he is unable to control himself? And if he came to his right mind, would he ever imagine that the desires were good which he conceived when in his wrong mind? Once more, there are many more non-lovers than lovers. And if you choose the best of the lovers, you will not have many to choose from, but if from the non-lovers, the choice will be larger, and you will be far more likely to find among them a person who is worthy of your friendship. If public opinion be your dread, and you would avoid reproach, in all probability the lover, who is always thinking that other men are as emulous of him as he is of them, will boast to someone 44 of his successes, and make a show of them openly in the pride of his heart. He wants others to know that his labor has not been lost, but the non-lover is more his own master, and is desirous of solid good, and not of the opinion of mankind. Again, the lover may be generally noted or seen following the beloved, this is his regular occupation, and whenever they are observed to exchange 2 words they are supposed to meet about some affair of love either past or in contemplation. But when non-lovers meet, no one asks the reason why, because people know that talking to another is natural, whether friendship or mere pleasure be the motive. Once more, if you fear the fickleness of friendship, consider that in any other case a quarrel might be a mutual calamity. But now, when you have given up what is most precious to you, you will be the greater loser, and therefore, you will have more reason in being afraid of the lover, for his vexations are many. And he is always fancying that everyone is leagued against him. Wherefore also he debars his beloved from society, he will not have you intimate with the wealthy, lest they should exceed him in wealth, or with men of education, lest they should be his superiors in understanding. And he is equally afraid of anybody's influence who has any other advantage over himself. If he can persuade you to break with them, you are left without a friend in the world. Or if, out of a regard to your own interest, you have more sense than to comply with his desire, you will have to quarrel with him. But those who are non-lovers, and whose success in love is the reward of their merit, will not be jealous of the companions of their beloved, and will rather hate those who refuse to be his associates, thinking that their favorite is slighted by the latter and benefited by the former. For more love than hatred may be expected to come to him out of his friendship with others. Many lovers too have loved the person of a youth before they knew his character or his belongings. So that when their passion has passed away, there is no knowing whether they will continue to be his friends, whereas, in the case of non-lovers who were always friends, the friendship is not lessened by the favors granted. But the recollection of these remains with them, and is an earnest of good things to come. Further, I say that you are likely to be improved by me, whereas the lover will spoil you. For they praise your words and actions in a wrong way. Partly, because they are afraid of offending you, and also, their judgment is weakened by passion. Such are the feats which love exhibits. He makes things painful to the disappointed which give no pain to others. He compels the successful lover to praise what ought not to give him pleasure, and therefore the beloved is to be pitied rather than envied. But if you listen to me, in the first place, I, in my intercourse with you, shall not merely regard present enjoyment, but also future advantage, being not mastered by love, but my own master. Nor for small causes taking violent dislikes, but even when the cause is great, slowly laying up little wrath. Unintentional offenses I shall forgive, and intentional ones I shall try to prevent. And these are the marks of a friendship which will last. Do you think that a lover only can be a firm friend? Reflect, if this were true, we should set small value on sons, or fathers, or mothers. Nor should we ever have loyal friends, for our love of them arises not from passion, but from other associations. Further, if we ought to shower favors on those who are the most eager suitors, on that principle, we ought always to do good, not to the most virtuous, but to the most needy. For they are the persons who will be most relieved, and will therefore be the most grateful, and when you make a feast you should invite not your friend, but the beggar and the empty soul. For they will love you, and attend you, and come about your doors, and will be the best pleased, and the most grateful, and will invoke many a blessing on your head. Yet surely you ought not to be granting favors to those who besiege you with prayer, but to those who are best able to reward you, nor to the lover only, but to those who are worthy of love. Nor to those who will enjoy the bloom of your youth, but to those who will share their possessions with you in age, nor to those who, having succeeded, will glory in their success to others, but to those who will be modest and tell no tales. Nor to those who care about you for a moment only, but to those who will continue your friends through life. Nor to those who, when their passion is over, will pick a quarrel with you, but rather to those who, when the charm of youth has left you, will show their own virtue. Remember what I have said. And consider yet this further point: friends admonish the lover under the idea that his way of life is bad, but no one of his kindred ever yet censured the non-lover, or thought that he was ill-advised about his own interests. Perhaps you will ask me whether I propose that you should indulge every non-lover. To which I reply that not even the lover would advise you to indulge all lovers, for the indiscriminate favor is less esteemed by the rational recipient, and less easily hidden by him who would escape the censure of the world. Now love ought to be for the advantage of both parties, and for the injury of neither. I believe that I have said enough, but if there is anything more which you desire or which in your opinion needs to be supplied, ask and I will answer. Now, Socrates, what do you think? Is not the discourse excellent, more especially in the matter of the language? Socrates, yes, quite admirable, the effect on me was ravishing. And this I owe to you, Phaedrus, for I observed you while reading to be in an ecstasy, and thinking that you are more experienced in these matters than I am, I followed your example, and, like you, my divine darling, I became inspired with a frenzy. Phaedrus, indeed, you are pleased to be merry. Socrates, do you mean that I am not in earnest? Phaedrus, now don't talk in that way, Socrates, but let me have your real opinion. I adjure you, by Zeus, the god of friendship, to tell me whether you think that any Hellene could have said more or spoken better on the same subject. Socrates, well, but are you and I expected to praise the sentiments of the author, or only the clearness, and roundness, and finish, and tournure of the language? As to the first I willingly submit to your better judgment, for I am not worthy to form an opinion, having only attended to the rhetorical manner, and I was doubting whether this could have been defended even by Lysias himself. I thought, though I speak under correction, that he repeated himself 2 or 3 times, either from want of words or from want of pains. And also, he appeared to me ostentatiously to exult in showing how well he could say the same thing 45 in 2 or 3 ways. Phaedrus, nonsense, Socrates, what you call repetition was the especial merit of the speech. For he omitted no topic of which the subject rightly allowed, and I do not think that anyone could have spoken better or more exhaustively. Socrates, there I cannot go along with you. Ancient sages, men and women, who have spoken and written of these things, would rise up in judgment against me, if out of complaisance I assented to you. Phaedrus, who are they, and where did you hear anything better than this? Socrates, I am sure that I must have heard, but at this moment I do not remember from whom, perhaps from Sappho the fair, or Anacreon the wise, or, possibly, from a prose writer. Why do I say so? Why, because I perceive that my bosom is full, and that I could make another speech as good as that of Lysias, and different. Now I am certain that this is not an invention of my own, who am well aware that I know nothing, and therefore I can only infer that I have been filled through the ears, like a pitcher, from the waters of another. Though I have actually forgotten in my stupidity who was my informant. Phaedrus, that is grand, but never mind where you heard the discourse or from whom, let that be a mystery not to be divulged even at my earnest desire. Only, as you say, promise 46 to make another and better oration, equal in length and entirely new, on the same subject. And I, like the 9 archons, will promise to set up a golden image at Delphi, not only of myself, but of you, and as large as life. Socrates, you are a dear golden ass if you suppose me to mean that Lysias has altogether missed the mark, and that I can make a speech from which all his arguments are to be excluded. The worst of authors will say something which is to the point. Who, for example, could speak on this thesis of yours without praising the discretion of the non-lover and blaming the indiscretion of the lover? These are the commonplaces of the subject which must come in, for what else is there to be said? And must be allowed and excused. The only merit is in the arrangement of them, for there can be none in the invention, but when you leave the commonplaces, then there may be some originality. Phaedrus, I admit that there is reason in what you say, and I too will be reasonable, and will allow you to start with the premise that the lover is more disordered in his wits than the non-lover. If in what remains you make a longer and better speech than Lysias, and use other arguments, then I say again, that a statue you shall have of beaten gold, and take your place by the colossal offerings of the Cypselids at Olympia. Socrates, how profoundly in earnest is the lover, because to tease him I lay a finger upon his love. And so, Phaedrus, you really imagine that I am going to improve upon the ingenuity of Lysias? Phaedrus, there I have you as you had me, and you must just speak as you best can. Do not let us exchange tu quoque, as in a farce, or compel me to say to you as you said to me, I know Socrates as well as I know myself, and he was wanting to speak, but he gave himself airs. Rather I would have you consider that from this place we stir not until you have unbosomed yourself of the speech. For here are we all alone, and I am stronger, remember, and younger than you, wherefore perpend, and do not compel me to use violence. Socrates, but, my sweet Phaedrus, how ridiculous it would be of me to compete with Lysias in an extempore speech. He is a master in his art and I am an untaught man. Phaedrus, you see how matters stand. And therefore let there be no more pretenses, for, indeed, I know the word that is irresistible. Socrates, then don't say it. Phaedrus, yes, but I will, and my word shall be an oath. I say, or rather swear, but what God will be witness of my oath. By this plane tree I swear, that unless you repeat the discourse here in the face of this very plane tree, I will never tell you another, never let you have word of another. Socrates, villain. I am conquered, the poor lover of discourse has no more to say. Phaedrus, then why are you still at your tricks? Socrates, I am not going to play tricks now that you have taken the oath, for I cannot allow myself to be starved. Phaedrus, proceed. Socrates, shall I tell you what I will do? Phaedrus, what? Socrates, I will veil my face and gallop through the discourse as fast as I can, for if I see you I shall feel ashamed and not know what to say. Phaedrus, only go on and you may do anything else which you please. Socrates, come, O ye muses, melodious, as ye are called, whether you have received this name from the character of your strains, or because the Melians 47 are a musical race, help. Oh, help me in the tale which my good friend here desires me to rehearse, in order that his friend whom he always deemed wise may seem to him to be wiser than ever. Once upon a time there was a fair boy, or, more properly speaking, a youth. He was very fair and had a great many lovers. And there was one special cunning one, who had persuaded the youth that he did not love him, but he really loved him all the same. And one day when he was paying his addresses to him, he used this very argument, that he ought to accept the non-lover rather than the lover. His words were as follows. All good counsel begins in the same way. A man should know what he is advising about, or his counsel will all come to naught. But people imagine that they know about the nature of things, when they don't know about them, and, not having come to an understanding at first because they think that they know, they end, as might be expected, in contradicting one another and themselves. Now you and I must not be guilty of this fundamental error which we condemn in others. But as our question is whether the lover or non-lover is to be preferred, let us first of all agree in defining the nature and power of love, and then, keeping our eyes upon the definition and to this appealing, let us further inquire whether love brings advantage or disadvantage. Everyone sees that love is a desire, and we know also that non-lovers desire the beautiful and good. Now in what way is the lover to be distinguished from the non-lover? Let us note that in every one of us there are two guiding and ruling principles which lead us whither they will. One is the natural desire of pleasure, the other is an acquired opinion which aspires after the best. And these two are sometimes in harmony and then again at war, and sometimes the one, sometimes the other conquers. When opinion by the help of reason leads us to the best, the conquering principle is called temperance. But when desire, which is devoid of reason, rules in us and drags us to pleasure, that power of misrule is called excess. Now excess has many names, and many members, and many forms, and any of these forms when very marked gives a name, neither honorable nor creditable, to the bearer of the name. The desire of eating, for example, which gets the better of the higher reason and the other desires, is called gluttony, and he who is possessed by it is called a glutton. The tyrannical desire of drink, which inclines the possessor of the desire to drink, has a name which is only too obvious, and there can be as little doubt by what name any other appetite of the same family would be called. It will be the name of that which happens to be dominant. And now I think that you will perceive the drift of my discourse. But as every spoken word is in a manner plainer than the unspoken, I had better say further that the irrational desire which overcomes the tendency of opinion towards right, and is led away to the enjoyment of beauty, and especially of personal beauty, by the desires which are her own kindred, that supreme desire, I say, which by leading 48 conquers and by the force of passion is reinforced, from this very force, receiving a name, is called love, rho omega mu omega rho omega. And now, dear Phaedrus, I shall pause for an instant to ask whether you do not think me, as I appear to myself, inspired? Phaedrus, yes, Socrates, you seem to have a very unusual flow of words. Socrates, listen to me, then, in silence. For surely the place is holy, so that you must not wonder, if, as I proceed, I appear to be in a divine fury, for already I am getting into dithyrambics. Phaedrus, nothing can be truer. Socrates, the responsibility rests with you. But hear what follows, and perhaps the fit may be averted, all is in their hands above. I will go on talking to my youth. Listen. Thus, my friend, we have declared and defined the nature of the subject. Keeping the definition in view, let us now inquire what advantage or disadvantage is likely to ensue from the lover or the non-lover to him who accepts their advances. He who is the victim of his passions and the slave of pleasure will of course desire to make his beloved as agreeable to himself as possible. Now to him who has a mind diseased anything is agreeable which is not opposed to him, but that which is equal or superior is hateful to him, and therefore the lover will not brook any superiority or equality on the part of his beloved. He is always employed in reducing him to inferiority. And the ignorant is the inferior of the wise, the coward of the brave, the slow of speech of the speaker, the dull of the clever. These, and not these only, are the mental defects of the beloved. Defects which, when implanted by nature, are necessarily a delight to the lover, and when not implanted, he must contrive to implant them in him, if he would not be deprived of his fleeting joy. And therefore he cannot help being jealous, and will debar his beloved from the advantages of society which would make a man of him, and especially from that society which would have given him wisdom, and thereby he cannot fail to do him great harm. That is to say, in his excessive fear lest he should come to be despised in his eyes he will be compelled to banish from him divine philosophy, and there is no greater injury which he can inflict upon him than this. He will contrive that his beloved shall be wholly ignorant, and in everything shall look to him. He is to be the delight of the lover's heart, and a curse to himself. Verily, a lover is a profitable guardian and associate for him in all that relates to his mind. Let us next see how his master, whose law of life is pleasure and not good, will keep and train the body of his servant. Will he not choose a beloved who is delicate rather than sturdy and strong? One brought up in shady bowers and not in the bright sun, a stranger to manly exercises and the sweat of toil, accustomed only to a soft and luxurious diet, instead of the hues of health having the colors of paint and ornament. And the rest of a piece? Such a life as anyone can imagine and which I need not detail at length. But I may sum up all that I have to say in a word, and pass on. Such a person in war, or in any of the great crises of life, will be the anxiety of his friends and also of his lover, and certainly not the terror of his enemies, which nobody can deny. And now let us tell what advantage or disadvantage the beloved will receive from the guardianship and society of his lover in the matter of his property. This is the next point to be considered. The lover will be the first to see what, indeed, will be sufficiently evident to all men, that he desires above all things to deprive his beloved of his dearest and best and holiest possessions, father, mother, kindred, friends. Of all whom he thinks may be hinderers or reprovers of their most sweet converse. He will even cast a jealous eye upon his gold and silver or other property, because these make him a less easy prey, and when caught less manageable. Hence he is of necessity displeased at his possession of them and rejoices at their loss. And he would like him to be wifeless, childless, homeless, as well, and the longer the better, for the longer he is all this, the longer he will enjoy him. There are some sort of animals, such as flatterers, who are dangerous and mischievous enough, and yet nature has mingled a temporary pleasure and grace in their composition. You may say that a courtesan is hurtful, and disapprove of such creatures and their practices, and yet for the time they are very pleasant. But the lover is not only hurtful to his love, he is also an extremely disagreeable companion. The old proverb says that, birds of a feather flock together. I suppose that equality of years inclines them to the same pleasures, and similarity begets friendship, yet you may have more than enough even of this. And verily constraint is always said to be grievous. Now the lover is not only unlike his beloved, but he forces himself upon him. For he is old and his love is young, and neither day nor night will he leave him if he can help. Necessity and the sting of desire drive him on, and allure him with the pleasure which he receives from seeing, hearing, touching, perceiving him in every way. And therefore he is delighted to fasten upon him and to minister to him. But what pleasure or consolation can the beloved be receiving all this time? Must he not feel the extremity of disgust when he looks at an old shriveled face and the remainder to match, which even in a description is disagreeable, and quite detestable when he is forced into daily contact with his lover? Moreover, he is jealously watched and guarded against everything and everybody, and has to hear misplaced and exaggerated praises of himself, and censures equally inappropriate, which are intolerable when the man is sober, and, besides being intolerable, are published all over the world in all their indelicacy and wearisomeness when he is drunk. And not only while his love continues is he mischievous and unpleasant, but when his love ceases he becomes a perfidious enemy of him on whom he showered his oaths and prayers and promises. And yet could hardly prevail upon him to tolerate the tedium of his company even from motives of interest. The hour of payment arrives, and now he is the servant of another master. Instead of love and infatuation, wisdom and temperance are his bosom's lords. But the beloved has not discovered the change which has taken place in him, when he asks for a return and recalls to his recollection former sayings and doings. He believes himself to be speaking to the same person, and the other, not having the courage to confess the truth, and not knowing how to fulfill the oaths and promises which he made when under the dominion of folly. And having now grown wise and temperate, does not want to do as he did or to be as he was before. And so he runs away and is constrained to be a defaulter. The oyster shell 49 has fallen with the other side uppermost, he changes pursuit into flight, while the other is compelled to follow him with passion and imprecation. Not knowing that he ought never from the first to have accepted a demented lover instead of a sensible non-lover. And that in making such a choice he was giving himself up to a faithless, morose, envious, disagreeable being, hurtful to his estate, hurtful to his bodily health, and still more hurtful to the cultivation of his mind. Than which there neither is nor ever will be anything more honored in the eyes both of gods and men. Consider this, fair youth, and know that in the friendship of the lover there is no real kindness, he has an appetite and wants to feed upon you. As wolves love lambs so lovers love their loves. But I told you so, I am speaking in verse, and therefore I had better make an end, enough. Phaedrus, I thought that you were only halfway and were going to make a similar speech about all the advantages of accepting the non-lover. Why do you not proceed? Socrates, does not your simplicity observe that I have got out of dithyrambics into heroics, when only uttering a censure on the lover? And if I am to add the praises of the non-lover, what will become of me? Do you not perceive that I am already overtaken by the nymphs to whom you have mischievously exposed me? And therefore I will only add that the non-lover has all the advantages in which the lover is accused of being deficient. And now I will say no more, there has been enough of both of them. Leaving the tale to its fate, I will cross the river and make the best of my way home, lest a worse thing be inflicted upon me by you. Phaedrus, not yet, Socrates. Not until the heat of the day has passed, do you not see that the hour is almost noon? There is the midday sun standing still, as people say, in the meridian. Let us rather stay and talk over what has been said, and then return in the cool. Socrates, your love of discourse, Phaedrus, is superhuman, simply marvelous, and I do not believe that there is any one of your contemporaries who has either made or in one way or another has compelled others to make an equal number of speeches. I would accept Simmias the Theban, but all the rest are far behind you. And now I do verily believe that you have been the cause of another. Phaedrus, that is good news. But what do you mean? Socrates, I mean to say that as I was about to cross the stream the usual sign was given to me, that sign which always forbids, but never bids, me to do anything which I am going to do. And I thought that I heard a voice saying in my ear that I had been guilty of impiety, and that I must not go away until I had made an atonement. Now I am a diviner, though not a very good one, but I have enough religion for my own use, as you might say of a bad writer, his writing is good enough for him, and I am beginning to see that I was in error. Oh my friend, how prophetic is the human soul! At the time I had a sort of misgiving, and, like Ibycus, I was troubled, I feared that I might be buying honor from men at the price of sinning against the gods. Now I recognize my error. Phaedrus, what error? Socrates, that was a dreadful speech which you brought with you, and you made me utter one as bad. Phaedrus, how so? Socrates, it was foolish, I say, to a certain extent, impious, can anything be more dreadful? Phaedrus, nothing, if the speech was really such as you describe. Socrates, well, and is not Eros the son of Aphrodite, and a god? Phaedrus, so men say. Socrates, but that was not acknowledged by Lysias in his speech, nor by you in that other speech which you by a charm drew from my lips. For if love be, as he surely is, a divinity, he cannot be evil. Yet this was the error of both the speeches. There was also a simplicity about them which was refreshing, having no truth or honesty in them, nevertheless they pretended to be something, hoping to succeed in deceiving the mannikins of earth and gain celebrity among them. Wherefore I must have a purgation. And I bethink me of an ancient purgation of mythological error which was devised, not by Homer, for he never had the wit to discover why he was blind, but by Stesichorus, who was a philosopher and knew the reason why. And therefore, when he lost his eyes, for that was the penalty which was inflicted upon him for reviling the lovely Helen, he at once purged himself. And the purgation was a recantation, which began thus. False is that word of mine, the truth is that thou didst not embark in ships, nor ever go to the walls of Troy. And when he had completed his poem, which is called the Recantation, immediately his sight returned to him. Now I will be wiser than either Stesichorus or Homer, in that I am going to make my recantation for reviling love before I suffer. And this I will attempt, not as before, veiled and ashamed, but with forehead bold and bare. Phaedrus, nothing could be more agreeable to me than to hear you say so. Socrates, only think, my good Phaedrus, what an utter want of delicacy was shown in the two discourses, I mean, in my own and in that which you recited out of the book. Would not anyone who was himself of a noble and gentle nature, and who loved or ever had loved a nature like his own, when we tell of the petty causes of lovers' jealousies, and of their exceeding animosities, and of the injuries which they do to their beloved, have imagined that our ideas of love were taken from some haunt of sailors to which good manners were unknown, he would certainly never have admitted the justice of our censure. Phaedrus, I dare say not, Socrates. Socrates, therefore, because I blush at the thought of this person, and also because I am afraid of love himself, I desire to wash the brine out of my ears with water from the spring. And I would counsel Lysias not to delay, but to write another discourse, which shall prove that, ceteris paribus, the lover ought to be accepted rather than the non-lover. Phaedrus, be assured that he shall. You shall speak the praises of the lover, and Lysias shall be compelled by me to write another discourse on the same theme. Socrates, you will be true to your nature in that, and therefore I believe you. Phaedrus, speak, and fear not. Socrates, but where is the fair youth whom I was addressing before, and who ought to listen now, lest, if he hear me not, he should accept a non-lover before he knows what he is doing? Phaedrus, he is close at hand, and always at your service. Socrates, know then, fair youth, that the former discourse was the word of Phaedrus, the son of vain man, who dwells in the city of Myrina, Myrinaeus. And this which I am about to utter is the recantation of Stesichorus the son of godly man, Euthyphro, who comes from the town of Desire, Himera. And is to the following effect: I told a lie when I said that the beloved ought to accept the non-lover when he might have the lover, because the one is sane, and the other mad. It might be so if madness were simply an evil, but there is also a madness which is a divine gift, and the source of the chiefest blessings granted to men. For prophecy is a madness, and the prophetess at Delphi and the priestesses at Dodona when out of their senses have conferred great benefits on Hellas, both in public and private life, but when in their senses few or none. And I might also tell you how the Sibyl and other inspired persons have given to many an intimation of the future which has saved them from falling. But it would be tedious to speak of what everyone knows. There will be more reason in appealing to the ancient inventors of names, 50 who would never have connected prophecy, mu alpha nu tau iota kappa, which foretells the future and is the noblest of arts, with madness, mu alpha nu iota kappa, or called them both by the same name. If they had deemed madness to be a disgrace or dishonor, they must have thought that there was an inspired madness which was a noble thing, for the two words, mu alpha nu tau iota kappa and mu alpha nu iota kappa, are really the same, and the letter tau is only a modern and tasteless insertion. And this is confirmed by the name which was given by them to the rational investigation of futurity, whether made by the help of birds or of other signs, this. For as much as it is an art which supplies from the reasoning faculty mind, nu omicron nu, and information, sigma tau omicron rho alpha, to human thought, omicron eta sigma iota, they originally termed omicron nu omicron iota sigma tau iota kappa. But the word has been lately altered and made sonorous by the modern introduction of the letter omega, omicron nu omicron iota sigma tau iota kappa and omicron omega nu iota sigma tau iota kappa, and in proportion as prophecy, mu alpha nu tau iota kappa, is more perfect and august than augury, both in name and fact. In the same proportion, as the ancients testify, is madness superior to a sane mind, sigma omega rho omicron sigma nu eta, for the one is only of human, but the other of divine origin. Again, where plagues and mightiest woes have bred in certain families, owing to some ancient blood guiltiness, their madness has entered with holy prayers and rites, and by inspired utterances found a way of deliverance for those who are in need. And he who has part in this gift, and is truly possessed and duly out of his mind, is by the use of purifications and mysteries made whole and exempt from evil, future as well as present, and has a release from the calamity which was afflicting him. The third kind is the madness of those who are possessed by the Muses, which taking hold of a delicate and virgin soul, and their inspiring frenzy, awakens lyrical and all other numbers. With these adorning the myriad actions of ancient heroes for the instruction of posterity. But he who, having no touch of the Muses' madness in his soul, comes to the door and thinks that he will get into the temple by the help of art, he, I say, and his poetry are not admitted. The sane man disappears and is nowhere when he enters into rivalry with the madman. I might tell of many other noble deeds which have sprung from inspired madness. And therefore, let no one frighten or flutter us by saying that the temperate friend is to be chosen rather than the inspired, but let him further show that love is not sent by the gods for any good to lover or beloved. If he can do so we will allow him to carry off the palm. And we, on our part, will prove in answer to him that the madness of love is the greatest of heaven's blessings, and the proof shall be one which the wise will receive, and the witling disbelieve. But first of all, let us view the affections and actions of the soul divine and human, and try to ascertain the truth about them. The beginning of our proof is as follows. 51 The soul through all her being is immortal, for that which is ever in motion is immortal, but that which moves another and is moved by another, in ceasing to move ceases also to live. Only the self-moving, never leaving self, never ceases to move, and is the fountain and beginning of motion to all that moves besides. Now, the beginning is unbegotten, for that which is begotten has a beginning. But the beginning is begotten of nothing, for if it were begotten of something, then the begotten would not come from a beginning. But if unbegotten, it must also be indestructible. For if beginning were destroyed, there could be no beginning out of anything, nor anything out of a beginning, and all things must have a beginning. And therefore the self-moving is the beginning of motion. And this can neither be destroyed nor begotten, else the whole heavens and all creation would collapse and stand still, and never again have motion or birth. But if the self-moving is proved to be immortal, he who affirms that self-motion is the very idea and essence of the soul will not be put to confusion. For the body which is moved from without is soulless. But that which is moved from within has a soul, for such is the nature of the soul. But if this be true, must not the soul be the self-moving, and therefore of necessity unbegotten and immortal? Enough of the soul's immortality. Of the nature of the soul, though her true form be ever a theme of large and more than mortal discourse, let me speak briefly, and in a figure. And let the figure be composite, a pair of winged horses and a charioteer. Now the winged horses and the charioteers of the gods are all of them noble and of noble descent, but those of other races are mixed, the human charioteer drives his in a pair. And one of them is noble and of noble breed, and the other is ignoble and of ignoble breed, and the driving of them of necessity gives a great deal of trouble to him. I will endeavor to explain to you in what way the mortal differs from the immortal creature. The soul in her totality has the care of inanimate being everywhere, and traverses the whole heaven in divers forms appearing, when perfect and fully winged she soars upward, and orders the whole world. Whereas the imperfect soul, losing her wings and drooping in her flight at last settles on the solid ground, there, finding a home, she receives an earthly frame which appears to be self-moved, but is really moved by her power. And this composition of soul and body is called a living and mortal creature. For immortal no such union can be reasonably believed to be. Although fancy, not having seen nor surely known the nature of God, may imagine an immortal creature having both a body and also a soul which are united throughout all time. Let that, however, be as God wills, and be spoken of acceptably to him. And now let us ask the reason why the soul loses her wings. The wing is the corporeal element which is most akin to the divine, and which by nature tends to soar aloft and carry that which gravitates downwards into the upper region, which is the habitation of the gods. The divine is beauty, wisdom, goodness, and the like, and by these the wing of the soul is nourished, and grows apace, but when fed upon evil and foulness and the opposite of good, wastes and falls away. Zeus, the mighty lord, holding the reins of a winged chariot, leads the way in heaven, ordering all and taking care of all, and there follows him the array of gods and demigods, marshaled in 11 bands. Hestia alone abides at home in the house of heaven, of the rest they who are reckoned among the princely 12 march in their appointed order. They see many blessed sights in the inner heaven, and there are many ways to and fro, along which the blessed gods are passing, everyone doing his own work. He may follow who will and can, for jealousy has no place in the celestial choir. But when they go to banquet and festival, then they move up the steep to the top of the vault of heaven. The chariots of the gods in even poise, obeying the rein, glide rapidly. But the others labor, for the vicious steed goes heavily, weighing down the charioteer to the earth when his steed has not been thoroughly trained, and this is the hour of agony in extremest conflict for the soul. For the immortals, when they are at the end of their course, go forth and stand upon the outside of heaven, and the revolution of the spheres carries them round, and they behold the things beyond. But of the heaven which is above the heavens, what earthly poet ever did or ever will sing worthily? It is such as I will describe, for I must dare to speak the truth, when truth is my theme. There abides the very being with which true knowledge is concerned, the colorless, formless, intangible essence, visible only to mind, the pilot of the soul. The divine intelligence, being nurtured upon mind and pure knowledge, and the intelligence of every soul which is capable of receiving the food proper to it, rejoices at beholding reality, and once more gazing upon truth. Is replenished and made glad, until the revolution of the worlds brings her round again to the same place. In the revolution she beholds justice, and temperance, and knowledge absolute, not in the form of generation or of relation, which men call existence, but knowledge absolute in existence absolute. And beholding the other true existences in like manner, and feasting upon them, she passes down into the interior of the heavens and returns home. And there the charioteer putting up his horses at the stall, gives them ambrosia to eat and nectar to drink. Such is the life of the gods. But of other souls, that which follows God best and is likest to him lifts the head of the charioteer into the outer world, and is carried round in the revolution, troubled indeed by the steeds, and with difficulty beholding true being. While another only rises and falls, and sees, and again fails to see by reason of the unruliness of the steeds. The rest of the souls are also longing after the upper world and they all follow, but not being strong enough they are carried round below the surface, plunging, treading on one another, each striving to be first. And there is confusion and perspiration and the extremity of effort, and many of them are lamed or have their wings broken through the ill driving of the charioteers. And all of them after a fruitless toil, not having attained to the mysteries of true being, go away, and feed upon opinion. The reason why the souls exhibit this exceeding eagerness to behold the plain of truth is that pasturage is found there, which is suited to the highest part of the soul, and the wing on which the soul soars is nourished with this. And there is a law of destiny, that the soul which attains any vision of truth in company with a god is preserved from harm until the next period, and if attaining always is always unharmed. But when she is unable to follow, and fails to behold the truth, and through some ill hap sinks beneath the double load of forgetfulness and vice, and her wings fall from her and she drops to the ground. Then the law ordains that this soul shall at her first birth pass, not into any other animal, but only into man. And the soul which has seen most of truth shall come to the birth as a philosopher, or artist, or some musical and loving nature, that which has seen truth in the second degree shall be some righteous king or warrior chief. The soul which is of the third class shall be a politician, or economist, or trader, the fourth shall be a lover of gymnastic toils, or a physician, the fifth shall lead the life of a prophet or hierophant. To the sixth the character of poet or some other imitative artist will be assigned, to the seventh the life of an artisan or husbandman, to the eighth that of a sophist or demagogue. To the ninth that of a tyrant. All these are states of probation, in which he who does righteously improves, and he who does unrighteously, deteriorates his lot. 10,000 years must elapse before the soul of each one can return to the place from whence she came, for she cannot grow her wings in less. Only the soul of a philosopher, guileless and true, or the soul of a lover, who is not devoid of philosophy, may acquire wings in the third of the recurring periods of 1,000 years. He is distinguished from the ordinary good man who gains wings in 3,000 years, and they who choose this life 3 times in succession have wings given them, and go away at the end of 3,000 years. But the others 52 receive judgment when they have completed their first life, and after the judgment they go, some of them to the houses of correction which are under the earth, and are punished. Others to some place in heaven whither they are lightly borne by justice, and there they live in a manner worthy of the life which they led here when in the form of men. And at the end of the first 1,000 years the good souls and also the evil souls both come to draw lots and choose their second life, and they may take any which they please. The soul of a man may pass into the life of a beast, or from the beast return again into the man. But the soul which has never seen the truth will not pass into the human form. For a man must have intelligence of universals, and be able to proceed from the many particulars of sense to one conception of reason. This is the recollection of those things which our soul once saw while following God, when regardless of that which we now call being she raised her head up towards the true being. And therefore the mind of the philosopher alone has wings. And this is just, for he is always, according to the measure of his abilities, clinging in recollection to those things in which God abides, and in beholding which he is what he is. And he who employs aright these memories is ever being initiated into perfect mysteries and alone becomes truly perfect. But, as he forgets earthly interests and is wrapped in the divine, the vulgar deem him mad, and rebuke him. They do not see that he is inspired. Thus far I have been speaking of the fourth and last kind of madness, which is imputed to him who, when he sees the beauty of earth, is transported with the recollection of the true beauty. He would like to fly away, but he cannot, he is like a bird fluttering and looking upward and careless of the world below, and he is therefore thought to be mad. And I have shown this of all inspirations to be the noblest and highest and the offspring of the highest to him who has or shares in it, and that he who loves the beautiful is called a lover because he partakes of it. For, as has been already said, every soul of man has in the way of nature beheld true being, this was the condition of her passing into the form of man. But all souls do not easily recall the things of the other world. They may have seen them for a short time only, or they may have been unfortunate in their earthly lot, and, having had their hearts turned to unrighteousness through some corrupting influence, they may have lost the memory of the holy things which once they saw. Few only retain an adequate remembrance of them, and they, when they behold here any image of that other world, are wrapped in amazement, but they are ignorant of what this rapture means, because they do not clearly perceive. For there is no light of justice or temperance or any of the higher ideas which are precious to souls in the earthly copies of them, they are seen through a glass dimly. And there are few who, going to the images, behold in them the realities, and these only with difficulty. There was a time when with the rest of the happy band they saw beauty shining in brightness, we philosophers following in the train of Zeus, others in company with other gods. And then we beheld the beatific vision and were initiated into a mystery which may be truly called most blessed, celebrated by us in our state of innocence, before we had any experience of evils to come. When we were admitted to the sight of apparitions innocent and simple and calm and happy, which we beheld shining in pure light, pure ourselves and not yet enshrined in that living tomb which we carry about, now that we are imprisoned in the body. Like an oyster in his shell. Let me linger over the memory of scenes which have passed away. But of beauty, I repeat again that we saw her there shining in company with the celestial forms. And coming to earth we find her here too, shining in clearness through the clearest aperture of sense. For sight is the most piercing of our bodily senses, though not by that is wisdom seen. Her loveliness would have been transporting if there had been a visible image of her, and the other ideas, if they had visible counterparts, would be equally lovely. But this is the privilege of beauty, that being the loveliest she is also the most palpable to sight. Now he who is not newly initiated or who has become corrupted, does not easily rise out of this world to the sight of true beauty in the other. He looks only at her earthly namesake, and instead of being awed at the sight of her, he is given over to pleasure, and like a brutish beast he rushes on to enjoy and beget. He consorts with wantonness, and is not afraid or ashamed of pursuing pleasure in violation of nature. But he whose initiation is recent, and who has been the spectator of many glories in the other world, is amazed when he sees anyone having a godlike face or form, which is the expression of divine beauty. And at first a shudder runs through him, and again the old awe steals over him. Then looking upon the face of his beloved as of a god he reverences him, and if he were not afraid of being thought a downright madman, he would sacrifice to his beloved as to the image of a god. Then while he gazes on him there is a sort of reaction, and the shudder passes into an unusual heat and perspiration, for, as he receives the effluence of beauty through the eyes, the wing moistens and he warms. And as he warms, the parts out of which the wing grew, and which had been hitherto closed and rigid, and had prevented the wing from shooting forth, are melted, and as nourishment streams upon him. The lower end of the wing begins to swell and grow from the root upwards. And the growth extends under the whole soul, for once the whole was winged. During this process the whole soul is all in a state of ebullition and effervescence, which may be compared to the irritation and uneasiness in the gums at the time of cutting teeth, bubbles up, and has a feeling of uneasiness and tickling. But when in like manner the soul is beginning to grow wings, the beauty of the beloved meets her eye and she receives the sensible warm motion of particles which flow towards her, therefore called emotion, mu epsilon rho omicron. And is refreshed and warmed by them, and then she ceases from her pain with joy. But when she is parted from her beloved and her moisture fails, then the orifices of the passage out of which the wing shoots dry up and close, and intercept the germ of the wing, which, being shut up with the emotion, throbbing as with the pulsations of an artery, pricks the aperture which is nearest, until at length the entire soul is pierced and maddened and pained, and at the recollection of beauty is again delighted. And from both of them together the soul is oppressed at the strangeness of her condition, and is in a great strait and excitement, and in her madness can neither sleep by night nor abide in her place by day. And wherever she thinks that she will behold the beautiful one, thither in her desire she runs. And when she has seen him, and bathed herself in the waters of beauty, her constraint is loosened, and she is refreshed, and has no more pangs and pains. And this is the sweetest of all pleasures at the time, and is the reason why the soul of the lover will never forsake his beautiful one, whom he esteems above all. He has forgotten mother and brethren and companions, and he thinks nothing of the neglect and loss of his property. The rules and proprieties of life, on which he formerly prided himself, he now despises, and is ready to sleep like a servant, wherever he is allowed, as near as he can to his desired one, who is the object of his worship, and the physician who can alone assuage the greatness of his pain. And this state, my dear imaginary youth to whom I am talking, is by men called love, and among the gods has a name at which you, in your simplicity, may be inclined to mock. There are 2 lines in the apocryphal writings of Homer in which the name occurs. One of them is rather outrageous, and not altogether metrical. They are as follows. Mortals call him fluttering love, but the immortals call him winged one, because the growing of wings 53 is a necessity to him. You may believe this, but not unless you like. At any rate the loves of lovers and their causes are such as I have described. Now the lover who is taken to be the attendant of Zeus is better able to bear the winged god, and can endure a heavier burden. But the attendants and companions of Ares, when under the influence of love, if they fancy that they have been at all wronged, are ready to kill and put an end to themselves and their beloved. And he who follows in the train of any other god, while he is unspoiled and the impression lasts, honors and imitates him, as far as he is able. And after the manner of his god he behaves in his intercourse with his beloved and with the rest of the world during the first period of his earthly existence. Everyone chooses his love from the ranks of beauty according to his character, and this he makes his god, and fashions and adorns as a sort of image which he is to fall down and worship. The followers of Zeus desire that their beloved should have a soul like him. And therefore they seek out someone of a philosophical and imperial nature, and when they have found him and loved him, they do all they can to confirm such a nature in him, and if they have no experience of such a disposition hitherto, they learn of anyone who can teach them, and themselves follow in the same way. And they have the less difficulty in finding the nature of their own God in themselves, because they have been compelled to gaze intensely on him. Their recollection clings to him, and they become possessed of him, and receive from him their character and disposition, so far as man can participate in God. The qualities of their God they attribute to the beloved, wherefore they love him all the more, and if, like the Bakshik nymphs, they draw inspiration from Zeus, they pour out their own fountain upon him, wanting to make him as like as possible to their own God. But those who are the followers of here seek a royal love, and when they have found him they do just the same with him. And in like manner the followers of Apollo, and of every other god walking in the ways of their God, seek a love who is to be made like him whom they serve, and when they have found him, they themselves imitate their God. And persuade their love to do the same, and educate him into the manner and nature of the God as far as they each can. For no feelings of envy or jealousy are entertained by them towards their beloved, but they do their utmost to create in him the greatest likeness of themselves and of the God whom they honor. Thus fair and blissful to the beloved is the desire of the inspired lover, and the initiation of which I speak into the mysteries of true love, if he be captured by the lover and their purpose is effected. Now the beloved is taken captive in the following manner. As I said at the beginning of this tale, I divided each soul into three, 2 horses and a charioteer. And one of the horses was good and the other bad, the division may remain, but I have not yet explained in what the goodness or badness of either consists, and to that I will now proceed. The right-hand horse is upright and cleanly made. He has a lofty neck and an aquiline nose, his color is white, and his eyes dark, he is a lover of honor and modesty and temperance, and the follower of true glory, he needs no touch of the whip, but is guided by word and admonition only. The other is a crooked lumbering animal, put together anyhow, he has a short thick neck, he is flat-faced and of a dark color, with grey eyes and blood-red complexion. 54 The maid of insolence and pride, shag-eared and deaf, hardly yielding to whip and spur. Now when the charioteer beholds the vision of love, and has his whole soul warmed through sense, and is full of the prickings and ticklings of desire, the obedient steed, then is always under the government of shame, refrains from leaping on the beloved. But the other, heedless of the pricks and of the blows of the whip, plunges and runs away, giving all manner of trouble to his companion and the charioteer, whom he forces to approach the beloved and to remember the joys of love. They at first indignantly oppose him and will not be urged on to do terrible and unlawful deeds, but at last, when he persists in plaguing them, they yield and agree to do as he bids them. And now they are at the spot and behold the flashing beauty of the beloved, which when the charioteer sees, his memory is carried to the true beauty, whom he beholds in company with modesty like an image placed upon a holy pedestal. He sees her, but he is afraid and falls backwards in adoration, and by his fall is compelled to pull back the reins with such violence as to bring both the steeds on their haunches, the one willing and unresisting, the unruly one very unwilling. And when they have gone back a little, the one is overcome with shame and wonder, and his whole soul is bathed in perspiration. The other, when the pain is over which the bridle and the fall had given him, having with difficulty taken breath, is full of wrath and reproaches, which he heaps upon the charioteer and his fellow steed, for want of courage and manhood, declaring that they have been false to their agreement and guilty of desertion. Again they refuse, and again he urges them on, and will scarce yield to their prayer that he would wait until another time. When the appointed hour comes, they make as if they had forgotten, and he reminds them, fighting and neighing and dragging them on, until at length he on the same thoughts intent, forces them to draw near again. And when they are near he stoops his head and puts up his tail, and takes the bit in his teeth and pulls shamelessly. Then the charioteer is worse off than ever. He falls back like a racer at the barrier, and with a still more violent wrench drags the bit out of the teeth of the wild steed and covers his abusive tongue and jaws with blood, and forces his legs and haunches to the ground and punishes him sorely. And when this has happened several times and the villain has ceased from his wanton way, he is tamed and humbled, and follows the will of the charioteer, and when he sees the beautiful one he is ready to die of fear. And from that time forward the soul of the lover follows the beloved in modesty and holy fear. And so the beloved who, like a god, has received every true and loyal service from his lover, not in pretense but in reality, being also himself of a nature friendly to his admirer. 55 If in former days he has blushed to own his passion and turned away his lover, because his youthful companions or others slanderously told him that he would be disgraced, now as years advance, at the appointed age and time, is led to receive him into communion. For fate which has ordained that there shall be no friendship among the evil has also ordained that there shall ever be friendship among the good. And the beloved when he has received him into communion and intimacy, is quite amazed at the goodwill of the lover, he recognizes that the inspired friend is worth all other friends or kinsmen. They have nothing of friendship in them worthy to be compared with his. And when this feeling continues and he is nearer to him and embraces him, in gymnastic exercises and at other times of meeting, then the fountain of that stream, which Zeus when he was in love with Ganymede named Desire, overflows upon the lover. And some enters into his soul, and some when he is filled flows out again. And as a breeze or an echo rebounds from the smooth rocks and returns whence it came, so does the stream of beauty, passing through the eyes which are the windows of the soul, come back to the beautiful one. There arriving and quickening the passages of the wings, watering them and inclining them to grow, and filling the soul of the beloved also with love. And thus he loves, but he knows not what, he does not understand and cannot explain his own state. He appears to have caught the infection of blindness from another, the lover is his mirror in whom he is beholding himself, but he is not aware of this. When he is with the lover, both cease from their pain, but when he is away then he longs as he is longed for, and has love's image, love for love, anteros, lodging in his breast, which he calls and believes to be not love but friendship only. And his desire is as the desire of the other, but weaker. He wants to see him, touch him, kiss him, embrace him, and probably not long afterwards his desire is accomplished. When they meet, the wanton steed of the lover has a word to say to the charioteer. He would like to have a little pleasure in return for many pains, but the wanton steed of the beloved says not a word, for he is bursting with passion which he understands not. He throws his arms round the lover and embraces him as his dearest friend, and, when they are side by side, he is not in a state in which he can refuse the lover anything, if he ask him. Although his fellow steed and the charioteer oppose him with the arguments of shame and reason. After this their happiness depends upon their self-control. If the better elements of the mind which lead to order and philosophy prevail, then they pass their life here in happiness and harmony, masters of themselves and orderly, enslaving the vicious and emancipating the virtuous elements of the soul. And when the end comes, they are light and winged for flight, having conquered in one of the three heavenly or truly Olympian victories, nor can human discipline or divine inspiration confer any greater blessing on man than this. If, on the other hand, they leave philosophy and lead the lower life of ambition, then probably, after wine or in some other careless hour, the two wanton animals take the two souls when off their guard and bring them together. And they accomplish that desire of their hearts which to the many is bliss. And this having once enjoyed they continue to enjoy, yet rarely because they have not the approval of the whole soul. They too are dear, but not so dear to one another as the others, either at the time of their love or afterwards. They consider that they have given and taken from each other the most sacred pledges, and they may not break them and fall into enmity. At last they pass out of the body, unwinged, but eager to soar, and thus obtain no mean reward of love and madness. For those who have once begun the heavenward pilgrimage may not go down again to darkness and the journey beneath the earth, but they live in light always. Happy companions in their pilgrimage, and when the time comes at which they receive their wings they have the same plumage because of their love. Thus great are the heavenly blessings which the friendship of a lover will confer upon you, my youth. Whereas the attachment of the non-lover, which is alloyed with a worldly prudence and has worldly and niggardly ways of doling out benefits, will breed in your soul those vulgar qualities which the populace applaud. Will send you bowling round the earth during a period of 9,000 years, and leave you a fool in the world below. And thus, dear Eros, I have made and paid my recantation, as well and as fairly as I could, more especially in the matter of the poetical figures which I was compelled to use, because Phaedrus would have them. 56 And now forgive the past and accept the present, and be gracious and merciful to me, and do not in thine anger deprive me of sight, or take from me the art of love which thou hast given me. But grant that I may be yet more esteemed in the eyes of the fair. And if Phaedrus or I myself said anything rude in our first speeches, blame Lysias, who is the father of the brat, and let us have no more of his progeny, bid him study philosophy, like his brother Polemarch. And then his lover Phaedrus will no longer halt between two opinions, but will dedicate himself wholly to love and to philosophical discourses. Phaedrus, I join in the prayer, Socrates, and say with you, if this be for my good, may your words come to pass. But why did you make your second oration so much finer than the first? I wonder why. And I begin to be afraid that I shall lose conceit of Lysias, and that he will appear tame in comparison, even if he be willing to put another as fine and as long as yours into the field, which I doubt. For quite lately one of your politicians was abusing him on this very account, and called him a speech writer again and again. So that a feeling of pride may probably induce him to give up writing speeches. Socrates, what a very amusing notion. But I think, my young man, that you are much mistaken in your friend if you imagine that he is frightened at a little noise, and, possibly, you think that his assailant was in earnest. Phaedrus, I thought, Socrates, that he was. And you are aware that the greatest and most influential statesmen are ashamed of writing speeches and leaving them in a written form, lest they should be called sophists by posterity. Socrates, you seem to be unconscious, Phaedrus, that the sweet elbow 57 of the proverb is really the long arm of the Nile. And you appear to be equally unaware of the fact that this sweet elbow of theirs is also a long arm. For there is nothing of which our great politicians are so fond as of writing speeches and bequeathing them to posterity. And they add their admirers' names at the top of the writing, out of gratitude to them. Phaedrus, what do you mean? I do not understand. Socrates, why, do you not know that when a politician writes, he begins with the names of his approvers? Phaedrus, how so? Socrates, why, he begins in this manner, be it enacted by the Senate, the people, or both, on the motion of a certain person, who is our author. And so putting on a serious face, he proceeds to display his own wisdom to his admirers in what is often a long and tedious composition. Now what is that sort of thing but a regular piece of authorship? Phaedrus, true. Socrates, and if the law is finally approved, then the author leaves the theatre in high delight, but if the law is rejected and he is done out of his speech-making, and not thought good enough to write, then he and his party are in mourning. Phaedrus, very true. Socrates, so far are they from despising, or rather so highly do they value the practice of writing. Phaedrus, no doubt. Socrates, and when the king or orator has the power, as Lycurgus or Solon or Darius had, of attaining an immortality or authorship in a state, is he not thought by posterity, when they see his compositions, and does he not think himself, while he is yet alive, to be a god? Phaedrus, very true. Socrates, then do you think that anyone of this class, however ill-disposed, would reproach Lysias with being an author? Phaedrus, not upon your view. For according to you he would be casting a slur upon his own favorite pursuit. Socrates, anyone may see that there is no disgrace in the mere fact of writing. Phaedrus, certainly not. Socrates, the disgrace begins when a man writes not well, but badly. Phaedrus, clearly. Socrates, and what is well and what is badly, need we ask Lysias, or any other poet or orator, who ever wrote or will write either a political or any other work, in meter or out of meter, poet or prose writer, to teach us this? Phaedrus, need we? For what should a man live if not for the pleasures of discourse? Surely not for the sake of bodily pleasures, which almost always have previous pain as a condition of them, and therefore are rightly called slavish. Socrates, there is time enough. And I believe that the grasshoppers chirping after their manner in the heat of the sun over our heads are talking to one another and looking down at us. What would they say if they saw that we, like the many, are not conversing, but slumbering at midday, lulled by their voices, too indolent to think. Would they not have a right to laugh at us? They might imagine that we were slaves, who, coming to rest at a place of resort of theirs, like sheep lie asleep at noon around the well. But if they see us discoursing, and like Odysseus sailing past them, deaf to their siren voices, they may perhaps, out of respect, give us of the gifts which they receive from the gods that they may impart them to men. Phaedrus, what gifts do you mean? I never heard of any. Socrates, a lover of music like yourself ought surely to have heard the story of the grasshoppers, who are said to have been human beings in an age before the Muses. And when the Muses came and song appeared they were ravished with delight, and singing always, never thought of eating and drinking, until at last in their forgetfulness they died. And now they live again in the grasshoppers. And this is the return which the Muses make to them, they neither hunger, nor thirst, but from the hour of their birth are always singing, and never eating or drinking. And when they die they go and inform the Muses in heaven who honors them on earth. They win the love of Terpsichore for the dancers by their report of them. Of Erato for the lovers, and of the other Muses for those who do them honor, according to the several ways of honoring them. Of Calliope the eldest muse and of Urania who is next to her, for the philosophers, of whose music the grasshoppers make report to them. For these are the Muses who are chiefly concerned with heaven and thought, divine as well as human, and they have the sweetest utterance. For many reasons, then, we ought always to talk and not to sleep at midday. Phaedrus, let us talk. Socrates, shall we discuss the rules of writing and speech as we were proposing? Phaedrus, very good. Socrates, in good speaking should not the mind of the speaker know the truth of the matter about which he is going to speak? Phaedrus, and yet, Socrates, I have heard that he who would be an orator has nothing to do with true justice, but only with that which is likely to be approved by the many who sit in judgment. Nor with the truly good or honorable, but only with opinion about them, and that from opinion comes persuasion, and not from the truth. Socrates, the words of the wise are not to be set aside, for there is probably something in them. And therefore the meaning of this saying is not hastily to be dismissed. Phaedrus, very true. Socrates, let us put the matter thus, suppose that I persuaded you to buy a horse and go to the wars. Neither of us knew what a horse was like, but I knew that you believed a horse to be of tame animals the one which has the longest ears. Phaedrus, that would be ridiculous. Socrates, there is something more ridiculous coming. Suppose, further, that in sober earnest I, having persuaded you of this, went and composed a speech in honor of an ass, whom I entitled a horse beginning, a noble animal and a most useful possession, especially in war, and you may get on his back and fight, and he will carry baggage or anything. Phaedrus, how ridiculous. Socrates, ridiculous. Yes, but is not even a ridiculous friend better than a cunning enemy? Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, and when the orator instead of putting an ass in the place of a horse, puts good for evil, being himself as ignorant of their true nature as the city on which he imposes is ignorant. And having studied the notions of the multitude, falsely persuades them not about the shadow of an ass, which he confounds with a horse, but about good which he confounds with evil, what will be the harvest which rhetoric will be likely to gather after the sowing of that seed? Phaedrus, the reverse of good. Socrates, but perhaps rhetoric has been getting too roughly handled by us, and she might answer, what amazing nonsense you are talking. As if I forced any man to learn to speak in ignorance of the truth. Whatever my advice may be worth, I should have told him to arrive at the truth first, and then come to me. At the same time I boldly assert that mere knowledge of the truth will not give you the art of persuasion. Phaedrus, there is reason in the lady's defense of herself. Socrates, quite true, if only the other arguments which remain to be brought up bear her witness that she is an art at all. But I seem to hear them arraying themselves on the opposite side, declaring that she speaks falsely, and that rhetoric is a mere routine and trick, not an art. Lo! A Spartan appears, and says that there never is nor ever will be a real art of speaking which is divorced from the truth. Phaedrus, And what are these arguments, Socrates? Bring them out that we may examine them. Socrates, come out, fair children, and convince Phaedrus, who is the father of similar beauties, that he will never be able to speak about anything as he ought to speak unless he have a knowledge of philosophy. And let Phaedrus answer you. Phaedrus, put the question. Socrates, is not rhetoric, taken generally, a universal art of enchanting the mind by arguments, which is practiced not only in courts and public assemblies, but in private houses also, having to do with all matters, great as well as small, good and bad alike, and is in all equally right and equally to be esteemed? That is what you have heard. Phaedrus, nay, not exactly that, I should say rather that I have heard the art confined to speaking and writing in lawsuits, and to speaking in public assemblies, not extended farther. Socrates, then I suppose that you have only heard of the rhetoric of Nestor and Odysseus, which they composed in their leisure hours when at Troy, and never of the rhetoric of Palamedes? Phaedrus, no more than of Nestor and Odysseus, unless Gorgias is your Nestor, and Thrasymachus or Theodorus your Odysseus. Socrates, perhaps that is my meaning. But let us leave them. And do you tell me, instead, what are plaintiff and defendant doing in a law court? Are they not contending? Phaedrus, exactly so. Socrates, about the just and unjust, that is the matter in dispute. Phaedrus, yes. Socrates, and a professor of the art will make the same thing appear to the same persons to be at one time just, at another time, if he is so inclined, to be unjust? Phaedrus, exactly. Socrates, and when he speaks in the assembly, he will make the same thing seem good to the city at one time, and at another time the reverse of good? Phaedrus, that is true. Socrates, have we not heard of the Eleatic Palamedes, Zeno, who has an art of speaking by which he makes the same things appear to his hearers like and unlike, one and many, at rest and in motion? Phaedrus, very true. Socrates, the art of disputation, then, is not confined to the courts and the assembly, but is one and the same in every use of language. This is the art, if there be such an art, which is able to find a likeness of everything to which a likeness can be found, and draws into the light of day the likenesses and disguises which are used by others. Phaedrus, how do you mean? Socrates, let me put the matter thus: when will there be more chance of deception, when the difference is large or small? Phaedrus, when the difference is small. Socrates, and you will be less likely to be discovered in passing by degrees into the other extreme than when you go all at once? Phaedrus, of course. Socrates, he, then, who would deceive others, and not be deceived, must exactly know the real likenesses and differences of things. Phaedrus, he must. Socrates, and if he is ignorant of the true nature of any subject, how can he detect the greater or less degree of likeness in other things to that of which by the hypothesis he is ignorant? Phaedrus, he cannot. Socrates, and when men are deceived and their notions are at variance with realities, it is clear that the error slips in through resemblances? Phaedrus, yes, that is the way. Socrates, then he who would be a master of the art must understand the real nature of everything. Or he will never know either how to make the gradual departure from truth into the opposite of truth which is effected by the help of resemblances, or how to avoid it. Phaedrus, he will not. Socrates, he then, who being ignorant of the truth aims at appearances, will only attain an art of rhetoric which is ridiculous and is not an art at all. Phaedrus, that may be expected. Socrates, shall I propose that we look for examples of art and want of art, according to our notion of them, in the speech of Lysias which you have in your hand, and in my own speech? Phaedrus, nothing could be better. And indeed I think that our previous argument has been too abstract and wanting in illustrations. Socrates, yes. And the two speeches happen to afford a very good example of the way in which the speaker who knows the truth may, without any serious purpose, steal away the hearts of his hearers. This piece of good fortune I attribute to the local deities. And, perhaps, the prophets of the Muses who are singing over our heads may have imparted their inspiration to me. for I do not imagine that I have any rhetorical art of my own. Phaedrus, granted, if you will only please to get on. Socrates, suppose that you read me the first words of Lysias' speech. Phaedrus, you know how matters stand with me, and how, as I conceive, they might be arranged for our common interest. And I maintain that I ought not to fail in my suit, because I am not your lover. For lovers repent. Socrates, enough, now, shall I point out the rhetorical error of those words? Phaedrus, yes. Socrates, everyone is aware that about some things we are agreed, whereas about other things we differ. Phaedrus, I think that I understand you, but will you explain yourself? Socrates, when anyone speaks of iron and silver, is not the same thing present in the minds of all? Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, but when anyone speaks of justice and goodness we part company and are at odds with one another and with ourselves? Phaedrus, precisely. Socrates, then in some things we agree, but not in others? Phaedrus, that is true. Socrates, in which are we more likely to be deceived, and in which has rhetoric the greater power? Phaedrus, clearly, in the uncertain class. Socrates, then the rhetorician ought to make a regular division, and acquire a distinct notion of both classes, as well of that in which the many err, as of that in which they do not err. Phaedrus, he who made such a distinction would have an excellent principle. Socrates, yes. And in the next place he must have a keen eye for the observation of particulars in speaking, and not make a mistake about the class to which they are to be referred. Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, now to which class does love belong, to the debatable or to the undisputed class? Phaedrus, to the debatable, clearly. For if not, do you think that love would have allowed you to say as you did, that he is an evil both to the lover and the beloved, and also the greatest possible good? Socrates, capital. But will you tell me whether I defined love at the beginning of my speech? For, having been in an ecstasy, I cannot well remember. Phaedrus, yes, indeed, that you did, and no mistake. Socrates, then I perceive that the nymphs of Cratylus and Pan the son of Hermes, who inspired me, were far better rhetoricians than Lysias the son of Cephalus. Alas! How inferior to them he is! But perhaps I am mistaken. And Lysias at the commencement of his lover's speech did insist on our supposing love to be something or other which he fancied him to be, and according to this model he fashioned and framed the remainder of his discourse. Suppose we read his beginning over again. Phaedrus, if you please, but you will not find what you want. Socrates, read, that I may have his exact words. Phaedrus, you know how matters stand with me, and how, as I conceive, they might be arranged for our common interest. And I maintain I ought not to fail in my suit because I am not your lover, for lovers repent of the kindnesses which they have shown, when their love is over. Socrates, here he appears to have done just the reverse of what he ought. For he has begun at the end, and is swimming on his back through the flood to the place of starting. His address to the fair youth begins where the lover would have ended. Am I not right, sweet Phaedrus? Phaedrus, yes, indeed, Socrates. He does begin at the end. Socrates, then as to the other topics, are they not thrown down anyhow? Is there any principle in them? Why should the next topic follow next in order, or any other topic? I cannot help fancying in my ignorance that he wrote off boldly just what came into his head, but I dare say that you would recognize a rhetorical necessity in the succession of the several parts of the composition. Phaedrus, you have too good an opinion of me if you think that I have any such insight into his principles of composition. Socrates, at any rate, you will allow that every discourse ought to be a living creature, having a body of its own and a head and feet. There should be a middle, beginning, and end, adapted to one another and to the whole. Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, can this be said of the discourse of Lysias? See whether you can find any more connection in his words than in the epitaph which is said by some to have been inscribed on the grave of Midas the Phrygian. Phaedrus, what is there remarkable in the epitaph? Socrates, it is as follows. I am a maiden of bronze and lie on the tomb of Midas. So long as water flows and tall trees grow, so long here on this spot by his sad tomb abiding, I shall declare to passers-by that Midas sleeps below. Now in this rhyme whether a line comes first or comes last, as you will perceive, makes no difference. Phaedrus, you are making fun of that oration of ours. Socrates, well, I will say no more about your friend's speech lest I should give offense to you, although I think that it might furnish many other examples of what a man ought rather to avoid. But I will proceed to the other speech, which, as I think, is also suggestive to students of rhetoric. Phaedrus, in what way? Socrates, the two speeches, as you may remember, were unlike. The one argued that the lover and the other that the non-lover ought to be accepted. Phaedrus, and right manfully. Socrates, you should rather say, madly, and madness was the argument of them, for, as I said, love is a madness. Phaedrus, yes. Socrates, and of madness there were two kinds, one produced by human infirmity, the other was a divine release of the soul from the yoke of custom and convention. Phaedrus, true. Socrates, the divine madness was subdivided into four kinds, prophetic, initiatory, poetic, erotic, having four gods presiding over them. The first was the inspiration of Apollo, the second that of Dionysus, the third that of the Muses, the fourth that of Aphrodite and Eros. In the description of the last kind of madness, which was also said to be the best, we spoke of the affection of love in a figure, into which we introduced a tolerably credible and possibly true though partly erring myth. Which was also a hymn in honor of love, who is your lord and also mine, Phaedrus, and the guardian of fair children, and to him we sung the hymn in measured and solemn strain. Phaedrus, I know that I had great pleasure in listening to you. Socrates, let us take this instance and note how the transition was made from blame to praise. Phaedrus, what do you mean? Socrates, I mean to say that the composition was mostly playful. Yet in these chance fancies of the hour were involved two principles of which we should be too glad to have a clearer description if art could give us one. Phaedrus, what are they? Socrates, first, the comprehension of scattered particulars in one idea. As in our definition of love, which whether true or false certainly gave clearness and consistency to the discourse, the speaker should define his several notions and so make his meaning clear. Phaedrus, what is the other principle, Socrates? Socrates, the second principle is that of division into species according to the natural formation, where the joint is, not breaking any part as a bad carver might. Just as our two discourses, alike assumed, first of all, a single form of unreason. And then, as the body which from being one becomes double and may be divided into a left side and right side, each having parts right and left of the same name, after this manner the speaker proceeded to divide the parts of the left side and did not desist until he found in them an evil or left-handed love which he justly reviled. And the other discourse leading us to the madness which lay on the right side, found another love, also having the same name, but divine, which the speaker held up before us and applauded and affirmed to be the author of the greatest benefits. Phaedrus, most true. Socrates, I am myself a great lover of these processes of division and generalization, they help me to speak and to think. And if I find any man who is able to see a one and many in nature, him I follow, and walk in his footsteps as if he were a god. And those who have this art, I have hitherto been in the habit of calling dialecticians. But God knows whether the name is right or not. And I should like to know what name you would give to your or to Lysias' disciples, and whether this may not be that famous art of rhetoric which Thrasymachus and others teach and practice. Skillful speakers they are, and impart their skill to any who is willing to make kings of them and to bring gifts to them. Phaedrus, yes, they are royal men. But their art is not the same with the art of those whom you call, and rightly, in my opinion, dialecticians, still we are in the dark about rhetoric. Socrates, what do you mean? The remains of it, if there be anything remaining which can be brought under rules of art, must be a fine thing, and, at any rate, is not to be despised by you and me. But how much is left? Phaedrus, there is a great deal surely to be found in books of rhetoric. Socrates, yes, thank you for reminding me, there is the exordium, showing how the speech should begin, if I remember rightly, that is what you mean, the niceties of the art. Phaedrus, yes. Socrates, then follows the statement of facts, and upon that witnesses, thirdly, proofs, fourthly, probabilities are to come. The great Byzantine wordmaker also speaks, if I am not mistaken, of confirmation and further confirmation. Phaedrus, you mean the excellent Theodorus. Socrates, yes. And he tells how refutation or further refutation is to be managed, whether in accusation or defense. I ought also to mention the illustrious Parian, Ivinus, who first invented insinuations and indirect praises. And also indirect censures, which according to some he put into verse to help the memory. But shall I, to dumb forgetfulness consign, Tisius and Gorgias, who are not ignorant that probability is superior to truth, and who by force of argument make the little appear great and the great little. Disguise the new in old fashions and the old in new fashions, and have discovered forms for everything, either short or going on to infinity. I remember Prodicus laughing when I told him of this. He said that he had himself discovered the true rule of art, which was to be neither long nor short, but of a convenient length. Phaedrus, well done, Prodicus. Socrates, then there is Hippias the Elean stranger, who probably agrees with him. Phaedrus, yes. Socrates, and there is also Polus, who has treasuries of diplasiology, and nomology, and iconology, and who teaches in them the names of which Lysimnius made him a present, they were to give a polish. Phaedrus, had not Protagoras something of the same sort? Socrates, yes, rules of correct diction and many other fine precepts, for the sorrows of a poor old man, or any other pathetic case, no one is better than the Chalcedonian giant. He can put a whole company of people into a passion and out of one again by his mighty magic, and is first-rate at inventing or disposing of any sort of calumny on any grounds or none. All of them agree in asserting that a speech should end in a recapitulation, though they do not all agree to use the same word. Phaedrus, you mean that there should be a summing up of the arguments in order to remind the hearers of them. Socrates, I have now said all that I have to say of the art of rhetoric, have you anything to add? Phaedrus, not much, nothing very important. Socrates, leave the unimportant and let us bring the really important question into the light of day, which is, what power has this art of rhetoric, and when? Phaedrus, a very great power in public meetings. Socrates, it has. But I should like to know whether you have the same feeling as I have about the rhetoricians. To me there seem to be a great many holes in their web. Phaedrus, give an example. Socrates, I will. Suppose a person to come to your friend Eryximachus, or to his father Ecumenus, and to say to him, I know how to apply drugs which shall have either a heating or a cooling effect, and I can give a vomit and also a purge, and all that sort of thing. And knowing all this, as I do, I claim to be a physician and to make physicians by imparting this knowledge to others, what do you suppose that they would say? Phaedrus, they would be sure to ask him whether he knew to whom he would give his medicines, and when, and how much. Socrates, and suppose that he were to reply, no, I know nothing of all that. I expect the patient who consults me to be able to do these things for himself. Phaedrus, they would say in reply that he is a madman or a pedant who fancies that he is a physician because he has read something in a book, or has stumbled on a prescription or two, although he has no real understanding of the art of medicine. Socrates, and suppose a person were to come to Sophocles or Euripides and say that he knows how to make a very long speech about a small matter, and a short speech about a great matter, and also a sorrowful speech, or a terrible, or threatening speech, or any other kind of speech, and in teaching this fancies that he is teaching the art of tragedy. Phaedrus, they too would surely laugh at him if he fancies that tragedy is anything but the arranging of these elements in a manner which will be suitable to one another and to the whole. Socrates, but I do not suppose that they would be rude or abusive to him, would they not treat him as a musician, a man who thinks that he is a harmonist because he knows how to pitch the highest and lowest note? Happening to meet such an one, he would not say to him savagely, "Fool, you are mad." But like a musician, in a gentle and harmonious tone of voice, he would answer, "My good friend, he who would be a harmonist must certainly know this, and yet he may understand nothing of harmony if he has not got beyond your stage of knowledge. For you only know the preliminaries of harmony and not harmony itself." Phaedrus, very true. Socrates, and will not Sophocles say to the display of the would-be tragedian, that this is not tragedy but the preliminaries of tragedy? And will not Ecumenus say the same of medicine to the would-be physician? Phaedrus, quite true. Socrates, and if Adrastus the mellifluous or Pericles heard of these wonderful arts, brachylogies and iconologies and all the hard names which we have been endeavoring to draw into the light of day, what would they say? Instead of losing temper and applying uncomplimentary epithets, as you and I have been doing, to the authors of such an imaginary art, their superior wisdom would rather censure us, as well as them. Have a little patience, Phaedrus and Socrates, they would say. You should not be in such a passion with those who from some want of dialectical skill are unable to define the nature of rhetoric, and consequently suppose that they have found the art in the preliminary conditions of it. And when these have been taught by them to others, fancy that the whole art of rhetoric has been taught by them. But as to using the several instruments of the art effectively, or making the composition a whole, an application of it such as this is they regard as an easy thing which their disciples may make for themselves. Phaedrus, I quite admit, Socrates, that the art of rhetoric which these men teach and of which they write is such as you describe, there I agree with you. But I still want to know where and how the true art of rhetoric and persuasion is to be acquired. Socrates, the perfection which is required of the finished orator is, or rather must be, like the perfection of anything else. Partly given by nature, but may also be assisted by art. If you have the natural power and add to it knowledge and practice, you will be a distinguished speaker. If you fall short in either of these, you will be to that extent defective. But the art, as far as there is an art, of rhetoric does not lie in the direction of Lysias or Thrasymachus. Phaedrus, in what direction then? Socrates, I conceive Pericles to have been the most accomplished of rhetoricians. Phaedrus, what of that? Socrates, all the great arts require discussion and high speculation about the truths of nature, hence come loftiness of thought and completeness of execution. And this, as I conceive, was the quality which, in addition to his natural gifts, Pericles acquired from his intercourse with Anaxagoras whom he happened to know. He was thus imbued with the higher philosophy, and attained the knowledge of mind and the negative of mind, which were favorite themes of Anaxagoras, and applied what suited his purpose to the art of speaking. Phaedrus, explain. Socrates, rhetoric is like medicine. Phaedrus, how so? Socrates, why, because medicine has to define the nature of the body and rhetoric of the soul, if we would proceed, not empirically but scientifically, in the one case to impart health and strength by giving medicine and food. In the other to implant the conviction or virtue which you desire, by the right application of words and training. Phaedrus, there, Socrates, I suspect that you are right. Socrates, and do you think that you can know the nature of the soul intelligently without knowing the nature of the whole? Phaedrus. Hippocrates the Asclepiad says that the nature even of the body can only be understood as a whole. 58. Socrates, yes, friend, and he was right. Still, we ought not to be content with the name of Hippocrates, but to examine and see whether his argument agrees with his conception of nature. Phaedrus, I agree. Socrates, then consider what truth as well as Hippocrates says about this or about any other nature. Ought we not to consider first whether that which we wish to learn and to teach is a simple or multiform thing, and if simple, then to inquire what power it has of acting or being acted upon in relation to other things, and if multiform, then to number the forms. And see first in the case of one of them, and then in the case of all of them, what is that power of acting or being acted upon which makes each and all of them to be what they are. Phaedrus, you may very likely be right, Socrates. Socrates, the method which proceeds without analysis is like the groping of a blind man. Yet, surely, he who is an artist ought not to admit of a comparison with the blind, or deaf. The rhetorician, who teaches his pupil to speak scientifically, will particularly set forth the nature of that being to which he addresses his speeches, and this, I conceive, to be the soul. Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, his whole effort is directed to the soul, for in that he seeks to produce conviction. Phaedrus, yes. Socrates, then clearly, Thrasymachus or anyone else who teaches rhetoric in earnest will give an exact description of the nature of the soul, which will enable us to see whether she be single and same, or, like the body, multiform. That is what we should call showing the nature of the soul. Phaedrus, exactly. Socrates, he will explain, secondly, the mode in which she acts or is acted upon. Phaedrus, true. Socrates, thirdly, having classified men and speeches, and their kinds and affections, and adapted them to one another, he will tell the reasons of his arrangement, and show why one soul is persuaded by a particular form of argument, and another not. Phaedrus, you have hit upon a very good way. Socrates, yes, that is the true and only way in which any subject can be set forth or treated by rules of art, whether in speaking or writing. But the writers of the present day, at whose feet you have sat, craftily conceal the nature of the soul which they know quite well. Nor, until they adopt our method of reading and writing, can we admit that they write by rules of art. Phaedrus, what is our method? Socrates, I cannot give you the exact details, but I should like to tell you generally, as far as is in my power, how a man ought to proceed according to rules of art. Phaedrus, let me hear. Socrates, oratory is the art of enchanting the soul, and therefore he who would be an orator has to learn the differences of human souls, they are so many and of such a nature, and from them come the differences between man and man. Having proceeded thus far in his analysis, he will next divide speeches into their different classes. Such and such persons, he will say, are affected by this or that kind of speech in this or that way, and he will tell you why. The pupil must have a good theoretical notion of them first, and then he must have experience of them in actual life, and be able to follow them with all his senses about him, or he will never get beyond the precepts of his masters. But when he understands what persons are persuaded by what arguments, and sees the person about whom he was speaking in the abstract actually before him, and knows that it is he, and can say to himself, this is the man or this is the character who ought to have a certain argument applied to him in order to convince him of a certain opinion. He who knows all this, and knows also when he should speak and when he should refrain, and when he should use pithy sayings, pathetic appeals, sensational effects, and all the other modes of speech which he has learned. When, I say, he knows the times and seasons of all these things, then, and not till then, he is a perfect master of his art. But if he fail in any of these points, whether in speaking or teaching or writing them, and yet declares that he speaks by rules of art, he who says, I don't believe you, has the better of him. Well, the teacher will say, is this, Phaedrus and Socrates, your account of the so-called art of rhetoric, or am I to look for another? Phaedrus, he must take this, Socrates, for there is no possibility of another, and yet the creation of such an art is not easy. Socrates, very true. And therefore let us consider this matter in every light, and see whether we cannot find a shorter and easier road. There is no use in taking a long rough roundabout way if there be a shorter and easier one. And I wish that you would try and remember whether you have heard from Lysias or anyone else anything which might be of service to us. Phaedrus, if trying would avail, then I might, but at the moment I can think of nothing. Socrates, suppose I tell you something which somebody who knows told me. Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, may not, the wolf, as the proverb says, claim a hearing? Phaedrus, do you say what can be said for him? Socrates, he will argue that there is no use in putting a solemn face on these matters, or in going round and round, until you arrive at first principles. For, as I said at first, when the question is of justice and good, or is a question in which men are concerned who are just and good either by nature or habit, He who would be a skillful rhetorician has no need of truth, for that in courts of law men literally care nothing about truth, but only about conviction, and this is based on probability. To which he who would be a skillful orator should therefore give his whole attention. And they say also that there are cases in which the actual facts, if they are improbable, ought to be withheld, and only the probabilities should be told either in accusation or defense, and that always in speaking. The orator should keep probability in view, and say goodbye to the truth. And the observance of this principle throughout a speech furnishes the whole art. Phaedrus, that is what the professors of rhetoric do actually say, Socrates. I have not forgotten that we have quite briefly touched upon this matter 59 already. With them the point is all important. Socrates, I dare say that you are familiar with Tisias. Does he not define probability to be that which the many think? Phaedrus, certainly, he does. Socrates, I believe that he has a clever and ingenious case of this sort. He supposes a feeble and valiant man to have assaulted a strong and cowardly one, and to have robbed him of his coat or of something or other. He is brought into court, and then Tisias says that both parties should tell lies. The coward should say that he was assaulted by more men than one. The other should prove that they were alone, and should argue thus, how could a weak man like me have assaulted a strong man like him? The complainant will not like to confess his own cowardice, and will therefore invent some other lie which his adversary will thus gain an opportunity of refuting. And there are other devices of the same kind which have a place in the system. Am I not right, Phaedrus? Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, bless me, what a wonderfully mysterious art is this which Tisias or some other gentleman, in whatever name or country he rejoices, has discovered. Shall we say a word to him or not? Phaedrus, what shall we say to him? Socrates, let us tell him that, before he appeared, you and I were saying that the probability of which he speaks was engendered in the minds of the many by the likeness of the truth. And we had just been affirming that he who knew the truth would always know best how to discover the resemblances of the truth. If he has anything else to say about the art of speaking we should like to hear him. But if not, we are satisfied with our own view, that unless a man estimates the various characters of his hearers and is able to divide all things into classes and to comprehend them under single ideas, he will never be a skillful rhetorician even within the limits of human power. And this skill he will not attain without a great deal of trouble, which a good man ought to undergo, not for the sake of speaking and acting before men, but in order that he may be able to say what is acceptable to God and always to act acceptably to him as far as in him lies. For there is a saying of wiser men than ourselves, that a man of sense should not try to please his fellow servants, at least this should not be his first object, but his good and noble masters. And therefore if the way is long and circuitous, marvel not at this, for, where the end is great, there we may take the longer road, but not for lesser ends such as yours. Truly, the argument may say, Tisias, that if you do not mind going so far, rhetoric has a fair beginning here. Phaedrus, I think, Socrates, that this is admirable, if only practicable. Socrates, but even to fail in an honorable object is honorable. Phaedrus, true. Socrates, enough appears to have been said by us of a true and false art of speaking. Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, but there is something yet to be said of propriety and impropriety of writing. Phaedrus, yes. Socrates, do you know how you can speak or act about rhetoric in a manner which will be acceptable to God? Phaedrus, no, indeed. Do you? Socrates, I have heard a tradition of the ancients, whether true or not they only know, although if we had found the truth ourselves, do you think that we should care much about the opinions of men? Phaedrus, your question needs no answer. But I wish that you would tell me what you say that you have heard. Socrates, at the Egyptian city of Naucratis, there was a famous old god, whose name was Thuth. The bird which is called the ibis is sacred to him, and he was the inventor of many arts, such as arithmetic and calculation and geometry and astronomy and draughts and dice, but his great discovery was the use of letters. Now in those days the god Thamus was the king of the whole country of Egypt, and he dwelt in that great city of Upper Egypt which the Hellenes call Egyptian Thebes, and the god himself is called by them Ammon. To him came Thoth and showed his inventions, desiring that the other Egyptians might be allowed to have the benefit of them. He enumerated them, and Themis inquired about their several uses, and praised some of them and censured others, as he approved or disapproved of them. It would take a long time to repeat all that Themis said to Thoth in praise or blame of the various arts. But when they came to letters, this, said Thoth, will make the Egyptians wiser and give them better memories. It is a specific both for the memory and for the wit. Themis replied, O most ingenious Thoth, the parent or inventor of an art is not always the best judge of the utility or inutility of his own inventions to the users of them. And in this instance, you who are the father of letters, from a paternal love of your own children have been led to attribute to them a quality which they cannot have. For this discovery of yours will create forgetfulness in the learners' souls, because they will not use their memories, they will trust to the external written characters and not remember of themselves. The specific which you have discovered is an aid not to memory, but to reminiscence, and you give your disciples not truth, but only the semblance of truth. They will be hearers of many things and will have learned nothing. They will appear to be omniscient and will generally know nothing, they will be tiresome company, having the show of wisdom without the reality. Phaedrus, yes, Socrates, you can easily invent tales of Egypt, or of any other country. Socrates, there was a tradition in the temple of Dodona that oaks first gave prophetic utterances. The men of old, unlike in their simplicity to young philosophy, deemed that if they heard the truth even from oak or rock, it was enough for them. Whereas you seem to consider not whether a thing is or is not true, but who the speaker is and from what country the tale comes. Phaedrus, I acknowledge the justice of your rebuke, and I think that the Theban is right in his view about letters. Socrates, he would be a very simple person, and quite a stranger to the oracles of Themis or Ammon, who should leave in writing or receive in writing any art under the idea that the written word would be intelligible or certain. Or who deemed that writing was at all better than knowledge and recollection of the same matters. Phaedrus, that is most true. Socrates, I cannot help feeling, Phaedrus, that writing is unfortunately like painting. For the creations of the painter have the attitude of life, and yet if you ask them a question they preserve a solemn silence. And the same may be said of speeches. You would imagine that they had intelligence, but if you want to know anything and put a question to one of them, the speaker always gives one unvarying answer. And when they have been once written down they are tumbled about anywhere among those who may or may not understand them, and know not to whom they should reply, to whom not, and, if they are maltreated or abused, they have no parent to protect them. And they cannot protect or defend themselves. Phaedrus, that again is most true. Socrates, is there not another kind of word or speech far better than this, and having far greater power, a son of the same family, but lawfully begotten? Phaedrus, whom do you mean, and what is his origin? Socrates, I mean an intelligent word graven in the soul of the learner, which can defend itself, and knows when to speak and when to be silent. Phaedrus, you mean the living word of knowledge which has a soul, and of which the written word is properly no more than an image? Socrates, yes, of course that is what I mean. And now may I be allowed to ask you a question, would a husbandman, who is a man of sense, take the seeds, which he values and which he wishes to bear fruit, and in sober seriousness plant them during the heat of summer, in some garden of Adonis, that he may rejoice when he sees them in 8 days appearing in beauty? At least he would do so, if at all, only for the sake of amusement and pastime. But when he is in earnest he sows in fitting soil, and practices husbandry, and is satisfied if in 8 months the seeds which he has sown arrive at perfection. Phaedrus, yes, Socrates, that will be his way when he is in earnest, he will do the other, as you say, only in play. Socrates, and can we suppose that he who knows the just and good and honorable has less understanding, than the husbandman, about his own seeds? Phaedrus, certainly not. Socrates, then he will not seriously incline to write his thoughts in water, with pen and ink, sowing words which can neither speak for themselves nor teach the truth adequately to others. Phaedrus: No, that is not likely. Socrates: No, that is not likely. In the garden of letters he will sow and plant, but only for the sake of recreation and amusement. He will write them down as memorials to be treasured against the forgetfulness of old age, by himself, or by any other old man who is treading the same path. He will rejoice in beholding their tender growth. And while others are refreshing their souls with banqueting and the like, this will be the pastime in which his days are spent. Phaedrus: A pastime, Socrates, as noble as the other is ignoble, the pastime of a man who can be amused by serious talk, and can discourse merrily about justice and the like. Socrates: True, Phaedrus. But nobler far is the serious pursuit of the dialectician, who, finding a congenial soul, by the help of science sows and plants therein words which are able to help themselves and him who planted them, and are not unfruitful, but have in them a seed which others brought up in different soils render immortal, making the possessors of it happy to the utmost extent of human happiness. Phaedrus: Far nobler, certainly. Socrates: And now, Phaedrus, having agreed upon the premises we may decide about the conclusion. Phaedrus: About what conclusion? Socrates: About Lysias, whom we censured, and his art of writing, and his discourses, and the rhetorical skill or want of skill which was shown in them. These are the questions which we sought to determine, and they brought us to this point. And I think that we are now pretty well informed about the nature of art and its opposite. Phaedrus: Yes, I think with you, but I wish that you would repeat what was said. Socrates: Until a man knows the truth of the several particulars of which he is writing or speaking, and is able to define them as they are, and having defined them again to divide them until they can be no longer divided. And until in like manner he is able to discern the nature of the soul, and discover the different modes of discourse which are adapted to different natures. And to arrange and dispose them in such a way that the simple form of speech may be addressed to the simpler nature, and the complex and composite to the more complex nature, until he has accomplished all this, he will be unable to handle arguments according to rules of art, as far as their nature allows them to be subjected to art, either for the purpose of teaching or persuading. Such is the view which is implied in the whole preceding argument. Phaedrus: Yes, that was our view, certainly. Socrates: Secondly, as to the censure which was passed on the speaking or writing of discourses, and how they might be rightly or wrongly censured, did not our previous argument show? Phaedrus: Show what? Socrates: That whether Lysias or any other writer that ever was or will be, whether private man or statesman, proposes laws and so becomes the author of a political treatise, fancying that there is any great certainty and clearness in his performance, the fact of his so writing is only a disgrace to him, whatever men may say. For not to know the nature of justice and injustice, and good and evil, and not to be able to distinguish the dream from the reality, cannot in truth be otherwise than disgraceful to him, even though he have the applause of the whole world. Phaedrus: Certainly. Socrates: But he who thinks that in the written word there is necessarily much which is not serious, and that neither poetry nor prose, spoken or written, is of any great value, if, like the compositions of the rhapsodes, they are only recited in order to be believed, and not with any view to criticism or instruction. And who thinks that even the best of writings are but a reminiscence of what we know, and that only in principles of justice and goodness and nobility taught and communicated orally for the sake of instruction and graven in the soul, which is the true way of writing, is there clearness and perfection and seriousness, and that such principles are a man's own and his legitimate offspring, being, in the first place, the word which he finds in his own bosom, secondly, the brethren and descendants and relations of his idea which have been duly implanted by him in the souls of others. And who cares for them and no others, this is the right sort of man, and you and I, Phaedrus, would pray that we may become like him. Phaedrus: That is most assuredly my desire and prayer. Socrates: And now the play is played out. And of rhetoric enough. Go and tell Lysias that to the fountain and school of the nymphs we went down, and were bidden by them to convey a message to him and to other composers of speeches, to Homer and other writers of poems, whether set to music or not. And to Solon and others who have composed writings in the form of political discourses which they would term laws, to all of them we are to say that if their compositions are based on knowledge of the truth, and they can defend or prove them, when they are put to the test, by spoken arguments, which leave their writings poor in comparison of them, then they are to be called, not only poets, orators, legislators, but are worthy of a higher name, befitting the serious pursuit of their life. Phaedrus, what name would you assign to them? Socrates, wise, I may not call them, for that is a great name which belongs to God alone, lovers of wisdom or philosophers is their modest and befitting title. Phaedrus, very suitable. Socrates, and he who cannot rise above his own compilations and compositions, which he has been long patching and piecing, adding some and taking away some, may be justly called poet or speechmaker or lawmaker. Phaedrus, certainly. Socrates, now go and tell this to your companion. Phaedrus, but there is also a friend of yours who ought not to be forgotten. Socrates, who is he? Phaedrus, I Socrates the fair, what message will you send to him, and how shall we describe him? Socrates, I Socrates is still young, Phaedrus, but I am willing to hazard a prophecy concerning him. Phaedrus, what would you prophesy? Socrates, I think that he has a genius which soars above the orations of Lysias, and that his character is cast in a finer mold. My impression of him is that he will marvelously improve as he grows older, and that all former rhetoricians will be as children in comparison of him. And I believe that he will not be satisfied with rhetoric, but that there is in him a divine inspiration which will lead him to things higher still. For he has an element of philosophy in his nature. This is the message of the gods dwelling in this place, and which I will myself deliver to Isocrates, who is my delight, and do you give the other to Lysias, who is yours. Phaedrus, I will, and now as the heat is abated let us depart. Socrates, should we not offer up a prayer first of all to the local deities? Phaedrus, by all means. Socrates, beloved Pan, and all ye other gods who haunt this place, give me beauty in the inward soul. And may the outward and inward man be at one. May I reckon the wise to be the wealthy, and may I have such a quantity of gold as a temperate man and he only can bear and carry. Anything more? The prayer, I think, is enough for me. Phaedrus, ask the same for me, for friends should have all things in common. Socrates, let us go. Ion. Introduction. The Ion is the shortest, or nearly the shortest, of all the writings which bear the name of Plato, and is not authenticated by any early external testimony. The grace and beauty of this little work supply the only, and perhaps a sufficient, proof of its genuineness. The plan is simple. The dramatic interest consists entirely in the contrast between the irony of Socrates and the transparent vanity and childlike enthusiasm of the rhapsode Ion. The theme of the dialogue may possibly have been suggested by the passage of Xenophon's Memorabilia in which the rhapsodists are described by Euthydemus as very precise about the exact words of Homer, but very idiotic themselves. Compare Aristotle, Metaphysics 13 Chapter 6, Section 7. Ion the rhapsode has just come to Athens, he has been exhibiting in Epidaurus at the festival of Asclepius, and is intending to exhibit at the festival of the Panathenea. Socrates admires and envies the rhapsode's art, for he is always well dressed and in good company, in the company of good poets and of Homer, who is the prince of them. In the course of conversation the admission is elicited from Ion that his skill is restricted to Homer, and that he knows nothing of inferior poets, such as Hesiod and Archilochus. He brightens up and is wide awake when Homer is being recited, but is apt to go to sleep at the recitations of any other poet. And yet, surely, he who knows the superior ought to know the inferior also. He who can judge of the good speaker is able to judge of the bad. And poetry is a whole, and he who judges of poetry by rules of art ought to be able to judge of all poetry. This is confirmed by the analogy of sculpture, painting, flute playing, and the other arts. The argument is at last brought home to the mind of Ion, who asks how this contradiction is to be solved. The solution given by Socrates is as follows. The rhapsode is not guided by rules of art, but is an inspired person who derives a mysterious power from the poet, and the poet, in like manner, is inspired by the god. The poets and their interpreters may be compared to a chain of magnetic rings suspended from one another, and from a magnet. The magnet is the muse, and the ring which immediately follows is the poet himself, from him are suspended other poets. There is also a chain of rhapsodes and actors, who also hang from the muses, but are let down at the side, and the last ring of all is the spectator. The poet is the inspired interpreter of the god, and this is the reason why some poets, like Homer, are restricted to a single theme, or, like Tynnichus, are famous for a single poem. And the rhapsode is the inspired interpreter of the poet, and for a similar reason some rhapsodes, like Ion, are the interpreters of single poets. Ion is delighted at the notion of being inspired, and acknowledges that he is beside himself when he is performing, his eyes rain tears and his hair stands on end. Socrates is of opinion that a man must be mad who behaves in this way at a festival when he is surrounded by his friends and there is nothing to trouble him. Ion is confident that Socrates would never think him mad if he could only hear his embellishments of Homer. Socrates asks whether he can speak well about everything in Homer. Yes, indeed he can. What about things of which he has no knowledge? Ion answers that he can interpret anything in Homer. But, rejoins Socrates, when Homer speaks of the arts, as for example, of chariot driving, or of medicine, or of prophecy, or of navigation, will he, or will the charioteer or physician or prophet or pilot be the better judge? Ion is compelled to admit that every man will judge of his own particular art better than the rhapsode. He still maintains, however, that he understands the art of the general as well as anyone. Then why in this city of Athens, in which men of merit are always being sought after, is he not at once appointed a general? Ion replies that he is a foreigner, and the Athenians and Spartans will not appoint a foreigner to be their general. No, that is not the real reason, there are many examples to the contrary. But Ion has long been playing tricks with the argument. Like Proteus, he transforms himself into a variety of shapes, and is at last about to run away in the disguise of a general. Would he rather be regarded as inspired or dishonest? Ion, who has no suspicion of the irony of Socrates, eagerly embraces the alternative of inspiration. The Ion, like the other earlier Platonic dialogues, is a mixture of jest and earnest, in which no definite result is obtained, but some Socratic or Platonic truths are allowed dimly to appear. The elements of a true theory of poetry are contained in the notion that the poet is inspired. Genius is often said to be unconscious or spontaneous, or a gift of nature. That genius is akin to madness is a popular aphorism of modern times. The greatest strength is observed to have an element of limitation. Sense or passion are too much for the dry light of intelligence which mingles with them and becomes discolored by them. Imagination is often at war with reason and fact. The concentration of the mind on a single object, or on a single aspect of human nature, overpowers the orderly perception of the whole. Yet the feelings too bring truths home to the minds of many who in the way of reason would be incapable of understanding them. Reflections of this kind may have been passing before Plato's mind when he describes the poet as inspired, or when, as in the Apology, 22b, following. He speaks of poets as the worst critics of their own writings. Anybody taken at random from the crowd is a better interpreter of them than they are of themselves. They are sacred persons, winged and holy things, who have a touch of madness in their composition, Phaedrus, 245a, and should be treated with every sort of respect, Republic 398a, but not allowed to live in a well-ordered state. Like the statesmen in the Meno, 99, they have a divine instinct, but they are narrow and confused, they do not attain to the clearness of ideas, or to the knowledge of poetry or of any other art as a whole. In the Protagoras, 316d, following, the ancient poets are recognized by Protagoras himself as the original sophists, and this family resemblance may be traced in the Ion. The rhapsode belongs to the realm of imitation and of opinion. He professes to have all knowledge, which is derived by him from Homer, just as the sophist professes to have all wisdom, which is contained in his art of rhetoric. Even more than the sophist, he is incapable of appreciating the commonest logical distinctions. He cannot explain the nature of his own art. His great memory contrasts with his inability to follow the steps of the argument. And in his highest moments of inspiration he has an eye to his own gains. 535e. The old quarrel between philosophy and poetry, which in the Republic leads to their final separation, is already working in the mind of Plato, and is embodied by him in the contrast between Socrates and Ion. Yet here, as in the Republic, Socrates shows a sympathy with the poetic nature. Also, the manner in which Ion is affected by his own recitations affords a lively illustration of the power which, in the Republic, 394 following, Socrates attributes to dramatic performances over the mind of the performer. His allusion to his embellishments of Homer, in which he declares himself to have surpassed Metrodorus of Lampsacus and Stesimbrotus of Thasos, seems to show that, like them, he belonged to the allegorical school of interpreters. The circumstance that nothing more is known of him may be adduced in confirmation of the argument that this truly Platonic little work is not a forgery of later times. Ion. Persons of the dialogue. Socrates. Ion. Socrates, welcome, Ion. Are you from your native city of Ephesus? Ion, no, Socrates, but from Epidaurus, where I attended the festival of Asclepius. Socrates, and do the Epidaurians have contests of rhapsodes at the festival? Ion, oh yes, and of all sorts of musical performers. Socrates, and were you one of the competitors, and did you succeed? Ion, I obtained the first prize of all, Socrates. Socrates, well done, and I hope that you will do the same for us at the Panathenea. Ion, and I will, please heaven. Socrates, I often envy the profession of a rhapsode, Ion. For you have always to wear fine clothes, and to look as beautiful as you can is a part of your art. Then, again, you are obliged to be continually in the company of many good poets, and especially of Homer, who is the best and most divine of them. And to understand him, and not merely learn his words by rote, is a thing greatly to be envied. And no man can be a rhapsode who does not understand the meaning of the poet. For the rhapsode ought to interpret the mind of the poet to his hearers, but how can he interpret him well unless he knows what he means? All this is greatly to be envied. Ion, very true, Socrates. Interpretation has certainly been the most laborious part of my art, and I believe myself able to speak about Homer better than any man. And that neither Metrodorus of Lampsacus, nor Stesimbrotus of Thasos, nor Glaucon, nor anyone else who ever was, had as good ideas about Homer as I have, or as many. Socrates, I am glad to hear you say so, Ion. I see that you will not refuse to acquaint me with them. Ion, certainly, Socrates, and you really ought to hear how exquisitely I render Homer. I think that the Homerity should give me a golden crown. Socrates, I shall take an opportunity of hearing your embellishments of him at some other time. But just now I should like to ask you a question: does your art extend to Hesiod and Archilochus, or to Homer only? Ion, to Homer only. He is in himself quite enough. Socrates, are there any things about which Homer and Hesiod agree? Ion, yes, in my opinion there are a good many. Socrates, and can you interpret better what Homer says, or what Hesiod says, about these matters in which they agree? Ion, I can interpret them equally well, Socrates, where they agree. Socrates, but what about matters in which they do not agree? For example, about divination, of which both Homer and Hesiod have something to say. Ion, very true. Socrates, would you or a good prophet be a better interpreter of what these two poets say about divination, not only when they agree, but when they disagree? Ion, a prophet. Socrates, and if you were a prophet, would you not be able to interpret them when they disagree as well as when they agree? Ion, clearly. Socrates, but how did you come to have this skill about Homer only, and not about Hesiod or the other poets? Does not Homer speak of the same themes which all other poets handle? Is not war his great argument? And does he not speak of human society and of intercourse of men, good and bad, skilled and unskilled, and of the gods conversing with one another and with mankind, and about what happens in heaven and in the world below? And the generations of gods and heroes? Are not these the themes of which Homer sings? Ion, very true, Socrates. Socrates, and do not the other poets sing of the same? Ion, yes, Socrates, but not in the same way as Homer. Socrates, what, in a worse way? Ion, yes, in a far worse. Socrates, and Homer in a better way? Ion, he is incomparably better. Socrates, and yet surely, my dear friend Ion, in a discussion about arithmetic, where many people are speaking, and one speaks better than the rest, there is somebody who can judge which of them is the good speaker. Ion, yes. Socrates, and he who judges of the good will be the same as he who judges of the bad speakers? Ion, the same. Socrates, and he will be the arithmetician? Ion, yes. Socrates, well, and in discussions about the wholesomeness of food, when many persons are speaking, and one speaks better than the rest, will he who recognizes the better speaker be a different person from him who recognizes the worse, or the same? Ion, clearly the same. Socrates, and who is he, and what is his name? Ion, the physician. Socrates, and speaking generally, in all discussions in which the subject is the same and many men are speaking, will not he who knows the good know the bad speaker also? For if he does not know the bad, neither will he know the good when the same topic is being discussed. Ion, true. Socrates, is not the same person skillful in both? Ion, yes. Socrates, and you say that Homer and the other poets, such as Hesiod and Archilochus, speak of the same things, although not in the same way, but the one speaks well and the other not so well? Ion, yes, and I am right in saying so. Socrates, and if you knew the good speaker, you would also know the inferior speakers to be inferior? Ion, that is true. Socrates, then, my dear friend, can I be mistaken in saying that Ion is equally skilled in Homer and in other poets, since he himself acknowledges that the same person will be a good judge of all those who speak of the same things? And that almost all poets do speak of the same things? Ion, why then, Socrates, do I lose attention and go to sleep and have absolutely no ideas of the least value, when anyone speaks of any other poet? But when Homer is mentioned, I wake up at once and am all attention and have plenty to say. Socrates, the reason, my friend, is obvious. No one can fail to see that you speak of Homer without any art or knowledge. If you were able to speak of him by rules of art, you would have been able to speak of all other poets, for poetry is a whole. Ion, yes. Socrates, and when anyone acquires any other art as a whole, the same may be said of them. Would you like me to explain my meaning, Ion? Ion, yes, indeed, Socrates, I very much wish that you would, for I love to hear you wise men talk. Socrates, oh that we were wise, Ion, and that you could truly call us so. But you rhapsodes and actors, and the poets whose verses you sing, are wise, whereas I am a common man, who only speak the truth. For consider what a very commonplace and trivial thing is this which I have said, a thing which any man might say, that when a man has acquired a knowledge of a whole art, the inquiry into good and bad is one and the same. Let us consider this matter, is not the art of painting a whole? Ion, yes. Socrates, and there are and have been many painters good and bad? Ion, yes. Socrates, and did you ever know anyone who was skillful in pointing out the excellences and defects of Polygnotus the son of Aglaophon, but incapable of criticizing other painters? And when the work of any other painter was produced, went to sleep and was at a loss, and had no ideas. But when he had to give his opinion about Polygnotus, or whoever the painter might be, and about him only, woke up and was attentive and had plenty to say? Ion, no indeed, I have never known such a person. Socrates, or did you ever know of anyone in sculpture, who was skillful in expounding the merits of Daedalus the son of Metion, or of Hippias the son of Panopeus, or of Theodorus the Samian, or of any individual sculptor. But when the works of sculptors in general were produced, was at a loss and went to sleep and had nothing to say. Ion, no indeed, no more than the other. Socrates, and if I am not mistaken, you never met with anyone among flute players or harp players or singers to the harp or rhapsodes who was able to discourse of Olympus or Thamyras or Orpheus, or Phemius the rhapsode of Ithaca. But was at a loss when he came to speak of Ion of Ephesus, and had no notion of his merits or defects. Ion, I cannot deny what you say, Socrates. Nevertheless I am conscious in my own self, and the world agrees with me in thinking that I do speak better and have more to say about Homer than any other man. But I do not speak equally well about others. Tell me the reason of this. Socrates, I perceive, Ion, and I will proceed to explain to you what I imagine to be the reason of this. The gift which you possess of speaking excellently about Homer is not an art, but, as I was just saying, an inspiration. There is a divinity moving you, like that contained in the stone which Euripides calls a magnet, but which is commonly known as the stone of Heraclea. This stone not only attracts iron rings, but also imparts to them a similar power of attracting other rings. And sometimes you may see a number of pieces of iron and rings suspended from one another so as to form quite a long chain, and all of them derive their power of suspension from the original stone. In like manner the Muse first of all inspires men herself, and from these inspired persons a chain of other persons is suspended, who take the inspiration. For all good poets, epic as well as lyric, compose their beautiful poems not by art, but because they are inspired and possessed. And as the Carabanchian revellers when they dance are not in their right mind, so the lyric poets are not in their right mind when they are composing their beautiful strains, but when falling under the power of music and metre they are inspired and possessed. Like Bakshik maidens who draw milk and honey from the rivers when they are under the influence of Dionysus but not when they are in their right mind. And the soul of the lyric poet does the same, as they themselves say. For they tell us that they bring songs from honeyed fountains, culling them out of the gardens and dells of the Muses, they, like the bees, winging their way from flower to flower. And this is true. For the poet is a light and winged and holy thing, and there is no invention in him until he has been inspired and is out of his senses, and the mind is no longer in him, when he has not attained to this state. He is powerless and is unable to utter his oracles. Many are the noble words in which poets speak concerning the actions of men. But like yourself when speaking about Homer, they do not speak of them by any rules of art, they are simply inspired to utter that to which the muse impels them, and that only. And when inspired, one of them will make dithyrambs, another hymns of praise, another choral strains, another epic or iambic verses, and he who is good at one is not good at any other kind of verse, for not by art does the poet sing, but by power divine. Had he learned by rules of art, he would have known how to speak not of one theme only, but of all. And therefore God takes away the minds of poets, and uses them as his ministers, as he also uses diviners and holy prophets. In order that we who hear them may know them to be speaking not of themselves who utter these priceless words in a state of unconsciousness, but that God himself is the speaker, and that through them he is conversing with us. Antinicus the Chalcidian affords a striking instance of what I am saying. He wrote nothing that anyone would care to remember but the famous paean which is in everyone's mouth, one of the finest poems ever written. Simply an invention of the Muses, as he himself says. For in this way the God would seem to indicate to us and not allow us to doubt that these beautiful poems are not human, or the work of man, but divine and the work of God. And that the poets are only the interpreters of the gods by whom they are severally possessed. Was not this the lesson which the God intended to teach when by the mouth of the worst of poets he sang the best of songs? Am I not right, Ion? Ion, yes, indeed, Socrates, I feel that you are, for your words touch my soul, and I am persuaded that good poets by a divine inspiration interpret the things of the gods to us. Socrates, and you rhapsodists are the interpreters of the poets? Ion, there again you are right. Socrates, Then you are the interpreters of interpreters. Ion, precisely. Socrates, I wish you would frankly tell me, Ion, what I am going to ask of you, when you produce the greatest effect upon the audience in the recitation of some striking passage, such as the apparition of Odysseus leaping forth on the floor, recognized by the suitors and casting his arrows at his feet, or the description of Achilles rushing at Hector, or the sorrows of Andromache, Hecuba, or Priam, are you in your right mind? Are you not carried out of yourself, and does not your soul in an ecstasy seem to be among the persons or places of which you are speaking, whether they are in Ithaca or in Troy or whatever may be the scene of the poem? Ion, that proof strikes home to me, Socrates. For I must frankly confess that at the tale of pity my eyes are filled with tears, and when I speak of horrors, my hair stands on end and my heart throbs. Socrates, well, Ion, and what are we to say of a man who at a sacrifice or festival, when he is dressed in holiday attire, and has golden crowns upon his head, of which nobody has robbed him, appears weeping or panic-stricken in the presence of more than 20,000 friendly faces, when there is no one despoiling or wronging him? Is he in his right mind or is he not? Ion, no indeed, Socrates, I must say that, strictly speaking, he is not in his right mind. Socrates, and are you aware that you produce similar effects on most of the spectators? Ion, only too well. For I look down upon them from the stage, and behold the various emotions of pity, wonder, sternness, stamped upon their countenances when I am speaking, and I am obliged to give my very best attention to them. For if I make them cry I myself shall laugh, and if I make them laugh I myself shall cry when the time of payment arrives. Socrates, do you know that the spectator is the last of the rings which, as I am saying, receive the power of the original magnet from one another? The rhapsode like yourself and the actor are intermediate links, and the poet himself is the first of them. Through all these the god sways the souls of men in any direction which he pleases, and makes one man hang down from another. Thus there is a vast chain of dancers and masters and undermasters of choruses, who are suspended, as if from the stone, at the side of the rings which hang down from the muse. And every poet has some muse from whom he is suspended, and by whom he is said to be possessed, which is nearly the same thing, for he is taken hold of. And from these first rings, which are the poets, depend others, some deriving their inspiration from Orpheus, others from Musaeus, but the greater number are possessed and held by Homer. Of whom, Ion, you are one, and are possessed by Homer. And when anyone repeats the words of another poet you go to sleep, and know not what to say, but when anyone recites a strain of Homer you wake up in a moment, and your soul leaps within you, and you have plenty to say. For not by art or knowledge about Homer do you say what you say, but by divine inspiration and by possession. Just as the Carabantian revellers too have a quick perception of that strain only which is appropriated to the god by whom they are possessed, and have plenty of dances and words for that, but take no heed of any other. And you, Ion, when the name of Homer is mentioned have plenty to say, and have nothing to say of others. You ask, why is this? The answer is that you praise Homer not by art but by divine inspiration. Ion, that is good, Socrates. And yet I doubt whether you will ever have eloquence enough to persuade me that I praise Homer only when I am mad and possessed, and if you could hear me speak of him I am sure you would never think this to be the case. Socrates, I should like very much to hear you, but not until you have answered a question which I have to ask. On what part of Homer do you speak well? Not surely about every part. Ion, there is no part, Socrates, about which I do not speak well, of that I can assure you. Socrates, surely not about things in Homer of which you have no knowledge. Ion, and what is there in Homer of which I have no knowledge? Socrates, why, does not Homer speak in many passages about arts? For example, about driving, if I can only remember the lines I will repeat them. Ion, I remember, and will repeat them. Socrates, tell me then, what Nestor says to Antilochus, his son, where he bids him be careful of the turn at the horse race in honor of Patroclus. Ion, bend gently, he says, in the polished chariot to the left of them, and urge the horse on the right hand with whip and voice, and slacken the rein. And when you are at the goal, let the left horse draw near, yet so that the knave of the well-wrought wheel may not even seem to touch the extremity, and avoid catching the stone. 60. Socrates, enough. Now, Ion, will the charioteer or the physician be the better judge of the propriety of these lines? Ion, the charioteer, clearly. Socrates, and will the reason be that this is his art, or will there be any other reason? Ion, no, that will be the reason. Socrates, and every art is appointed by God to have knowledge of a certain work, for that which we know by the art of the pilot we do not know by the art of medicine. Ion, certainly not. Socrates, nor do we know by the art of the carpenter that which we know by the art of medicine. Ion, certainly not. Socrates, and this is true of all the arts, that which we know with one art we do not know with the other. But let me ask a prior question, you admit that there are differences of arts? Ion, yes. Socrates, you would argue, as I should, that when one art is of one kind of knowledge and another of another, they are different? Ion, yes. Socrates, yes, surely, for if the subject of knowledge were the same, there would be no meaning in saying that the arts were different, if they both gave the same knowledge. For example, I know that here are 5 fingers, and you know the same. And if I were to ask whether I and you became acquainted with this fact by the help of the same art of arithmetic, you would acknowledge that we did? Ion, yes. Socrates, tell me, then, what I was intending to ask you, whether this holds universally. Must the same art have the same subject of knowledge, and different arts other subjects of knowledge? Ion, that is my opinion, Socrates. Socrates, then he who has no knowledge of a particular art will have no right judgment of the sayings and doings of that art. Ion, very true. Socrates, then which will be a better judge of the lines which you were reciting from Homer, you or the charioteer? Ion, the charioteer. Socrates, why, yes, because you are a rhapsode and not a charioteer. Ion, yes. Socrates, and the art of the rhapsode is different from that of the charioteer? Ion, yes. Socrates, and if a different knowledge, then a knowledge of different matters? Ion, true. Socrates, you know the passage in which Hecamede, the concubine of Nestor, is described as giving to the wounded Machaon a posset, as he says, made with Pramnian wine. And she grated cheese of goat's milk with a grater of bronze, and at his side placed an onion which gives a relish to drink. 61. Now would you say that the art of the rhapsode or the art of medicine was better able to judge of the propriety of these lines? Ion, the art of medicine. Socrates, and when Homer says, and she descended into the deep like a leaden plummet, which, set in the horn of ox that ranges in the fields, rushes along carrying death among the ravenous fishes. 62. Will the art of the fisherman or of the rhapsode be better able to judge whether these lines are rightly expressed or not? Ion, clearly, Socrates, the art of the fisherman. Socrates, come now, suppose that you were to say to me, since you, Socrates, are able to assign different passages in Homer to their corresponding arts. I wish that you would tell me what are the passages of which the excellence ought to be judged by the prophet and prophetic art. And you will see how readily and truly I shall answer you. For there are many such passages, particularly in the Odyssey, as, for example, the passage in which Theoclymenus the prophet of the house of Melampus says to the suitors, wretched men! What is happening to you? Your heads and your faces and your limbs underneath are shrouded in night, and the voice of lamentation bursts forth, and your cheeks are wet with tears. And the vestibule is full, and the court is full, of ghosts descending into the darkness of Erebus, and the sun has perished out of heaven, and an evil mist is spread abroad. 63. And there are many such passages in the Iliad also. As for example in the description of the battle near the rampart, where he says, as they were eager to pass the ditch, there came to them an omen, a soaring eagle, holding back the people on the left, bore a huge bloody dragon in his talons. Still living and panting. Nor had he yet resigned the strife, for he bent back and smote the bird which carried him on the breast by the neck, and he in pain let him fall from him to the ground into the midst of the multitude. And the eagle, with a cry, was borne afar on the wings of the wind. 64. These are the sort of things which I should say that the prophet ought to consider and determine. Ion, and you are quite right, Socrates, in saying so. Socrates, yes, Ion, and you are right also. And as I have selected from the Iliad and Odyssey for you passages which describe the office of the prophet and the physician and the fisherman, do you, who know Homer so much better than I do, Ion, select for me passages which relate to the rhapsode and the rhapsode's art, and which the rhapsode ought to examine and judge of better than other men. Ion, all passages, I should say, Socrates. Socrates, not all, Ion, surely. Have you already forgotten what you were saying? A rhapsode ought to have a better memory. Ion, why, what am I forgetting? Socrates, do you not remember that you declared the art of the rhapsode to be different from the art of the charioteer? Ion, yes, I remember. Socrates, and you admitted that being different they would have different subjects of knowledge? Ion, yes. Socrates, then upon your own showing the rhapsode, and the art of the rhapsode, will not know everything? Ion, I should exclude certain things, Socrates. Socrates, you mean to say that you would exclude pretty much the subjects of the other arts? As he does not know all of them, which of them will he know? Ion, he will know what a man and what a woman ought to say, and what a freeman and what a slave ought to say, and what a ruler and what a subject. Socrates, do you mean that a rhapsode will know better than the pilot what the ruler of a sea-tossed vessel ought to say? Ion, no, the pilot will know best. Socrates, or will the rhapsode know better than the physician what the ruler of a sick man ought to say? Ion, he will not. Socrates, but he will know what a slave ought to say. Ion, yes. Socrates, suppose the slave to be a cowherd. The rhapsode will know better than the cowherd what he ought to say in order to suit the infuriated cows. Ion, no, he will not. Socrates, but he will know what a spinning woman ought to say about the working of wool. Ion, no. Socrates, at any rate he will know what a general ought to say when exhorting his soldiers. Ion, yes, that is the sort of thing which the rhapsode will be sure to know. Socrates, well, but is the art of the rhapsode the art of the general? Ion, I am sure that I should know what a general ought to say. Socrates, why, yes, Ion, because you may possibly have a knowledge of the art of the general as well as of the rhapsode. And you may also have a knowledge of horsemanship as well as of the lyre, and then you would know when horses were well or ill managed. But suppose I were to ask you, by the help of which art, Ion, do you know whether horses are well managed, by your skill as a horseman or as a performer on the lyre, what would you answer? Ion, I should reply, by my skill as a horseman. Socrates, and if you judged of performers on the lyre, you would admit that you judged of them as a performer on the lyre, and not as a horseman? Ion, yes. Socrates, and in judging of the general's art, do you judge of it as a general or a rhapsode? Ion, to me there appears to be no difference between them. Socrates, what do you mean? Do you mean to say that the art of the rhapsode and of the general is the same? Ion, yes, one and the same. Socrates, then he who is a good rhapsode is also a good general. Ion, certainly, Socrates. Socrates, and he who is a good general is also a good rhapsode. Ion, no, I do not say that. Socrates, but you do say that he who is a good rhapsode is also a good general. Ion, certainly. Socrates, and you are the best of Hellenic rhapsodes. Ion, far the best, Socrates. Socrates, and are you the best general, Ion? Ion, to be sure, Socrates, and Homer was my master. Socrates, but then, Ion, what in the name of goodness can be the reason why you, who are the best of generals as well as the best of rhapsodes in all Hellas, go about as a rhapsode when you might be a general? Do you think that the Hellenes want a rhapsode with his golden crown, and do not want a general? Ion, why, Socrates, the reason is, that my countrymen, the Ephesians, are the servants and soldiers of Athens, and do not need a general. And you in Sparta are not likely to have me, for you think that you have enough generals of your own. Socrates, my good Ion, did you never hear of Apollodorus of Cyzicus? Ion, who may he be? Socrates, one who, though a foreigner, has often been chosen their general by the Athenians, and there is Phanesthenes of Andrus, and Heraclides of Clazomenae, whom they have also appointed to the command of their armies and to other offices. Although aliens, after they had shown their merit. And will they not choose Ion the Ephesian to be their general, and honor him, if he prove himself worthy? Were not the Ephesians originally Athenians, and Ephesus is no mean city? But, indeed, Ion, if you are correct in saying that by art and knowledge you are able to praise Homer, you do not deal fairly with me, and after all your professions of knowing many glorious things about Homer, and promises that you would exhibit them, you are only a deceiver, and so far from exhibiting the art of which you are a master, will not, even after my repeated entreaties, explain to me the nature of it. You have literally as many forms as Proteus. And now you go all manner of ways, twisting and turning, and, like Proteus, become all manner of people at once, and at last slip away from me in the disguise of a general, in order that you may escape exhibiting your Homeric lore. And if you have art, then, as I was saying, in falsifying your promise that you would exhibit Homer, you are not dealing fairly with me. But if, as I believe, you have no art, but speak all these beautiful words about Homer unconsciously under his inspiring influence, then I acquit you of dishonesty, and shall only say that you are inspired. Which do you prefer to be thought, dishonest or inspired? Ion, there is a great difference, Socrates, between the two alternatives, and inspiration is by far the nobler. Socrates, then, Ion, I shall assume the nobler alternative. And attribute to you in your praises of Homer inspiration, and not art. Symposium. Introduction. Of all the works of Plato the Symposium is the most perfect in form, and may be truly thought to contain more than any commentator has ever dreamed of. Or, as Goethe said of one of his own writings, more than the author himself knew. For in philosophy as in prophecy glimpses of the future may often be conveyed in words which could hardly have been understood or interpreted at the time when they were uttered, compare Symposium, 210 following. 223d, which were wiser than the writer of them meant, and could not have been expressed by him if he had been interrogated about them. Yet Plato was not a mystic, nor in any degree affected by the Eastern influences which afterwards overspread the Alexandrian world. He was not an enthusiast or a sentimentalist, but one who aspired only to see reasoned truth, and whose thoughts are clearly explained in his language. There is no foreign element either of Egypt or of Asia to be found in his writings. And more than any other Platonic work the Symposium is Greek both in style and subject, having a beauty, as of a statue, while the companion dialogue of the Phaedrus is marked by a sort of Gothic irregularity. More too than in any other of his dialogues, Plato is emancipated from former philosophies. The genius of Greek art seems to triumph over the traditions of Pythagorean, Eleatic, or Megarian systems, and the old quarrel of poetry and philosophy has at least a superficial reconcilement. Republic X 607b. An unknown person who had heard of the discourses in praise of love spoken by Socrates and others at the banquet of Agathon is desirous of having an authentic account of them, which he thinks that he can obtain from Apollodorus. The same excitable, or rather mad, friend of Socrates, who is afterwards introduced in the Phaedo. He had imagined that the discourses were recent. There he is mistaken, but they are still fresh in the memory of his informant, who had just been repeating them to Glaucon, and is quite prepared to have another rehearsal of them in a walk from the Piraeus to Athens. Although he had not been present himself, he had heard them from the best authority. Aristodemus, who is described as having been in past times a humble but inseparable attendant of Socrates, had reported them to him, compare Xenophon Memorabiliae 4. The narrative which he had heard was as follows. Aristodemus, meeting Socrates in holiday attire, is invited by him to a banquet at the house of Agathon, who had been sacrificing in thanksgiving for his tragic victory on the day previous. But no sooner has he entered the house than he finds that he is alone. Socrates has stayed behind in a fit of abstraction, and does not appear until the banquet is half over. On his appearing, he and the host jest a little. The question is then asked by Pausanias, one of the guests, what shall they do about drinking? As they had been all well drunk on the day before, and drinking on 2 successive days is such a bad thing. This is confirmed by the authority of Eryximachus the physician, who further proposes that instead of listening to the flute girl and her noise, they shall make speeches in honor of love, one after another, going from left to right in the order in which they are reclining at the table. All of them agree to this proposal, and Phaedrus, who is the father of the idea, which he has previously communicated to Eryximachus, begins as follows. He descants first of all upon the antiquity of love, which is proved by the authority of the poets. Secondly, upon the benefits which love gives to man. The greatest of these is the sense of honor and dishonor. The lover is ashamed to be seen by the beloved doing or suffering any cowardly or mean act. An estate or army which was made up only of lovers and their loves would be invincible. For love will convert the veriest coward into an inspired hero. And there have been true loves not only of men but of women also. Such was the love of Alcestis, who dared to die for her husband, and in recompense of her virtue was allowed to come again from the dead. But Orpheus, the miserable harper, who went down to Hades alive, that he might bring back his wife, was mocked with an apparition only, and the gods afterwards contrived his death as the punishment of his cowardliness. The love of Achilles, like that of Alcestis, was courageous and true. For he was willing to avenge his lover Patroclus, although he knew that his own death would immediately follow, and the gods, who honor the love of the beloved above that of the lover, rewarded him, and sent him to the islands of the blessed. Pausanias, who was sitting next, then takes up the tale. He says that Phaedrus should have distinguished the heavenly love from the earthly, before he praised either. For there are 2 loves, as there are 2 Aphrodites, one the daughter of Uranus, who has no mother and is the elder and wiser goddess, and the other, the daughter of Zeus and Dione, who is popular and common. The first of the 2 loves has a noble purpose, and delights only in the intelligent nature of man, and is faithful to the end, and has no shadow of wantonness or lust. The second is the coarser kind of love, which is a love of the body rather than of the soul, and is of women and boys as well as of men. Now the actions of lovers vary, like every other sort of action, according to the manner of their performance. And in different countries there is a difference of opinion about male loves. Some, like the Boeotians, approve of them, others, like the Ionians, and most of the barbarians, disapprove of them. Partly because they are aware of the political dangers which ensue from them, as may be seen in the instance of Harmodius and Aristogiton. At Athens and Sparta there is an apparent contradiction about them. For at times they are encouraged, and then the lover is allowed to play all sorts of fantastic tricks. He may swear and forswear himself, and, at lovers' perjuries they say Jove laughs. He may be a servant, and lie on a mat at the door of his love, without any loss of character, but there are also times when elders look grave and guard their young relations, and personal remarks are made. The truth is that some of these loves are disgraceful and others honorable. The vulgar love of the body which takes wing and flies away when the bloom of youth is over, is disgraceful, and so is the interested love of power or wealth. But the love of the noble mind is lasting. The lover should be tested, and the beloved should not be too ready to yield. The rule in our country is that the beloved may do the same service to the lover in the way of virtue which the lover may do to him. A voluntary service to be rendered for the sake of virtue and wisdom is permitted among us. And when these 2 customs, one the love of youth, the other the practice of virtue and philosophy, meet in one, then the lovers may lawfully unite. Nor is there any disgrace to a disinterested lover in being deceived, but the interested lover is doubly disgraced, for if he loses his love he loses his character. Whereas the noble love of the other remains the same, although the object of his love is unworthy, for nothing can be nobler than love for the sake of virtue. This is that love of the heavenly goddess which is of great price to individuals and cities, making them work together for their improvement. The turn of Aristophanes comes next. But he has the hiccup, and therefore proposes that Eryximachus the physician shall cure him or speak in his turn. Eryximachus is ready to do both, and after prescribing for the hiccup, speaks as follows. He agrees with Pausanias in maintaining that there are two kinds of love. But his art has led him to the further conclusion that the empire of this double love extends over all things, and is to be found in animals and plants as well as in man. In the human body also there are two loves. And the art of medicine shows which is the good and which is the bad love, and persuades the body to accept the good and reject the bad, and reconciles conflicting elements and makes them friends. Every art, gymnastic and husbandry as well as medicine, is the reconciliation of opposites. And this is what Heraclitus meant, when he spoke of a harmony of opposites, but in strictness he should rather have spoken of a harmony which succeeds opposites, for an agreement of disagreements there cannot be. Music too is concerned with the principles of love in their application to harmony and rhythm. In the abstract, all is simple, and we are not troubled with the twofold love. But when they are applied in education with their accompaniments of song and meter, then the discord begins. Then the old tale has to be repeated of fair Urania and the coarse Polyhymnia, who must be indulged sparingly. Just as in my own art of medicine care must be taken that the taste of the epicure be gratified without inflicting upon him the attendant penalty of disease. There is a similar harmony or disagreement in the course of the seasons and in the relations of moist and dry, hot and cold, hoarfrost and blight, and diseases of all sorts spring from the excesses or disorders of the element of love. The knowledge of these elements of love and discord in the heavenly bodies is termed astronomy, in the relations of men towards gods and parents is called divination. For divination is the peacemaker of gods and men, and works by a knowledge of the tendencies of merely human loves to piety and impiety. Such is the power of love. And that love which is just and temperate has the greatest power, and is the source of all our happiness and friendship with the gods and with one another. I dare say that I have omitted to mention many things which you, Aristophanes, may supply, as I perceive that you are cured of the hiccup. Aristophanes is the next speaker. He professes to open a new vein of discourse, in which he begins by treating of the origin of human nature. The sexes were originally three, men, women, and the union of the two. And they were made round, having 4 hands, 4 feet, 2 faces on a round neck, and the rest to correspond. Terrible was their strength and swiftness, and they were essaying to scale heaven and attack the gods. Doubt reigned in the celestial councils, the gods were divided between the desire of quelling the pride of man and the fear of losing the sacrifices. At last Zeus hit upon an expedient. "Let us cut them in two," he said. "Then they will only have half their strength, and we shall have twice as many sacrifices." He spake, and split them as you might split an egg with an hair. And when this was done, he told Apollo to give their faces a twist and rearrange their persons, taking out the wrinkles and tying the skin in a knot about the navel. The two halves went about looking for one another, and were ready to die of hunger in one another's arms. Then Zeus invented an adjustment of the sexes, which enabled them to marry and go their way to the business of life. Now the characters of men differ accordingly as they are derived from the original man or the original woman, or the original man-woman. Those who come from the man-woman are lascivious and adulterous. Those who come from the woman form female attachments, those who are a section of the male follow the male and embrace him, and in him all their desires center. The pair are inseparable and live together in pure and manly affection. Yet they cannot tell what they want of one another. But if Hephaestus were to come to them with his instruments and propose that they should be melted into one and remain one here and hereafter, they would acknowledge that this was the very expression of their want. For love is the desire of the whole, and the pursuit of the whole is called love. There was a time when the two sexes were only one, but now God has halved them, much as the Lacedaemonians have cut up the Arcadians, and if they do not behave themselves he will divide them again. And they will hop about with half a nose and face in basso relievo. Wherefore let us exhort all men to piety, that we may obtain the goods of which love is the author, and be reconciled to God, and find our own true loves, which rarely happens in this world. And now I must beg you not to suppose that I am alluding to Pausanias and Agathon, compare Protagoras 3:15e, for my words refer to all mankind everywhere. Some raillery ensues first between Aristophanes and Eryximachus, and then between Agathon, who fears a few select friends more than any number of spectators at the theatre, and Socrates, who is disposed to begin an argument. This is speedily repressed by Phaedrus, who reminds the disputants of their tribute to the god. Agathon's speech follows. He will speak of the god first and then of his gifts. He is the fairest and blessedest and best of the gods, and also the youngest, having had no existence in the old days of Iapetus and Cronos when the gods were at war. The things that were done then were done of necessity and not of love. For love is young and dwells in soft places, not like Ade in Homer, walking on the skulls of men, but in their hearts and souls, which are soft enough. He is all flexibility and grace, and his habitation is among the flowers, and he cannot do or suffer wrong, for all men serve and obey him of their own free will, and where there is love there is obedience, and where obedience, there is justice. For none can be wronged of his own free will. And he is temperate as well as just, for he is the ruler of the desires, and if he rules them he must be temperate. Also he is courageous, for he is the conqueror of the Lord of war. And he is wise too. For he is a poet, and the author of poesy in others. He created the animals, he is the inventor of the arts, all the gods are his subjects, he is the fairest and best himself, and the cause of what is fairest and best in others. He makes men to be of one mind at a banquet, filling them with affection and emptying them of disaffection, the pilot, helper, defender, saviour of men, in whose footsteps let every man follow, chanting a strain of love. Such is the discourse, half playful, half serious, which I dedicate to the god. The turn of Socrates comes next. He begins by remarking satirically that he has not understood the terms of the original agreement, for he fancied that they meant to speak the true praises of love, but now he finds that they only say what is good of him, whether true or false. He begs to be absolved from speaking falsely, but he is willing to speak the truth, and proposes to begin by questioning Agathon. The result of his questions may be summed up as follows. Love is of something, and that which love desires is not that which love is or has, for no man desires that which he is or has. And love is of the beautiful, and therefore has not the beautiful. And the beautiful is the good, and therefore, in wanting and desiring the beautiful, love also wants and desires the good. Socrates professes to have asked the same questions and to have obtained the same answers from Diotima, a wise woman of Mantinia, who, like Agathon, had spoken first of love and then of his works. Socrates, like Agathon, had told her that love is a mighty god and also fair, and she had shown him in return that love was neither, but in a mean between fair and foul, good and evil, and not a god at all, but only a great demon or intermediate power. Compare the speech of Eryximachus, 186d, who conveys to the gods the prayers of men, and to men the commands of the gods. Socrates asks, who are his father and mother? To this Diotima replies that he is the son of plenty and poverty, and partakes of the nature of both, and is full and starved by turns. Like his mother he is poor and squalid, lying on mats at doors. Compare the speech of Pausanias, 183a, like his father he is bold and strong, and full of arts and resources. Further, he is in a mean between ignorance and knowledge, in this he resembles the philosopher who is also in a mean between the wise and the ignorant. Such is the nature of love, who is not to be confused with the beloved. But love desires the beautiful, and then arises the question, what does he desire of the beautiful? He desires, of course, the possession of the beautiful, but what is given by that? For the beautiful let us substitute the good, and we have no difficulty in seeing the possession of the good to be happiness, and love to be the desire of happiness, although the meaning of the word has been too often confined to one kind of love. And love desires not only the good, but the everlasting possession of the good. Why then is there all this flutter and excitement about love? Because all men and women at a certain age are desirous of bringing to the birth. And love is not of beauty only, but of birth in beauty. This is the principle of immortality in a mortal creature. When beauty approaches, then the conceiving power is benign and diffuse, when foulness, she is averted and morose. But why again does this extend not only to men but also to animals? Because they too have an instinct of immortality. Even in the same individual there is a perpetual succession as well of the parts of the material body as of the thoughts and desires of the mind, nay, even knowledge comes and goes. There is no sameness of existence, but the new mortality is always taking the place of the old. This is the reason why parents love their children, for the sake of immortality, and this is why men love the immortality of fame. For the creative soul creates not children, but conceptions of wisdom and virtue, such as poets and other creators have invented. And the noblest creations of all are those of legislators, in honor of whom temples have been raised. Who would not sooner have these children of the mind than the ordinary human ones? 65. I will now initiate you, she said, into the greater mysteries. For he who would proceed in due course should love first one fair form, and then many, and learn the connection of them. And from beautiful bodies he should proceed to beautiful minds, and the beauty of laws and institutions, until he perceives that all beauty is of one kindred. And from institutions he should go on to the sciences, until at last the vision is revealed to him of a single science of universal beauty, and then he will behold the everlasting nature which is the cause of all, and will be near the end. In the contemplation of that supreme being of love he will be purified of earthly leaven, and will behold beauty, not with the bodily eye, but with the eye of the mind, and will bring forth true creations of virtue and wisdom. And be the friend of God and heir of immortality. Such, Phaedrus, is the tale which I heard from the stranger of Mantinia, and which you may call the encomium of love, or what you please. The company applaud the speech of Socrates, and Aristophanes is about to say something, when suddenly a band of revellers breaks into the court, and the voice of Alcibiades is heard asking for Agathon. He is led and drunk, and welcomed by Agathon, whom he has come to crown with a garland. He is placed on a couch at his side, but suddenly, on recognizing Socrates, he starts up, and a sort of conflict is carried on between them, which Agathon is requested to appease. Alcibiades then insists that they shall drink, and has a large wine cooler filled, which he first empties himself, and then fills again and passes on to Socrates. He is informed of the nature of the entertainment, and is ready to join, if only in the character of a drunken and disappointed lover he may be allowed to sing the praises of Socrates. He begins by comparing Socrates first to the busts of Silenus, which have images of the gods inside them. And, secondly, to Marsyas the flute player. For Socrates produces the same effect with the voice which Marsyas did with the flute. He is the great speaker and enchanter who ravishes the souls of men. The convincer of hearts too, as he has convinced Alcibiades, and made him ashamed of his mean and miserable life. Socrates at one time seemed about to fall in love with him. And he thought that he would thereby gain a wonderful opportunity of receiving lessons of wisdom. He narrates the failure of his design. He has suffered agonies from him, and is at his wit's end. He then proceeds to mention some other particulars of the life of Socrates, how they were at Potidaea together, where Socrates showed his superior powers of enduring cold and fatigue. How on one occasion he had stood for an entire day and night absorbed in reflection amid the wonder of the spectators, how on another occasion he had saved Alcibiades' life. How at the battle of Delium, after the defeat, he might be seen stalking about like a pelican, rolling his eyes as Aristophanes had described him in the clouds. He is the most wonderful of human beings, and absolutely unlike anyone but a satyr. Like the satyr in his language too, for he uses the commonest words as the outward mask of the divinest truths. When Alcibiades has done speaking, a dispute begins between him and Agathon and Socrates. Socrates piques Alcibiades by a pretended affection for Agathon. Presently a band of revellers appears, who introduce disorder into the feast. The sober part of the company, Eryximachus, Phaedrus, and others, withdraw. And Aristodemus, the follower of Socrates, sleeps during the whole of a long winter's night. When he wakes at cockcrow the revellers are nearly all asleep. Only Socrates, Aristophanes, and Agathon hold out. They are drinking from a large goblet, which they pass round, and Socrates is explaining to the two others, who are half asleep, that the genius of tragedy is the same as that of comedy. And that the writer of tragedy ought to be a writer of comedy also. And first Aristophanes drops, and then, as the day is dawning, Agathon. Socrates, having laid them to rest, takes a bath and goes to his daily avocations until the evening. Aristodemus follows. If it be true that there are more things in the Symposium of Plato than any commentator has dreamed of, it is also true that many things have been imagined which are not really to be found there. Some writings hardly admit of a more distinct interpretation than a musical composition, and every reader may form his own accompaniment of thought or feeling to the strain which he hears. The Symposium of Plato is a work of this character, and can with difficulty be rendered in any words but the writer's own. There are so many half-lights and cross-lights, so much of the color of mythology, and of the manner of sophistry adhering, rhetoric and poetry, the playful and the serious, are so subtly intermingled in it. And vestiges of old philosophy so curiously blend with germs of future knowledge, that agreement among interpreters is not to be expected. The expression, Poma magis putandum quam comicorum poetarum, which has been applied to all the writings of Plato, is especially applicable to the Symposium. The power of love is represented in the Symposium as running through all nature and all being, at one end descending to animals and plants, and attaining to the highest vision of truth at the other. In an age when man was seeking for an expression of the world around him, the conception of love greatly affected him. One of the first distinctions of language and of mythology was that of gender. And at a later period the ancient physicist, anticipating modern science, saw, or thought that he saw, a sex in plants. There were elective affinities among the elements, marriages of earth and heaven. Esch. Fragment Danaids 38. Love became a mythic personage whom philosophy, borrowing from poetry, converted into an efficient cause of creation. The traces of the existence of love, as of number and figure, were everywhere discerned. And in the Pythagorean list of opposites male and female were ranged side by side with odd and even, finite and infinite. But Plato seems also to be aware that there is a mystery of love in man as well as in nature, extending beyond the mere immediate relation of the sexes. He is conscious that the highest and noblest things in the world are not easily severed from the sensual desires, or may even be regarded as a spiritualized form of them. We may observe that Socrates himself is not represented as originally unimpassioned, but as one who has overcome his passions. The secret of his power over others partly lies in his passionate but self-controlled nature. In the Phaedrus and Symposium, love is not merely the feeling usually so called, but the mystical contemplation of the beautiful and the good. The same passion which may wallow in the mire is capable of rising to the loftiest heights, of penetrating the inmost secret of philosophy. The highest love is the love not of a person, but of the highest and purest abstraction. This abstraction is the far-off heaven on which the eye of the mind is fixed in fond amazement. The unity of truth, the consistency of the warring elements of the world, the enthusiasm for knowledge when first beaming upon mankind, the relativity of ideas to the human mind, and of the human mind to ideas, the faith in the invisible, the adoration of the eternal nature, are all included, consciously or unconsciously, in Plato's doctrine of love. The successive speeches in praise of love are characteristic of the speakers, and contribute in various degrees to the final result. They are all designed to prepare the way for Socrates, who gathers up the threads anew, and schemes the highest points of each of them. But they are not to be regarded as the stages of an idea, rising above one another to a climax. They are fanciful, partly facetious performances, yet also having a certain measure of seriousness, 197e, which the successive speakers dedicate to the god. All of them are rhetorical and poetical rather than dialectical, but glimpses of truth appear in them. When Eryximachus says that the principles of music are simple in themselves, but confused in their application, he touches lightly upon a difficulty which has troubled the moderns as well as the ancients in music, and may be extended to the other applied sciences. That confusion begins in the concrete, was the natural feeling of a mind dwelling in the world of ideas. When Pausanias remarks that personal attachments are inimical to despots, the experience of Greek history confirms the truth of his remark. When Aristophanes declares that love is the desire of the whole, he expresses a feeling not unlike that of the German philosopher, who says that philosophy is homesickness. When Agathon says that no man can be wronged of his own free will, he is alluding playfully to a serious problem of Greek philosophy, compare Aristotle Nicomachean Ethics, v. 9. So naturally does Plato mingle jest and earnest, truth and opinion in the same work. The characters of Phaedrus, who has been the cause of more philosophical discussions than any other man, with the exception of Simmias the Theban, Phaedrus, 242b, of Aristophanes, who disguises under comic imagery a serious purpose. Of Agathon, who in later life is satirized by Aristophanes in the Thesmophoria Zussi, for his effeminate manners and the feeble rhythms of his verse. Of Alcibiades, who is the same strange contrast of great powers and great vices, which meets us in history, are drawn to the life. And we may suppose the less-known characters of Pausanias and Eryximachus to be also true to the traditional recollection of them, compare Phaedrus, 268a, Protagoras, 315c, d, and compare Symposium, 214b with Phaedrus, 227a. We may also remark that Aristodemus is called the Little in Xenophon's Memorabilia, I4, compare Symposium, 173b. The speeches have been said to follow each other in pairs, Phaedrus and Pausanias being the ethical, Eryximachus and Aristophanes the physical speakers, while in Agathon and Socrates poetry and philosophy blend together. The speech of Phaedrus is also described as the mythological, that of Pausanias as the political, that of Eryximachus as the scientific, that of Aristophanes as the artistic, that of Socrates as the philosophical. But these and similar distinctions are not found in Plato, they are the points of view of his critics, and seem to impede rather than to assist us in understanding him. When the turn of Socrates comes round he cannot be allowed to disturb the arrangement made at first. With the leave of Phaedrus he asks a few questions, and then he throws his argument into the form of a speech, compare Gorgias, 505e, Protagoras, 353b. But his speech is really the narrative of a dialogue between himself and Diotima. And as at a banquet good manners would not allow him to win a victory either over his host or any of the guests, the superiority which he gains over Agathon is ingeniously represented as having been already gained over himself by her. The artifice has the further advantage of maintaining his accustomed profession of ignorance, compare Menexenus, 236 following. Even his knowledge of the mysteries of love, to which he lays claim here and elsewhere, Lysis, 204c, is given by Diotima. The speeches are attested to us by the very best authority. The madman Apollodorus, who for 3 years past has made a daily study of the actions of Socrates, to whom the world is summed up in the words, "Great is Socrates," he has heard them from another madman, Aristodemus, who was the shadow of Socrates in days of old, like him going about barefooted, and who had been present at the time. Would you desire better witness? The extraordinary narrative of Alcibiades is ingeniously represented as admitted by Socrates, whose silence when he is invited to contradict gives consent to the narrator. We may observe, by the way, 1. How the very appearance of Aristodemus by himself is a sufficient indication to Agathon that Socrates has been left behind. Also, 2. How the courtesy of Agathon anticipates the excuse which Socrates was to have made on Aristodemus' behalf for coming uninvited. 3. How the story of the fit or trance of Socrates is confirmed by the mention which Alcibiades makes of a similar fit of abstraction occurring when he was serving with the army at Potidaea. Like, 4. The drinking powers of Socrates and his love of the fair, which receive a similar attestation in the concluding scene, or the attachment of Aristodemus, who is not forgotten when Socrates takes his departure. 5. We may notice the manner in which Socrates himself regards the first 5 speeches, not as true, but as fanciful and exaggerated encomiums of the god love. 6. The satirical character of them, shown especially in the appeals to mythology, in the reasons which are given by Zeus for reconstructing the frame of man, or by the Boeotians and Hellenes for encouraging male loves. 7. The ruling passion of Socrates for dialectics, who will argue with Agathon instead of making a speech, and will only speak at all upon the condition that he is allowed to speak the truth. We may note also the touch of Socratic irony, 8, which admits of a wide application and reveals a deep insight into the world, that in speaking of holy things and persons there is a general understanding that you should praise them. Not that you should speak the truth about them, this is the sort of praise which Socrates is unable to give. Lastly, 9, we may remark that the banquet is a real banquet after all, at which love is the theme of discourse, and huge quantities of wine are drunk, 214a, 223b. The discourse of Phaedrus is half mythical, half ethical. And he himself, true to the character which is given him in the dialogue bearing his name, is half sophist, half enthusiast. He is the critic of poetry also, who compares Homer and Aeschylus in the insipid and irrational manner of the schools of the day, characteristically reasoning about the probability of matters which do not admit of reasoning. He starts from a noble text, that without the sense of honor and dishonor neither states nor individuals ever do any good or great work. But he soon passes on to more commonplace topics. The antiquity of love, the blessing of having a lover, the incentive which love offers to daring deeds, the examples of Alcestis and Achilles, are the chief themes of his discourse. The love of women is regarded by him as almost on an equality with that of men. And he makes the singular remark that the gods favor the return of love which is made by the beloved more than the original sentiment, because the lover is of a nobler and diviner nature. There is something of a sophistical ring in the speech of Phaedrus, which recalls the first speech in imitation of Lysias, occurring in the dialogue called the Phaedrus. This is still more marked in the speech of Pausanias which follows, and which is at once hyperlogical in form and also extremely confused and pedantic. Plato is attacking the logical feebleness of the sophists and rhetoricians, through their pupils, not forgetting by the way to satirize the monotonous and unmeaning rhythms which Prodicus and others were introducing into Attic prose, 185d. Compare Protagoras, 337. Of course, he is playing both sides of the game, as in the Gorgias and Phaedrus, but it is not necessary in order to understand him that we should discuss the fairness of his mode of proceeding. The love of Pausanias for Agathon has already been touched upon in the Protagoras, 315d, and is alluded to by Aristophanes, 193b. Hence he is naturally the upholder of male loves, which, like all the other affections or actions of men, he regards as varying according to the manner of their performance. Like the sophists and like Plato himself, though in a different sense, he begins his discussion by an appeal to mythology, and distinguishes between the elder and younger love. The value which he attributes to such loves as motives to virtue and philosophy is at variance with modern and Christian notions, but is in accordance with Hellenic sentiment. The opinion of Christendom has not altogether condemned passionate friendships between persons of the same sex, but has certainly not encouraged them. Because though innocent in themselves in a few temperaments they are liable to degenerate into fearful evil. Pausanias is very earnest in the defense of such loves, and he speaks of them as generally approved among Hellenes and disapproved by barbarians. His speech is more words than matter, and might have been composed by a pupil of Lysias or of Prodicus, although there is no hint given that Plato is specially referring to them. As Eryximachus says, he makes a fair beginning, but a lame ending. Plato transposes the two next speeches, as in the Republic he would transpose the virtues, 4430d, and the mathematical sciences, 7528a. This is done partly to avoid monotony, partly for the sake of making Aristophanes the cause of wit in others, and also in order to bring the comic and tragic poet into juxtaposition, as if by accident. A suitable expectation of Aristophanes is raised by the ludicrous circumstance of his having the hiccup, which is appropriately cured by his substitute, the physician Eryximachus. To Eryximachus love is the good physician. He sees everything as an intelligent physicist, and, like many professors of his art in modern times, attempts to reduce the moral to the physical, or recognizes one law of love which pervades them both. There are loves and strifes of the body as well as of the mind. Like Hippocrates the Asclepiad, he is a disciple of Heraclitus, whose conception of the harmony of opposites he explains in a new way as the harmony after discord. To his common sense, as to that of many moderns as well as ancients, the identity of contradictories is an absurdity. His notion of love may be summed up as the harmony of man with himself in soul as well as body, and of all things in heaven and earth with one another. Aristophanes is ready to laugh and make laugh before he opens his mouth, just as Socrates, true to his character, is ready to argue before he begins to speak. He expresses the very genius of the old comedy, its coarse and forcible imagery, and the license of its language in speaking about the gods. He has no sophistical notions about love, which is brought back by him to its common-sense meaning of love between intelligent beings. His account of the origin of the sexes has the greatest, comic, probability and verisimilitude. Nothing in Aristophanes is more truly Aristophanic than the description of the human monster whirling round on 4 arms and 4 legs, 8 in all, with incredible rapidity. Yet there is a mixture of earnestness in this jest. 3 serious principles seem to be insinuated. First, that man cannot exist in isolation. He must be reunited if he is to be perfected. Secondly, that love is the mediator and reconciler of poor, divided human nature. Thirdly, that the loves of this world are an indistinct anticipation of an ideal union which is not yet realized. The speech of Agathon is conceived in a higher strain, and receives the real, if half ironical, approval of Socrates. It is the speech of the tragic poet in a sort of poem, like tragedy, moving among the gods of Olympus, and not among the elder or Orphic deities. In the idea of the antiquity of love he cannot agree. Love is not of the olden time, but present and youthful ever. The speech may be compared with that speech of Socrates in the Phaedrus, 239a, b, in which he describes himself as talking dithyrambs. It is at once a preparation for Socrates and a foil to him. The rhetoric of Agathon elevates the soul to sunlit heights, but at the same time contrasts with the natural and necessary eloquence of Socrates. Agathon contributes the distinction between love and the works of love, and also hints incidentally that love is always of beauty, which Socrates afterwards raises into a principle. While the consciousness of discord is stronger in the comic poet Aristophanes, Agathon, the tragic poet, has a deeper sense of harmony and reconciliation, and speaks of love as the creator and artist. All the earlier speeches embody common opinions colored with a tinge of philosophy. They furnish the material out of which Socrates proceeds to form his discourse, starting, as in other places, from mythology and the opinions of men. From Phaedrus he takes the thought that love is stronger than death, from Pausanias, that the true love is akin to intellect and political activity, from Eryximachus, that love is a universal phenomenon and the great power of nature. From Aristophanes, that love is the child of want, and is not merely the love of the congenial or of the whole, but, as he adds, of the good. From Agathon, that love is of beauty, not however of beauty only, but of birth in beauty. As it would be out of character for Socrates to make a lengthened harangue, the speech takes the form of a dialogue between Socrates and a mysterious woman of foreign extraction. She elicits the final truth from one who knows nothing, and who, speaking by the lips of another, and himself a despiser of rhetoric, is proved also to be the most consummate of rhetoricians. Compare Menexenus, 249d. The last of the 6 discourses begins with a short argument which overthrows not only Agathon but all the preceding speakers by the help of a distinction which has escaped them. Extravagant praises have been ascribed to love as the author of every good. No sort of encomium was too high for him, whether deserved and true or not. But Socrates has no talent for speaking anything but the truth, and if he is to speak the truth of love he must honestly confess that he is not a good at all, for love is of the good, and no man can desire that which he has. This piece of dialectics is ascribed to Diotima, who has already urged upon Socrates the argument which he urges against Agathon. That the distinction is a fallacy is obvious, it is almost acknowledged to be so by Socrates himself. For he who has beauty or good may desire more of them, and he who has beauty or good in himself may desire beauty and good in others. The fallacy seems to arise out of a confusion between the abstract ideas of good and beauty, which do not admit of degrees, and their partial realization in individuals. But Diotima, the prophetess of Mantinea, whose sacred and superhuman character raises her above the ordinary proprieties of women, has taught Socrates far more than this about the art and mystery of love. She has taught him that love is another aspect of philosophy. The same want in the human soul which is satisfied in the vulgar by the procreation of children, may become the highest aspiration of intellectual desire. As the Christian might speak of hungering and thirsting after righteousness, or of divine loves under the figure of human, compare Ephesians 5 verse 32, this is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the Church. As the medieval saint might speak of the fruitio Dei, as Dante saw all things contained in his love of Beatrice, so Plato would have us absorb all other loves and desires in the love of knowledge. Here is the beginning of Neoplatonism, or rather, perhaps, a proof, of which there are many, that the so-called mysticism of the East was not strange to the Greek of the 5th century before Christ. The first tumult of the affections was not wholly subdued, there were longings of a creature moving about in worlds not realized, which no art could satisfy. To most men reason and passion appear to be antagonistic both in idea and fact. The union of the greatest comprehension of knowledge and the burning intensity of love is a contradiction in nature, which may have existed in a far-off primeval age in the mind of some Hebrew prophet or other Eastern sage, but has now become an imagination only. Yet this passion of the reason is the theme of the Symposium of Plato. And as there is no impossibility in supposing that one king, or son of a king, may be a philosopher, so also there is a probability that there may be some few, perhaps one or two in a whole generation, in whom the light of truth may not lack the warmth of desire. And if there be such natures, no one will be disposed to deny that from them flow most of the benefits of individuals and states, and even from imperfect combinations of the two elements in teachers or statesmen great good may often arise. Yet there is a higher region in which love is not only felt, but satisfied, in the perfect beauty of eternal knowledge, beginning with the beauty of earthly things, and at last reaching a beauty in which all existence is seen to be harmonious and one. The limited affection is enlarged, and enabled to behold the ideal of all things. And here the highest summit which is reached in the Symposium is seen also to be the highest summit which is attained in the Republic, but approached from another side. And there is a way upwards and downwards, which is the same and not the same in both. The ideal beauty of the one is the ideal good of the other, regarded not with the eye of knowledge, but of faith and desire. And they are respectively the source of beauty and the source of good in all other things. And by the steps of a ladder reaching to heaven, we pass from images of visible beauty, epsilon kappa nu epsilon, and from the hypotheses of the mathematical sciences, which are not yet based upon the idea of good, through the concrete to the abstract, and by different paths arriving, behold the vision of the eternal. Compare Symposium 211 sigma pi epsilon rho pi alpha nu alpha beta alpha theta mu omicron tau iota sigma iota nu Republic 6511a, b omicron nu pi iota beta sigma epsilon iota tau epsilon kappa alpha rho mu. Also Phaedrus 247 and following. Under one aspect the idea is love, under another, truth. In both the lover of wisdom is the spectator of all time and of all existence. This is a mystery, in which Plato also obscurely intimates the union of the spiritual and fleshly, the interpenetration of the moral and intellectual faculties. The divine image of beauty which resides within Socrates has been revealed. The Silenus, or outward man, has now to be exhibited. The description of Socrates follows immediately after the speech of Socrates, one is the complement of the other. At the height of divine inspiration, when the force of nature can no further go, by way of contrast to this extreme idealism, Alcibiades, accompanied by a troop of revellers and a flute girl, staggers in. And being drunk is able to tell of things which he would have been ashamed to make known if he had been sober. The state of his affections towards Socrates, unintelligible to us and perverted as they appear, affords an illustration of the power ascribed to the loves of man in the speech of Pausanias. He does not suppose his feelings to be peculiar to himself. There are several other persons in the company who have been equally in love with Socrates, and like himself have been deceived by him. The singular part of this confession is the combination of the most degrading passion with the desire of virtue and improvement. Such an union is not wholly untrue to human nature, which is capable of combining good and evil in a degree beyond what we can easily conceive. In imaginative persons, especially, the god and beast in man seem to part asunder more than is natural in a well-regulated mind. The Platonic Socrates, for of the real Socrates this may be doubted, compare his public rebuke of Critias for his shameful love of Euthydemus in Xenophon, Memorabilia I 2, 29. 30, does not regard the greatest evil of Greek life as a thing not to be spoken of. But it has a ridiculous element, Plato's Symposium, 2:14, and is a subject for irony, no less than for moral reprobation, compare Plato's Symposium, 2:18d, e. It is also used as a figure of speech which no one interpreted literally, compare Xenophon Symposium 4:57. Nor does Plato feel any repugnance, such as would be felt in modern times, at bringing his great master and hero into connection with nameless crimes. He is contented with representing him as a saint, who has won the Olympian victory over the temptations of human nature. The fault of taste, which to us is so glaring and which was recognized by the Greeks of a later age, Athenius 11:1-14, was not perceived by Plato himself. We are still more surprised to find that the philosopher is incited to take the first step in his upward progress, Symposium, 2:10a, by the beauty of young men and boys, which was alone capable of inspiring the modern feeling of romance in the Greek mind. The passion of love took the spurious form of an enthusiasm for the ideal of beauty, a worship as of some godlike image of an Apollo or Antinous. But the love of youth when not depraved was a love of virtue and modesty as well as of beauty, the one being the expression of the other. And in certain Greek states, especially at Sparta and Thebes, the honorable attachment of a youth to an elder man was a part of his education. The army of lovers and their beloved who would be invincible if they could be united by such a tie, Symposium 178 and following, is not a mere fiction of Plato's, but seems actually to have existed at Thebes in the days of Epaminondas and Pelopidas, if we may believe writers cited anonymously by Plutarch, Pelopidas Vita 18:19. It is observable that Plato never in the least degree excuses the depraved love of the body, compare Charmides 155, Republic v. 468b, c. Laws 8:841 and following, Symposium 211d. And once more Xenophon, Memorabilia I 2, 29, 30, nor is there any Greek writer of mark who condones or approves such connections. But owing partly to the puzzling nature of the subject, 182a, b, these friendships are spoken of by Plato in a manner different from that customary among ourselves. To most of them we should hesitate to ascribe, any more than to the attachment of Achilles and Patroclus in Homer, an immoral or licentious character. There were many, doubtless, to whom the love of the fair mind was the noblest form of friendship, Republic 3402d, and who deemed the friendship of man with man to be higher than the love of woman, because altogether separated from the bodily appetites. The existence of such attachments may be reasonably attributed to the inferiority and seclusion of woman, and the want of a real family or social life and parental influence in Hellenic cities. And they were encouraged by the practice of gymnastic exercises, by the meetings of political clubs, and by the tie of military companionship. They were also an educational institution. A young person was specially entrusted by his parents to some elder friend who was expected by them to train their son in manly exercises and in virtue. It is not likely that a Greek parent committed him to a lover, any more than we should to a schoolmaster, in the expectation that he would be corrupted by him, but rather in the hope that his morals would be better cared for than was possible in a great household of slaves. It is difficult to adduce the authority of Plato either for or against such practices or customs, because it is not always easy to determine whether he is speaking of the heavenly and philosophical love, or of the coarse polyhymnia, and he often refers to this, e.g., in the Symposium, half in jest, yet with a certain degree of seriousness. We observe that they entered into one part of Greek literature, but not into another, and that the larger part is free from such associations. Indecency was an element of the ludicrous in the old Greek comedy, as it has been in other ages and countries. But effeminate love was always condemned as well as ridiculed by the comic poets. And in the new comedy the allusions to such topics have disappeared. They seem to have been no longer tolerated by the greater refinement of the age. False sentiment is found in the lyric and elegiac poets. And in mythology, the greatest of the gods, Republic 3388b, is not exempt from evil imputations. But the morals of a nation are not to be judged of wholly by its literature. Hellas was not necessarily more corrupted in the days of the Persian and Peloponnesian wars, or of Plato and the orators, than England in the time of Fielding and Smollett, or France in the 19th century. No one supposes certain French novels to be a representation of ordinary French life. And the greater part of Greek literature, beginning with Homer and including the tragedians, philosophers, and, with the exception of the comic poets, whose business was to raise a laugh by whatever means, all the greater writers of Hellas who have been preserved to us, are free from the taint of indecency. Some general considerations occur to our mind when we begin to reflect on this subject. 1. That good and evil are linked together in human nature, and have often existed side by side in the world and in man to an extent hardly credible. We cannot distinguish them, and are therefore unable to part them, as in the parable, they grow together unto the harvest. It is only a rule of external decency by which society can divide them. Nor should we be right in inferring from the prevalence of any one vice or corruption that a state or individual was demoralized in their whole character. Not only has the corruption of the best been sometimes thought to be the worst, but it may be remarked that this very excess of evil has been the stimulus to good, compare Plato, Laws 12:951b. Where he says that in the most corrupt cities individuals are to be found beyond all praise. 2. It may be observed that evils which admit of degrees can seldom be rightly estimated, because under the same name actions of the most different degrees of culpability may be included. No charge is more easily set going than the imputation of secret wickedness, which cannot be either proved or disproved and often cannot be defined, when directed against a person of whom the world, or a section of it, is predisposed to think evil. And it is quite possible that the malignity of Greek scandal, aroused by some personal jealousy or party enmity, may have converted the innocent friendship of a great man for a noble youth into a connection of another kind. Such accusations were brought against several of the leading men of Hellas, e.g. Cimon, Alcibiades, Critias, Demosthenes, Epaminondas. Several of the Roman emperors were assailed by similar weapons which have been used even in our own day against statesmen of the highest character. 3. While we know that in this matter there is a great gulf fixed between Greek and Christian ethics, yet, if we would do justice to the Greeks, we must also acknowledge that there was a greater outspokenness among them than among ourselves about the things which nature hides, and that the more frequent mention of such topics is not to be taken as the measure of the prevalence of offenses, or as a proof of the general corruption of society. It is likely that every religion in the world has used words or practiced rites in one age, which have become distasteful or repugnant to another. We cannot, though for different reasons, trust the representations either of comedy or satire, and still less of Christian apologists. 4. We observe that at Thebes and Lacedaemon the attachment of an elder friend to a beloved youth was often deemed to be a part of his education, and was encouraged by his parents. It was only shameful if it degenerated into licentiousness. Such we may believe to have been the tie which united Aesophagus and Cephisidorus with the great Epaminondas in whose companionship they fell, Plutarch, Amatorius, 117, Athenaeus on the authority of Theopompus, L. 13 page 605. 5. A small matter, there appears to be a difference of custom among the Greeks and among ourselves, as between ourselves and continental nations at the present time, in modes of salutation. We must not suspect evil in the hearty kiss or embrace of a male friend, returning from the army at Potidaea, any more than in a similar salutation when practiced by members of the same family. But those who make these admissions, and who regard, not without pity, the victims of such illusions in our own day, whose life has been blasted by them, may be none the less resolved that the natural and healthy instincts of mankind shall alone be tolerated nu taueta mu epsilon tauro pi lambda epsilon iota. And that the lesson of manliness which we have inherited from our fathers shall not degenerate into sentimentalism or effeminacy. The possibility of an honorable connection of this kind seems to have died out with Greek civilization. Among the Romans, and also among barbarians, such as the Celts and Persians, there is no trace of such attachments existing in any noble or virtuous form. Compare Hoch's Crito and the admirable and exhaustive article of Meyer in Ersch and Gruber's Cyclopedia on this subject, Plutarch, Amatores, Athenaeus, Lysias, contra Simonem, Aeschines, contra Timarchum. The character of Alcibiades in the Symposium is hardly less remarkable than that of Socrates, and agrees with the picture given of him in the first of the two dialogues which are called by his name. And also with the slight sketch of him in the Protagoras. He is the impersonation of lawlessness, the lion's whelp, who ought not to be reared in the city, yet not without a certain generosity which gained the hearts of men, strangely fascinated by Socrates, and possessed of a genius which might have been either the destruction or salvation of Athens. The dramatic interest of the character is heightened by the recollection of his after-history. He seems to have been present to the mind of Plato in the description of the democratic man of the Republic, 8-560, compare also Alcibiades 1. There is no criterion of the date of the Symposium, except that which is furnished by the allusion to the division of Arcadia after the destruction of Mantinea. This took place in the year BC 384, which is the 44th year of Plato's life. The Symposium cannot therefore be regarded as a youthful work. As Mantinea was restored in the year 369, the composition of the dialogue will probably fall between 384 and 369. Whether the recollection of the event is more likely to have been renewed at the destruction or restoration of the city, rather than at some intermediate period, is a consideration not worth raising. The Symposium is connected with the Phaedrus, both in style and subject. They are the only dialogues of Plato in which the theme of love is discussed at length. In both of them philosophy is regarded as a sort of enthusiasm or madness. Socrates is himself a prophet new inspired with bacchanalian revelry, which, like his philosophy, he characteristically pretends to have derived not from himself but from others. The Phaedo also presents some points of comparison with the Symposium. For there, too, philosophy might be described as dying for love. And there are not wanting many touches of humor and fancy, which remind us of the Symposium, 64b, 85b, 99a. But while the Phaedo and Phaedrus look backwards and forwards to past and future states of existence, in the Symposium there is no break between this world and another. And we rise from one to the other by a regular series of steps or stages, proceeding from the particulars of sense to the universal of reason, and from one universal to many, which are finally reunited in a single science, compare Republic 6-5-11b. At first immortality means only the succession of existences, even knowledge comes and goes. Then follows, in the language of the mysteries, a higher and a higher degree of initiation. At last we arrive at the perfect vision of beauty, not relative or changing, but eternal and absolute. Not bounded by this world, or in or out of this world, but an aspect of the divine, extending over all things, and having no limit of space or time. This is the highest knowledge of which the human mind is capable. Plato does not go on to ask whether the individual is absorbed in the sea of light and beauty or retains his personality. Enough for him to have attained the true beauty or good, without inquiring precisely into the relation in which human beings stood to it. That the soul has such a reach of thought, and is capable of partaking of the eternal nature, seems to imply that she too is eternal, compare Phaedrus, 245 following. But Plato does not distinguish the eternal in man from the eternal in the world or in God. He is willing to rest in the contemplation of the idea, which to him is the cause of all things, Republic 6508e, and has no strength to go further. The Symposium of Xenophon, in which Socrates describes himself as a pander, and also discourses of the difference between sensual and sentimental love, likewise offers several interesting points of comparison. But the suspicion which hangs over other writings of Xenophon, and the numerous minute references to the Phaedrus and Symposium, as well as to some of the other writings of Plato, throw a doubt on the genuineness of the work. The Symposium of Xenophon, if written by him at all, would certainly show that he wrote against Plato, and was acquainted with his works. Of this hostility there is no trace in the memorabilia. Such a rivalry is more characteristic of an imitator than of an original writer. The so-called Symposium of Xenophon may therefore have no more title to be regarded as genuine than the confessedly spurious Apology. There are no means of determining the relative order in time of the Phaedrus, Symposium, Phaedo. The order which has been adopted in this translation rests on no other principle than the desire to bring together in a series the memorials of the life of Socrates.